Zhang Xiaoqiang is an insignificant figure, merely a small fry who leads a life of languid existence. Confined within his home, he narrowly escaped the initial outbreak of the zombie virus. Witnessing a neighbor from his residential complex transform into a zombie instilled within him an overwhelming sense of terror. In this cannibalistic apocalypse, he struggles to survive in solitude. Ultimately tormented by isolation, he dons his gear and ventures into the tumultuous world beyond. He takes the resilient cockroach as his inspiration, for the cockroach survives in the crevices of the apocalypse until those very crevices can no longer accommodate it. In this brutal world, he exhausts his ingenuity to create traps, establish a base, fend off waves of zombies, and battle both man and nature. Chapter 1. The Arrival of the Apocalypse. I must survive. I must endure in this cannibalistic apocalypse. Zhang Xiaoqiang sits on the ground, his stomach ablaze with hunger. In truth, he has been trapped at home for over a day and night without a morsel to eat. Were it not for the faint glimmer of rationality that remains, he would have long succumbed to his impulses, recklessly bursting through the door to confront the zombies outside. Just half a month prior, he was merely an aging recluse, spending his days cocooned in Jinyan City. His parents had succumbed to cancer, and his only sister had married and relocated far away, leaving him alone in the house. Fortunately, his deceased parents had left behind a storefront that generated rental income, ensuring he could live a simple and tranquil life. Alas, just as Zhang Xiaoqiang began to relish this mundane existence of mere survival, the world erupted with the zombie virus. He witnessed firsthand the grotesque transformation of people, their bodies intact and faces familiar, yet they had become mindless zombies, driven solely by an insatiable hunger. In the span of a mere fortnight, he witnessed the city overrun by countless shambling corpses. The so-called laws and order had vanished, the streets ran red with blood, and innumerable zombies lay prostrate, licking up the bloodstains, while living humans were toppled and devoured, their forms rendered unrecognizable. Every corner echoed with the sounds of screams, and sporadic fires erupted, illuminating the distant night sky as if it were day. No one knows the cause of the zombie crisis, but through relentless observation, Zhang Xiaoqiang deduced that if he were to be bitten by a zombie, or if any wound on his body were to inadvertently come into contact with zombie blood, he would likely be infected, with those infected succumbing to a fever within 3 days. By that time, he would possess no thoughts, his only instinct being to feast upon the flesh of the living, sustaining his meaningless existence on their blood and meat. To be honest, he has no idea whether he has already been infected or when he might undergo such a transformation. Yet he fears death, dreads being devoured by those who have turned into zombies. The thought of his body being torn apart and delivered into their ravenous mouths sends chills down his spine. Thus, in the immediate aftermath of the outbreak, he securely locked the security door, sealed all windows and doors with tape, covered them with newspapers, and drew the curtains to prevent the zombies, still possessing some sensory faculties, from discovering him and overwhelming him in a frenzy. Despite these precautions, he remains ensnared in the fate of being besieged by zombies. At this moment, 5 zombies linger outside his door, all former neighbors from a shared unit. On the very day the virus erupted, they had already succumbed to infection and transformed into zombies, blocking the staircase and relentlessly assaulting the security door, driven by their insatiable hunger and greed, resembling loyal hounds awaiting him to fall into their grasp. Through the peephole of the security door, he can clearly discern their desiccated faces. Some have even lost half of their skulls, their blood vessels pulsating rhythmically from unconscious chewing, presenting a truly horrifying sight that chills the heart. Zhang Xiaoqiang rises, gripping a kitchen knife tightly. He can only confront 2 zombies at once, for exceeding that number would make it difficult to ensure his own safety. Should that occur, it will be tantamount to death, for he has merely been fortunate enough to evade this wave of the zombie virus. But if the virus were to enter his bloodstream, not even divine intervention could save him. Yet now, he finds himself utterly depleted, with the only path forward being to burst forth from this place in search of sustenance, the sole hope for survival. After a brief moment, Zhang Xiaoqiang resolved that he could not remain idle and prepared to venture out and confront the zombies lurking at the door with fierce determination. His family had received their dwelling during the demolition of the old street, residing on the 2nd floor, with both the front and back of the building featuring a platform. This communal platform spans nearly 400 square meters, connecting to 2 buildings via a series of 25 or 6 steps, allowing neighbors to come and go freely. Prior to the apocalypse, the platform was adorned with an array of flowers and plants, which his father, along with several neighbors, had transformed into a small garden enclosed by iron fencing, cultivating a modest vegetable patch. Zhang Xiaoqiang's initial target was the few surviving vegetables in the garden. He approached the front room, drew back the curtains, and cautiously peeled back a small section of newspaper that had been affixed to the glass window half a month prior, peering outside. In the center of the platform, the small vegetable patch thrived with rows of verdant cabbages, causing his mouth to water. Shifting his gaze from the cabbages, he scrutinized his surroundings. There were not many zombies on the platform. Across from his home, 2 households had breached the wall adjacent to the platform to create a greenhouse, with their doors opening onto the balcony. He observed that when the doors swung open, several zombies from each household staggered in and out, exuding an unmistakable aura of danger. Zhang Xiaoqiang estimated that there were 6 zombies aimlessly wandering the vegetable patch, while outside, 5 more awaited him, ready to pounce. God knows how many other zombies lay in wait within the surrounding buildings. Therefore, he had to secure those cabbages in the shortest time possible. Otherwise, if he became entangled with these zombies for too long, the noise would likely attract all the nearby zombies, extinguishing any hope of escape. He understood that confronting the zombies unarmed was not an option, so he began to devise a strategy. First, he found a thin hemp rope in the storage room, tying one end to the iron railing of the window and leaving a 10-centimeter length to attach to the doorknob. This way, when he opened the door, he would not fear the zombies forcing it open. He could create a small opening to deal with them one by one. Next, Zhang Xiaoqiang continued to rummage through his belongings and unearthed a triangular file knife from his toolbox. Measuring about a foot in length, the file had darkened from prolonged storage but remained sharp, ensuring its effectiveness. To be on the safe side, he used a knife to whittle down the wooden handle of the file so that it could fit into a pipe. He then secured it firmly with iron nails at the joint between the pipe and the handle, rendering it a suitable weapon for dispatching zombies. With everything prepared, Zhang Xiaoqiang positioned himself behind the door to check his equipment. Upon reaching the entrance, he hesitated, gripping his makeshift iron spear in his left hand while repeatedly placing his right hand on the doorknob. Ultimately, he resolved to take the plunge, believing that fortune favors the bold, and slowly opened the door. Bang! As the door swung open, a nauseating stench of decay assaulted him, forcing Zhang Xiaoqiang to shut it again, nearly blinding him. Lacking a mask, he wrapped a wool scarf around his mouth and nose, sprinkling some floral water on it to alleviate the odor. Opening the door once more, a blackened claw lunged toward his face, the owner of the claw desperately attempting to squeeze through the gap. This time, he was prepared and did not flinch. He carefully scrutinized the creature. The flesh on its hand was drawn tight, exposing all its joints like a hawk's talons, with its sharp nails and dried fingers stretching and retracting in a futile attempt to shove its head through the door. Its face bore a grotesque resemblance to its hand, with deep-set eyes and pronounced cheekbones rubbing against the iron door, its teeth gnashing involuntarily. Zhang Xiaoqiang raised his iron spear without hesitation, thrusting the triangular tip of the file knife fiercely into the zombie's eye. He gripped the pipe tightly, summoning all his strength to push outward. Initially, he struggled to control the force of the spear, feeling as though he could only thrust blindly. However, a surge of primal ferocity erupted from his otherwise feeble frame, and he became exhilarated, realizing that these zombies were not as formidable as he had feared. He could slay them all. In that moment, 2 more hands reached through the door crack, waving before his eyes, jolting him back to reality. In the next instant, he withdrew the spear's tip, and the zombie's eye socket transformed into a gaping black abyss, oozing thick, dark blood. The zombie slowly toppled to the ground, its head facing him with a pupil-less eye and a gaping black hole leaking dark blood. The stark contrast sent a chill through Zhang Xiaoqiang's heart. For more, he murmured, choosing not to glance at the fallen zombie again. Having never wielded a long spear before and struggling to master the force, he resorted to a rudimentary stabbing technique to dispatch the remaining 4 zombies. When the last zombie collapsed to the ground, with a clatter, Zhang Xiaoqiang could no longer hold onto the iron spear, allowing it to clatter to the floor. He sat on the ground, panting heavily, one foot stretched forward while the other bent upwards. A 1.6-meter-long iron spear leaned against his foot, its triangular tip pointing ominously towards the security door, stained with ancient, foul-smelling blood. The green security iron door, still 70% intact, had a 10-centimeter gap opening outward, allowing him to see several corpses lying silently on the ground outside. They had been his neighbors just half a month ago, but now they had transformed into zombies, each one killed by him outside the door. Yet, Zhang Xiaoqiang felt no fear after slaying the undead. Only the thrill of victory surged within him. Chapter 2. Mutation. Zhang Xiaoqiang rested on the ground for half an hour, gradually regaining some of his strength. He picked up the iron spear and stood, untying the fine hemp rope from the door handle. Pushing the door outward, he realized that the zombie corpses had completely blocked it. He then used the iron spear to shove the bodies aside, stepping outside to survey his surroundings. The corridor was littered with corpses, leaving almost no space to step. The bodies of the zombies lay at his feet, their heads mangled beyond recognition. Black blood and yellowed brain matter splattered everywhere. Zhang Xiaoqiang dared not look any longer, fearing he might vomit. Standing atop the pile of corpses, he felt a chill run down his spine. The overwhelming stench of decay was unbearable, even overpowering the floral scent of the cologne he had sprayed on his scarf. God only knew how many more zombies awaited him below. Thus, Zhang Xiaoqiang returned to the kitchen, grabbing a tin pot lid as a makeshift shield. Although it would not withstand blades or bullets, it could at least fend off the sharp claws of the zombies. With the zombies guarding the door thoroughly dispatched, it was time to deal with the few remaining zombies in the garden on the platform. Zhang Xiaoqiang planned to eliminate the zombie that was moving up and down the staircase first. It was too close to the garden. Only by dealing with it could he swiftly retrieve the cabbage and replenish his energy before the approaching zombies could close in. In the next moment, donning thick leather gloves, he rushed to the staircase while the zombie had not yet emerged. To his surprise, the zombie was ascending the stairs, and upon catching his scent, it lunged at him with claws bared. This was his first close encounter with a zombie, and this particular creature had a grim visage. Its eyes rolled back, mouth agape wide enough to fit a fist, its black teeth resembling miniature triangular blades, sending chills down his spine. A powerful stench of decay assaulted him, making him feel nauseous, but the zombie had already lunged onto his pot lid shield, forcing him to stumble back. He swung the shield to the left while kicking out with his right foot, striking it squarely in the chest, sending the zombie tumbling down the stairs. Without a second thought, he charged forward, stabbing the zombie repeatedly with the iron spear until it was riddled with gaping wounds, dark, sticky blood spraying everywhere, the sickening odor nearly overwhelming him. Yet he soon pushed through the physical and mental discomfort, hurriedly running to the garden, setting down the iron spear and grabbing handfuls of cabbage along with the soil, stuffing them into his pockets. All the while, he kept a wary eye on the approaching zombies, prepared to flee at a moment's notice. Soon, the zombies, alerted by the noise, began to shuffle towards him, step by step. Zhang Xiaoqiang was drenched in sweat, panting heavily as he packed the cabbages into his pockets, shoving his hands deep into the black soil. Upon grasping the stems, he yanked the cabbages out with all his might, ignoring the dirt and vegetable juices splattering into his eyes, desperate to gather more. This was food. This was hope. But at that moment, the zombies were merely 10 meters away. He could not afford to be greedy. It was time to leave. Therefore, he grabbed the bag with one hand and the iron spear with the other, bolting towards home. As he approached the corridor, he quickened his pace, rushing toward his door. Just as he was about to enter, Zhang Xiaoqiang suddenly felt something grip his ankle, causing him to uncontrollably tumble to the ground, the cabbages spilling from the fertilizer bag. He paid no heed to retrieve them, quickly turning back to see what had happened, and was immediately drenched in cold sweat. One of the zombies he had killed outside was still half alive, its remaining head barely intact, but its claws were still powerful, gripping his ankle tightly. Its sharp nails instantly tore into his flesh, blood gushing forth. It's over. A chill ran from his tailbone up through his skull. He knew that any human injured by a zombie would inevitably become one of them. Zhang Xiaoqiang inwardly scolded himself for underestimating the astonishing vitality of these zombies. He had not expected that even half a head could possess such resilience. Yet, the pressing urgency of the moment left no room for contemplation. He quickly kicked the zombie's claw away, then scrambled to his feet, charging forward to thrust the iron spear decisively into its remaining half-head, reducing it to a pulpy mass. With the zombie's head destroyed, it soon fell silent. At that moment, the approaching zombies drew ever closer, 3 robust figures leading the way, followed by 3 mutated old women who, upon catching a whiff of his scent, became increasingly agitated, as if they had long prepared to claim Zhang Xiaoqiang, this blood meal, as their own. Zhang Xiaoqiang was struck with panic. Hastily stuffing the cabbage into a bag, He hurried inside and locked the security door tightly. Leaning against the iron gate, he gasped for breath, having just dispatched several zombies and raced against death. After all this, his body felt utterly weak. Having gone a day and a night without sustenance, the scant energy he had left was entirely depleted from his brief excursion. His ankle bore marks from the zombie's sharp claws, yet fortune had not entirely abandoned him. His efforts yielded some reward. When he emptied the bag, he found 11 heads of cabbage, neatly arranged on the floor, weighing at least 20 pounds. However, just as he contemplated how to consume this bounty, he collapsed to the ground, his body convulsing. His heart felt as if it were being pounded repeatedly by a massive iron hammer. He opened his mouth to scream, but could produce no sound, only a low, hoarse rasp from his throat. Inside, it felt as though a red-hot iron ball had been tossed into his gut, rolling around and igniting his very insides. His head grew heavier, and his vision blurred further. Most alarmingly, he sensed his body temperature rising steadily. In mere moments, he was ablaze with heat, which only heightened his anxiety. Though he had endured hunger before, once going over 60 hours without food, the sensation he experienced now was distinctly different. Was he truly on the verge of transformation, destined to join the ranks of the mindless zombies outside? At this juncture, an indescribable agony surged through him, a burning sensation emanating from within, reddening his skin to the point of excruciating torment. Zhang Xiaoqiang had never known such pain. For the first time, he wished for death, believing only it could end this suffering. So, this is the excruciating process of becoming a zombie. It takes 3 days for a zombie to mutate. Am I not there yet? Time drags on. Hurry up and turn me into a zombie. He lay on the ground, repeatedly banging his head against the floor, blood flowing into his eyes, rendering everything a crimson blur. Zombies, food, survival. None of it mattered anymore. He only wished to end the torment that drove him to madness, willing to relinquish his life if necessary. Instinctively, he continued to strike his head against the ground, hoping to lose consciousness. As his temperature soared beyond human limits, his will began to fade, feeling as if the grip on his life was slackening. Reuniting with his sister had become the greatest of luxuries. In his final moments of awareness, he merely regretted not having the chance to eat those cabbages, dying with an empty stomach. When Zhang Xiaoqiang opened his eyes once more, he found himself not in some heavenly realm or hellish abyss. Everything around him remained unchanged. He was still in his own home. Have I become a zombie? Upon finally awakening from that dreadful pain, he quickly examined his fingers, noting that his nails were neatly trimmed. He touched his teeth, flat. Could it be that I haven't turned into a zombie? Struggling to his feet, Zhang Xiaoqiang shuffled to the bedroom. The reflection in the mirror portrayed a disheveled figure, hair unwashed and tangled, face smeared with blood, and eyes appearing small, yet the dark brown irises were unmistakably clear. The visage in the mirror was painfully ordinary, devoid of any beauty, yet he felt a surge of joy. He was certain of one thing. His body had undergone no changes, and he had not transformed into a zombie. He was unaware of how long he had been unconscious, but felt an even greater hunger than before, yet his body did not feel as weak as it had. In fact, he felt remarkably well. Pondering for a moment, he could not fathom why his body had undergone such a transformation. But in light of the current circumstances, this change was undeniably beneficial, serving as proof that he exhibited no signs of mutation. With this thought, Zhang Xiaoqiang could not resist glancing at the 11 heads of cabbage neatly arranged on the floor, his gaze fervent. He promptly retrieved 2 heads of cabbage, switching on the induction cooker, preparing to boil them. Tap water was not safe to drink. Who knew if zombies were lurking in the water supply? Fortunately, he lived alone and was too lazy to boil water, often ordering bottled water instead. At that moment, half a bottle remained in his home. Soon, the 2 heads of cabbage were cooked in the boiling water, their vibrant green leaves enticing Zhang Xiaoqiang's appetite, causing saliva to flow as he seemed to lose the stench of decay in the air. He eagerly fished the cabbage leaves out, careful not to devour them ravenously, savoring each bite slowly until the final leaf vanished from his mouth, even finding remnants of soil due to his water conservation efforts. He waited, continued to wait, and only after the hot water in the pot had gradually cooled did he rinse his mouth, swallowing the mixture of water and the soil within, ensuring that he would not perish from dehydration. He then carefully sealed the remaining water to prevent rapid evaporation, for in this resource-scarce apocalypse, even a single drop could save his life. Having completed these tasks, Zhang Xiaoqiang finally set everything aside, sitting on the ground, coming to the realization of how precious life truly is. Outside the door, several zombies, drawn to him once more, incessantly clawed at the security door. Inside, seated on the ground, Zhang Xiaoqiang for the first time felt a flicker of confidence in his will to survive. Chapter 3. The bath-loving zombie as dawn broke. The shrill tone of the alarm clock jolted Zhang Xiaoqiang from his slumber. Rising from his bed, he made his way to the living room to conduct his customary inventory of remaining supplies. The cabbage, for which he had fought so desperately 5 days prior, dwindled down to a solitary head. Entering the kitchen, he ignited the induction cooker and immersed the last cabbage in water, bringing it to a boil. Once cooked, he divided it into 2 portions, one for breakfast and the other for dinner. After finishing his meal, Zhang Xiaoqiang, as was his routine, approached the window to gaze at the zombies below, staring down the desolate road that stretched to the horizon, beneath a sky laden with oppressive gray clouds. The chilly atmosphere weighed heavily on his heart, making each breath feel laborious. In his heart, he yearned for a convoy to appear at the end of that road, with soldiers standing in camouflage vehicles, wielding their steel guns to eradicate the despair that plagued humanity, driving those putrid zombies back to the depths of hell, restoring life to its former rhythm, and allowing him to return to his previous existence of languid survival. Yet, fantasies remain mere fantasies. The zombies continued their aimless wandering, and Zhang Xiaoqiang still bore the burden of his hunger. Returning to the living room, he clasped his head in his hands, mentally preparing for his physical training that day. Spending too much time alone in the confines of his room had begun to render his body frail. If he wished to survive and ultimately escape this dead city, he had to diligently enhance his physical fitness. Even if the results of his daily workouts seemed negligible, he believed that perseverance would someday yield unexpected rewards. 94-95. Zhang Xiaoqiang supported himself with both hands on the ground, drenched in sweat, utterly exhausted. He had not exerted himself to this extent in quite some time. However, the thought of the zombies lurking outside, the dwindling food supply at home, and his sister, who was likely awaiting his rescue in another city, compelled him to take another breath, clasp his head once more, and resume his efforts. Strangely enough, since the zombie had injured his ankle, his physical prowess had gradually begun to improve. In the past, he could barely manage 10 sit-ups before collapsing in fatigue. Yet now, he could push through over 100, and in addition, perform 1,000 frog jumps, feats he had once deemed impossible. The reality before him compelled him to accept this newfound strength with a sense of justified pride. In the afternoon, Zhang Xiaoqiang wiped the sweat from his brow with a towel after completing his 1,000 frog jumps and countless thrusts with his makeshift spear. The exertion had drained him, and his stomach, having nearly digested the remnants of breakfast, began to growl once more. The supplies at home were insufficient to sustain him for many more days. Thus, the immediate priority was to secure new food and satiate his hunger. He recalled that across the neighborhood lay a convenience store, usually stocked with cigarettes, alcohol, and groceries, including rice and eggs. However, now was infested with over 20 zombies wandering aimlessly nearby. It was clear that, given his current state, a solo venture into that den of the undead would render him little more than a mere morsel. With this in mind, he finished the remaining cabbage and drank enough water to feel moderately full. He then secured a kitchen knife to his belt, armed himself with his improvised spear and a metal pot lid as a shield, and stepped outside. With practiced ease, he unlocked the security door and, just as he'd done 5 days prior, he methodically dispatched 6 zombies. Entering the stairwell, he unsheathed the knife and severed their heads and limbs to prevent any chance of being harmed by any not entirely deceased zombies. After clearing the entire floor of the undead, he noticed that the door of a first-floor apartment remained ajar. Hesitating for only a moment, he cautiously entered, spear and shield at the ready. To his relief, he found no zombies inside. His search of the premises yielded no food either. Fortuitously, the apartment's owner appeared to be a military enthusiast. In the bedroom, Zhang Xiaoqiang discovered a crossbow and a combat knife, along with a high-powered telescope. Not particularly familiar with the crossbow, he located its manual. The specifications read, MP9 military anti-terror sniper crossbow, draw weight, 48 kilograms, range, 180 m, effective range exceeding 100 m, net weight 46 kilograms. It included a spare string, a quiver, a strong LED light, a laser sight, a 4-direction adjustable mechanical sight, an optical sight, a complete set of bowstring tools, 3 long arrows, a pack of steel balls, 2 calibration arrows, and 4 ordinary arrows. After perusing the manual, Zhang Xiaoqiang quickly loaded the MP9, placed a steel ball into the chamber, aimed at a calendar 5 meters away, disengaged the safety, and pulled the trigger. A resounding bang echoed as the MP9 recoiled sharply, causing his shoulder to ache and nearly wrenching the weapon from his grasp. Rubbing his shoulder, he glanced at the calendar. The visage of a beautiful woman had vanished, leaving only a cascade of paper fragments scattered across the floor. Removing the calendar, he noticed a gaping hole the size of a cup in the concrete wall, with a slightly deformed steel ball embedded in the tiles. What astonishing speed and power! A chill ran down his spine. Were a zombie to be struck in the head from this distance, its skull would surely be obliterated. While his shoulder throbbed, he tenderly caressed the crossbow, as if it were the delicate skin of a young maiden, fearful of damaging it with too much pressure. The crossbow's lustrous finish shimmered gently, reminiscent of a fair maiden's luscious lips, exuding a hint of mystery and temptation. Setting the MP9 aside, Zhang Xiaoqiang picked up the telescope. It was a sleek silver-gray binocular, with a manual stating 10 by 50 millimeters binoculars, magnification, 10 times, objective lens diameter, 50 millimeters, field of view, 114 m at 1000 m, minimum focusing distance. Approaching the window, he lifted the telescope to survey the outside world. The sky remained dreary, and unbeknownst to him, rain had begun to fall, the oppressive clouds perpetually casting a pall over his spirits. Through the lens, the zombies below came into sharp focus. He could almost smell the foul stench emanating from their gaping maws. Observing the zombies near the convenience store, he noted that after half a month, they seemed to be evolving into something akin to the legendary mummies. Their hair had thinned, their flesh gradually withering away to reveal shriveled skin. The zombies moved sluggishly. Lacking sight, they only changed direction upon colliding with walls or vehicles. Many had shoes that had worn down over time, resulting in misshapen footwear, with some zombies limping along with one shod foot and the other bare. As the rain intensified, the exterior scenery blurred into obscurity. Suddenly, the zombies below ceased their movements, standing still in the downpour like a row of eerie telephone poles, creating an unsettling tableau across the street. Through the telescope, Zhang Xiaoqiang observed that these zombies were now tilting their heads back, mouths agape, drinking in the rainwater. Although their expressions were inscrutable, he could sense their profound enjoyment of the rain's baptism, rendering their previous thirst for flesh seemingly insignificant. Upon realizing this, Zhang Xiaoqiang was overwhelmed with exhilaration. The zombies ceased their movements and their feeding, which led to the question, did my presence truly not disrupt their consumption of rainwater? Did it imply that I could act at will, even firing a shot without facing any resistance? At that moment, impulse triumphed over reason. Zhang Xiaoqiang lowered his binoculars, secured his crossbow and military knife on his back, and grasped an iron spear, striding purposefully down the stairs and out of the building. The heavy rain washed away the stench of decay in the air, and he inhaled deeply, as if he had not experienced such fresh air devoid of the foul odor for many years. Although the stench was absent, a metallic scent reminiscent of rust lingered in the atmosphere. The zombies in front of the convenience store stood in the rain, mouths agape to catch the falling droplets. Just like their companions on the street, Zhang Xiaoqiang bent slightly and tiptoed towards them, the incessant rain splashing beneath his feet, creating countless ripples in the puddles, each step sending small waves radiating outward. 30 meters, 20 meters, he drew closer to the zombies, his heartbeat quickening, his grip tightening on the iron spear. After taking 2 deep breaths, he continued to approach them. 10 meters, 5 meters, 2 meters. He now stood approximately 2 meters away from the zombies, raising the iron spear, prepared to thrust at their heads. Yet, the zombies showed no sign of resistance, continuing to tilt their heads back to catch the rain. It was then that he noticed one of the zombies, previously gaunt, now appeared to regain some plumpness after being drenched, as if life were returning to it. Zhang Xiaoqiang took 2 steps back and scanned the surroundings in the dim light. The number of zombies in front of the convenience store had increased from over 20 to more than 40, with many more emerging from hallways and rooms, all soaking in the rain. The next moment, he lunged forward, thrusting the iron spear into the skull of a zombie. The spear penetrated through its eye socket, then withdrew. The zombie collapsed onto the rain-soaked grass, splashing water in all directions. Fearing that other zombies might awaken, Zhang Xiaoqiang turned and ran, glancing back after covering more than 10 meters, only to find all the zombies remained motionless in their places. Excitement surged within him. It was far more exhilarating to slay zombies that did not move. As the sky grew darker, he charged forward. 1-2. When the 43rd zombie fell beneath his iron spear, he had finally cleared a path to the convenience store. With the rain beginning to lessen, he knew he had to seize the moment to enter the store and replenish his strength. Arriving at the convenience store's entrance, he dealt with the zombie that had once been the owner, then dashed through the shattered glass door. Inside the cramped space, he found no zombies. A mere glance at the interior filled him with exhilaration. The store was in disarray, with 2 rows of shelves toppled over. Although many shelves were bare, items such as bottled water, rice, canned fish, various biscuits, and cigarettes lay scattered across the floor. His stomach was empty, and the sight of such abundant food was a source of immense joy. Zhang Xiaoqiang laughed heartily, an uncontrollable laughter that brought tears streaming down his face, mingling with the rainwater as they fell onto his raincoat. He failed to notice that some rainwater was slowly mixing with his tears, trickling into his mouth. Chapter 4. Another mutation wiping the tears from his face, Zhang Xiaoqiang stood up to collect the scattered supplies. Outside, the heavy rain continued to pour, with only the sound of raindrops left in the world. His mind was blank, mechanically gathering various supplies. Rainwater dripped from the hem of his clothes onto the ground, soaking his garments and sending chills through his body. The hunger pangs urged Zhang Xiaoqiang to eat quickly. He rummaged through a box of wafer biscuits, tearing open the packaging, only for a cockroach to tumble out, scuttling across the floor. He instinctively raised his foot to crush it. However, he ultimately chose not to kill it, instead trapping it in an empty water bottle, securing the cap with 2 air holes left open. The cockroach remained still at the bottom of the bottle. He did not provide it with food, merely curious to see how long it could survive without sustenance. In this despairing apocalypse, Zhang Xiaoqiang felt akin to a castaway on a deserted island, devoid of hope and future. Aside from the zombies wandering the streets, the only company he had was this cockroach, its solitude gnawing at him like a wild beast, a poison eroding his spirit. Frankly, Zhang Xiaoqiang sometimes wondered if he were the last human on Earth, the sole king of a world devoid of subjects. Yet, behind this uncoordinated glory lay an abyss of despair. If one cannot endure solitude, one must learn to relish it. This saying inexplicably came to mind as he chewed on the wafer biscuits, calculating how long his supplies might last. He even contemplated escaping the city in this rain. Yet he could neither drive nor steal a car. Going outside, Zhang Xiaoqiang shook his head, dismissing the reckless thought, uncertain of how many days the rain would continue, whether all the zombies enjoyed the downpour, or where he could go. He reflected that he had only ever been to Wushi and the city of X where his sister had married. The future seemed bleak. Sighing heavily, Zhang Xiaoqiang finished the box of wafer biscuits and pulled out a fertilizer bag, carelessly stuffing in whatever he could find. After adding a few packs of cigarettes, he had nearly filled it. He then gathered 2 bottles of water, secured them with a woven strap, and hoisted the iron spear onto his shoulder as he made his way home. Once outside the convenience store, the torrential rain fell heavily, the galvanized pipe digging into his shoulder, the searing pain gnawing at his nerves. Gritting his teeth, he trudged homeward. Perhaps due to the bone-chilling cold of the rain or the strain on his body, he found his previously heightened state diminishing under the relentless downpour. His consciousness becoming increasingly hazy, the path ahead blurring. The rain continued to pour, although it was February spring rain. It bore a chilling dampness that seeped through the collar of his clothes, gradually sapping his body's warmth. With one foot crossing the threshold of his home and the other still outside, he could no longer withstand the pressure, collapsing forward with the supplies on the iron spear. Zhang Xiaoqiang lay on the ground, gasping for air, turning onto his back on the concrete floor, gazing up at the slanted staircase and ceiling while panting heavily. Rainwater dripped from the hem of his clothes onto the tiled floor, and as the rainwater soaked into his body, a burning sensation coursed through him, like countless needles pricking his skin, yet it could not dispel the bone-deep chill. Zhang Xiaoqiang curled into a ball, trembling uncontrollably, and the fire-like hunger in his stomach heightened his cravings, awakening an unprecedented desire to eat. Immediately, he emptied the contents of his bag, scattering various foods, cigarettes, and bottled water across the floor. Kneeling, he seized a piece of chocolate, tore open the wrapper, and without even chewing, swallowed it whole. Food packaging fluttered down around him, and at that moment, he was wholly consumed by hunger, his only thought to devour the sustenance before him. In but a moment, the ground was strewn with various torn packaging and empty metal cans. The food gradually dwindled until it completely vanished, yet the sensation of hunger grew ever more intense. Zhang Xiaoqiang ultimately tore open the bag of rice, shoveling the uncooked grains into his mouth, crunching them noisily as the dry fragments scraped against his throat. Swallowed with great difficulty, he could scarcely pause to drink water, driven solely by the desire to consume, and consume once more. As he neared the bottom of the nearly 10-kilogram bag of rice, he remained unsatisfied, cracking open raw eggs and chewing the egg white, yolk, and shell together. Vegetables, whether leaves or stems, were devoured without hesitation. He resembled a ravenous locust, frantically consuming everything edible within his sight. It was only when he could find no trace of food left that he slowly regained his senses, surveying the chaotic kitchen that lay before him. Did I do this? He pondered, his mind clouded as the events that had just transpired felt like a dream, fading from memory upon waking. The sustenance sufficient for a month or two had been consumed in a mere span of time, leaving no recollection of taste or texture. Despite the copious amount of food consumed, his stomach showed no sign of expansion, and he even felt as though he had not eaten enough. Had the rain altered his digestive capabilities? Zhang Xiaoqiang found himself perplexed. Yet, rather than dwell on it, he chose to dismiss the thought, a testament to his greatest strength, never becoming ensnared in trivialities. A slight itch at his ankle reminded him of the deep, 10-centimeter-long wound inflicted by a zombie's sharp claws 5 days prior. Yet now, the edges of the wound seemed to have closed tightly, forming dark brown scars, as if a gentle tug would cause the darkened blood to fall away, leaving no trace of injury. Had he transformed into a superhuman? Zhang Xiaoqiang marveled at his healing ability, wondering if the rain had somehow exponentially accelerated his self-repair. Was this the legendary immortality? His thoughts spiraled. If that were true, he need no longer fear injury. Yet the realization that he had consumed enough rations to sustain himself for 2 months weighed heavily on his chest, causing a dull ache. He resolved to be more cautious about injuries in the future. Without food, he would be left to gnaw upon zombies. Chapter 5. Zombie Evolution. The heavy rain persisted for 3 full days before finally ceasing. Even after such relentless downpour, the sky remained shrouded in darkness. Thick layers of gray clouds blocking the winter sun, with only a few feeble rays piercing through to illuminate the city. Throughout these days, the zombies stood motionless in the rain, absorbing the deluge, while Zhang Xiaoqiang seized the opportunity to tirelessly gather various provisions from convenience stores for future needs. At this moment, he approached the window, raising his binoculars to survey the surroundings. This had become a habitual practice for him, though aside from the zombies, there was little of interest to behold outside, monotonous and dreary. Through the lenses, he could clearly observe the movements of the zombies. The torrential rain had failed to cleanse the streets, leaving shattered bones, broken glass, and discarded bottles scattered about. The mere thought of the rain brought a twinge of pain, for not only did it carry the virus, but it also possessed a corrosive quality. The steel protective bars outside were now rusted and pitted. Had he not watched them daily, he might have believed they had endured a decade of corrosion. Was this rain, perhaps, the fabled acid rain? Clothing, eroded by the rain, was left in tatters by the wandering zombies, mere scraps hanging from their bodies. The zombies on the street continued their aimless wandering, but now their movements exhibited a newfound agility. Their claws had grown longer, and even those that had once been large and robust began to appear even more imposing, moving with a grace that resembled that of a living person. The exposed skin seemed dark and glossy, and many ordinary zombies were knocked aside without any effect on the more powerful ones. Conversely, Some zombies had grown increasingly emaciated, their forms shrinking and becoming more nimble. Their joints more flexible, capable of leaping over low obstacles, their claws extending to lengths surpassing those of ordinary zombies. A chill crept over Zhang Xiaoqiang as he muttered to himself. Could they be evolving? If the zombies are evolving, what hope remains for humanity? He tightened his grip on the binoculars, his fingers losing their color as they turned pale. Lowering the tenfold binoculars, he tasted bitterness in his mouth, lighting a cigarette and inhaling deeply, only to exhale slowly, leaning against the windowsill, consumed by despair. Through his observations over the past few days, he estimated there were around 200 zombies below, with 9 having undergone mutations, 3 being agile types and 6 strength types. The mutation rate among these zombies was approximately 5%. In Y City, with a population of 500,000, this meant a base of at least 25,000 mutated zombies. With Huagua's population of 1.5 billion, the number of mutated zombies could reach 75 million. How many zombies would exist worldwide with a population of 7 billion? Zhang Xiaoqiang leaned against the windowsill, staring blankly at the zombies below, his feet littered with cigarette butts. He recalled a film he had once watched, where the protagonist lost all contact with the outside world, living a solitary and monotonous life across an endless expanse, accompanied only by a white wolf with 2 white legs. This character was far superior to Zhang Xiaoqiang, possessing the vast wilderness. While Zhang Xiaoqiang was confined within a home, surrounded by countless zombies, unable to step outside, the wolf, known as 2 White Socks, would frolic around him, while Zhang Xiaoqiang had only a nameless cockroach, lying still at the bottom of a bottle, feigning death. Zhang Xiaoqiang picked up a water bottle, lifting it to his eyes. The cockroach remained motionless at the bottom. Shaking the bottle, the cockroach scurried about, attempting to escape the mouth of the bottle, only to fall back repeatedly. He watched quietly, feeling a pang of sorrow for the cockroach, but more so for himself, realizing that he and the cockroach were not so different, both ensnared by their respective fates. At that moment, an agile zombie suddenly caught his attention. Through the binoculars, he observed it leaping toward another zombie, inciting a stir among the surrounding zombies, who began to converge upon it. Could it be that these creatures would engage in infighting? Zhang Xiaoqiang fixated on the scene through the tenfold binoculars, momentarily entranced. The surrounded zombie appeared stronger and more agile than the typical ones, although it stood at around 1.40 meters, significantly shorter than the ordinary zombies. It moved swiftly with a hunched back, evading the clumsy lunges of the others. Clutching something in its hands, it brought the object toward its mouth. Initially, Zhang Xiaoqiang could not discern what it held, but as it turned to face him, he realized it was a rat's tail. The rat was small, and the commotion was brief. Once it was devoured, the horde of zombies returned to their previous state of calm, observing the relatively robust, agile zombie retreating to the opposite side of the street, where a row of old tile-roofed houses lined the path. He surmised that the rat must have emerged from a nearby drain. Could it be that the D virus only affected humans? Zhang Xiaoqiang pondered as he observed the agile type of zombie quietly lingering in the gutter, gaining some insight into the fundamental reasons behind the evolution of zombies. The D virus, the flesh rain, and the evolution of zombies. Chapter 6. The zombie gathering in this once vibrant city, now shrouded in silence. Zhang Xiaoqiang continued to lead a simple yet fulfilling life. His daily routine consisted of rising, exercising, dining, followed by more exercise, eating again, and then indulging in leisure before retreating to sleep. The immense physical exertion he engaged in daily rapidly depleted his stored food, and at times he found himself forgetting the original purpose of his workouts, merely going through the motions in a mechanical manner. Without the internet or any living souls around, he was at a loss for how to occupy his time beyond exercising. Zhang Xiaoqiang felt increasingly dissatisfied with his previous training methods. He donned a heavy backpack filled with weights, practicing assassination and evasion techniques while bearing a burden of 30 to 40 pounds. At this point, he believed he could evade a zombie's bite even with his eyes closed, as the iron spear remained steadfastly aimed at a single point. After all, one cannot afford to be idle. Idleness breeds a multitude of thoughts, and confined to this small space, he could do little else but exhaust himself each day. Once his workouts were complete, he would gaze through binoculars from the window at the zombies, which became one of his few forms of entertainment. In moments of extreme boredom, He even assigned names to the zombies. The ordinary ones he referred to as cannon fodder, the powerful ones as Hercules, abbreviated as D-type zombies, and the agile ones as Flash, abbreviated as S-type zombies, a reflection of his morbid sense of humor. The S-type zombie, which had a penchant for consuming rats, remained stationed in front of the gutter, seemingly continuing its evolution. Standing at 14 meters tall, its arms had elongated, and its palms now grazed its ankles, with 5 sharp claws resembling glistening daggers. Notably, within a radius of 15 to 16 meters around it, no other zombies dared to approach. Should any unfortunate zombie wander into its territory, it would emit a hoarse growl as a warning. In Zhang Xiaoqiang's perspective, both the S-type and D-type zombies had evolved by consuming human flesh. If they continued to feast on more blood and flesh, their evolution would persist. The S-type zombies could potentially evolve into S2, S3, or even higher forms such as S4, S5, and S6, with the same logic applying to the D-type zombies. As for humanity, it was likely that fewer than 10% remained, if not less. Thus, if the zombies were deprived of human flesh, they would turn their aggression towards all living beings. It was conceivable that in the near future, 63 billion or more zombies would consume every living creature on Earth. Contemplating this, Zhang Xiaoqiang could not help but smile bitterly, wondering if aquatic zombies might evolve. If that were the case, the Earth would be left with nothing but insects aside from zombies. He cast these chaotic thoughts aside, took a moment to rest, smoked a cigarette, and began preparing a meal. Glancing at his dwindling supplies, he realized they could not sustain him for many more days. After finishing his meal, Zhang Xiaoqiang, as usual, turned on his computer, intending to play a single-player game. However, just as the startup sound resonated, the screen went black and the lights in his home extinguished. Had a fuse blown? Zhang Xiaoqiang was momentarily bewildered, searching for a flashlight and a fuse. After a considerable time, he finally understood that the city's power grid had collapsed after 3 months of operation. The entire city was plunged into darkness. Sitting on his bed, he stared blankly at the pitch-black night sky outside, enveloped in silence, able to hear the rhythm of his own heartbeat. Occasionally, he could hear the distant sound of empty cans being kicked by zombies echoing through the stillness of the night. Zhang Xiaoqiang sat quietly, feeling an unprecedented tranquility, reflecting on the past until long after nightfall, becoming increasingly alert. He realized he could no longer remain in this desolate place. He had to risk everything to escape this dead city. With no water or electricity, food from the nearby convenience store had begun to spoil. He could no longer stay indoors. He had to flee. To be truthful, Zhang Xiaoqiang was terrified of death. Given the choice, he would prefer to remain at home. In this apocalyptic world devoid of communication, media, or human interaction, he felt utterly adrift. The outside world was fraught with danger. Countless zombies awaited to ensnare him, and even animals could begin to mutate. More frightening still were the nefarious living humans and the unpredictable future. Yet now, he was completely out of options. Even if food were available, it would only provide a meager respite. Moreover, a full month had passed since the crisis erupted, and his sister's fate remained uncertain. Even if the odds were grim, he could not abandon hope until he received definitive news of her demise. He would exhaust every avenue to reunite with her. After a brief moment, Zhang Xiaoqiang made his decision. He could no longer live in this lightless chamber. He must break free from his confines and make a desperate bid to escape the city overrun with zombies. If he managed to survive and reach safety, he would head south to reunite with his sister. If he were to die, it would be a release, and death held no fear for him. With this thought in mind, he approached his iron spear and opened the door. However, as he reached the staircase, he was taken aback to find hundreds of zombies staggering below, some even gnawing on the corpses of their own kind. Zhang Xiaoqiang stood frozen, a chill running down his spine. Had all the street zombies congregated here? Chapter 7. A desperate struggle downstairs. In the cramped space, zombies were densely packed. The staircase leading to the platform was slightly offset, creating an angle with the building itself, and hundreds of zombies were crammed into that corner. A few zombies caught the scent of Zhang Xiaoqiang and lunged toward him, the acrid stench of blood mingled with decay wafting through the air. In an instant, 2 S-type zombies had pounced upon him. Zhang Xiaoqiang had no time to think and fled in the opposite direction. The S-type zombies pursued him relentlessly. and as he arced away, he glanced back to see them gaining ground. In that moment of desperation, he planted his right foot firmly, took a half step back with his left, and turned to thrust. Kill! Zhang Xiaoqiang cried out, driving the spear into the forehead of one zombie. Swiftly twisting and withdrawing it, another S-type zombie was upon him, its claws reaching for his face. He stepped back with his right foot, pivoting to allow the zombie to pass. A withered, stinking arm brushed past his nose, and he swiftly swung the iron spear in a wide arc, striking the zombie in the lower back. The blow sent it sprawling to the ground, and Zhang Xiaoqiang stepped forward to pin it down with his spear. He exhaled slightly in relief, but soon realized that the 6 D-type zombies were approaching him with the steady gait of a human. He dared not underestimate them, and attempted to lure them into a scattered formation to take them out one by one. Regrettably, these zombies instinctively surged toward him, their synchronized movement leaving him no opportunity. Casting a glance down the stairwell, he noticed several ordinary zombies still devouring their prey, and an idea struck him. The next moment, Zhang Xiaoqiang directed the 6 D-type zombies toward the bodies. As anticipated, when the D-type zombies collided with the ordinary ones, chaos ensued, and seizing the rare opportunity, he charged behind one D-type zombie and thrust his spear forward. He retracted the gun as the D-type zombie pinned a regular zombie to the ground. The remaining D-type zombies circled around, avoiding the regular zombie and closing in on him. With no time to dispatch a second one, Zhang Xiaoqiang led the remaining D-type zombies in a circular formation, 5, 4, 3, 2. After he eliminated the last zombie, he leaned heavily on his iron spear, panting. Now, only 70 to 80 regular zombies remained, one of which was crushed beneath the lifeless body of a D-type zombie. The recent fierce battle had gone unnoticed by them. They cared for nothing but flesh. They were oblivious even to Zhang Xiaoqiang standing behind them. Zhang Xiaoqiang yearned to stab each zombie one by one, but the intensity of the fight had drained his stamina. Attempting to slay these zombies could lead to his own exhaustion. Thus, he could only return home, racking his brain for a solution. What did he employ? Fire? He had no gasoline, and even the cooking oil was scarce. A crossbow? He had only 6 bolts left. With 40 steel balls remaining, enough to eliminate at most a quarter. What about the remaining 3/4? Should he disregard the zombies and lower a rope from the window? But how would he remove the protective railing without tools? Charging out while bundled in thick clothing? Zhang Xiaoqiang shivered at the thought and shook his head. That would be suicidal. After much contemplation, he turned his thoughts to the zombies. They were blind, could hear, and had a keen sense of smell, albeit moving slowly, except for S-type zombies, which he dismissed. He began to ponder. The zombies possessed poor vision, average hearing, but an extraordinary sense of smell. Zhang Xiaoqiang concluded that their sensitivity to blood could extend over 100 meters, as the zombies within that distance had come running to him. Their heightened sense of smell suggested that their olfactory organs were well developed, implying precision, which in turn meant vulnerability. He had an epiphany. Zhang Xiaoqiang surmised that for zombies, the more acute their sense of smell, the more vital it was to their being. During their mutation, their sensory organs developed unevenly, leading to an over-reliance on olfaction. The greater the impact on their sense of smell, the greater the effect on their overall being. In other words, their sense of smell acted as a radar and locator. If it failed, they would become like headless flies, unable to create a napalm bomb. He could surely manage to concoct a few makeshift gas grenades. With his mind made up, Zhang Xiaoqiang headed to the kitchen. Soon, several makeshift gas grenades lay before him, primarily composed of semi-dry chili peppers, enhanced with star anise, cinnamon, and Sichuan peppercorn, all wrapped in a bedsheet and drenched in peanut oil. Additionally, he prepared some ground peppers separately, wrapped in newspaper. Once everything was ready, he stepped outside, where dozens of regular zombies had once again gathered, likely drawn by the scent of flesh. Ignoring them, he returned to the staircase, where the horde remained clustered together, with a few zombies lazily approaching him from the edges. He tossed the newspaper containing the ground pepper into the mass, and it scattered in the air, transforming into a cloud of dark gray mist that enveloped the zombies. Chapter 8. I take cockroaches as my role model in no time. The horde began to panic. Zhang Xiaoqiang ignited his homemade gas grenades and threw them into the throng. Soon, plumes of thick smoke rose, filled with a choking stench that even Zhang Xiaoqiang on the platform could smell, let alone the zombies below. Like a disturbed nest of wasps, the zombies flailed chaotically, pushing and shoving one another, shrieking in confusion. Some, driven to desperation by the fumes, turned on their fellow creatures, biting and clawing at each other. A few zombies fell to the ground, soon overwhelmed by the stampede of hundreds of feet trampling over them. Zhang Xiaoqiang watched the rare spectacle from the platform, feeling invigorated. The chaotic scene below dissipated, leaving only a handful of unfortunate zombies, their bones shattered and incapacitated on ground. Zhang Xiaoqiang gripped his iron spear, dispatching them one by one. He then entered the convenience store, where food was rapidly dwindling. After devouring the last biscuit, he scanned the empty shelves with greedy eyes. He was only 80% full, somewhat regretful. He noted that the small shop had been thoroughly looted during his previous visits, leaving only a few condiments. Adopting the mindset of better to miss nothing than to overlook anything, he stuffed all the remaining items into his backpack. Recalling that he was running low on cigarettes and taking a pack of red box Huangalu and a pack of soft Zhonghua to take home. Zhang Xiaoqiang planned to leave the city early the next morning, so he aimed to gather all necessary supplies. After returning home, he revisited the two households on the first floor, hoping for some fortune, but found little. However, in a military enthusiast bedroom, he discovered a box of steel balls and a multifunctional folding military shovel. The shovel, capable of chopping, peeling, clamping, and sawing, he concealed beneath the bed. A fortunate find given that its previous owner had long since perished. Zhang Xiaoqiang's final treasure was a large, open provincial map hidden within the desk of this benefactor. He loaded all the edible items, along with all the water, and thought about how the glass containers of the condiments would add to his load. He retrieved several empty mineral water bottles to transfer the condiments into. Lastly, he disassembled the few remaining cigarettes, packing them into his backpack. After completing these tasks, Zhang Xiaoqiang found an old, large military water bottle from his father's hunting days. He cleaned it thoroughly and filled it with water, knowing that one could never have too much water, especially with the uncertainty about the external supply. He then retrieved an old military shoulder bag to carry his father's vintage aluminum lunchbox, which could be used to boil water and cook rice, along with a small enamel cup, all relics from his father's time. Zhang Xiaoqiang couldn't help but marvel at the value of the old belongings left behind by his father. After a final check, he considered adding the last 2 packets of Longjing tea to the shoulder bag. With his supplies ready, it was time to inspect his weapons. The iron spear, military knife, and frequent practice with the crossbow had allowed Zhang Xiaoqiang to discern a trick. Removing the protective varnish from the arrow shaft would reduce wear and enhance stability. He then applied some lubricant to the mechanism, securing the military shovel to his backpack. After a moment's thought, he attached a hammer to the shovel, knowing that it might come in handy later. As Zhang Xiaoqiang prepared, the sky began to darken. He moved to the first-floor residence home, bringing back a few imitation mahogany chairs and starting a fire in the living room. The wind swept in through the open window, causing the flames to dance, casting flickering shadows throughout the room. The interplay of light and darkness stirred Zhang Xiaoqiang's thoughts as he reminisced about the joys and sorrows experienced within these walls. This was to be his last night in the home he had known. When Zhang Xiaoqiang awoke the following morning, he gazed out the window at the hazy dawn, feeling the chill of the breeze brush against his face, stirring a wave of emotion within him. He had moved 3 times in his life, and this place had been his residence for the longest duration. A significant portion of his life spent here. He had once believed he would spend the latter half of his life in this very home, but fate had other plans, and today he would have to part with it. He meticulously packed his belongings, inspected his weapons, donned his attire, and before stepping out, conducted a final survey of the house, imprinting every detail in his memory. Uncertain of his return and the challenges that lay ahead, he traversed from the living room to the kitchen, ultimately reaching the bedroom. As he touched the computer, Zhang Xiaoqiang reflected on the days devoid of a computer and internet, bidding farewell to the identity of a homebody. In the plastic bottle beside the computer, a cockroach lay motionless at the bottom, seemingly oblivious to the world outside. When Zhang Xiaoqiang gently shook the bottle, the cockroach stirred, instinctively seeking an escape. Remarkably, 2 months without sustenance had not affected it in the slightest. A sudden realization struck him. The cockroach, though humble and insignificant, exhibited a remarkable calmness in the face of adversity. It conserved every ounce of strength, minimizing its energy expenditure, silently awaiting the opportunity to escape. This instinct for survival, while inherent to the cockroach, commanded his admiration and instilled a newfound hope for the future. He resolved to emulate the cockroach, vowing to survive in this apocalyptic world. With that determination, he opened the bottle, releasing the cockroach, which scurried into a corner, and he silently wished it well in its survival. Chapter 9. The woman who survived. Zhang Xiaoqiang opened the iron gate, casting one last glance at his home before stepping outside. The security door clicked shut behind him, with the key strung on a thin cord around his neck. Resting firmly against his chest, it would serve as a spiritual anchor, his sanctuary for the soul. 1 month post-apocalypse, Zhang Xiaoqiang departed his abode, ready to confront the uncertainties of the world beyond. On the platform, the concrete ground was strewn with the remains of zombies. Zhang Xiaoqiang paid them no heed as he descended the stairs. Although the horde from the previous day had dissipated, over 40 zombies still roamed the garden. Upon reaching the ground floor, he encountered several dismembered zombies, their grotesque faces turned toward him, their foul mouths opening and closing in futile attempts to bite him. He stepped over the fallen corpses and made his way toward the narrow path leading to the street. Utilizing his MP-9 military crossbow, he dispatched the zombies that obstructed his path, emerging onto the street. In the vicinity, he noted the remains of those he had slain the day before, along with the lingering corpses in the garden. The total count of zombies within a kilometer was fewer than 100, averaging 1 every 10 meters. The street leading to the city center was completely blocked, while the road to the outskirts would require 3 or 4 hours of walking, undoubtedly fraught with zombies. Despite the low population density, there were still tens of thousands of residents. Zhang Xiaoqiang could only take one step at a time. Positioned in the center of the street, he faced fewer than 50 zombies along the path to the street's end. Observing the nearly 50 zombies, he felt a pang of regret over the remaining steel balls. Although he had found about 1.5 pounds, each shot would diminish his supply, and he could not afford to eliminate 1 zombie per steel ball. Cautiously, Zhang Xiaoqiang advanced along the street, having doused himself in the strong scent of liquor scavenged from a convenience store to mask his human odor. He held the crossbow at the ready, walking on his toes, carefully avoiding shards of glass scattered on the ground. His iron spear was secured in the leather strap of his backpack, pointed upwards, occasionally striking against his calf. He had tested the liquor's effectiveness. It concealed his scent from zombies at a distance of 30 meters, but unfortunately, that was the limit. Navigating past each zombie without disturbing them felt akin to a real-life rendition of a stealth video game. When confronted with an unavoidable zombie, he would stealthily approach within 30 meters, waiting for it to draw near before dispatching it with his crossbow at close range. The number of zombies that might be lurking beyond the street's end was unknown, compelling him to conserve his energy in anticipation of unforeseen dangers. After taking down his 11th zombie and finally reaching the intersection at the end of the street, he sighed deeply, lamenting the hardships he faced. Though he had arrived at this juncture, the sight before him left him feeling desolate. Continuing past the intersection led him to the main thoroughfare out of the city, where a heavy-duty truck lay overturned, its lengthy body blocking the road. Countless other vehicles obstructed the path behind it. To the left, a street lined with construction material warehouses extended toward the development zone, where factories employing thousands of workers now lay in ruin, likely transformed into zombies. To venture down this route would be akin to walking into a lion's den. On the right side, a street filled with various small eateries led toward the riverside container port. The density of zombies here was no less than that of those behind him. Yet he had no choice but to steel himself and head toward the riverside street. The concentration of zombies was significantly higher, making his progress arduous. At times, he had to face more than 4 zombies simultaneously, honing his skills in dispatching them from a distance rather than waiting for them to approach. He successfully eliminated 2 D-type zombies, his luck holding as he avoided any encounters with the more daunting S-type zombies. As he traversed halfway, Zhang Xiaoqiang planned to rest by the tall windows ahead. Passing by various parked cars, he couldn't help but lament. It was a pity. During university, why didn't I get a driver's license? He cursed himself for lacking foresight, wishing he had at least learned how to operate a vehicle, even if he never obtained an official license. After casting one last glance, he was about to turn away when he suddenly spun back, fixating on the window of a nearby car. Indeed, though the view was unclear, he discerned the presence of someone inside. Approaching the vehicle, he peered through the windshield to see a person seated in the passenger seat, staring vacantly out of the window. With shoulder-length hair and clothing soiled beyond recognition, it was impossible to discern their original style or color. This was no zombie. Zhang Xiaoqiang was certain. He had never encountered a zombie so eerily tranquil. He opened the car door, and a wave of putrid odor assaulted him, overwhelming even his seasoned nose accustomed to the stench of decay. Upon closer inspection, he saw that the individual wore a dress long since lost to dirt, their complexion pale and exhibiting signs of malnutrition, though their face remained relatively clean, save for the murkiness in their eyes. Suddenly, Zhang Xiaoqiang felt a surge of excitement. A woman. And she was alive. Chapter 10. The race for survival. Zhang Xiaoqiang stood outside the car, observing the woman within, who remained lost in thought. It had been far too long since he had interacted with another person, and, as the first living soul he encountered in this apocalyptic world, his emotions surged, causing his words to falter. "Ahem, who are you?" he stammered, feeling somewhat awkward as he cleared his throat and tried again. No response? Zhang Xiaoqiang waved his hand in front of her eyes. Still no reaction? He gently nudged her shoulder, causing her to sway slightly with emotion. Yet, she remained unresponsive. Glancing around, he noticed a few zombies ambling toward him from behind. Time was running out. With a firm slap, he struck her face. The woman erupted into tears. Finally, a reaction. Zhang Xiaoqiang let out a sigh of relief. "Who are you?" he continued to inquire. "Do not cry." The incessant emergence of zombies was becoming increasingly bothersome to him. She, however, remained utterly indifferent. Zhang Xiaoqiang's agitation grew, and in a fit of frustration, he struck her face. The noise ceased abruptly, as if a cacophonous radio had been silenced, leaving only tranquility in his ears. He flung open the car door and exclaimed, "What are you thinking? Hurry and drive away." "I cannot. I've always wanted to learn, but no one has taught me," the woman replied, her tone filled with grievance. Her words struck Zhang Xiaoqiang like a lightning bolt, leaving him stunned. Without uttering another word, he exited the vehicle, ready to flee, only to glance back and find her still sitting in the car, staring blankly at him. "Move! Are you just going to sit there and wait to die?" he shouted, bewildered by how this foolish girl had managed to survive thus far. "Oh," she responded, approaching him with an air of helplessness, tears welling in her eyes. A vein throbbed on Zhang Xiaoqiang's forehead. "Follow me." However, as they approached a towering floor-to-ceiling window, a resounding crash echoed as the glass shattered. Amidst the swirling shards, a massive D-type zombie leapt beside him, its enormous claw swinging towards him. He quickly ducked as the claw sliced through the air, narrowly missing his head and colliding with the iron gun strapped to his backpack. The impact sent him sprawling onto the ground, and the D-type zombie bent down, ready to strike again. Zhang Xiaoqiang instinctively pulled the woman aside just as the claw struck the ground, sending fragments of concrete flying. He rolled on the ground, his military canteen clanging against the pavement, and maneuvered behind the zombie. Drawing the iron hammer from his backpack, he swung with all his might at the zombie's ankle. The force of the blow reverberated through him, nearly wrenching the hammer from his grasp, leaving his hand ablaze with pain. A giant foot descended towards him. Zhang Xiaoqiang dared not linger with the D-type zombie, grabbing the woman and desperately rolling towards the riverbank until he collided with a parked car's wheel. Dazed, he struggled to stand. At that moment, the D-type zombie advanced toward him, and behind it, countless zombies burst forth from the shattered window. At least 4 S-type zombies sprinting toward him. "Excuse me, I must take my leave." Zhang Xiaoqiang felt an overwhelming urge to urinate, screaming as he grabbed the woman and fled toward the riverbank. Yet, as he took a few steps, he found himself surrounded by a multitude of zombies slowly closing in. He surmised that the woman's earlier sobs had attracted the attention of the zombies, drawing them to converge upon him. A chill ran down his spine as he frantically sought an escape route. The dense horde of zombies encroached from both ends of the street, and he cursed himself for his carelessness as the distance between him and the zombies dwindled. To evade the pursuing S-type zombies, Zhang Xiaoqiang had no choice but to run towards the ordinary zombies blocking his path, scanning the crowd until his eyes landed on a large bus parked by the roadside. It was a luxurious bus, its front crumpled against a building's corner. Its nearly 4-meter-high body seemed a suitable refuge from the undead. With the S-type zombies closing in, he wasted no time and raced toward the bus with the woman in tow. Zhang Xiaoqiang jumped into the back of a pickup truck, then leaped onto the bus's roof. He urged the woman to climb atop first while he prepared to hoist himself up, but the weight of his backpack hindered his movement. "I'm going to perish because of this backpack." Chapter 11. D2, Type Zombie. Zhang Xiaoqiang cursed the backpack as he struggled to gain traction on the bus's body. The S-type zombies were nearly upon him, and with a surge of determination, he kicked off from the bus's window ledge, using it as leverage to propel himself onto the roof. Just as he retracted his legs, a thunderous crash reverberated, shaking the bus. Peering over the edge, he saw an S-type zombie collapse, having just collided with the vehicle. Below, the horde of zombies pressed tightly together, resembling sardines in a can. As he munched on instant noodles, he raised his binoculars to survey the area from which the D-type zombie had emerged, noticing a message scrolling on a central electronic screen. The Lance Tiancong Wanlua Huesao is now open for business with a grand discount. All services are half price. Welcome everyone. Damn it, of all times to open. It had to be during the outbreak. No wonder so many zombies emerged. The D-type zombie circled the bus, allowing Zhang Xiaoqiang to scrutinize its formidable form. Towering over 2 meters, it was significantly taller than its counterparts, causing other zombies to shy away from its vicinity. Its skin resembled freshly unearthed bronze, dark and thick, faintly shimmering with a metallic quality. Its muscles were akin to those of a bodybuilder, with prominent veins bulging, causing the bus to tremble slightly with each step it took. Could it be the legendary D2 type zombie? Zhang Xiaoqiang pondered how many lives it must have consumed to evolve into such a creature. He readied his crossbow, aiming at the D2 type zombie, recognizing its significant threat that needed to be neutralized. He had only 6 bolts, one of which was somewhat worn. Retrieving the bolt after firing might be impossible. Good steel must be used on the blade. One cannot catch a wolf without forsaking a child, Zhang Xiaoqiang thought. Centering the crosshair on the D2's head. With a squeeze of the trigger, the bolt shot forth. The D2 howled, a small gash appearing on its forehead as it mocked Zhang Xiaoqiang. Where's the bolt? He searched around the D2, only to hear a thud as a regular D-type zombie crumpled to the ground, a bolt piercing through its ear and exiting from the opposite temple. Swiftly swallowed by the horde, Zhang Xiaoqiang gazed at the frenzied D2 zombie, feeling utterly defeated. This is too much. Is its head plated with armor? How could the bolt bounce off? The sound of the bolt had revealed his position. The D2 charged towards the bus, toppling the zombies that stood in its path. With a resounding crash, the bus groaned in pain as the D2 struck, creating a massive dent in its side. The windows shattered, raining glass onto the ground. And Zhang Xiaoqiang struggled to maintain his balance atop the bus while the woman screamed in terror. Foolishness leads only to ruin. The bus trembled under the repeated impacts of the D2, and Zhang Xiaoqiang felt as if he were riding a bucking bronco. He searched for a way to escape the roof as the bus lifted off the ground with each collision, the jarring motions leaving him unsettled, while numerous zombies were crushed beneath the moving vehicle. Zhang Xiaoqiang had succumbed to despair. Is there still a paradise in this world? He gazed skyward, yearning to behold the heavens once more before his demise. Yet the sky was obscured by the protective railing above. In this apocalyptic era, what could possibly be at risk of theft? Wait, a protective railing? A thought ignited within him. Perhaps it could work. In the next instant, he unfastened the fine hemp rope from his backpack, tossed the blanket that had been bound to it down from the rooftop, and secured the rope to the iron hammer's handle. The vehicle trembled incessantly, while the woman clung tightly to him, nearly causing them both to be thrown from their precarious perch. Was this what they referred to as vehicular vibration? He busied himself with his hands, his mind racing. All right, Zhang Xiaoqiang swung the hammer, tethered by the rope, into the air, aiming for the protective railing above. The vehicle shook once more, the iron hammer arcing through the air, striking the head of an S-shaped zombie beside the vehicle and sending it crashing to the ground. No ruse, no ruse. There were still several minutes before the vehicle would collapse. Encouraging himself, Zhang Xiaoqiang hurled the hammer again. When the hammer struck the steel railing and rebounded towards him with greater velocity, hitting him between the legs, he reached down with his trembling left hand. exhaling a long sigh. That was close. He almost met his end. Chapter 12. No way out. The violent vibrations of the vehicle posed a constant threat of accidentally injuring himself, compelling Zhang Xiaoqiang to repeatedly launch the hammer. Finally, the hammer became lodged between the railings. Grasping the rope, he swung towards the wall, his feet nearly finding purchase against it. But the weight of his backpack caused him to lose balance, crashing sideways into the wall. His forehead struck with force, blood trickling down and staining his collar, the pain nearly causing him to release his grip. "I will inevitably be killed by this backpack," Zhang Xiaoqiang muttered with a quavering voice, then turned to the woman. "Hurry. Hold on tight to me. Do not let go." Fearing his departure, the woman tightened her grip around his waist, vowing not to loosen it, nearly choking him in the process. Yet, in that moment, Zhang Xiaoqiang was beyond such concerns. He hurriedly began to climb up the rope. The D2 zombies continued to batter the bus, which remained stubbornly bent into a V shape, holding on valiantly. Truly, it was a domestic product, remarkably sturdy. Had it been imported, he would have perished several times over. As he climbed, he reflected on the surrounding zombies, drawn to him by the scent of blood, and looking down, he saw a sea of zombie heads below. Countless brushes with death had numbed his heart. He was no longer intimidated by the zombies beneath him, as the real threats had dwindled. Just like now, the incessant collisions of the hammer had loosened the hemp rope binding it, and Zhang Xiaoqiang could see it slipping down the hammer's handle. Panic surged within him. He desperately increased his climbing speed. At last, just 3 centimeters remained between the rope and the hammer's handle when he grasped the protective railing. Zhang Xiaoqiang set the woman down, standing on the railing to gaze below, where the horde of zombies continued to jostle for position. The D2 had dismantled the luxurious bus into parts and was moving closer. What terrible luck today. Nothing seemed to go smoothly. Surely, the railing I stand upon cannot possibly collapse too? Zhang Xiaoqiang anxiously scrutinized the screws securing the railing, relieved to find no signs of looseness, and let out a sigh of relief. Now, suspended in midair, unable to move up or down, Zhang Xiaoqiang lamented his predicament. If he were to have descendants, he would tell them, "I was closest to losing you at a distance of 0.01 centimeters." If he could find a woman willing to spend the latter half of her life with him, he would say, "I was only 3 centimeters away from heaven." Below, the D2 zombies roared at him, and, as he dangled in the air, standing on the railing, he cursed himself for not having noticed the internet cafe sign, for choosing this path, thinking that even seeking death in the development zone would be preferable to waiting for it here. He cursed himself for not having burned paper offerings for his parents before leaving. Now, they offered him no protection, and he even resented that no one came to rescue him. Lost in thought, Zhang Xiaoqiang began to regret. He regretted not running home, regretted not simply climbing over the obstructing truck. Surely that would have been better than hanging in midair. He regretted why he hadn't saved 2 of the gas bombs he had made yesterday, even if he had hardly produced many. Zhang Xiaoqiang stood atop the railing, alternating between rage and regret, as the D2 zombies below clamored for his attention. Oh my! Suddenly, the woman beside him let out a piercing scream. Bang! 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 The glass window behind the railing shook violently, and a figure loomed behind screen. A zombie! Panic surged through Zhang Xiaoqiang. He couldn't load his crossbow, and with one hand on the iron spear, how could he possibly fight? Alas, with the iron railing in between, he could not kill it, nor could it harm him. The exchange of injuries would favor the zombie far too much. This reminded Zhang Xiaoqiang of a scene from a film he had once seen. A man fell into a pit, grasping a vine, with an abyss below him. A snake nearby lay poised to strike, while a rat gnawed at the vine's roots, and he still wished to taste the honey on the vine's leaves. Foolishness! That had been Zhang Xiaoqiang's assessment then, and now it was his reality. Aside from the absence of a rat and honey, he had everything else. After escaping death countless times today, was he truly destined to perish here, with the S-shaped zombie not having caught him, the D2 not having killed him, but a mere pawn about to finish him off? As he reached the final moment, a calmness enveloped Zhang Xiaoqiang. The day's many unexpected events and near escapes had left him mentally and physically drained. An early end would suffice, at least before he departed. He would not embark on this journey alone, he said quietly to himself. Chapter 13. Yang Cooker Bang. Bang. The sounds of collision persisted. the glass threatening to shatter at any moment. This zombie had never tasted flesh nor felt the rain. It was still a mere lowly creature. Zhang Xiaoqiang used. Had it been a zombie that had feasted on human flesh, it would have long since broken through, sparing him this torment. Oh heavens! Continue to toy with me. I fear you not. If you have the prowess, send forth a rat. The process of awaiting death had driven Zhang Xiaoqiang to the brink of hysteria, shouting loudly to match the D2's volume. Rat, rat, come forth for a comforting embrace. Zhang Xiaoqiang sang a deranged tune of his own making, searching everywhere for a rat, while imagining the story's rat gnawing on the vine above. Ha 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 ha! Zhang Xiaoqiang laughed maniacally, seeking to amuse himself before his demise, only to discover sweetness instead. Above the railing, a massive awning obstructed the path upward. The awning had endured its share of time, and at times, fierce winds swept along the riverside, resulting in a long crack in the awning. Zhang Xiaoqiang climbed above the railing, drew his military knife, and began to saw through the PC fibers. Soon, he had carved out an opening sufficient for passage, yet a series of steel railings loomed above, with a height between each railing that could easily accommodate a cautious ascent. Once again, escaping death brought a sense of relief to Zhang Xiaoqiang. He and the woman climbed layer by layer. Although tethered to a burden, it was undeniably inconvenient, yet the instinct for survival compelled them both. No one wished to die so easily. However, after much toil, they finally reached the 7th floor. On the brink of the rooftop, when the mischief of a certain character with no sense of decency ensued. As the saying goes, when one window opens, another closes. Consequently, Zhang Xiaoqiang found himself trapped against the last protective railing before the rooftop. Zhang Xiaoqiang was certain that the homeowner was an extraordinary individual, a person of unique character, one who had transcended base amusements, a commendable comrade dedicated to the steel industry of the nation, a good subordinate, and an exemplary citizen. To his astonishment, a rain canopy had been constructed from stainless steel sheets. Who could possibly be so audacious? Zhang Xiaoqiang prodded it with his military knife, producing a resonant clang, and attempted to saw it with a serrated blade, yet it remained impervious. From his elevated position, the mass of corpses below appeared like a swarm of ants huddled together. Looking upwards, the frigid steel made his teeth ache. The experience of hanging from the 7th floor was vastly different from that of the 2nd. The wind at such heights howled menacingly. Zhang Xiaoqiang mournfully contemplated that if he remained suspended for 2 more days, he would inevitably become dried meat. He relentlessly wielded his military knife, slashing and stabbing, yet the steel plate remained as unyielding as ancient cowhide. His fingers grew increasingly numb, the wind intensified, and his body grew colder. He realized that if he did not ascend before nightfall, he would become a desiccated corpse by morning. The resilience of the steel was formidable, and the military knife proved ineffective. Now, only a hammer remained. Zhang Xiaoqiang sheathed his knife and brandished the hammer with all his might, but each strike merely bent the steel slightly before it sprang back. After 99 strikes, he was left trembling. Could he truly perish from this last feeble attempt? As dusk descended, the city, though not frigid in the winter, plunged into sub-zero temperatures at night. Zhang Xiaoqiang and another individual dangled in midair, devoid of any windbreak, with only a single blanket, which he had relinquished to the zombies. After hammering for a while, he decided to rest, finally affording himself the opportunity to scrutinize the woman before him. She, too, was remarkably silent. Zhang Xiaoqiang broke the stillness by inquiring, "What is your name?" Today's dire circumstances had arisen from her earlier cries, which had led them to this predicament. Yet he refrained from chastising her, recalling the loneliness of being alone. "Yang Kur," she replied in a muffled tone. "Yang Kut." Zhang Xiaoqiang scoffed internally, finding the name somewhat derisive. Her body emanated an unpleasant odor reminiscent of excrement. "How have you survived these past few days?" he continued to inquire. She lifted her gaze, recollecting her experience. "That day, I was out shopping with my brother." According to Yankur, the day the virus erupted was her brother's birthday, and they had gone out to celebrate. They had just finished shopping at the supermarket when the world transformed into chaos. It was terrifying. Everyone on the street went mad. She recounted, her expression distant. 90% of the people on the street began to mutate. Husbands devoured their wives. mothers tore at their children, and sons bit their mothers. Witnessing the pandemonium, she collapsed onto the street, paralyzed with fear. Her brother had perished while trying to protect her, and their survival hinged solely on the food in their car, which had sustained them for nearly a month. They had eaten, drunk, and slept within the confines of the vehicle until today, as monsters relentlessly battered against it. Calls for help went unanswered, whether to the authorities or to their parents. Yang Ku'er spoke pitifully, then, unable to contain her desperation, asked, "Uncle, do you have any food in your bag? I haven't eaten in 2 days." Zhang Xiaoqiang sighed and extracted the scant remains of instant noodles from his backpack, handing her a package while keeping one for himself. He bit open the packaging and swallowed the contents with water. Yang Ku'er, upon receiving the noodles, eagerly tore open the package and began to devour it ravenously. After regaining some strength, Zhang Xiaoqiang rose and resolutely resumed hammering, determined to overcome this obstacle that had previously granted him respite. Chapter 14. The unknown terror. The metallic clang resonated throughout the silent city, echoing back to Zhang Xiaoqiang's ears. Yet, he felt nothing, his focus solely on that accursed steel plate. In a moment of miscalculation, he struck the concrete wall instead, a small fragment ricocheting off and striking his face. Narrowing his eyes, he examined the small dent in the wall. Could he create a hole in the concrete? Zhang Xiaoqiang shook his head, deeming it more prudent to continue hammering the steel. He resumed his assault, but then paused at the realization. The steel was affixed to the concrete wall. A sudden epiphany surged within him. With a triumphant shout, he redirected his hammering to the junction where the steel plate met the concrete wall, striking an expansion bolt that began to loosen. He hammered relentlessly, his arms growing weary and his stomach grumbling, yet he remained oblivious, mechanically continuing the task at hand. As more bolts loosened, the sky darkened further, leaving only a faint twilight to illuminate the world. Finally, the stainless steel plate fulfilled its purpose, fluttering downwards. Zhang Xiaoqiang, trembling, stowed the hammer back in his backpack and resumed striking the concrete wall, only to have the force rebound painfully against his hands. After replacing the hammer, his fingers could barely move. He struggled to climb back up to the rooftop, curling up on the ground. Today had been overwhelming. Home is a sanctuary, but venturing outside is perilous. He mused. The dangers he faced today far outweighed those he had encountered in his entire life, even surpassing his last confrontation with a horde of zombies. The emotional roller coaster left him utterly exhausted. Truth be told, he felt a twinge of admiration for himself. Despite numerous brushes with death, he had always managed to escape, even when confronted with the ferocity of the zombies below. Could I be destined for greatness? Zhang Xiaoqiang pondered with a sense of satisfaction. Watch out! Yang Ku'er's scream jolted him back to reality as the maintenance door on the rooftop burst open, a shadow creeping towards them. The darkness enveloped the rooftop, obscuring his vision, and Zhang Xiaoqiang could not discern whether the zombie was one from the horde below. He drew his iron spear and approached cautiously, but as he neared, he tripped over a solar water heater support, tumbling to the ground. Is today not enough of a challenge? He thrust the spear towards the zombie, but lying on the ground rendered him powerless, the spear's tip merely grazing the zombie's calf. Seizing the opportunity, he knelt and forcefully wedged the iron spear between the zombie's legs, causing it to lose its balance and fall. With a swift motion, Zhang Xiaoqiang withdrew the spear from the zombie's skull. During this brief encounter, no other zombies ascended to the rooftop, allowing Zhang Xiaoqiang to breathe a sigh of relief. The rooftop was pitch black, and he fumbled for his lighter, hoping to ignite a flame to illuminate the zombie's visage. Unfortunately, the fierce wind thwarted his attempts to light it. He retrieved the hammer, dragging the zombie's chin into the stairwell, then gestured to Yang Ku'er to close the wooden door leading to the rooftop, sealing out the bone-chilling wind. With the lighter ignited, he was finally able to discern the features of the zombie. This is a female zombie, her face dry, dark, and emaciated to the point where her original features are unrecognizable. She is clad in an intact, stylish, and vividly red down jacket, paired with a pair of worn denim jeans, suggesting she was relatively young in life. Subsequently, Zhang Xiaoqiang and his companion cautiously navigated the walls to the 7th floor. They struck the security door several times with a hammer, yet received no response, so they continued to feel their way downwards. He was unafraid of encountering zombies in the stairwell. Having lingered upstairs for so long, The zombies should have been lured away by him. The bloodstains on their bodies served as their guiding lights. Upon reaching the staircase on the 4th floor, Zhang Xiaoqiang stepped onto a soft object, obscured by darkness, causing his hair to stand on end with fear as goosebumps covered his skin. It was precisely the invisibility of the object that frightened him, a fear of the unknown that overshadowed even his dread of D2. Chapter 15. Worse than beasts. Zhang Xiaoqiang took 2 steps back, tripped on the stairs, and sat down. He pulled out a lighter to illuminate the area, its flickering flame dancing with his rapid breaths. There, amidst the shadows, lay a milky white women's handbag quietly resting on the staircase. He exhaled in relief and began rummaging through the bag. Inside, he found a set of keys, a wallet, some foundation, lip gloss, mascara, and other cosmetics, along with a pair of nail clippers and an eyebrow pencil. Opening the wallet, he discovered an identification card, several bank cards, and a few hundred yuan in cash. The ID bore the image of a young, charming woman smiling. Zhang Xiaoqiang, born May 12, 1994. This must belong to the zombie Zhang Xiaoqiang had killed on the rooftop. She likely resided here, and one of those keys must be for her apartment door. He felt a sense of relief. At least he wouldn't have to spend the night on the concrete floor. He tossed the lighter onto the ground, finding it too hot after prolonged use. Zhang Xiaoqiang dug out another lighter from the handbag and descended to the 4th floor to try the keys. They did not fit. He then tried the 3rd floor, but to no avail. Could it be on the upper floors? Returning to the 5th floor, he heard a click as the security door opened. He cautiously led Yang Kuer into the living room. The living room was spacious with a minimalist decor. Zhang Xiaoqiang found a flashlight on the antique shelf by the entrance and tested it to see if it still worked. With the flashlight in hand, he surveyed the premises. The layout consisted of 3 bedrooms and a living room, a master bedroom, a study, and a children's room. On the small bed in the children's room lay the desiccated corpse of a little boy, approximately 5 or 6 years old, emaciated to the point of resembling a mummy. Zhang Xiaoqiang could not bear to look any longer and quickly exited the room. The tragedies of the apocalypse were innumerable. Who could say whether tomorrow might bring the same fate upon him? Zhang Xiaoqiang said to Yang Kuer, "Sit for a moment while I check the kitchen and bathroom." Afterward, he proceeded to inspect the water and gas supply systems in the kitchen and bathroom. As expected, both the tap water and gas supply had been cut off. However, Zhang Xiaoqiang discovered that the hot water pipes still had a substantial supply of water and the temperature was quite high. Initially surprised, he quickly understood the current water supply system in the community. The cold water pipes were still connected to the municipal supply, while the hot water was provided through a large solar water heater installed on the rooftop, designed for energy efficiency. The solar water system was independent, requiring only a pump to transport municipal water to the heater. Since the solar heater was situated atop the building, it could supply hot water without electricity, especially in summer, where the water temperature could reach around 70 degrees Celsius, quite scalding, indicating a sufficient reserve of water stored on the roof. The glass door of the bathroom had shattered. After clearing the shards of glass from the floor, Zhang Xiaoqiang cleaned the bathtub thoroughly and filled it with hot water. He then returned to the living room, where Yang Kuer was resting, and said, "There's hot water available. I prepared it, but it's quite hot, so wait a moment before using it. The toiletries are all intact. It seems the owner didn't manage to take them." Yang Kuer appeared somewhat embarrassed, having gone so long without a bath. She was acutely aware of her unpleasant odor and lacked the courage to meet Zhang Xiaoqiang's gaze, instead lowering her head to ask, "Uncle, can I skip the bath?" Zhang Xiaoqiang almost thought he misheard her. "Skip the bath?" he questioned. Yang Kuer's cheeks flushed crimson as she quietly murmured, "There might be something dirty in the water. I once saw a survivor drink from a water pool in a flower bed after the zombie outbreak, and within minutes, he began to vomit uncontrollably. Eventually, he turned into a zombie. It was evident that the water had been contaminated." Zhang Xiaoqiang could easily deduce that the unfortunate survivor had ingested water mixed with substantial rainwater, while he himself had merely splashed a bit in his mouth and had been left in a dire state. Yet that individual had consumed it wholeheartedly. It was a miracle he hadn't turned into a zombie. As long as one avoided drinking from the water, they should be fine, especially since this was sealed and uncontaminated hot water. Zhang Xiaoqiang attempted to reassure her, recalling that he had been soaked in rainwater without any ill effects. Yang Kuer remained silent, casting a downcast glance at her feet, silently protesting against him. "Look," Zhang Xiaoqiang called out, pouring some water to wash his hands. He then stood up and shook off the water droplets. Yang Ke retreated a few steps, feeling it was unsafe, until she felt secure enough to stop and observe him. Seeing her scrutinizing him with a scrutinizing gaze made him feel uneasy. How thin-skinned can I be? I can't even withstand the gaze of a little woman. Zhang Xiaoqiang chastised himself internally. 5 minutes, 10 minutes, and half an hour passed, yet she remained watching. "Are you done yet? If you don't wash up soon, the water will get cold." Zhang Xiaoqiang grew impatient. At that moment, Yang Ke hesitantly stepped closer, inching forward yet retreating, stopping at 5 meters away, unwilling to approach any closer. "You really haven't turned into a monster?" she asked with a hint of skepticism in her voice. "Would a monster engage in philosophical discussions or teach you how to bathe?" Zhang Xiaoqiang replied, a bit irritated. "Oh, Yang Ke sigid in relief. All right, I'll go find you some clothes to change into." Zhang Xiaoqiang returned to the bedroom he had entered earlier, hoping to find suitable replacement clothing for Yang Ke. Her petite figure matched the deceased woman's clothing size, which was slightly large but still preferable to her filthy attire. He found a cashmere dress set and a set of undergarments that still had the tags attached. He placed these on the towel rack in the bathroom, tested the water temperature, found it just right, and said, "You can start washing now." Yang Ke, her face flushed, entered the bathroom, while Zhang Xiaoqiang settled onto the sofa, contemplating their next steps. The sound of running water drifted from the bathroom, clear despite the distance due to the surrounding silence. Steam filled the air, and with the bathroom's glass door already damaged, fog began to seep out slowly. Zhang Xiaoqiang's gaze inadvertently caught glimpses of Yang Ke's hazy silhouette, time passing as he caught sight of her curvaceous back and even the alluring scenery before her. Zhang Xiaoqiang found himself entranced, cursing himself for being a beast, yet suddenly wondering if refraining from looking would render him even worse than a beast. Chapter 16, I confronted her with such a mindset. He would occasionally gaze at that enchanting silhouette for several seconds before shifting his attention elsewhere, only to return his focus with renewed intensity. He was not a paragon of virtue, and certainly would not miss the opportunity to indulge. It seemed that Yang Ke was worried he might suddenly leave her side, as she would sometimes peek at him. In those moments, Zhang Xiaoqiang would feign an air of propriety. The sound of the shower persisted for quite some time until the bathroom door swung open, footsteps echoing in the air. Zhang Xiaoqiang turned to see the woman who entered the living room, no longer the filthy girl exuding an unpleasant odor. Her long, lustrous hair cascaded over her exposed shoulders, adorned with droplets of water yet to be wiped away. Beneath that flowing mane, her face appeared as fair as cream, her youthful countenance flushed with a hint of rosy hue, rendering her breathtakingly beautiful. "Uncle, this outfit is a bit too large," Yang Ke said, her cheeks aflame, her gaze cast downward, unable to meet Zhang Xiaoqiang's eyes. To be honest, she had never worn such revealing attire in front of a man, leaving her feeling utterly uncomfortable. Zhang Xiaoqiang found himself momentarily entranced, acutely aware of certain changes within his body, and hastily adjusted his demeanor, saying helplessly, "Why not check the wardrobe yourself? There might be something more suitable." Yang Ke nodded gently, and, after a brief moment, re-emerged from the room, awkwardly stating, "There's nothing that fits. The mistress's size is too large. I'll just wear this for now and wash the outfit later." Then she added, "By the way, Uncle, I prepared the water again. You should take a shower too. I can help wash the clothes you change out of." Standing in the bathroom, Zhang Xiaoqiang gazed at his reflection in the mirror, struggling to comprehend how he had come to appear in such a manner. His lips and chin were adorned with a beard that had grown long, his complexion darkened, presenting an image far from that of a youthful man, instead exuding a sense of weariness and age. As he shed his garments, he realized his physique had transformed significantly. The contours of his muscles were now more pronounced. Previously, he had possessed only a few muscles, but now he seemed to embody strength, his entire body brimming with vitality. Since the onset of the apocalypse, he had been conserving water, and it had been a long time since he had enjoyed a truly gratifying hot shower. As he reclined in the bathtub, he felt an unparalleled sense of relaxation, finally able to indulge in a comfort he had long lost after a prolonged period of hardship. After cleansing himself inside and out, Zhang Xiaoqiang retrieved an electric razor from the bathroom cabinet, meticulously shaving off his stubble. His hair had also grown long after washing. His bangs even threatened to obscure his eyes. His pants had stiffened, and even after removing them, they stood firmly on the ground. His upper garments were equally unpleasant. So he rummaged through the male protagonist's wardrobe to find a suitable outfit and a package of underwear yet to be opened. Having dried his body, he stepped out of the bathroom. Similar to the moment Zhang Xiaoqiang had first seen Yang Ke emerge from her bath, she was now truly able to perceive his features. Though his appearance was unremarkable, he was undeniably clean, especially with his bronze skin and rugged facial features, which made him resemble a soldier more than a college student. Furthermore, this was the first time she had witnessed a man emerge from the bathroom clad only in his underpants. The snug fit accentuated certain aspects, and his exposed, muscular chest made her feel a tinge of embarrassment. Zhang Xiaoqiang approached Yang Ke, scissors in hand, and requested, "Could you please help me trim my hair?" "Huh." Yang Ke waved her hands, saying, "Uncle, I've never done this before. I'm afraid I won't do it well." Zhang Xiaoqiang chuckled lightly, teasing, "At this point, who cares about how it looks? Just make it shorter and tidy." After a moment of hesitation, Yang Ke finally nodded, "All right, I'll do my best to make it look nice." Zhang Xiaoqiang merely wished for Yang Ke to help him shorten his hair, and even a rough cut would suffice. However, she took the task quite seriously, moving around him carefully, her presence enveloped in a fragrant aura that was somewhat intoxicating. Each snip was executed with utmost caution, while Zhang Xiaoqiang found his thoughts wandering, distracted by her close proximity. After a while, he realized she had crafted a perfectly executed buzz cut. "Go take a look in the bathroom and see if you're satisfied," Yang Ke said, setting down the scissors. Zhang Xiaoqiang ran his hand over the slightly prickly roots of his hair, smiling. "As long as it's shorter, I feel much better now." "Thank you." Yang Ke inquired, "Uncle, what do we plan to do next?" Zhang Xiaoqiang pondered for a moment, then replied, "It's getting dark. We'll rest here for the night and seek a chance to leave tomorrow. The food we have will only last us a few days. We can't linger here for too long." Yang Ke nodded, "Then I'll go wash our clothes in the bathroom." As night fell, Yang Ke washed their clothes and hung them out to dry on the balcony, then seated herself beside Zhang Xiaoqiang. He asked, "Do you have any relatives?" "No." Yang Ke replied softly, "My brother was my only family. He perished after the zombie outbreak." Zhang Xiaoqiang stated, "There are certain matters I need to clarify with you. I will do everything in my power to leave here and head south, not in search of a safe zone, but to see if I can find my sister. I cannot predict the hardships and dangers we may encounter along the way. Are you certain you wish to accompany me?" "Of course. If we are fortunate enough to find a safe zone along the way, you need not continue to risk your life with me." After listening, Yang Ke declared, "I will go with you." However, the spark in her eyes quickly dimmed as she murmured, "But as a woman, I might be a burden to you. If you do not want to take me along, I will understand." Zhang Xiaoqiang shook his head. "We can travel together, and you may utilize my resources. I will not be stingy in that regard. However, if a dire situation arises and I must abandon you, I fear I cannot take that risk, as my primary goal is to survive and reunite with my sister." Following this exchange, after a few more words, Zhang Xiaoqiang walked directly to the master bedroom, lay down on the expansive mattress, and closed his eyes. That night, he found himself sleeping in another person's bed, with a corpse lying next door and a living woman beside him. Chapter 17, Encountering the D2 Zombie. Once again, sleep eluded him that night. Since the apocalypse began, Zhang Xiaoqiang had developed a profound sense of insecurity at night, resulting in fitful slumber. At the slightest sound, he would rise, armed with an iron gun, to survey his surroundings, returning to bed only when he confirmed all was well. Consequently, when Zhang Xiaoqiang opened his eyes, he felt disoriented, as if he still lay in his own bed. Upon noticing the unfamiliar living room, the strange curtains, and the alien blanket, he recalled he was sleeping in a stranger's home, reminded of the corpse next door and the numerous brushes with death he had faced the previous day. Zhang Xiaoqiang swung his legs over the side of the bed, his body subtly aching, and his stomach began to growl, signaling the need for sustenance. As he entered the kitchen, he was met with a floor littered with various snack wrappers and yogurt containers. Standing in the kitchen felt akin to standing atop a heap of trash. Upon opening the refrigerator, the meticulously arranged ingredients revealed themselves. Though most had spoiled, due to prolonged storage. In the lower freezer compartment, a considerable amount of frozen meat and sausages remained intact, as the power outage had lasted only a brief period, leaving the ice unthawed. Zhang Xiaoqiang also discovered a substantial supply of rice and flour in the kitchen cupboard, along with some cornmeal and mung bean flour, among other coarse grains. The current generation of children, so pampered, made him chuckle. He could already scramble eggs at his age. Zhang Xiaoqiang found it amusing that the little boy was practically starving beside the rice and wheat flour. The household utilized natural gas, but upon testing, it failed to ignite, likely due to a gas outage. After a brief survey of the kitchen, he unearthed a small gas canister tucked away in a corner behind the cupboard. With a flick of the lighter, a blue flame erupted into life. Using the remaining ingredients from the refrigerator, he prepared a sumptuous breakfast. As he entered the secondary bedroom, he noticed Yang Ku still peacefully slumbering, which only added to his amusement. Given her character, she would likely struggle to survive a day outside. He approached her and gently shook her awake, announcing that breakfast was ready. A pot of rice sufficient for 7 or 8 people, along with all the dishes, was consumed by the two of them. After the meal, Zhang Xiaoqiang touched his forehead, where the wound from yesterday had formed a scab. He washed himself with bottled water from the living room, changed into the clean clothes of the household's male owner, and then rolled out some dough from the flour in the kitchen, cooking all the sausages and frozen meat, which he packed into his backpack. Once everything was organized, they descended the stairs, only to find the communal security door outside, swarming with zombies. The creatures, having caught a whiff of their scent, reached through the railings, flailing their arms. The crowd of zombies outside the iron door began to part, revealing a tall figure. D2. Zhang Xiaoqiang shouted out the name. The door was being battered, and he turned and dashed back upstairs. The sounds of banging echoed relentlessly, igniting a fire of anxiety within him. As he frantically searched for a sharp object, his fingers grazed the crossbow bolt, which he hastily tore off and drew across his fingertip, blood oozing from the cut. He marked the iron doors from the 2nd to the 7th floor with his blood, contemplating his next move. There was no way to the rooftop, and being trapped indoors was equally untenable. D2 could breach the security door. Approaching the window, he gazed down at the ground below. Behind the residential building, flanked by walls, there was a small patch of open space devoid of zombies. Yet the protective railings rendered the window utterly inaccessible. The installation of such barriers seemed a death sentence to him, and the incessant banging from below drove him into a frenzy. Like headless flies, he and Yang Ku dashed about the room until they spotted the air vent on the bathroom wall, just large enough for a person to crawl through. Using a hammer, he dismantled the protective grating over the vent, poking his head out. It was a considerable drop of approximately 15 to 16 meters from the 5th floor to the ground. He tore the curtains down and connected them with a bedsheet, lowering the makeshift rope through the vent. It wasn't long enough. Zhang Xiaoqiang rummaged through drawers for something to serve as a rope. D2 had reached the lower floor, and the vibrations from the door being struck resonated above, causing picture frames on the wall to sway. How foolish of me. He slapped his forehead, grabbed a quilt, tore off its cover, and scoured the children's room for the little boy's bedding to add to his makeshift rope. Forgive me, I shall burn paper for you during the festival, he muttered repeatedly. Bang! D2 had begun to pound against the iron door across the hall. In a flurry, Zhang Xiaoqiang hastily lowered the crude rope, and after ensuring Yang Ku was safe, he tossed his backpack, satchel, water bottle, and iron spear down one by one, extending his legs out first and slowly retreating his body. Bang! 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 The sound of D2 battering the door felt as if it echoed in Zhang Xiaoqiang's heart as he became stuck in the vent. Thud! The door burst open, and D2 lumbered inside. Zhang Xiaoqiang focused on his breathing, gradually inching backward. Only his shoulders remained. He encouraged himself, retreating inch by inch as his heart raced. D2 entered the living room, then the bedroom, followed by the children's room, until it finally reached the bathroom. Zhang Xiaoqiang was trapped in the vent, with the zombie looming just below him. The bathroom was cramped, and the air vent was set high. The distance to D2 was less than a meter. Zhang Xiaoqiang dared not make a sound, praying fervently for divine protection. D2 sniffed the air, its claws flailing about in an attempt to grasp him. One claw brushed against his forehead, the resulting airflow ruffling his hair as cold sweat trickled down his brow. The zombie, unable to reach him, grew furious, thrashing its arms with greater ferocity, shattering the sink and mirror, sending shards flying in all directions. A small piece of porcelain grazed his face, and soon, a bead of blood appeared. D2 caught the scent of blood and lunged for Zhang Xiaoqiang's head. His mind went blank, his knees pressed firmly against the outer wall. And at the moment the claws reached for him, Zhang Xiaoqiang propelled himself through the vent. The sound of D2's frenzied roar echoed in his ears as he slid downward, his gaze fixed on the vent, fearing D2 might follow. The bedsheet, taut and then slack, was ultimately severed by D2's claws, and Zhang Xiaoqiang plummeted down. Thud! His back struck something, and without pausing to think, he rolled several times on the ground to dissipate the impact before standing up. He had landed squarely on an ordinary zombie, which toppled to the ground, its tattered coat bearing the imprint of XX greenery as it struggled to rise beneath his iron spear. Zhang Xiaoqiang collected his backpack and water bottle, surveying his surroundings. The area was flanked by walls, and a small room filled with potted plants and clutter stood locked tight. Outside the small structure was an aluminum ladder used for tree trimming. He propped the ladder against the wall and helped Yang Kuer climb atop it. Beyond the wall lay Binjiang Avenue, and he leaped down, surveying the area, finally having escaped. Chapter 18. I have no milk. Binjiang Avenue had recently been completed, its broad surface eerily quiet, with a view across the road of countless containers neatly stacked behind a fence. Towering gantry cranes stood in the midst. As Zhang Xiaoqiang and Yang Kuer walked along the desolate road, the silence enveloped them, not a single zombie in sight. In truth, he loathed killing zombies. Despite having eliminated numerous ones, including over a dozen evolved types, he had yet to see any tangible progress in his own evolution. Without gain, there was no reason for such sacrifice. Who would willingly engage in exterminating zombies? Zhang Xiaoqiang pondered. Next to the port group lay a greenbelt that led to the riverside. They cautiously navigated through the woods, avoiding the occasional wandering zombie, many of which were elderly individuals exercising by the river. Soon enough, they stood at the water's edge, gazing at the expansive Yangtze River, its waters flowing gently downstream, a refreshing green hue unmarred by the pollution of upstream cities. The clarity of the water bestowed a sense of vitality upon the Yangtze. Zhang Xiaoqiang and Yang Kuer strolled along the riverbank, gradually easing their minds. Before long, Zhang Xiaoqiang found himself obstructed by zombies. In the distance, a dozen or so wandered along the embankment, fishing rods aligned towards the river. They were merely ordinary zombies, and he wished to conserve his steel pellets. Brandishing his iron spear, he advanced, instructing Yang Kuer to find a safe place to hide. Zhang Xiaoqiang battled fiercely against the zombies by the Yangtze River as the water flowed serenely, reminiscent of 1,000 years past, carrying with it countless memories and witnessing the passage of time. Along the riverbank, beneath the willows, he confronted the undead. He dashed and leaped, shouting with vigor. The gun followed his movements like a shadow, his body as agile as a dragon. When the last zombie fell, he came to a halt. The undead sprawled haphazardly on the ground, and the river breeze gradually wiped the beads of sweat from Zhang Xiaoqiang's brow. A surge of exhilaration filled his heart as he realized he could face over a dozen zombies alone. He recalled how he had once been cornered by 6 ordinary zombies in a room, desperately searching for a way out. Now he had grown to this point. Zhang Xiaoqiang found it hard to believe. Soon after, he called out to Yang Kuer, and they strolled slowly along the riverbank. The path was treacherous, often obstructed by a sewage drain, forcing him to take detours that consumed considerable time. By the time darkness fell, they had covered barely half the distance. Zhang Xiaoqiang used a military shovel to dig a pit in the sandy ground by the river, just large enough for him to curl up in for the night. He huddled in the sand pit, consuming 2 flatbreads and sipping a bit of water. He unfurled the silk blanket he had salvaged from the 5th floor, wrapping it tightly around himself and Yang Kuer. Though the silk was smooth and delicate, it offered little protection against the wind. As the chill grew within the blanket, they felt increasingly cold. Zhang Xiaoqiang eventually drifted into a slow slumber, lulled by the sound of the river lapping against the shore. The harsh morning wind from the river roused Zhang Xiaoqiang from his sleep. The winter air was crisp and refreshing, devoid of the pervasive stench of decay found in the city. He hesitated to open his eyes, savoring this rare moment of tranquility. Yang Kuer lay asleep in his arms, Her face finally cleansed of grime after last night's bath, the unpleasant odor now barely perceptible. Suddenly, a warm breath brushed against his face, prompting him to open his eyes to find two massive dog heads looming before him. The breath, exhaled in the winter chill, formed a white mist that struck his face, causing Zhang Xiaoqiang to tense up in fear. These two large dogs appeared to be mutated varieties infected with the zombie virus, remarkably imposing. The larger one stood a full 180 centimeters tall, while the smaller one was at least 170 centimeters. Zhang Xiaoqiang remained still in the sand pit, allowing the two dogs to sniff around him. Having suffered greatly from a single D2 zombie, he now found these dogs seemingly more formidable, and there were two of them. A bitter thought crossed his mind. It seemed he would not survive this encounter, watching himself be devoured by dogs, a rather creative demise. As he pondered, he covertly observed the two imposing creatures. Their limbs were robust and elongated, with paws wider than his own hands, their bodies muscular yet slender. The larger dog's forehead bore a narrow white patch, while the smaller one had a tuft of red fur at the tip of its tail. Zhang Xiaoqiang braced himself for the worst, yet to his surprise, the dogs lost interest in him, nosing through his backpack and rummaging through its contents before whimpering at him. Could it be? Without a moment to lose, he unzipped the backpack and retrieved a plastic bag. The larger dog with the red-tailed fur snatched the bag from his hand, tearing it open with its claws and devouring the cooked meat and sausages inside. In no time, the two dogs had consumed every last morsel. Zhang Xiaoqiang's heart bled. That was 7 to 8 kilograms of cooked meat and over a dozen sausages. Nothing remained. After finishing their meal, the red-tailed dog bounded around the larger one, frolicking with glee, while the larger dog continued to sniff around Zhang Xiaoqiang. Was it still hungry? Despair washed over him. The larger dog sniffed his chest, but made no further moves, leaving him in a state of confusion. I have no milk, Zhang Xiaoqiang lamented to the dog with a sorrowful expression. Chapter 19. Slaying monsters and acquiring treasures. The dog sniffed him a few more times, then stepped back and snorted, ignoring the two of them as it led the smaller dog away towards the riverbank, playfully bounding along. Zhang Xiaoqiang exhaled in relief. As he watched the two dogs drink and play at the river, he mused that dogs were indeed superior to cats. No wonder people prefer dogs over cats. He roused Yang Ke, and they casually ate a bit before shouldering their backpacks and embarking on their journey for the day. As they walked, the two large dogs trailed them from a distance, and when Zhang Xiaoqiang paused, they did not approach. They came upon a small square bordered by greenery, where a few tape recorders lay scattered. 70 to 80 zombies were strewn across the square, including one S-type and two D-types. Zhang Xiaoqiang concluded that this must have been a dancing spot for the local Andes. He retracted his binoculars, contemplating how to circumvent the area, when suddenly, two black shadows darted past him towards the square. He quickly raised his binoculars to see. The two large dogs dashed among the zombies, occasionally snapping off the heads of the undead. The zombies' sharp claws were ineffective against the dog's thick, resilient fur, and soon, the square was bereft of standing zombies. Zhang Xiaoqiang approached, witnessing the dogs tear open the skulls of several evolved zombies, feasting on the yellowing brains. After devouring the brain matter, the dogs proceeded to rip apart the sturdy flesh of a D-type zombie, ignoring the withered corpses of ordinary and S-type zombies nearby. After finishing off the D-type, the dogs licked their lips in satisfaction. Zhang Xiaoqiang tightened the straps of his backpack and continued onward with Yang Ke. As they neared the urban-rural fringe, the two large dogs barked a few times at Zhang Xiaoqiang before turning and sprinting away, their figures gradually disappearing from sight. What a pity to lose two guardians, Zhang Xiaoqiang thought, turning back to press on. By a ditch leading to the Yangtze River, Zhang Xiaoqiang dispatched a solitary zombie. As the gun's muzzle withdrew from the zombie's head, a somewhat rusted key fell from the zombie's pants pocket onto the ground. Had he just acquired a treasure from slaying a monster? Upon seeing the key, Zhang Xiaoqiang instinctively glanced around, searching for the fabled treasure chest. Though no treasure chest appeared, he did discover a 28-kilogram heavy bicycle in a nearby bridge tunnel. The basket contained a severely spoiled lunchbox, a teacup, and a portable water bottle. It seemed the owner had ridden the bicycle here to fish before succumbing to the transformation. The tires were deflated, but Zhang Xiaoqiang found a foot-operated portable pump in the fish basket, evidence that the owner had been meticulous. The bicycle was in relatively good condition, having been sheltered from corrosive rainwater by the bridge tunnel. Zhang Xiaoqiang pumped the tires full and rolled it out. The bridge ahead led to the suburban highway. Zhang Xiaoqiang mounted the bridge and pedaled the bicycle towards the suburbs. As he rode the clattering bicycle along the rural concrete roads, pedaling swiftly, he felt a surge of joy. He was now among the ranks of vehicle owners. Though it was merely a bicycle, a far cry from cars or motorcycles, it was a significant upgrade from walking. Scattered zombies along the road caught wind of him and began to close in, but Zhang Xiaoqiang sped past them on his bike. As he saw the S-type zombie trailing further behind, a sense of elation filled him, prompting him to sing aloud. Zhang Xiaoqiang continued pedaling along the highway, with Yang Ku'er seated behind him. On either side of the road lay fields crisscrossed with pathways, interspersed with scattered ponds. The arrival of early spring has caused the trees in the countryside to sprout new branches, and swallows have already begun to gather spring mud by the creek, flying towards distant eaves. Everywhere one looks, there's a tender, fresh green. The girls of today seem carefree. Behind him, Yang Ku'er, feeling as if she has escaped danger, begins to chatter incessantly. "Uncle, your stick poked me." She tugged at the iron spear that Zhang Xiaoqiang had inserted into his backpack. Hearing her mention sticks and pokes, Zhang Xiaoqiang swerved the bike, nearly veering into the ditch. "Bear with it," he replied, not turning back, merely huffing out a few words. "Your stick is hurting me so much." Yang Ku'er continued to pull at the iron spear. Zhang Xiaoqiang, riding the bike, felt a warmth in his nose, as if blood were about to flow, and his thoughts drifted to the scene he had witnessed earlier that morning while she bathed, making him shudder. He chose to ignore her and continued pedaling, but she grew more animated. "Uncle, did you kill all those monsters by yourself yesterday? That's so impressive." She suddenly recalled. "Uncle, where do you live? What do you do?" The profession of a recluse is hardly glamorous, and Zhang Xiaoqiang remained silent. "Uncle, isn't it tiring to ride with that backpack? Shouldn't we take a break? My bottom hurts from sitting. Didn't you see the zombies by the roadside?" Chapter 20. Yang Ku'er attracts monsters. Zhang Xiaoqiang muttered to himself, continuing to ignore her. "Uncle, what does your mother do?" "My mom works at XX. She might know her." Her mouth opened like a chain unshackled, and Zhang Xiaoqiang felt his head buzzing. "Uncle, what about your father?" "Help!" Zhang Xiaoqiang inexplicably recalled a line from the film A Chinese Odyssey, where Sun Wukong expresses similar frustrations. She buzzed around him like a fly, incessantly droning on, and he fantasized about silencing her forever. "If you don't want to die, then shut up," Zhang Xiaoqiang shouted. The noise behind him ceased, and the world fell silent. Though it was a fleeting peace of only a few minutes. "I'm so scared," she began to wail. The distant zombies were drawn to her cries. Zhang Xiaoqiang regretted saving her yesterday. She was a clueless girl, unable to discern the situation, oblivious to the zombies lurking nearby, only knowing to cry. He contemplated abandoning her and fleeing alone, but ultimately could not muster the resolve. "Listen, young lady, please stop crying. I was wrong. Is that not enough? If you keep crying, you'll attract the wolves." He spotted a passenger bus parked by the roadside, surrounded by dozens of zombies, and Zhang Xiaoqiang wished to prevent her cries from drawing them closer. Thankfully, Yang Ku'er had not descended into complete foolishness. Her sobs subsided, and she sniffled behind him. He rode past the bus, with zombies trailing closely behind. Suddenly, he halted, planting one foot on the ground. An S-shaped zombie lunged onto the road, blocking his path. "Run!" Yang Ku'er anxiously shouted from behind, but the S-shaped zombie was too swift. If he attempted to maneuver past it, he would surely be pulled off the bike. It appeared so suddenly that Zhang Xiaoqiang was caught off guard, and the zombies behind were growing nearer, not to mention the burden he carried. "Get off the bike!" he yelled, then pulled out a hammer and hurled it at the S-shaped zombie. "There's a monster!" Yang Ku'er shrieked. Zhang Xiaoqiang ignored her, leaping off the bike, unable to retrieve the iron spear in time, and instead drew his military knife to confront the creature. The sound of the bicycle crashing to the ground echoed, but he had no time to care about her fate. His experience in battling zombies gave him confidence. Although he lacked the iron spear, he was not afraid to face a single S-shaped zombie. The hammer struck its chest, causing it to stagger back. Zhang Xiaoqiang rushed to its side, swinging for its neck. It sensed his approach and swung its arm to claw at him. The military knife clashed against its claws, producing a sharp metallic sound. What kind of claws does it have? Is it Wolverine? Zhang Xiaoqiang was taken aback. The knife was knocked aside by its claws, and another claw swung toward him. Zhang Xiaoqiang leaned back, narrowly avoiding it as the foul wind swept past him. He swiftly kicked its leg, causing the zombie to fall backward onto the ground. Seizing the moment before it could rise, Zhang Xiaoqiang dashed to its rear, reversing his grip on the knife and plunging it downwards. The blade penetrated its skull until it became lodged, and with a forceful tug, he pulled it free, stepping on the zombie's shoulder for leverage. The sounds of Yang Ku'er's screams echoed, sending chills down Zhang Xiaoqiang's spine. That girl must have become zombie bait by now, he thought, glancing back toward his bicycle. Suddenly, he burst into laughter. She was sprinting along the edge of a field, screaming and hopping, while the zombies behind her stumbled over each other, some tripping over the field's edge. It was as if she were playing a game, leading the zombies in a chaotic train. Whenever they fell behind, she would run alongside them, shrieking anew to keep their attention. What a talent! The pace at which she led them was just right to avoid capture, and the entire scene flowed like water, a spectacle to behold. If it weren't for the knowledge that she was terrified, one might think she was reveling in the thrill. Come over here, Zhang Xiaoqiang called out. She seemed oblivious to her surroundings, merely burying her head, running and jumping. He steadied his bicycle and ran to her side, patting her shoulder, but she flailed her arms. Seemingly not recognizing him, Zhang Xiaoqiang hoisted her onto his shoulder and retreated as she clung mindlessly to the backpack on his back. He set her down on the crossbar of the bicycle, adjusting the stand, and pedaled forward. Fields slid past his periphery as she finally quieted, staring vacantly ahead. The sky began to dim, and another night was approaching. Chapter 21. I won't get down even if I die. The bright campfire cast a warm glow over Zhang Xiaoqiang as he sat leisurely sharpening his military knife. Yang Ku'er, tightly wrapped in a silk blanket, stared blankly at the flames, her body trembling uncontrollably, her food untouched in a nearby container. It seemed she was quite frightened. Zhang Xiaoqiang glanced at her from the corner of his eye, choosing to ignore her, focusing instead on honing the blade. The recent intense use had left this high-quality imitation knife somewhat damaged, and it was essential to maintain his lifeline, besides the crackling of wood in the fire. The only sound that lingered in the night was the grinding of the stone against the blade. Do you want to live? Zhang Xiaoqiang suddenly broke the silence. She looked up at him, bewildered. Do you want to continue living? He repeated, and her eyes brightened as she nodded vigorously. If you wish to survive in this apocalypse, you must rely on yourself. Zhang Xiaoqiang recalled the countless times he had practiced drawing and holstering his weapon at home, pushing himself relentlessly. Rely on myself? Yang Ku'er questioned, a hint of confusion in her eyes. From this moment on, you must forget everything from the past, Zhang Xiaoqiang declared, fixing his gaze on her. You are no longer the cherished daughter of your parents, nor the mischievous student in the eyes of your teachers. You must even forget that you are a woman. Zhang Xiaoqiang suddenly reminisced about the blissful life he once led as a recluse. You must learn to observe the zombies, confront them, and ultimately eliminate them. Zhang Xiaoqiang imparted his wisdom as someone who had experienced it all. How do I kill them? Yang Ku'er inquired. Your body is agile, and your speed is commendable. Images of her luring monsters while pulling a train flashed through her mind. As long as you remain unafraid, ordinary zombies will not be able to catch you. But do be cautious of the evolved ones. Zhang Xiaoqiang continuously shared his experiences, instilling confidence in her. Thank you, uncle. Yang Ku'er expressed her gratitude. Get some rest. We shall commence training tomorrow, Zhang Xiaoqiang advised. Oh, Yang Ku'er wrapped herself in her blanket and lay down. Uncle, what did you think of me when you spied on me bathing? Am I pleasing to the eye? She suddenly asked. What a loss. No breasts, no waist. No curves, an entirely featureless physique. Zhang Xiaoqiang exclaimed instinctively. Oof. Yang Ku'er turned away, choosing to ignore him. As the night deepened and the chill set in, Yang Ku'er unconsciously moved closer to the fire in her sleep. Zhang Xiaoqiang placed some firewood between her and the campfire, fearing she might accidentally roll into the flames. He wished to sleep, but felt an inexplicable sense of foreboding that something would occur during the night, a feeling that left him uneasy, uncertain of when it would arrive or depart. Each time it manifested, it seemed to herald his misfortune. The first time he was tormented by the rain, the second time by a mutant cat. Now this was the third time. Zhang Xiaoqiang refrained from walking Yanqir, for he did not know when danger would strike or from where it might emerge. At least while she was in his sight, he could keep a watchful eye on her. The night wind danced with the flames, casting flickering shadows that beautifully illuminated the surroundings. The warmth of the fire no longer provided him comfort. A strange, chilling sensation seeped into his very bones. Zhang Xiaoqiang readied his crossbow, using the steel arrows he typically reserved for dire situations, and checked his military knife at his waist and iron spear in hand. Still feeling insecure, he grabbed a hammer and tucked it into his belt. He stood vigil by the fire, anxiously awaiting the unknown as time passed. His nerves frayed. He detested this feeling, as if everything were puppeteered by fate, and he was but a pawn, susceptible to being cast aside at any moment. Even facing a D2 zombie seemed preferable to enduring this precarious uncertainty. After an indeterminate period, a towering figure burst through the darkness like an ancient beast, appearing beside the firelight. Zhang Xiaoqiang squinted to assess it. A colossal head adorned with two robust, sharp horns seemed poised to pierce the night, their tips spiraling upward, glinting with a metallic sheen in the fire-esque glow. Two massive hooves were sturdy and steady, while the rest remained obscured in shadow. What kind of monster is this? Zhang Xiaoqiang pondered, uncertain of the creature's mutation. The sharp horns and stout hooves promised formidable power. He dare not move, fearing the beast might misinterpret his stillness as a threat. From his encounters with large dogs, he understood that not all mutated animals pose danger to humans. He exhaled slowly and inhaled deeply, remaining utterly still, silently wishing the creature would depart on its own. The beast advanced a couple of steps, scrutinizing the flames with a curious yet wary demeanor, glancing about with a hint of trepidation. Meanwhile, Zhang Xiaoqiang stood by the campfire, entirely ignored. He observed the creature, estimating its height to be around 160 centimeters. Its coat was mottled, somewhat yellowish, and its body appeared as solid as a wall. Upon closer inspection, it bore a resemblance to a goat, though he could not be certain. He recalled that the goats he had seen had short, thick horns that curved backward, while this creature's horns resembled those of an African antelope, long and straight. As time slipped by, the beast edged closer, and Zhang Xiaoqiang grew increasingly vigilant, aiming his crossbow at the space between its eyes. The atmosphere turned peculiar. The creature seemed intrigued by the fire, while he remained watchful. Knowing Yang Kurer slept beside the flames, oblivious to the impending danger. The monster appeared to lose interest in the fire and stepped back, preparing to leave. Suddenly, a spark erupted from the burning wood, startling the beast, which charged toward the fire with its horns lowered. Zhang Xiaoqiang realized the creature's target was the burning campfire. In a flash, the crossbow bolt found its mark against the creature's forehead, the arrowhead trembling slightly. The beast halted, lowering its head, still impaled by the bolt. Zhang Xiaoqiang felt a bitter pang. What weapon could possibly contend with a creature that survived a crossbow bolt? He cast aside the crossbow and grasped his iron spear, ready to take a risk. There was nowhere to flee, and retreating into the darkness would only hasten his demise. The beast, seemingly in extreme pain, shook its head in an attempt to dislodge the bolt, but failed, redirecting its wrath toward Zhang Xiaoqiang. The creature pawed at the ground before charging at him, its sharp horns aimed directly at him. Zhang Xiaoqiang angled the spear's tip into the earth, leaning forward in a defensive stance, the spearhead poised for the creature's collision. The beast charged, its speed not matching that of the mutated cat, but its force rivaled that of a D2 zombie. Zhang Xiaoqiang rolled aside, just as the spearhead made contact. The first sound was the collision, followed by the snap of the spearhead breaking. Lying on the ground, he watched the iron spear shatter into two pieces, a chilling realization settling in his heart. The tremendous impact had also harmed the creature, causing it to stumble. Shaking its head as if to regain its senses, Zhang Xiaoqiang seized the opportunity to leap onto the beast's back, grasping its scruff with one hand while plunging his military knife toward its neck with the other. The blade pierced the skin, producing a sound akin to tearing leather. It slid off upon contact. The creature, clearly displeased with Zhang Xiaoqiang riding it, began to jump and buck. He discarded the knife and locked his arms around its neck, determined to hold on, his sole thought being, I will not let go even if it costs me my life. Chapter 22. A large chunk of meat the beast bounded around the campfire like a frenzied bull, while Zhang Xiaoqiang clung on for dear life, disoriented by the wild movements. He could no longer keep his dinner down, retching violently as he lost his sense of direction. His fingers, tightly interlaced, began to throb with pain. Without that pain, he might have felt as though he had no arms at all, while his legs felt as if countless ants were gnawing at them, stinging and aching. Each jolt seemed to fracture his tailbone, rendering his lower back numb. He continued to vomit, now producing only bile, his mouth filled with bitterness. He lay on the creature's back, his body bouncing in rhythm with its frantic movements, every joint feeling as if it might dislocate, unable to muster any strength. Merely a mechanical grip on its neck. A metallic sweetness mingled with the bitterness in his mouth as he bit down too hard, causing his gums to bleed. His eyelids felt heavy, and waves of dizziness washed over him. Zhang Xiaoqiang was unaware of where the beast was taking him, nor did he know the fate that awaited him. He was now a captive rider, unable to endure the wind stinging his eyes. Zhang Xiaoqiang buried his face in the creature's coarse fur, surrendering to its wild gallop. He listened to the rushing wind and the pounding hooves, feeling the vibrations coursing through his body. His mind blanked. He cared for nothing anymore, embracing the fleeting tranquility. After an undetermined passage of time, the sky began to lighten. The beast's pace slowed, and he noticed its neck fur was damp. By the time daylight fully broke, the creature was panting heavily, its steps becoming unsteady. An opportunity arose. With a quick surge of determination, he released his grip and seized the base of its horns, pulling himself forward. Zhang Xiaoqiang settled onto the neck of the beast, his slender legs tightly coiling around its throat, with his left hand gripping its spiraled horn. He drew forth the hammer, tucked at his waist, and struck fiercely at its head. The beast emitted a sorrowful wail, thrashing its head in a desperate attempt to dislodge him. Zhang Xiaoqiang felt himself begin to sway. In this manner, as the creature momentarily calmed, he continued to strike its head with the hammer. Each blow prompted it to shake its head violently. Zhang Xiaoqiang remained steadfast, striving not to be thrown off, waiting for the opportune moment to strike again. Back and forth they went, the beast growing weary, while Zhang Xiaoqiang felt his own endurance waning. Suddenly, he found himself leaning back as the beast reared up, its head tilting back and taking him along for the fall. He clung to the horn, anticipating its return to a stable position. In a brief span of about 10 seconds, its front paws landed firmly on the ground. During that fleeting moment, Zhang Xiaoqiang seized an opportunity. A crossbow bolt embedded itself in the beast's forehead, neither too deep nor too shallow, perfectly lodged against the skull, inflicting unbearable pain without proving fatal. Hope ignited within him as he summoned his last vestiges of strength to remain firmly seated upon its neck, awaiting the right moment. The moment arrived as the creature reared upright once more. Zhang Xiaoqiang stood up, gripping the large horn, his left foot hooking beneath its chin, while his right foot pressed against its shoulder. With a swift motion, he straightened his body. The hammer struck the base of the crossbow bolt, causing it to sink deeper into the beast's skull. The creature let out another tremendous wail, reverberating through the air and ringing in his ears. The beast bounced up and down, and Zhang Xiaoqiang felt as if he were soaring before suddenly plummeting back down. The hammer flew from his grasp, and his left hand, still gripping the horn, was torn and bloodied by the spiraled texture. Time became irrelevant until the beast again stood upright, retreating a few steps before collapsing sideways onto the ground. Zhang Xiaoqiang, unable to leap away in time, was thrown down alongside it. Crying out, he pulled his left leg from beneath the beast, feeling numbness in his foot, and rubbed his calf, which throbbed with pain. Had it broken? Panic tightened his chest. Yet, upon careful examination, he found no fractures. His left foot dangled limply, dislocated. Gently shaking it, he then forcefully pulled it upward. A sharp intake of breath followed. But upon inspection, it had not reattached. Overwhelmed with despair, he realized he had never learned how to do this. After several agonizing attempts, he finally managed to reset his foot. Limping, he assessed the lifeless body of the beast. Wow, what a massive sheep! Came the astonished voice of Yang Kuer from behind him. Zhang Xiaoqiang turned dully to find their campsite just 10 meters away, the extinguished bonfire emitting faint wisps of smoke. Yang Kuer, still bleary-eyed, gazed at the corpse of the mutated beast, realizing he had returned to the starting point after an entire night of struggle. Zhang Xiaoqiang stared at her blankly, then glanced at the sky, which had brightened significantly, a wave of intense fatigue washing over him. "Don't mind me. I'm going to sleep for a bit," he croaked, collapsing onto the creature's body, seeking warmth in its remains. The young girl practiced her frog jumps nearby, her labored breaths never ceasing. Zhang Xiaoqiang examined the beast's magnificent horns, which reached nearly 60 to 70 centimeters in length, their spiraled patterns extending from base to tip, smooth to the touch like jade, producing a crisp metallic sound when struck. The horns were hollow, thick at the base, and tapering to a sharp point, resilient enough that even a military knife left no mark, while the blade itself bore the scars of previous encounters. Truly, they were treasures. Zhang Xiaoqiang marveled at the elegant and intricate patterns glinting with an air of mysterious sophistication. He recalled the trepidation he felt during the process of detaching them. Using a military knife proved futile. Hammering yielded no results. Ultimately, he resorted to painstakingly chiseling the horns off the creature's skull with a hammer and a crossbow bolt. Nearby, he propped up a piece of beast hide with bamboo strips. The hide, too, was a treasure, impervious to punctures or tears, lightweight yet durable. The process of skinning it had been a mental exercise, requiring him to saw it slowly with the blade of his entrenching tool, peeling it away bit by bit. Now, the mutated beast lay bare before him. "Uncle, that has 2,000 jumps," Yang Kuer reminded him, having completed her 2,000 repetitions. "Take a break, then jump 2,000 more." Zhang Xiaoqiang replied casually, pondering what to craft from the two horns. "Unchle," Yanker interjected on Jamar. "What's wrong?" Zhang Xiaoqiang inquired. Turning to her, "It takes a lot of energy. Is there any meat to eat? Otherwise, I can't jump," she complained. "None," Zhang Xiaoqiang asserted firmly. "But there's a huge piece of meat right there." She pointed at the gleaming corpse of the mutated beast. Zhang Xiaoqiang began to contemplate. Zombies consume flesh. The mutated hound devoured zombies, yet the hound, having ingested a corpse containing the virus, did not transform into a zombie dog. This indicated that the virus merely catalyzed evolution without causing mutation, suggesting that certain substances within the animal interacted positively with the virus. In other words, animals were immune to the virus. Furthermore, zombies do not consume other zombies, implying that the flesh of zombies holds no allure for them and does not contribute to their evolution. The conclusion was that zombies are only attracted to fresh flesh devoid of the virus. Thus, when the zombies attacked the hound, they were naturally seeking its blood and flesh, indicating that the hound's meat was free from the virus. It had been purified within the animal. This meant that humans could also consume it without harm. Zhang Xiaoqiang mused aloud. "Uncle, is that okay?" Yang Kuter urged. "Continue practicing. We'll talk about eating later." Zhang Xiaoqiang deferred. "Yay, we'll have meat tonight," she exclaimed, skipping away. Chapter 23. Call me Cockroach to eat or not to eat. This was the dilemma that Zhang Xiaoqiang pondered as he gazed at the sizable chunk of meat. If only he could find someone to test it. He shot a glance at Yang Kuer, weighing his options but ultimately deciding against it. Should he let her be the guinea pig? After all, she was still but a young girl, albeit one with some naivety. Yet, in this world, innocence was a rarity. Shaking off those thoughts, he refocused on the meat, which had taken on a slightly dark hue, likely due to insufficient bleeding, as blood had pooled within it, approximately 300 to 400 gene in weight. He swallowed hard. It had been several days since he last ate meat, and he felt a pang of hunger. Limping over, he resolutely took a chunk the size of a fingernail, using his entrenching tool. With a deep breath, he shoved it toward his mouth. Stopping just before his lips, he caught the pungent scent of raw flesh. He moved to the bonfire, roasting the meat until it turned a golden hue, curling up and gradually releasing a tantalizing aroma. Trusting in the resilience of his body, which had withstood bizarre trials from the rain, he tossed the piece into his mouth. "It's a bit tough," Zhang Xiaoqiang remarked. "Gritty," he concluded. "Is it ready yet?" "I can't wait," Yang Kuker urged, watching as a leg of the mutated beast sizzled over the fire. Zhang Xiaoqiang glanced at the meat, noting it still needed time. After consuming the meat, he experienced no adverse effects and even encouraged Yang Kuer to try a bite, validating his hypothesis that the D virus was harmful to humans but beneficial to animals. He wondered if monkeys could turn into zombie monkeys. gazing into the flames. He pondered deeply. It's burning. It's burning. I told you, uncle, but you wouldn't believe me, Yang Ku'er complained, noticing the meat had begun to char. If you don't like it burnt, then don't eat it. I'm just trying to be helpful. Zhang Xiaoqiang retorted. Fine, yem is sorry. Oh, it's tough. Yang Ku'er grimated. No matter how much you chew, it won't soften. Just chew a bit more. Pretend it's pig meat. Zhang Xiaoqiang advised. Uncle, what is your name? Yang Ku'er finally remembered to ask. Hearing her question brought forth a wave of memories, stirring a twinge of pain within him. Xiaoqiang. Stop playing and come home for dinner, echoed the voice of his mother from his childhood. Now let us all introduce ourselves. The teacher stepped down from the podium and approached, gazing into more than 50 pairs of eyes. I am Zhang Xiaoqiang, he replied feebly, a reminiscence of his middle school days. Xiaoqiang, what's wrong? You're a white-haired person sending off a black-haired one. The classmates around him chanted lines from a movie. Zhang Xiaoqiang? Ha ha ha. Doesn't that mean cockroach? I'm sorry, ha ha ha. I can't take it anymore, it's just too funny. This was a memory from his matchmaking experiences. He harbored resentment towards his name, which clung to him like a curse throughout his life. A name is merely a symbol, a relic of the past. It does not define anything. Zhang Xiaoqiang solemnly statu Yanker. But how should I address you? I can't keep calling you old uncle. Can I? You still complain about being unmarried. And what about the 31 blooms? You are blossoming, aren't you? Upon hearing Yang Ku'er's question, he fell silent. Suddenly, he recalled the cockroach desperately trying to survive in the bottle and the countless times he narrowly escaped death after leaving home. Just call me Cockroach, Zhang Xiaoqiang resolved suddenly. Huh? Cockroach? Yuck. That's disgusting. Why would you choose such a name, old uncle? Yang Ku'er candidly critiqued the name. Have you eaten enough? If you have, go to sleep. We'll continue training tomorrow. Zhang Xiaoqiang urged Yang Ku'er to rest. Murmuring, she wrapped herself in her blanket and fell asleep. Zhang Xiaoqiang finished the remaining roasted meat, clutching his belly and sighing. Each time he was injured, his appetite surged, and while the quick healing was a cause for joy, the consumption of food was a source of distress. He meticulously cut the flesh from the mutated beast, placing it on the campfire to roast, preparing it as future rations. Though the taste was not particularly delightful, it sufficed to stave off hunger. As the meat was gradually sliced away, the mutated beast was left with only its skeleton, revealing a crystal mixed with blood, emanating an inexplicable hue. A calculus stone? Zhang Xiaoqiang pondered with confusion. After all the beast's meat was harvested and roasted, he calculated mentally that, despite its large size, it only yielded a little over 100 pounds of meat, most of which was consumed by the bones and organs, leaving about 40 to 50 pounds once cooked. After preparing the beast's meat, he turned his attention to the hide, scraping off the remaining flesh and sinew, then treating it with plant ash. Once satisfied with his work, he paused to consider its potential use. His primary weapon had been destroyed. The iron spear was broken in two, the triangular file that served as its tip was bent into an S shape, and the galvanized pipe was warped. Zhang Xiaoqiang felt a pang of regret. The iron spear had accompanied him through numerous fierce battles, and now he had reached a point where he had no choice but to abandon it. He buried the remnants of the spear and closed his eyes while holding two beast horns. Uncle Zhang, slow down. I can't keep up. Zhang Xiaoqiang rode ahead on his bike, a pile of roasted beast meat strapped to the back, while Yang Ku'er jogged behind, claiming it was for exercise. Chapter 24. Yang Ku'er versus Zombie. Zhang Xiaoqiang ignored her and continued riding. Zhang Xiaoqiang, stop right now. Yang Ku'er was exasperated. She had learned his name that morning. With a creak, he halted. You finally decided to stop. Huff puff. I'm going to die from exhaustion. Yang Ku'er panted as she reached Zhang Xiaoqiang's side. He ignored her, raising his binoculars to observe. What's going on? Yang Ku'er inquired curiously. Nearby, by the edge of the farmland, stood a solitary zombie, surrounded by open space, with the nearest zombie over a mile away. What a rare opportunity. Do you see that zombie? Zhang Xiaoqiang pointed out to Yang Ku'er. What's wrong? It looks quite ordinary, she said nonchalantly, fanning her face with her hand. You should go take care of it. Zhang Xiaoqiang commanded in a tone as if telling her to crush an ant. Yang Ku'er was taken aback. But I have no experience, she stammered, staring blankly at Zhang Xiaoqiang. No one starts with experience. This is a great opportunity Go ahead, I'll be watching from behind, he encouraged her. But, if I'm in danger, will you save me? Yang Kuer pleaded. No, I told you. One must rely on oneself. If you don't dare to approach today, then just dig a hole and bury yourself to spare yourself further suffering. Zhang Xiaoqiang's expression was serious, his tone resolute. What am I supposed to use to kill the monster? Yang Kuer found her reason, clutching the hem of her clothes tightly, her eyes shining as she looked at Zhang Xiaoqiang. Here, Zhang Xiaoqiang handed her an iron hammer. Oh, uncle, you're bullying me. Why not give me that one? Yang Kuer pointed at the sniper crossbow strapped to Zhang Xiaoqiang's backpack. You need to have the courage to face the zombie directly, not hide far away. Zhang Xiaoqiang snapped impatiently. If you don't go soon, I'll leave you behind. I don't want to carry a burden while fighting for my life. He pretended to ride away. Fine, I'll go. I never said I wouldn't. Yang Kuer took the hammer and slowly approached the zombie. The zombie was only 60 to 70 meters away, but after 5 minutes, Yang Kuer still hadn't closed the distance to within 40 meters. Hurry up, or I'll leave, Zhang Xiaoqiang shouted, his voice startling the zombie, which began to shuffle towards them. Yang Kuer quickened her pace, moving closer to the zombie, which lunged at her upon catching her scent. Oh my God, she screamed, turning to flee, her cries audible even to Zhang Xiaoqiang, who was dozens of meters away. A steel ball whizzed past, grazing her hair, causing her to freeze in terror. If you run again, I'll shoot. Zhang Xiaoqiang aimed the sniper crossbow at her. What? Yang Kuer burst into tears. Zhang Xiaoqiang understood the cruelty faced by a 14-year-old girl confronting a zombie alone, but he felt powerless. The countless life-and-death struggles he had endured against mutated beasts in the post-apocalyptic world had taught him that no one could be anyone else's savior. To survive amid the zombies and mutated beasts, one could only rely on oneself. If she could not kill this zombie today, then let the zombie take her life. Zhang Xiaoqiang told himself that the arrival of the apocalypse forced all survivors to start from scratch. He was merely a small figure, with no responsibility or obligation to save anyone. Thus, in this world, there were no laws, no human rights, and certainly no emotions. Discussing such matters would only lead to a swifter demise. Yang Kuer, sobbing, gazed at Zhang Xiaoqiang, who aimed the sniper crossbow at her, hesitating for a moment before turning back towards the zombie. She stopped 7 or 8 meters from the zombie, then veered left, running behind it. Starting to think a bit. A sign of progress, Zhang Xiaoqiang remarked as he lit a cigarette, watching her. As Yang Kuer reached her position, the zombie turned around, and she ran to the right, attempting to circle behind it again. Every time she moved, the zombie would face her. The two played a game of hide and seek. Thud! The zombie stumbled, unable to keep pace with Yang Kuer, and fell to the ground. What a chance! Zhang Xiaoqiang cheered. Yang Kuer recognized the rare opportunity and rushed towards the zombie. Thud! Engrossed in her pursuit, she failed to notice her footing and fell as well. Cough, cough! Zhang Xiaoqiang choked on his smoke upon witnessing her squander such a good opportunity. Frustrated, he watched as Yang Kuer got back on her feet, while the zombie did the same. The first round of Yang Kuer versus zombie ended in a draw. Chapter 25, Complete Victory. After some time adapting, Yang Kuer no longer harbored the same fear of zombies as she did at the outset, and the distance between her and the zombies gradually diminished. Yang Kuer was playfully taunting the zombie within a 2-meter radius. Observing her progress, Zhang Xiaoqiang felt a flicker of satisfaction in his heart. After finishing a cigarette, he glanced at his watch. A quarter of an hour had passed. Looking up at the sky, he hoped she would manage to eliminate the creature before exhaustion took hold. Zhang Xiaoqiang's thoughts turned mischievous. Meanwhile, Yang Kuer continued to engage the zombie. Suddenly, the zombie lunged forward, but she remained unfazed. With a swift motion, she ducked and maneuvered behind it, delivering a powerful blow with her hammer to its back. Unfortunately, the zombie was immune to such damage. It spun around, clawing at her, narrowly missing her bangs. In their second encounter, Yang Kuer held a slight advantage over the zombie. Bored, Zhang Xiaoqiang lit another cigarette, exhaling a series of smoke rings. Having survived the earlier scare, Yang Kuer grew steadier and bolder, beginning to actively provoke the zombie, which seemed disoriented by her antics. She leaned left, then right, causing the zombie to miss its attack. Seizing the opportunity, she kicked its knee, sending it tumbling forward. With a triumphant scream, Yang Kuer stepped forward and delivered a textbook defensive kick between the zombie's legs. Zhang Xiaoqiang felt a tightening sensation. Following that, Yang Kuer leaped onto the zombie's back, fiercely hammering down with both hands. The zombie attempted to rise several times but ultimately collapsed, motionless. In their third encounter, Yang Kuer achieved a decisive victory. Zhang Xiaoqiang approached her as she continued to strike. Muttering to herself, with a firm pat on her shoulder, he startled her, causing her to swing the hammer dangerously close to his face. He narrowly avoided it. Breaking into a sweat, Yang Kuer remained fixated on the zombie, appearing somewhat delirious and detached. Kneeling beside her, Zhang Xiaoqiang observed her tears as she lamented, "Woe is me. The cockroach. I shall exterminate you with poison spray." A wave of intense resentment emanated from her. Zhang Xiaoqiang watched as Yang Kuer pounded on the zombie's back. Gradually, her strength waned, and her hammering slowed until it ceased altogether. He assisted her to a nearby spot to rest. "How do you feel?" he inquired. "I am hungry," she replied, patting her stomach, indicating her recovery. "Uncle, you should have seen it. The monster's claw was so close to my eye, just a hair's breadth away. I was truly terrified." Sitting on the ground, she animatedly recounted her experience, brandishing a half-eaten jerky in her right hand as she gestured dramatically. Zhang Xiaoqiang sat beside her, munching on jerky while observing her lively demeanor. He had witnessed everything clearly and felt little interest in her narrative. "Huh, today I killed one. Tomorrow I shall kill two. Huh, if I really put my mind to it, I could slay 10,000. Her excitement grew as she became increasingly boisterous. Zhang Xiaoqiang regarded her impudent behavior with disapproval, reflecting on how success often breeds arrogance. "Here," he said, presenting a crossbow to her. Yang Kuer looked at him, puzzled and hesitant to accept. "Take it," he insisted, placing it in her hands. "You are now worthy to wield it," he said with a calm demeanor. "Really for me?" she exclaimed with delight, fiddling with the crossbow, though she appeared clumsy in her handling. "That's not how you do it. It should be like this," Zhang Xiaoqiang demonstrated, guiding her hands and loading the weapon. With a click, Yang Kuer prepared the crossbow, taking aim. Zhang Xiaoqiang glanced at the first zombie she had slain, feeling a twinge of pity. Its head remained intact, while the rest of its body was utterly pulverized, making her victory seem more gruesome than ancient tortures. "Uncle, will you abandon me if things get tough?" Yang Kuer asked casually, eyeing him with the crossbow. Zhang Xiaoqiang swallowed nervously, his throat dry as he gazed at the sharp arrowhead, his legs trembling slightly. "As long as you commit to training and possess the courage to face the zombies alone, I will never leave you," he replied seriously, a sheen of sweat forming on his forehead. "I will certainly keep working hard," she responded with a bright smile. Zhang Xiaoqiang exhaled in relief. After a brief rest, they resumed their journey, with Zhang Xiaoqiang riding his bicycle and Yang Kuer perched on the crossbar. However, the bicycle soon began to wobble, and upon inspection, they discovered that the front tire had been punctured. "Darn it, what bad luck!" Zhang Xiaoqiang cursed under his breath. "Switching bikes, get down," he called out to Yang Kuer. "What bike?" she asked, still steady on the crossbar. "Route 11, Zhang Xiaoqiang replied, retrieving a piece of jerky from the rear rack. Chapter 26. Rest. Zhang Xiaoqiang trudged along a rural path with jerky slung over his shoulder, while Yang Kuer followed closely, brandishing her crossbow. A solitary bicycle sat forlornly behind them. Zhang Xiaoqiang was panting heavily under the weight of the jerky, while Yang Kuer complained of fatigue and asked for a break. Noticing the dimming light, they realized nightfall was approaching. At the foot of a small hill stood a lonely two-story farmhouse, unencumbered by obstacles and devoid of the ubiquitous horde of zombies. Zhang Xiaoqiang resolved to spend the night in that farmhouse. Since the last incident where they had been trapped by D2, he had developed an aversion to enclosed spaces. However, he believed that a house would offer more safety than the wilderness, especially with mutated beasts drawn to campfires at night. The farmhouse was a typical rural dwelling, showing signs of age. The once bright white exterior was now dulled, and the base of the building was covered in withered moss. The cement ground of the threshing area had developed numerous fine cracks. The stainless steel doors and windows were securely locked. Zhang Xiaoqiang knocked a few times before pressing his ear against the iron door, listening for any sound from within. It was eerily quiet. He stepped back, surveying the building for a potential entry point. "Uncle, what are you looking for?" Yang Kuer asked, observing his actions. "Don't interrupt me," Can't you see I'm trying to figure out how to get in? He replied, slightly irked. If the bottom doesn't work, try the top. Yang Ku'er suggested, pointing to the second floor. Zhang Xiaoqiang glanced up at the balcony above the main entrance, where a glass door lay hidden from view. Even if it was locked, it wouldn't matter. He had a hammer. He instructed Yang Ku'er to step on his shoulders to reach the balcony and then open the door from inside. But there might be monsters inside, Yang Ku'er said, her expression wavering. Are you still afraid of zombies? Zhang Xiaoqiang countered. All right, I'm not scared anymore. She recalled her earlier triumph over the zombies. Just watch out. Don't let me step on your face. Sorry, I almost did. Really, it was just a hair's breadth away. Forget it. Just step on my head. Consider my bad luck. Uncle, I can't reach. Why don't I come down and you can step on me with that little frame of yours? Prepare yourself and lift off. Zhang Xiaoqiang lifted Yang Ku'er's shoe soles upward. Yang Ku'er's feet flailed in the air for a moment before vanishing. Uncle, wait for me. I'm going to open the door, she called out, her voice still audible even as she disappeared behind the glass door. With a clang, the iron door swung open. Uncle, it's so dark inside, I'm scared. Yang Cook said to Zhang Xiaoqiang, her heart still racing. Ignoring her, Zhang Xiaoqiang swiftly entered the house, which felt somewhat eerie due to its prolonged emptiness. Inside was a main room, where on the wall facing the door hung a portrait of the god of longevity, beside which stood a ceramic statue on a cabinet. The decor was quite ordinary, and the white ceramic tiles on the floor had begun to yellow. After a brief exploration on the first floor, Zhang Xiaoqiang found the kitchen, which was empty save for a full water tank. There were no cooking essentials like oil, salt, or rice, making it so pristine that even a mouse would weep at the sight. Adjacent to the kitchen was a corridor leading to a small courtyard at the back, flanked by several adobe houses. One served as a shed with scattered tires and tools in the corner, another as a firewood storage. There were also 2 additional rooms, one a pigsty and the other a place for curing meat, though there was no meat to be found. The small courtyard featured an iron gate leading to the hillside, secured by a substantial general lock. Zhang Xiaoqiang speculated that the homeowner had evaded the virus, fleeing with supplies, yet still had time to secure the doors. One room on the first floor served as an elderly person's bedroom, furnished with old wooden furniture and a large bed. The remaining rooms had been used as storage, with a few grains of rice scattered on the floor. The second floor comprised a living room, a sitting area, and 3 bedrooms, with the living room boasting wooden flooring, a large sofa set, and a high-end home theater system. The bedding in the 3 bedrooms was intact, allowing for immediate rest. After dinner, Zhang Xiaoqiang and Yang Ku'er heated water in a large pot in the kitchen and took refreshing baths. You sleep inside, and I'll take the living room. Be alert for any sounds. Don't sleep too deeply, Zhang Xiaoqiang instructed Yang Ku'er before bed. I know, stop being so naggy. Oh, I haven't slept in a bed for so long, Yang Ku'er exclaimed happily as she entered the bedroom. Chapter 27. The delusional Zhang Xiaoqiang lay on the sofa, covered with a blanket, his military knife at hand. The couch was soft and comfortable, allowing him to relax fully and soon drift into slumber. Suddenly, a metal pipe jabbed at his abdomen, yet he remained oblivious, scratching around with his hand as he continued to sleep. The pipe then tapped against his face, prompting Zhang Xiaoqiang to abruptly open his eyes. A blinding beam from a flashlight pierced through the darkness, making it difficult for him to see. A shadowy figure loomed behind the light. After a moment, Zhang Xiaoqiang adjusted to the brightness and saw a homemade shotgun aimed at him, the flashlight sweeping across him in search of concealed weapons. Who are you? The figure demanded, sounding quite young. I'm a survivor, just seeking shelter here temporarily, Zhang Xiaoqiang replied honestly. I don't care if you're a damn survivor. Why are you in my house? Speak. The shadowy figure's anger was palpable. Put down the gun and let me explain. I'm not a bad person, Zhang Xiaoqiang urged. You're in my house and expect me to lower my weapon? You must be insane. The assailant exploded, smashing the gun stock against Zhang Xiaoqiang's face. Zhang Xiaoqiang shielded his face, attempting to reason with him. Don't move, or I'll shoot you. Yang Ku'er appeared, brandishing a crossbow. The assailant swung the gun towards Yang Ku'er, ready to pull the trigger. In that instant, Zhang Xiaoqiang lunged at him. A gunshot rang out, the bullet hitting the ceiling, sending plaster and debris raining down. The living room filled with the acrid scent of gunpowder as Zhang Xiaoqiang and the assailant grappled on the floor, rolling over one another. They collided with the sofa's leg, producing a loud thud, then crashed into the coffee table, shattering the glass and scattering fragments across the wooden floor. Both men bore cuts on their faces and hands, seemingly oblivious to the pain. With a sudden release, Zhang Xiaoqiang seized the shotgun. However, the assailant took advantage of this moment, headbutting Zhang Xiaoqiang in the nose. Zhang Xiaoqiang felt as if his face had been doused in spices, an overwhelming mix of sensations flooding his senses. Tears and mucus streamed down his face. And before he could react further, a pair of large, calloused hands tightened around his throat, gradually increasing in pressure. As the air was squeezed from his lungs, Zhang Xiaoqiang's cheeks turned from red to blue, the lack of oxygen muddling his mind. He struggled to pry the hands off his throat, but to no avail, his tongue slowly slipping from his mouth. The flashlight rolled across the floor, casting light on the wooden boards. Yang Kutter stood at the bedroom door, unable to discern the struggle, filled with anxiety. A wave of dizziness surged through Zhang Xiaoqiang's head, prompting him to bend his right leg and stomp on the assailant's abdomen, propelling him backward. Cough, cough. Zhang Xiaoqiang gasped as he sat up, rubbing his throat while taking deep breaths to replenish the oxygen he had lost. The assailant lunged at him once more. Zhang Xiaoqiang quickly grabbed the shotgun barrel and swung it, striking the assailant with the stock. The figure cried out in pain, turning to flee down the stairs, clearly familiar with the layout and disappearing in moments. What are you dawdling for? Come help me up. Zhang Xiaoqiang called out weakly to Yang Kutter, who had been momentarily stunned. Oh, she replied, coming forward to assist Zhang Xiaoqiang back onto the sofa. The sudden attack left Zhang Xiaoqiang bewildered. He picked up the flashlight to check the time. It was 5:20. Realizing he wouldn't be able to sleep again, he pondered whether the assailant would return. Was he the homeowner, mistaking us for thieves? Zhang Xiaoqiang mused. But wait, why wasn't he residing in his own home? There were no zombies around. It was quite safe. Confusion clouded his thoughts. Why not stay home, but sneak back in the dead of night? Did he harbor some secret? As he continued to contemplate. Good morning, uncle. Zhang Xiaoqiang looked up to see Yang Kutter emerging from the bedroom, rubbing her eyes as daylight streamed through the glass door. The stainless steel iron door of the main room was tightly locked, but light filtered in through the vent above the door, illuminating the space somewhat. Not from here. Could it be? Following the corridor beside the kitchen to the back courtyard, he found the iron gate ajar, a heavy lock dangling from the chain on the iron door. He pushed open the gate, revealing a dirt path extending towards the hill behind. The path was firm, bordered by sparse vegetation. A few pines stood scattered about, with waist-high shrubs dominating the hillside. Stay put and don't wander off. Wait for me to return. Zhang Xiaoqiang instructed Yang Kutter as he secured 2 spiral beast horns into 2 hollow bamboo tubes, which were just about a foot long, allowing the horns to protrude slightly and stay securely on his back. But what if you don't come back? Then you'd better stay far away, he retorted, keeping an eye on her back. Chapter 28. Encountering survivors again, Zhang Xiaoqiang ignored her ominous words. Securing the beast horns and wielding the crossbow as he walked along the dirt path towards the hill. Carrying the crossbow and stepping on the solid path, he remained vigilant, scanning his surroundings for any signs of movement, continuing for about 15 minutes. In the distance, he spotted a cave entrance, the area around it clear of any obstructions. The cave is not the terminus of the yellow earth path. Rather, the path winds around the cave and vanishes along the foot of the mountain. The cave stands approximately 6 to 7 meters high and is about 5 meters wide, with discernible signs of human chiseling surrounding its entrance. Carefully loading the steel balls onto the crossbow, Zhang Xiaoqiang cautiously stepped into the cave, which extended deep within, a faint chill emanating from its depths. Not far from the entrance, several faded and incomplete characters etched into the cave wall read, "Prepare for famine. Prepare for war." After traversing a dozen meters, he spotted a 3-wheeled agricultural vehicle parked beneath the rock wall. This vehicle, painted a striking red, bore the words Shuangxiang in bold white letters on its cargo bed. It appeared to be in remarkably good condition, with a large fuel tank that had a key inserted. A surge of curiosity prompted Zhang Xiaoqiang to approach and examine it more closely. Suddenly, an immense force struck from behind. A large foot brutally kicked him in the back, causing him to stumble forward and collapse onto the uneven ground. His finger accidentally pulled the trigger, and a steel ball shot into the darkness ahead. Without a moment to ponder, Zhang Xiaoqiang rolled to the side. A stone, about the size of a bowl, crashed down where he had just fallen. He quickly rose, drawing the two beast horns from behind him, and glanced towards the source of the attack. A man stood behind the agricultural vehicle, the dim light of the cave obscuring his features. He brandished a kitchen knife, his expression a mix of panic and aggression. "I knew it. You came to capture me, didn't you?" The man shouted at Zhang Xiaoqiang. Clutching the beast horns tightly, Zhang Xiaoqiang stepped forward, gradually discerning the man's youth. He appeared to be in his early 20s. Robustly built, one hand gripping the knife tightly while the other formed a fist, his legs quivering in evident fear. "Don't come any closer. I don't want this. Please, don't capture me." As Zhang Xiaoqiang approached, the man's agitation grew, the knife trembling more violently. Could he be mentally unstable? Zhang Xiaoqiang mused, "Calm down, my friend. I'm merely passing through. I have no intention of capturing you." He attempted to convey his benign intentions. "No, you're lying. You came to kill me." "Aya!" the man screamed, lunging at Zhang Xiaoqiang with a knife. With a clang, Zhang Xiaoqiang deflected the knife with the beast horns and delivered a powerful kick to the man's chest, sending him staggering nearly 10 steps backwards. As the man hurled the knife at Zhang Xiaoqiang, he turned to flee towards the cave's entrance. Zhang Xiaoqiang crossed the beast horns in front of him, and when the knife struck them, it fell to the ground. "Oh no, that girl!" Zhang Xiaoqiang feared for Yang Kur inside the small building and rushed after the man. Exiting the cave, he saw the figure sprinting up the mountain, and he pursued closely behind until the man reached the summit and halted against a cliff face, with a quarry below offering no escape. "Don't come any closer. I don't want this. I didn't want to kill them. It's not my fault," the man shouted, retreating until he was half suspended over the cliff. Zhang Xiaoqiang found himself at a loss for words, having been attacked in the middle of the night and waiting for dawn out of caution. Now he was witnessing the man's descent into madness. He was reluctant to engage further, yet feared being ambushed from behind. "I did kill them. They are no longer my grandparents, nor my parents, nor my older brother and sister-in-law. They have become monsters, devouring Xiao Hao right before my eyes." The man's face twisted in rage, his ramblings incessant. "Hey, brother, look on the bright side. No one blames you for killing them." Zhang Xiaoqiang feigned encouragement, internally skeptical. This fellow clearly had not accessed the internet, remaining oblivious to the apocalypse, believing himself a murderer. You can't deceive me. I know you are here to capture me. I will not go to prison. You will never catch me." The man, now deranged, leaped from the cliff. Zhang Xiaoqiang stood atop the mountain, watching as the man plummeted onto a massive boulder, blood oozing from the cracks and pooling on the ground. What a foolish act, Zhang Xiaoqiang thought. Not knowing how terrifying ignorance of the internet could be, he reflected on the state of the world. Chapter 29. The dreaded apocalypse descending along the mountain path. Zhang Xiaoqiang eventually encountered a row of new graves. Father, Xiang Weige's tomb. Mother, Huang Xiu's tomb. Brother, Xiang Wei's tomb. Sister-in-law, Chun Shangyun's tomb. Nephew, Xiang Jiahao's tomb. 7 newly erected graves in total. On the day the apocalypse struck, the man's family began to undergo transformation, ultimately consuming his young nephew, Xiang Jiahao. Right before his eyes, the man, driven to madness, slaughtered his family members who had become zombies, and for months afterward, he lived in a state of self-reproach and terror. Fearing contact with the outside world, he even avoided staying at home, only returning at night to check on things until he encountered Zhang Xiaoqiang. Zhang Xiaoqiang pondered whether the man's fate would be better or worse as a result of their meeting. Had they not crossed paths, the man might have survived. Yet he would continue to suffer in anguish and guilt. This damned apocalypse. A wave of pent-up frustration lingered in Zhang Xiaoqiang's heart. After descending, he recalled the 3-wheeled agricultural vehicle in the cave and turned back to it. The vehicle rumbled to life as it emerged from the cave, and Zhang Xiaoqiang felt a rush of exhilaration. Today, he had acquired a motor vehicle. After circling around outside, feeling completely at ease with it, he finally came to a stop. Seated at the front, he lit a cigarette and took a satisfying drag. It alleviated some of his tension. Having a vehicle was far superior to walking. Despite the numerous trials he had faced since leaving home, the joy of acquiring this mode of transportation felt particularly precious. He opened the fuel tank lid, discovering half a tank of gas remaining. Contemplating whether he might find some diesel in the cave, he ventured back inside. The cave was enveloped in silence, its long, dark passageway daunting. As Zhang Xiaoqiang advanced with his flashlight, he walked 30 meters before the passage narrowed enough for 2 or 3 people to walk side by side. Upon reaching 50 meters, the tunnel opened into a vast cavern. Before him lay a colossal cavern with a ceiling soaring approximately 30 meters high. One side of the rocky wall bore a narrow crack through which light streamed, illuminating the entire cavern. After walking 7 or 8 meters, he encountered a staircase with several steps leading down to a small pond, roughly 5 to 6 square meters in size. The water was deep and crystal clear, suggesting it was safe to drink. The man had consumed from this spring for months without ill effects. Ascending the steps to a platform, he found it expansive, nearly 500 to 600 square meters, dry and well ventilated. In the center lay a bed made of straw, covered with several quilts and blankets, and not far from it was a fire pit made of stones, above which rested a large iron pot. Around the platform, he discovered various jars and hundreds of filled plastic woven bags. After inspecting the area, Zhang Xiaoqiang realized the cave was stocked with ample supplies. Hundreds of plastic bags held rice and corn, each capable of containing 100 pounds, totaling several thousand pounds. Surrounding the grains were hanging cured meats, suggesting that at least 2 fat pigs had been slaughtered to yield such a bounty. He also found nearly 1,000 pounds of cabbage, neatly arranged, along with several pounds of preserved vegetables, 2 jars of pickled goods, and even a dozen free-range chickens, with a large rooster leading a flock of hens scratching about in the corner. Incredible. This place is akin to a small base. Zhang Xiaoqiang marveled. Should he consider living here until death? The thought of abandoning such resources was difficult to bear. Yet, the notion of living a lifetime with Yang Kur sent a shiver down his spine. She was far too formidable. If she were to be taken as a partner, it would not merely be a marriage, but the acquisition of a formidable ancestor. The tricycle rolled into the courtyard with an amusing rhythm, catching the attention of Yang Kur, who was exercising inside. Zhang Xiaoqiang, seated atop the vehicle, felt a wave of disdain. Haven't you ever seen someone drive a tricycle so stylishly? He thought. Hey, where did you steal that tricycle from? The inquiry nearly caused him to tumble from his seat. Mind your own business. I'm heading upstairs to pack. We're moving. He shouted back at Yang Kur. Zhang Xiaoqiang ultimately decided to rest in the cave for a while before setting off for the provincial city. Humans, after all, are social beings. In the face of the dangers of the apocalypse, a group is far more powerful than an individual. Yang Kur also required some training. While she was still young and adaptable, it was crucial to equip her with skills for survival in this harsh world. He brought 2 mattresses, several blankets, and sheets down from upstairs to load into the tricycle before calling for Yang Kur to prepare for departure. Uncle, have you noticed anything different about me today? She asked, playfully tucking a strand of hair behind her ear. Zhang Xiaoqiang glanced at her and saw the same unremarkable figure. Nothing seems different, he replied dismissively. Look again, uncle, she insisted, stepping closer and tilting her head. Chapter 30. Scavenging for supplies. Yang Kur had neatly arranged her hair into a playful ponytail at her shoulder, adorned with a vibrant silk scarf around her neck. She wore a light yellow mid-length coat, faded denim jeans, and a pair of white hiking shoes. Her overall appearance was refreshing and tidy, enhanced by the blush on her once pale cheeks and a hint of lip gloss on her colorless lips. With large eyes like crescent moons and a dainty nose, she exuded a charming and youthful allure. Zhang Xiaoqiang felt a stir of desire, but any impulse vanished upon seeing her figure again. In that moment, he realized that he had mistakenly believed himself to be a lover of younger girls. Standing before him was a false image of youth, and her flat physique dispelled his earlier thoughts. What was there to admire? When was the last time you brushed your teeth? Your breath stinks, he teased. Uncle, you're such a bad guy. Yang Kur shot back, delivering her final judgment on him. Her attire reminded Zhang Xiaoqiang of his own ragged clothing, which was dirty and tattered, with several large tears. It was time for a change. Ascending to the upper level, he rummaged through the wardrobes and found a few outfits that fit reasonably well, though the colors were too bright and would likely attract unwanted attention from mutated beasts. He even stumbled upon a set of unopened intimate apparel. Should he suggest it to Yang Kur? He dismissed the thought, shaking his head. Returning downstairs, He donned a dark gray down jacket over a turtleneck sweater, paired with a pair of old blue military trousers that were durable and well-suited for various environments. They were likely worn by a laborer, and though they were old, they still felt comfortable. He tossed the spare clothing into the tricycle's compartment and called out to Yang Kuer to sit tight as he drove towards the cave. While Yang Kuer jogged around the platform, Zhang Xiaoqiang sharpened a hard wooden stick to use as a spear, testing its balance with the beast horn. The horn was impressively lightweight, yet remarkably sturdy, and once fashioned into a spear, it proved far more agile than the previous iron one. He twirled it with ease, but worried if the horn was securely attached. With a firm thrust, he drove the horn into the ground, its tip embedding itself easily into the earth. After a few adjustments, he secured it with iron nails. As he hammered them in, the spearhead sank deep, leaving it firmly planted nearly 40 centimeters into the ground. Leaning down to inspect, he found the tip wedged tightly, with the surrounding soil cracking under pressure. Upon clearing the dirt, he discovered that beneath the thin layer of soil lay a massive rock. How'd I manage to do that? He pondered, grabbing another horn and stabbing it into the stone, which yielded similarly. A plan formed in his mind. He used one horn to excavate the other, creating a substantial hole in the rocky surface. To his relief, the spearhead showed no signs of wear, remaining sharp and unsullied. What a remarkable weapon, he marveled, contemplating its potential. The sky remained overcast, clouds casting a dull gray hue over the landscape as he navigated the tricycle down a rural path. With Yang Kuer seated in the back, surrounded by supplies. How many stops have we made? He inquired. This is the third. She replied. Uncle, why are we gathering so much food when we can't even finish what we have in the cave? She questioned, perplexed. Why does it matter to you? He retorted, focusing on the road ahead. Though he had resolved to seek a survivor's refuge in W City, he believed in preserving a fallback option. The cave could serve as a secret base, and it was prudent to stockpile resources while searching nearby with Yang Kuer during this period of rest. In the morning, they had already scavenged 3 homes, collecting several thousand pounds of rice, corn, and other supplies, but it still felt insufficient. This was their second excursion of the day. The tricycle halted by a small river, which was about 6 meters wide and shallow enough to see the sandy bottom. The riverbanks were littered with weeds, colorful plastic bags, bottles, and glass pesticide containers, muddling the water. A concrete bridge spanned the river, leading to a flat area dotted with dozens of distinctive 2-story buildings, surrounded by neglected vegetable patches. Zhang Xiaoqiang parked at the bridgehead and, along with Yang Kuer, stealthily approached the other side. He aimed to give her experience facing zombies, but they reached the nearest building without encountering any. Something felt off. Zhang Xiaoqiang raised his binoculars to survey the area. The village was eerily quiet, exuding an air of desolation from years of abandonment. They advanced cautiously, scanning for any signs of life. A relatively new building stood at the edge of the village, flanked by 2 brick houses. It was surrounded by a throng of zombies, yet there was no movement from within. Are there any survivors? Zhang Xiaoqiang mused as he observed through the binoculars, weighing his options. Should he attempt a rescue? Chapter 31. The value of sanitary napkins. This was a perplexing dilemma. Zhang Xiaoqiang found himself torn. This was the 3rd survivor he had encountered, while Yang Kuer had met her 6th. So far apart from them, all other survivors had perished for various reasons. In the desolate aftermath of the world, the odds of survival for the remaining humans are exceedingly slim. Zhang Xiaoqiang yearns to encounter more living souls, yet the sight of over 100 zombies before him proves to be a daunting challenge. A few or even a dozen might be manageable, but the current situation leaves him at a loss. Ultimately, Zhang Xiaoqiang resolves to abandon hope and instead plans to seize supplies while the zombies are distracted. Wait here, I'll drive over. He instructs Yang Kuer. Uncle, look. Yang Kuer points behind Zhang Xiaoqiang. The horde of corpses stirs, advancing his way, led by 2 S-type zombies, followed closely by the D-type and ordinary zombies. Run. Zhang Xiaoqiang grips Yang Kuer's hand as they sprint towards the opposite bank. Are you hurt anywhere? He inquires as they flee. No. What's wrong, Uncle? Yang Kuer replies. Puzzled. Have you come into contact with any blood? He presses again. Blood? Uncle, does that thing count? Yang Kuer stx flus sleek flee. As they reach the bridge, the S-type zombies draw nearer, separating from the ordinary ones. We'll talk later. Zhang Xiaoqiang tightens his grip on the beast horn gun, determined to eliminate the most significant threat first. The two S-type zombies leap towards him, and with a deep breath, he thrusts the gun forward. The leading S-type zombie freezes momentarily as a spiraled horn emerges from its skull, and with a swift turn of the gun, half of its cranium is blown away. Just as he retracts the weapon, the second S-type zombie lunges, claws outstretched. Zhang Xiaoqiang raises his gun to fend it off, preparing for another thrust. A sharp twang reverberates from behind him as a crossbow fires, and a hole appears in the S-type zombie's white-eye socket, causing it to collapse to the ground. Uncle, how did I do? Yanka erbeams, anticipating prisa. With the D-type and ordinary zombies still at a distance, they cautiously approach a tricycle. What exactly was that thing? Zhang Xiaoqiang queries, perplexed. Uncle, you're so clueless. It's something that women deal with every month. Yang Ku'er rolls her eyes, exuding a sense of superiority. Oh, so that's what it is. Zhang Xiaoqiang nods, then feels something amiss. He glances at the small building across the way, lamenting the potential supplies within. Retracting his gaze, he inadvertently notices the guardrail of the concrete bridge, crudely constructed from vertically stacked red bricks to conserve materials. A strong kick loosens a brick, igniting a spark of inspiration within him. I've got an idea. By kicking open the section of the guardrail closest to the opposite bank, he creates an opening wide enough for 2 or 3 people to pass through. He then positions the tricycle in the middle of the bridge to block it effectively. Give me that thing. Zhang Xiaoqiang orders Yanker. What thing? She asks, bewildered. The scientifically named sanitary napkin, affectionately referred to as jelly, he states with utmost seriousness. After much persuasion, he finally obtains the item from Yanker, feeling its warmth in his hand. He instructs her to retreat to avoid confusing the zombie's sense of smell. With a shiver, Zhang Xiaoqiang carefully attaches the item to the tip of the beast horn gun, extending it through the gap in the guardrail as the horde approaches. The gun, adorned with the item, resembles a flag fluttering in the wind, its red center beckoning the undead to draw near. Standing behind the tricycle, he positions the gun approximately 15 meters from the gap, ensuring the zombies cannot reach it. The D-type zombie reaches the bridge. Its senses keenly drawn to the fresh blood on the item, completely ignoring Zhang Xiaoqiang. With a sudden thud, the D-type zombie stumbles and falls into the chasm below, while the ordinary zombies, driven by the scent of blood, leap eagerly into the river. The fallen D-type zombie struggles to rise, only to be overwhelmed by the weight of the mass of zombies piling atop one another, forming a small pyramid. Huh! This is splendid. I am truly ingenious. Zhang Xiaoqiang exclaims with glee, beckoning Yang Ku'er to return. He discards the item onto the heap of corpses below and drives the tricycle towards the village, humming a cheerful tune while Yang Ku'er sulks in the back. That D-type zombie met its demise in such a unique manner. Lured to its end by jelly, he muses, feeling a sense of satisfaction. Chapter 32. A desperate man, the tricycle halts before the small building that had recently been besieged by zombies. Zhang Xiaoqiang dismounts and surveys the surroundings. The owners of the building appear to be well off. The area in front has been transformed into a quaint garden, enclosed by walls, suggesting the owners have a fondness for flowers. He knocks on the iron gate, but there is no response. Is anyone there? I'm here to rescue you, he calls out. But silence greets him. Zhang Xiaoqiang scales the wall and enters the neglected garden, where the flowers have withered from neglect. The garden, modest in size, features a well at its center, covered by a metal plate to prevent debris from falling in. Approaching the front door of the building, he twists the handle, and it swings open. Inside, only a few pieces of vintage furniture remain, coated in dust, with no modern decor in sight, evoking a sense of nostalgia reminiscent of the 1920s or 30s. Ascending the wooden staircase to the second floor reveals a stark contrast. The decor is lavish and modern, though dimly lit. A faint sound emanates from the corner, prompting Zhang Xiaoqiang to squint. There, he spots 2 leather sofas flanking a glass coffee table adorned with several dishes and bowls, while a gaunt man, appearing older and frail, sits on one of the sofas. The man, emaciated and resembling a zombie himself, becomes animated upon seeing Zhang Xiaoqiang, attempting to speak but only managing a series of coughs. He struggles to rise, desperation evident in his eyes. Eat, eat, he finally manages to articulate. Zhang Xiaoqiang retrieves a piece of beast meat from his pocket and offers it to him. The middle-aged man clutches it eagerly, but in his haste to consume it, he nearly chokes. Zhang Xiaoqiang observes in silence as the man devours the meat with remarkable speed, devouring it entirely in moments. He knows the meat's texture is tough and unpalatable, but its only advantage is satiating hunger, equivalent to a compact meal. Once finished, the man appears revitalized, his speech becoming coherent. Is there more? Please, give me some more. He implores, eyes filled with longing. You've gone too long without food. You can't eat any more right now. Wait until later tonight, Zhang Xiaoqiang advises gently. No, I want it now. I can pay you. I can give you a lot of money. Truly, I'm not lying. Just give me something to eat. The man pleads with increasing urgency. I do not require money. I have food, but I shall not provide it to you. Not until evening, Zhang Xiaoqiang quietly remarked to the man. You do not want money? You say that. Yet I would give you everything I possess. I implore you, grant me just a morsel to eat, the man pleaded with Zhang Xiaoqiang. If you eat more, you will perish. It is a miracle you have survived this long. Zhang Xiaoqiang continued his counsel. Huh, death? Am I to fear death? I have been awaiting death, longing to be starved to death. Do you comprehend that feeling? While awaiting my demise, my greatest wish was to die satiated. The man spoke with a hint of madness. You need not die now. Come with me. I have an abundance of food that could sustain you until your last breath, Zhang Xiaoqiang offered, hoping to take him away. No, I shall not go anywhere. This is my home, and my wife is here. The man became hysterical. My wife has been with me for 30 years. A full 3 decades. Through the man's narrative, Zhang Xiaoqiang learned of his past. The man had been affluent, having taken on numerous projects in W City, residing there most of the time, yet returning home annually for the New Year celebrations. Last year, he had returned early due to the completion of a project, only to be ensnared by the outbreak of the virus. Fortunately, both he and his wife had evaded infection, yet their food supplies dwindled after being besieged for over 2 months. Tragically, his wife's frail health succumbed to starvation, compelling the man, in his desperation, to consume her corpse, sustaining himself until now. I have devoured her. I deserve to die. I should have accompanied her long ago. Grant me food. Allow me to die satisfied, the man exclaimed, once more begging for sustenance. Zhang Xiaoqiang felt a sense of revulsion towards the middle-aged man, repulsed by the thought of cannibalism. However, he refrained from casting judgment, for he could not ascertain how he would react if placed in the man's position. Do you possess any weapons? Do you have arms? Zhang Xiaoqiang resolved to fulfill the man's wish, believing that hastening his own demise could liberate him from this wretched apocalypse. Weapons? Yes, indeed. Wait here while I fetch them, the man replied, rising unsteadily from the sofa and shuffling into the study. Moments later, he emerged, cradling a wooden box, which he presented to Zhang Xiaoqiang. Upon opening it, a gleaming pistol lay within, accompanied by 3 magazines filled with ammunition. Why do you not use the gun to eliminate those monsters? Zhang Xiaoqiang inquired, perplexed. I have attempted. They cannot be killed. The man responded. Zhang Xiaoqiang was rendered speechless. He descended to retrieve several dozen pounds of rice and cured meat from the tricycle, which he handed to the man, who then locked the door tightly and never reappeared. Chapter 33. All moved back. Zhang Xiaoqiang sat in the driver's seat of the agricultural tricycle, an opened redwood box resting on his lap, the pistol dark and polished. Heavy in his grip, its handle engraved with a black star. This was a Wuxia-style pistol, akin to the black star pistols seen in Hong Kong films. Although the firearm was older than Zhang Xiaoqiang himself, its previous owner had maintained it well, with scarcely a mark of time upon it. He pulled back the slide and aimed at a small tree, squeezing the trigger. A click echoed as the empty chamber released its sound. Zhang Xiaoqiang felt satisfaction with this unexpected acquisition. The presence of this firearm afforded him an extra layer of security, albeit with limited ammunition, 3 magazines containing approximately 50 rounds. He inserted a magazine into the grip and brandished the Wuxia-style pistol, excitedly aiming it around, for most men had an affinity for firearms, and particularly for Zhang Xiaoqiang, who had only ever handled toy guns. It was exhilarating. Uncle, did you find this thing inside? Yang Kuer inquired, her eyes alight with eagerness. Children must not play with guns, Zhang Xiaoqiang admonished, tucking the pistol into his waistband. Yang Kuer apparaît intéressingly dejected. Rice, coarse grains, beans, cooking oil, and cured meat were loaded into the cargo area, transforming the once spacious platform into a crowded space. The small village had yielded a bountiful harvest. Prior to the outbreak of the virus, families had been slaughtering pigs and curing meat in preparation for the new year, which now benefited Zhang Xiaoqiang. When will I ever finish this? Gazing at the towering pile of cured meat, Zhang Xiaoqiang felt a wave of worry. In rural areas, every household raised pigs. And with the rise in pork prices, each family typically tended to 3 or 4 pigs, some even more, although some would be slaughtered before the new year. The pigs retained for the festival would amount to at least 1 or 2 heads per household. On average, every family possessed approximately 150 pounds of cured pork, not accounting for dried fish, cured chicken, duck, rabbit legs, and lamb. 1 plus 1 equals 2. 2 plus 1 equals 3. 3 plus 5 equals 8. 4 plus 5 equals 9? Zhang Xiaoqiang stared blankly at the dozens of cured pig heads, hundreds of pig trotters, and even more ribs and fatty meat. Feeling somewhat numb, his ability to calculate slipping away. After finally tallying the cured meats, he discovered there were approximately 10,000 pounds of cured pork, along with nearly 1,000 pounds of other preserved goods. In the countryside, fresh meat was a rarity. Families primarily consumed their own cured meat, only purchasing from the market during festive occasions. The sight of a year's worth of meat for over 100 people amassed together was indeed a spectacle. Zhang Xiaoqiang calculated that he and the young girl could subsist for a century on this bounty. However, cured meats could not be stored for a century. Even 2 years was a stretch, as the town had fallen to zombies, and animals were gradually mutating. In this apocalyptic world, resources would only become scarcer with time. The thought of so much cured meat spoiling and rotting caused Zhang Xiaoqiang's heart to bleed. Suddenly, a memory flashed in his mind from his childhood visits to his grandmother's house. In the 1980s, rural living conditions were poor, and it was rare to eat meat. Zhang Xiaoqiang's parents would take him and his sister to the countryside to see their grandmother, who would bring out the precious cured meat she seldom allowed herself to indulge in. Having not seen her for a long time, Zhang Xiaoqiang followed her closely, eager to connect, until he witnessed her unearthing a golden piece of cured meat from the chaff. He had once asked his grandmother why she kept it hidden in the chaff. Through her explanation, he learned that cured meat stored in chaff could last for years, enduring 7 or 8 years without issue, with some even lasting over 10 years, retaining its flavor perfectly. Chaff! An idea struck Zhang Xiaoqiang. Come on, while there is still daylight, let's venture out once more. He exclaimed to young enthusiastically. Why? Uncle, you are bullying me. I'm still so sore I could hardly stand. Look, my hands are all torn. Yang Ku'er lamented, showing her open palms to Zhang Xiaoqiang. If you do not come, you shall have no meat to eat in the future. Zhang Xiaoqiang retorted with a decisive tone. What? You only know how to bully me. I'm still a minor. Yang Ku'er complained, trailing behind. Not of age. How absurd. You minors have done all that should be done by adults, yet you claim you are not of age? Oof. Zhang Xiaoqiang thought bitterly. The tricycle rumbled into the small village. The horde of corpses beneath the bridge had risen, drawn by the scent of human presence. Jostling beneath the arch, Zhang Xiaoqiang paid them no mind. The riverbanks were steep and high. Even normal adult men would struggle to climb them, let alone these mindless zombies. Following the established procedure, he parked and entered, beginning his search for essential supplies. The chaff was typically stored in the storage room or near the pigsty, as farmers generally used it to feed pigs. Zhang Xiaoqiang worked on the ground while Yang Ku'er organized the materials in the vehicle. Uncle, Yang Ku'er called out, stopping Zhang Xiaoqiang as he prepared to go for another load. What is it? Zhang Xiaoqiang halted, glancing at Yang Ku'er, pulling out a cigarette to take a brief respite. Can I go upstairs? Yang Ku'er pointed to the small building. What do you need to go up there for? Zhang Xiaoqiang asked, puzzled, as grains and cured meats were typically stored in the kitchen or storerooms, making an upstairs search unnecessary. Yes, I am running low on my item. I want to check the bedroom upstairs. Chapter 34. The village is full of treasures. Yang Ku'er recalled something, looking at Zhang Xiaoqiang with a shifty gaze. Phew, what exactly is this item? Speak clearly. Zhang Xiaoqiang exhaled a puff of smoke, feeling somewhat vexed. Stop it, uncle. You're utterly despicable. It's your fault for luring those zombies. Yang Ku'er exclaimed unabashedly. Hurry up. Find more. That stuff is crucial. Zhang Xiaoqiang's expression mirrored her lewdness. That is indeed a formidable weapon. As he watched Yang Ke enter the small building, memories of earlier scenes flooded his mind. What was it that Archimedes once said? Give me a lever, and I can lift the earth. Well, I say, give me a sanitary napkin, and I can make the zombies jump off a building. He felt a sense of pride. Of course, it has to be fresh. Zhang Xiaoqiang lewdly concluded. Uncle, come here. I found something good. Yang Ke shootet from upstairs. Could it be a hidden treasure? Zhang Xiaoqiang ascended to the second floor. Upon entering, he felt as though he had stepped into a labor protection supermarket. The second floor living room spanned approximately 70 to 80 square meters, its walls lined with shelves brimming with various goods. Camouflage training uniforms adorned the walls, alongside old green military attire and blue trousers, presumably meant for farmers to wear while working in the fields. As he stepped into the living room, Zhang Xiaoqiang scrutinized the surroundings, while Yang Ke excitedly rummaged through the shelves. There were 9 shelves positioned against the walls, one filled with liberation shoes and training shoes, another stocked with brushes, towels, soap, and laundry detergent, a small hardware shelf with screwdrivers, screws, switches, plugs, wires, light bulbs, and utility knives. A shelf was dedicated to women's items, toilet paper, and shampoo. Zhang Xiaoqiang even spotted a shelf overflowing with men's underwear, thermal pants, and various socks. How many days has it been since I changed my underwear? Zhang Xiaoqiang pondered. Although he had changed clothes at someone else's home, he couldn't wear someone else's underwear. Just seeing the clean underwear made him feel a slight itch in his groin. Other shelves held either farming tools or snacks favored by children, along with school supplies and backpacks. Finally, he discovered a glass display case for cigarettes, with a modest selection priced at 3 to 4 yuan, 5 to 6 yuan, and the more expensive ones at 10 yuan. However, beneath the counter, he found 10 packs of Huang He Lu cigarettes, priced at 18 yuan each, seemingly reserved for entertaining guests during the new year. Yang Ke, the little girl, had unearthed a backpack, continuously sorting through the supplies. Stop picking. Just take everything back. Zhang Xiaoqiang called out to Yang Ke. He felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction as he gazed at the array of supplies before him. After more than a week of strenuous hauling and enduring aches and fatigue, he was rewarded with a bountiful collection of goods. Thinking about it made Zhang Xiaoqiang tear up. He had lost several pounds, and even Yang Ke's once plump chin had returned to a sharpness. As he reveled in the abundance, he noticed Yang Ke squatting on the ground, brushing her teeth, seemingly attempting to make up for 3 months of toothpaste usage. It appeared she held a grudge against Zhang Xiaoqiang for his earlier remarks. As for the rice and other grains, there were nearly 200,000 pounds stacked out of sight. Farmers not only prepared enough food for a year, but also stocked up for an additional year, likely a remnant of their ancestors' experiences with famine. Adding to that were various grains that had not been sold in time, all now accumulated here. The assortment of bedding materials, mattresses, and clothes from various wardrobes that could be salvaged had all been returned to Zhang Xiaoqiang. The goods from the small shop were even more plentiful. He had brought back the shells along with them, as well as 10 large white plastic containers for loose corn liquor, each taller than a person and capable of holding dozens of pounds of water. Yang Ke found Zhang Xiaoqiang's obsession with acquiring all the white plastic containers baffling, but he understood their significance for future water needs. 2 containers would suffice for 2 people for over a month. Had it not been for discovering several barrels of diesel, he would have certainly not managed to obtain these items. Zhang Xiaoqiang reflected, his gaze shifting to the steps below, where 5 large iron barrels stood neatly in a row, filled with diesel and 1/2 full. Beside the barrels was a Yamaha single-phase diesel generator. The sight of the generator stirred a sense of trepidation within Zhang Xiaoqiang. He had found it in a red brick house behind a small shop, its doors and windows tightly secured. When he pried open the wooden door, he was greeted by the sight of the blue-painted diesel generator, which still had about 80% of its oil intact, with 6 large barrels standing nearby, 5 of which were full of diesel. After he pushed the generator out, he encountered a dilemma. The single-phase generator weighed nearly 100 kilograms. While Zhang Xiaoqiang could only jog with a 100-pound rice bag, he certainly could not lift a 200-pound generator. Yang Ke, lacking strength, struggled for a while, but could not manage to hoist it onto the vehicle. Zhang Xiaoqiang found himself at a loss until Yang Ke having unearthed a rusty pulley from somewhere, resolved his predicament. After considerable effort, they managed to hoist the diesel generator onto the three-wheeled agricultural vehicle. Looking at the barrel that could hold 300 pounds of oil, Zhang Xiaoqiang felt tears welling up. "Uncle, can you still smell it?" Yang Kuer asked, exhaling towards Zhang Xiaoqiang. "If you brush your teeth for another week, it should be fine." Zhang Xiaoqiang replied absently. "You're so annoying, stinky uncle." "Really?" Yang Kuer asked skeptically, blowing hot air into her palm to check her breath. Regaining his train of thought, Zhang Xiaoqiang continued to reflect. The pulley, which had likely been in service for countless years, had fallen apart while hoisting the oil barrel. Staring at the disassembled pulley, he felt dazed. Without the pulley, they could not lift the oil barrel. Without the oil barrel, there would be no diesel. And without diesel, what was the point of the diesel generator they had so painstakingly loaded onto the vehicle? Eventually, they resorted to siphoning the original diesel into the empty barrels on the vehicle, and Zhang Xiaoqiang still felt the lingering taste of diesel in his mouth. Life without a computer and internet truly felt monotonous. The aging homebody began to express new sentiments. Once outside, Zhang Xiaoqiang was constantly on edge. When he arrived at the cave to transport supplies, he was too exhausted to think of anything else. Now that he had settled down, the homebody within him began to resurface. Why didn't I think to bring back a computer? Looking at the generator, he felt frustrated. Suddenly recalling a PSP 3000 he had once found in a small building, likely left behind by the children of a family working in distant lands. With that thought in mind, he found a power strip, connected it to the diesel generator, filled it with diesel, and manually started the generator. The generator hummed in the distance, producing a constant noise. Next to two simple beds stood a bamboo pole, from which hung an incandescent bulb that cast a warm, orange glow. Sitting on the bed, Zhang Xiaoqiang played with the PSP, feeling as if he had returned to a civilized society upon seeing the long-lost light. "Is there electricity?" Yanker inquired, standing beneath the light, tilting her head as she dried her damp hair with a towel. "Yes." Zhang Xiaoqiang nodded proudly. "Yay! Does that mean we can use the water heater to take a shower?" Yanker exclaimed, jumping with. "Little sister, even if you carry the water heater back, you wouldn't know how to operate it." Zhang Xiaoqiang replied sternly. After placing two comforters in the vehicle, Zhang Xiaoqiang exhaled, feeling that they were nearly ready. One barrel filled with diesel was securely fastened in the cargo area, alongside 3 large barrels of spring water, 2 bags of rice, some smoked meats, and a large red plastic bucket containing over a dozen chicks that had been raised in the cave. At last, a large waterproof tarp was stuffed in, completing the preparations. Zhang Xiaoqiang nodded in acknowledgement. "Uncle, are we really leaving?" Yang Kuker gazed at the platform piled high with supplies, addressing Zhang Xiaoqiang. He remained silent, merely nodding in response. "Is it possible to stay?" Yang Kuer expressed her reluctance to part with the current comfort. "You can stay here alone," Zhang Xiaoqiang replied earnestly, looking at her. Yang Kuer glanced at the platform once more, then at the shadowy path leading to the cave entrance, shivering slightly. "Uncle, I made my decision. Wherever you go, I shall follow. If we must perish, let us do so together as faithful companions," she declared nonchalantly to Zhang Xiaoqiang. "Who will want to die with you? If death must come, let it be at a distance, so I don't have to witness it," Zhang Xiaoqiang retorted, though a flicker of warmth stirred within him. "Oh, I see. Then it shall be a life-or-death affair. I will find a handsome lad to share a world of 2 right here." Yanker Boudet. "Damn, I haven't died yet, and you're already planning to claim my inheritance?" Zhang Xiaoqiang exclaimed in frustration, the warmth in his heart dissipating like smoke. "All right then. Enough talk for now. Get some rest, uncle. We must set off early tomorrow. Oh, and when you sleep, let me play on the PSP for a while. You've been at it for ages," Yang Kuer said, playfully taking the PSP 3000 and retreating to her bed. "How did I end up saving such a troublesome soul?" Zhang Xiaoqiang lamented as he lay back on the bed, staring at the cave ceiling. Boom! Thunder rumbled outside, echoing faintly into the cave. Chapter 36. Dig deep and store plenty. Ha. It's raining. We can't leave now. Uncle, take your time to ponder. By the way, let me play on the PSP for a bit. That fish dragon in yesterday's hunter game is so difficult to defeat. Today I must conquer it. Yang Kuer cheerfully dashed into the cave, leaving Zhang Xiaoqiang in a daze, staring outside. The relentless downpour blurred visibility beyond 10 meters. Rain cascaded down the hillside, pooling at the cave entrance in varying sizes, while countless droplets struck the puddles, creating a multitude of bubbles that burst almost instantly. The last heavy rain lasted 11 days. How long would this one last? As he watched the torrential downpour, a chill gripped Zhang Xiaoqiang's heart. The previous rain had led to the evolution of zombies and mutations in animals. What calamity would this rain bring? To Zhang Xiaoqiang, unevolved zombies were like docile sheep. They could trample a person in a herd, but posed no fear. However, evolved zombies resembled ferocious predators, capable of tearing flesh and snapping necks. They were unpredictable and dangerous. Yet, compared to mutated animals, zombies were less daunting. Zombies acted purely on instinct, pursuing flesh to evolve, while mutated animals were cunning, capable of ambushes and strategic attacks. With the advent of the apocalypse, dangers proliferated. Each survivor's existence was hard-won, and as the end times dragged on, survival would only become more arduous. Reflecting on the countless survivors lost for various reasons, Zhang Xiaoqiang sighed deeply. If it rains, so be it. Life goes on, he resolved, walking back into the cave, his steps heavy with the weight of his thoughts. The flickering lights, which dispelled darkness and brought forth illumination, cast alternating shadows within the cave. The grinding wheel of the cutting machine whirred rapidly, filling the air with the acrid scent of burning fur. Zhang Xiaoqiang carefully operated the cutter, focusing on the skin of the mutated beast. Previously, he had struggled to utilize the skin he painstakingly stripped. Now, he recalled the cutting machine and electric drill found at a roadside repair shop and decided to craft armor from it. "Uncle, what are you doing? It smells terrible." Yang Kuter shifted her gaze from the PSP to Zhang Xiaoqiang. "If you find it unpleasant, move away. I'm busy and have no time for you," he replied, keeping his head down, focused on his task. Moments later, "Uncle, my stomach hurts," Yang Kuer complained, rubbing her belly while looking at Zhang Xiaoqiang. "Figure it out yourself. I'm not a doctor, especially not a gynecologist," he continued, still not lifting his gaze. "No, it's just that I need to go," Yang Kuer admitted bashfully, lowering her head and speaking softly. "Then why are you still here? Do you expect me to wipe for you?" Zhang Xiaoqiang finally looked up, a teasing smirk on his face. "You're so annoying. Uncle, you're disgusting. Your thoughts are impure and filthy," Yang Kuer exclaimed, standing with hands on her hips, glaring at Zhang Xiaoqiang. "Oomph. Compared to you middle schoolers, I am positively innocent," Zhang Xiaoqiang retorted, feeling a twinge of irritation. Zhang Xiaoqiang was a good man with traditional values. He had only lost his virginity at 27, after a brief relationship with his girlfriend ended. He had been oblivious to such pleasures. Countless times he wandered near the nightclubs of Wenzhou, clutching cash in his pocket, drenched in sweat, hesitating to enter. But the poster's warning of syphilis and gonorrhea plastered in the community bulletin boards doused his desire with icy water, leading him to retreat home, continuing his solitary life, chatting with the 5 maidens of his imagination. What a lament. How many years had it been since he experienced intimacy? 7? 8? The details were hazy. "Uncle, what should we do? It's pouring outside." Yanke es civili ansus fos interruptet Zhang solitari reflections. Typically, they would solve their business outside the cave. But with the incessant rain, it was impossible to go out, leaving them without a toilet. Find a place to handle it yourself. As long as it's not in the corridor, by the puddle, or near the supplies, you can go anywhere. Zhang Xiaoqiang emphasized the 3 no-go rules to Yang Kuer. "I'll have to go to the deepest corner, but it's so dark in there. I'm a bit scared." Yanker hesitatet, glancing at the innermost part of the platform. "Then hold it in." Zhang Xiaoqiang dismissed her, returning to his work. After a moment's hesitation, Yang Kuer resolved to venture deeper into the cave, flashlight in hand, PSP hugged close, and set off towards the dark recesses. Could it be that Yang Kuer possessed the potential of a homebody? Watching her walk slowly with the PSP, Zhang Xiaoqiang couldn't help but scoff internally. "That left over for my gaming." "Uncle, come look quickly," Yang Kuer shouted from the depths of the platform. The sudden shout startled Zhang Xiaoqiang, nearly causing him to slice his hand with the cutter. "What is there to see with that bony backside of yours?" "Nonsense," Zhang Xiaoqiang shouted back in irritation. "No, there's a door here," Yang Kuer called out again. "A door? Is she trying to lure me?" Zhang Xiaoqiang thought mischievously as he found himself drawn to her side. In the corner, a rusted iron door stood silently against the rugged stone wall, its rust resembling the scales of a serpent, nearly indistinguishable from stone itself. How had Yang Kuer even spotted this door? Ah, uncle, you wouldn't know, but it was pitch black here. The ground was littered with small stones, making it hard to walk. I was holding onto the wall with one hand, and suddenly I felt the rust and saw it. Am I clever or what? Yang Kuer proudly declared, momentarily forgetting her earlier urgent need. He knocked on the iron door, which emitted a dull sound as rust fell like raindrops. The door was firmly locked with a rusted iron padlock that seemed to have fused with the door, resembling a lump of iron. With a thud, Zhang Xiaoqiang pried open the iron door with a crowbar meant for tires. A murky, oppressive odor wafted out, and there were no ventilation openings within. Zhang Xiaoqiang pondered, restraining Yang Kuer, who was eager to rush in and investigate. Once the air had cleared somewhat, he switched on his flashlight and ventured inside, with Yang Kuer impatiently trailing behind. A few steps past the iron door, they entered a vast space, where the beam of light from the flashlight cast a gigantic halo on the distant stone wall. The area spanned nearly 1,000 square meters, barren and empty, save for some time-worn slogans visible on the far wall. Salute to our great leader, Chairman Mao. All imperialism is a paper tiger. Dig deep and store grain. Yang Kuer recited, finding it all quite novel. Uncle, what does dig deep and store grain mean? She curiously inquired. It means digging holes for no reason and burrowing for a purpose. Zhang Xiaoqiang replied absently, having found no tangible benefit from it. Chapter 37. Just want to sleep? Alas, it has been pouring for 3 days. When will it end? Zhang Xiaoqiang sighed as he gazed at the seemingly endless rain outside, uncertain of what the world would look like after the downpour. However, he knew that no matter how it transformed, the zombies would not all perish instantly. Shaking his head, he stepped into the cave. Upon entering, he saw Yang Kuer acting playfully, holding a beast horn spear behind her and using one hand to shield her forehead as she struck a pose reminiscent of Sun Wukong, the Monkey King. Spotting Zhang Xiaoqiang, she fumbled to thrust the spear forward. Have you been slacking off while I was away? Zhang Xiaoqiang scolded her, emphasizing that in this apocalypse, every skill acquired was a greater assurance of survival. It was one thing to have talent, but another to put in the effort without diligence. Even the greatest talent would amount to naught. What? I just took a little break because my hand was sore. It was truly just a moment. Yang Kuer protested, stamping her foot playfully at Zhang Xiaoqiang. All right. Continue practicing. I will keep an eye on you, he replied, feeling goosebumps rise. The beast horn spear in Yang Kuer's hands was about 1.6 meters long, almost her height. Zhang Xiaoqiang felt a pang of irritation at her growth, lamenting that her height had developed while other aspects had not, leaving nothing to admire. The smaller beast horn spear had become a fitting tool for the young girl. Zhang Xiaoqiang was not a stingy person. Although Yang Kuer had her quirks and was somewhat carefree, she possessed a good heart and recognized those who treated her well. She had matured somewhat, but still occasionally attempted to flirt with Zhang Xiaoqiang, relying on her youthful charm. Her teasing was also a form of torment for Zhang Xiaoqiang. Every time she flirted, he recalled her figure while bathing, which extinguished any lingering desires. It was not a matter of lack of interest, but rather the stark reality of her figure that made him feel powerless. Moreover, with Yang Kuer constantly around, there was no opportunity to even chat with others. This thought brought him to the brink of tears. Lighting a cigarette, he gazed at the 2 pieces of makeshift leather armor before him, feeling a wave of joy. The 2 animal skins had been cut into strips and sewn into the camouflage outfit. While they might not stop bullets, they should be able to fend off a zombie's claws, he mused silently, his mind flashing back to D2 dismantling a luxury bus. From now on, he decided to keep a safe distance from D2. Is it a bit too big? You don't seem to be used to it. Yang Kuer remarqued, examining the camouflage outfit sewn with animal hides. The attire hung loosely on her, reminiscent of a young girl wearing her father's clothing. It is indeed a bit large, but... Zhang Xiaoqiang rummaged through the supplies and found a tactical belt to tie around Yang Kuer's waist, transforming her into an adorable little soldier. Yang Kuer puffed out her chest and attempted to fasten the belt, complaining that it was a bit tight. Just make do. What can you expect without a waist? Zhang Xiaoqiang rolled his eyes in response. As Yang Ku performed some waist-stretching exercises, Zhang Xiaoqiang found himself at a loss for what to do. After another puff of his cigarette, boredom set in, and he suddenly had an idea. He grabbed a plastic bucket and headed outside the cave. At the cave entrance, the bucket filled to the brim with rainwater. Zhang Xiaoqiang questioned the wisdom of his decision. The last time he had tasted raindrops, it had been a harrowing experience, one he never wished to repeat. Yet, after numerous brushes with death and the terror of D2 blocking his escape, he yearned for strength, for power over his fate. Unwilling to rely on capricious luck, carrying the water bucket to the platform, he found Yang Ku awkwardly sewing her camouflage outfit under the light. Evidently dissatisfied with Zhang Xiaoqiang's craftsmanship, observing the full bucket of rainwater, he wondered how he had managed to collect so much. Was it his greedy mentality at play again? After all, one could hoard things that were free. He scooped a ladle of rainwater and faced a fierce internal struggle, contemplating whether to drink it or not. The dilemma was excruciating. Just a little bit, only a sip, he thought, but the full ladle of rainwater filled him with trepidation. Searching for a straight cup, he watched as the rainwater dripped slowly from the ladle into the cup, and he was suddenly overwhelmed by memories of his previous suffering. The scorching heat and biting cold making him shudder. By the time he regained his composure, the cup was already filled to 8/10 full. Gazing at the nearly full cup, the minuscule courage he had mustered dissipated, and he casually set the cup down on the makeshift dining table beside his bed. Sighing deeply, he squatted on the steps, staring blankly at the water pool below. Suddenly, a sound reached his ears. Yang Ku drinking water and placing the glass cup on the table. Zhang Xiaoqiang sensed something was amiss and spun around sharply. The cup on the table was empty, and Yang Ku was heading toward her small bed, preparing to resume her sewing. "Wait," he called out urgently. Yang Ku turned around, her expression puzzled. "Why did you move my cup without asking?" Zhang Xiaoqiang scolded her, feeling frustrated at her thoughtlessness. "Uncle, don't be so petty. I don't mind, so why should you?" Yang Ku replied nonchalantly. "Fine, but do you feel anything unusual?" Zhang Xiaoqiang pressed on. Yang Ku looked confused, rubbed her stomach, touched her cheek, and scratched the back of her head. "Nothing. There must be something. Think again," Zhang Xiaoqiang insisted. "There, highest NT, just a little bit of drowsiness." Yang Ku rubbed her eyes. "Just feeling sleepy? I can't believe it." "Yes. Uncle, did you put something in the water? How wicked of you." Yang Ku chattered as she climbed into her bed, burrowing under the covers. Zhang Xiaoqiang intended to speak again, but Yang Ku was already asleep. Watching her slumber, he felt a surge of anxiety, ready to act should she transform. After all, he reasoned, she would not wish to become a monster either. He refrained from disturbing Yang Ku, opting instead to quietly observe her. Time passed, and suddenly Yang Ku stirred, causing Zhang Xiaoqiang to tense up, his right hand gripping the beast-horn spear. Prepared for immediate action, Yang Ku turned over, murmuring a phrase of indeterminate meaning, scratched her bottom, and resumed her slumber. After a moment of panic, Zhang Xiaoqiang felt a slight relief and continued his observation. That night, Yang Ku slept soundly, while Zhang Xiaoqiang endured considerable unrest. The young girl, despite her tender age, had an array of peculiar habits. She ground her teeth, snored, smacked her lips, and drooled. She possessed every conceivable quirk, and each noise sent Zhang Xiaoqiang on high alert. The most comical moment occurred when an unidentified substance flowed from her nose in the midst of her sleep, leading Zhang Xiaoqiang to believe she was undergoing a transformation. However, as Yang Ku exhaled, the substance morphed into a bubble of mucus, expanding and contracting with her breaths. Zhang Xiaoqiang felt as though he had been transported into a cartoon, observing animated characters in their slumber. After 8 hours had passed, Zhang Xiaoqiang, adorned with dark circles under his eyes, could no longer hold on and inadvertently drifted into sleep. Chapter 38. Uncle, you must take responsibility in a state of drowsiness. Zhang Xiaoqiang suddenly felt something teasing the tip of his nose. He attempted to sneeze, but could not. And upon opening his eyes, he was met with a pair of crescent-shaped, sparkling eyes. A breath of fresh vitality wafted from the owner of those eyes, bringing a hint of warmth in the early spring season. Uncle, you are quite amusing. Why sleep on the ground when there is a bed available? Yang Ku sighed, her face beaming with delight as she looked at Zhang Xiaoqiang, who was still somewhat dazed and confused. When did you wake up? Zhang Xiaoqiang stammered, coming to his senses and addressing Yang Kur. Just now, I had such a comfortable sleep yesterday. By the way, uncle, why are you sleeping on the ground? It's quite cold. Yang Kur insisted, her curiosity una batet. Oh well, you see, I was originally sleeping on the bed, but halfway through I rolled onto the ground. Yes, that's how it happened. Zhang Xiaoqiang evaded the truth about her near transformation into a zombie. Yang Kur glanced at the neatly stacked bedding 5 meters away from Zhang Xiaoqiang, then looked back at him sitting on the ground, clearly perplexed. Oomph, do you take me for a fool? Do you really expect me to believe that you rolled all the way from there to here and then sat up to sleep? Yanke scoffed, her expression one of sharp intellect. Never mind. Enough of this nonsense. Tell me if you feel any difference from usual, Zhang Xiaoqiang said, his tone slightly tense as he observed her small face. Difference? Yang Kur scratched her head, tilting it in contemplation, while Zhang Xiaoqiang scrutinized her closely, not missing a single detail. Do you feel extremely hungry, as if you could consume an entire cow? Zhang Xiaoqiang prompted. Nope. Yang Kur replied, staring blankly at him. Do you feel any bodily pain? The kind that seeps to the very bones? Zhang Xiaoqiang pressed on, undeterred. Still no. Yang Kur thought Zhang Xiaoqiang was acting strangely, but she instinctively played along. Do you sense a force swirling around you, ready to unleash small fireballs or ice arrows at your command? Zhang Xiaoqiang felt a chill of disappointment. Had the night of anxiety been in vain? Uncle, did you dream of traveling through time while you slept yesterday? Would you like me to cast a super spell to obliterate all monsters in the world? Yang Kur regarded Zhang Xiaoqiang as though he were still half asleep. Come on, is there anything amiss with you? If not, then conjure something up. Zhang Xiaoqiang was vexed, unsure whether to be angry with Yang Kur or himself for getting drenched and tormenting himself needlessly. There's nothing wrong. Why are you getting so worked up? Well, does one to go to the bathroom count? Yang Kur said in a meek voice. Zhang Xiaoqiang was thoroughly disheartened. As Yang Kur dealt with her personal matters at the cave's base, Zhang Xiaoqiang gazed at the cup in his hand, filled halfway with clear, transparent rainwater. The rainwater appeared pristine, devoid of any impurities, seemingly indistinguishable from pure drinking water. Could it be that it only had a hypnotic effect? Zhang Xiaoqiang, feeling a touch of defiance, poured the rainwater into his mouth. It tasted somewhat bland, with a slight astringency, and he commented on its texture. Why can't I sleep? Zhang Xiaoqiang lay on the bed, staring at the cave ceiling. The little girl drank it and felt sleepy, yet he remained wide awake. Was it truly a case of different fates for different people? Oh dear, how painful. Did you give me a laxative yesterday? Yang Kur emerget, rubbing her stomach with a distressed expression. In a short time, she had visited the cave's base 3 times. Zhang Xiaoqiang heard another rumble from her stomach. Ah, here it comes again. If this continues, my intestines will be expelled, she cried, rushing toward the cave's entrance. Zhang Xiaoqiang, bewildered, jumped from his bed, realizing he too was affected. Without a moment to spare, he grabbed a roll of toilet paper and chased after Yang Kur. Hey, how can you do this? Didn't you see me here? Yang Kur shouted from her corner, facing the stone wall. I'm in urgent need too. Just bear with it, Zhang Xiaoqiang declared, unbuckling his belt without a hint of embarrassment, squatting face to face with Yang Kur. But I'm a girl. Can't you solve it outside? Yang Kur stammered, her face flushed with shame. Would you prefer I relieve myself on your bed or on the rice? Zhang Xiaoqiang retorted, then grimaced as he let go, unleashing a torrent of foul odor that filled the small space. Feeling better? Comfortable? Zhang Xiaoqiang felt as if he had shed a monumental burden, wholly unbothered by the noxious stench surrounding him. Oomph. Yang Kur dashed out, her pants still held up. Zhang Xiaoqiang paid no heed to her cold response, pondering whether she had left without cleaning herself properly. A few minutes later, just as Zhang Xiaoqiang prepared to rise, Yang Kur dashed back, squatting down in front of him once more. Do you not know there are men here? Zhang Xiaoqiang exclaimed, momentarily forgetting his earlier indiscretions. Would you prefer I relieve myself on your bed or on the rice? Yang Kur echoed with impressive speed. Zhang Xiaoqiang sprinted toward the platform, only to hear Yang Kur call out, Uncle, you forgot a wipe. As he stumbled and fell to the ground, the two engaged in a comical exchange, continuing until they could no longer relieve themselves, both feeling utterly drained as they sat on their respective beds. Yang Kur seemed hesitant, as though she wished to voice something, while Zhang Xiaoqiang endured an uncomfortable sensation. Suddenly, Yang Ke's voice broke through his thoughts. Uncle, you saw me, so you must take responsibility. Did you not see that I was busy at the time? Who has the time to look at you? Zhang Xiaoqiang dismissed her, thinking to himself, You expect me to take responsibility? What about my own responsibilities? No, that's not it. I didn't even let my husband see. Yang Ke clarified. Still not seen? You've done everything else, but not that? Zhang Xiaoqiang expressed disbelief. Really? With my previous husband, it was always me helping him. They say it hurts women. Yang Ke said, feeling aggrieved as she drew circles on the ground. They? Who are they? Zhang Xiaoqiang asked, intrigued by her revelation. They're my sisters living with me, residing just upstairs. Did you not mention your pregnancy? Zhang Xiaoqiang inquired, puzzled. Indeed, they say that if a woman allows a man to ejaculate on her, she will conceive. They also mentioned that if one wishes to avoid pregnancy, it must be contained within a protective covering. If I have touched that substance, I am surely destined to become pregnant. Yang Ke appeared somewhat anxious, as if a realization had struck her. Little sister, do you never read the physiology and hygiene sections of your biology textbook? Zhang Xiaoqiang asked seriously. Her sisters did not clarify anything. I thought pregnancy had no direct correlation with whether the little girl has arrived. Zhang Xiaoqiang mused, feeling disheartened. Others assert that the biology portion of the entrance examination is inconsequential and can be overlooked. Yang Ke still did not quite grasp the connection between pregnancy and biology lessons. Zhang Xiaoqiang was left speechless. Chapter 39. Alas, my back. Lying quietly on the bed, gazing at the ceiling, I pondered how many days had passed since I left home. Zhang Xiaoqiang felt a sense of ennui, reminiscing about why he had insisted on drinking that glass of water yesterday. The memory of yesterday's chaotic escapades with Yang Ke tightened his chest. Good morning, uncle. Yang Ke greeted him cheerfully as she stood at the foot of the bed. Squinting against the light filtering through the cracks in the stone wall, Zhang Xiaoqiang scrutinized Yang Ke, noticing something peculiar about her demeanor today. Her hair was tied back in a ponytail, as usual, cascading behind her right ear, its dark sheen and volume accentuating her large eyes, which sparkled with mischief like crescent moons. Her petite nose crinkled slightly, and her rose-tinted lips revealed a delicate silver tooth as she smiled. Her smooth, radiant face showcased two charming dimples, and despite lacking blush, her cheeks radiated a healthy glow, complemented by a subtly jutting chin, resembling a vibrant sunflower. Dressed in camouflage attire, she embodied the spirit of a spirited young soldier, basking in the sunlight like a sunflower, dazzling Zhang Xiaoqiang to the point of dizziness. What disgrace! He chided himself, questioning how he, a seasoned observer of countless adult films, could be so entranced by a young girl. Wow, uncle, you seem to have become younger today, Yang Ke exclaimed, astonished. Really? Zhang Xiaoqiang stroked his chin, wondering if the rain had bestowed some rejuvenating effect upon him. Indeed, you used to resemble my father. But now you look like my uncle, she asserted confidently, searching for a small mirror to prove her point. Zhang Xiaoqiang felt deeply wounded. His title had diminished from uncle to uncle. I'm not a creepy uncle, he silently protested. If you keep this up, you might just transform from uncle to brother. Yang Ke added with a mischievous glint in her eye. Brother? Zhang Xiaoqiang's mind flashed to an old song. Sister, boldly stride ahead. Do not look back. The broad road stretches infinitely before you. Uncle, look. Yang Ke interrupted his reverie by brandishing a small mirror in his direction. Zhang Xiaoqiang grinned at the reflection of his youthful face. Before the apocalypse, he had been a reclusive young man. But now he appeared to be a well-groomed young man in his late 20s, with a hint of rugged charm. The feeling of youth is truly delightful. He mused. Uncle, when will we eat? I'm starving. Yang Ke interrupted his self-admiration once more. The sound of a spatula dancing in the iron pan filled the air, the aroma of smoked meat and cabbage wafting enticingly, awakening Zhang Xiaoqiang's appetite. A pot of white rice and a generous plate of stir-fried cabbage with smoked meat were placed on the makeshift dining table. Yang Ke swiftly selected the lean meat, disdainfully ignoring the fatty portions. Zhang Xiaoqiang observed, feeling a pang of disappointment. I enjoy lean meat too, he silently lamented, unable to restrain himself any longer. He piled all the lean meat onto his plate, savoring each bite. Uncle, how can you be so inconsiderate? Yang Kuter exclaimed, her eyes flashing with indignation. Resembling a peasant confronting the upper class, seemingly ready to crush Zhang Xiaoqiang underfoot. Unfazed by her fury, Zhang Xiaoqiang continued to eat until her piercing gaze began to scorch his skin. Alas, my skin is not thick enough, he thought, reluctantly placing a piece of fatty meat on her plate, casually remarking, children should not be picky eaters. You stingy, miserly, shameless man. I will poke you to death. Yang Kuter muttered, poking at the fatty meat in her bowl with her chopsticks. Zhang Xiaoqiang remained unfazed, immersed in his meal until a sudden crack interrupted him. He looked up to find Yang Kuter staring dumbfounded at her right hand, chopsticks piercing through the meat and rice, emerging from the bottom of the bowl. Zhang Xiaoqiang's jaw dropped in astonishment as grains of rice tumbled from his mouth. It must be the bowl's fault, Yang Kuter declared, feeling wronged. Look, uncle, this stick is far too flimsy. She showcased the broken chopsticks to him. Ridiculous. You must have broken it intentionally. How could I not know? Zhang Xiaoqiang suspected Yang Kuter was seeking vengeance for the fatty meat he had made her eat. I swear it's true. Just look, she insisted, raising the broken chopstick, which snapped again with a resounding crack. Zhang Xiaoqiang gasped in disbelief. Go lift a bag of rice and see for yourself, he suggested, standing beside the grain pile. Uncle, you are bullying me. How could I possibly lift something so heavy? Yang Kuter complained as she approached the grain pile and lifted a rice sack. The hefty bag seemed weightless as she held it against her chest, spinning it playfully. Uncle, is this filled with cotton? She asked skeptically. No. Toss it to me and let me see. Zhang Xiaoqiang soon regretted his decision. The bag flew through the air, striking him with tremendous force and sending him sprawling to the ground. Ouch, my back, he cried from beneath the weight of the rice sack. Huh, uncle, do you think I've turned into a superhero now? Hee, a female superhero. I'm the salty egg superhero. Yang Kuter boasted, increasing her grip on him. Ow, be gentle. Do you wish to crush me? Zhang Xiaoqiang protested as he lay on the bed, with Yang Kuter giving him a back massage. Chapter 40. The sun has risen. Why is this happening? Zhang Xiaoqiang was on the verge of tears as he watched Yang Kuter frolicking joyfully on the platform. He felt a profound sense of frustration and conflict. Although his back injury from the previous day had significantly healed, his strength and agility had not improved much. He found that he could barely increase his capabilities by 20 to 30%. In other words, his strength could now rival that of a D-type zombie, while his agility could match that of an S-type. But what was the use of this? Previously, slaying D-types and S-types had been no different from dispatching Xiaoqiang himself. When faced with a D2, he was still merely a piece of cake. Even confronting a mutated beast would not change his fate. Was he destined to become a mad cowboy once more? Zhang Xiaoqiang continued to wallow in self-pity, questioning why Yang Kuter, that little girl, had transformed into a mighty sailor while he remained a seemingly indestructible cockroach. How was it that she merely enjoyed a good night's sleep and a few relieving moments to gain such strength while he had endured endless torment, only to be reduced to this state? And what are the side effects of his injuries, leaving him as a specter of starvation? Was his name truly so inauspicious? Zhang Xiaoqiang mused, blaming the infamous film Tang Bohu Dian Xiaoxiang. Invisible clouds of resentment swirled around him. How heavy his grievances were. Alas, Zhang Xiaoqiang sighed deeply, realizing he had no choice but to accept his fate, no matter how unfortunate his name may be. It was given to him by his parents and had accompanied him for over 30 years. Despite the teasing from classmates during school and the discouragement he faced while courting, he had managed to survive until now. Those former classmates, now even the girls, had likely become zombies. Uncle, don't sigh so much. Rest assured, I will protect you. Yang Kuter approached confidently, her chin held high, her eyes seemingly fixed on the ceiling, and her small chest proudly puffed out, tightly encased by her camouflage attire. Zhang Xiaoqiang felt even more disheartened at the sight of Yang Kuter, who resembled a proud little peacock. Fear not, uncle. From now on, if anyone bullies you, I shall confront them. If you wish to bully someone, I will join you. Yang Kuter proclaimed, patting her chest as if to assure him. There was a glimmer of hope. Finally, he felt that his efforts were not in vain. There was some conscience left. Zhang Xiaoqiang felt a bit more comfortable. But then he reconsidered. Had he not become dependent on a girl for support? After relinquishing his pride, he found himself relying on a mere child. Was he merely receiving a smile in exchange for love, a bit of sunshine for brilliance? What had become of him? Have you completed today's training? Zhang Xiaoqiang adopted a sage-like demeanor to impart wisdom to the oblivious girl. What? Now that I have gained strength, can I take a break from training? Yanke repetimidly, Herr Brafado Waning. Can an ant out-muscle a cat? What is your current attitude? Are you becoming complacent? Zhang Xiaoqiang admonished her, his face displaying a mix of disappointment and frustration. Yang Kuter hesitated, muttering as she begrudgingly began her training. No matter how hard an ant trains, it cannot defeat a cat. Such a lack of culture, and you can't even use metaphors properly. What are you mumbling about? Don't think I can't hear you. Hurry up. Zhang Xiaoqiang suddenly shouted from behind her. I wasn't saying anything. It's infuriating. You don't seem like an uncle anymore, but rather an old aunt. Yang Ku'er swung her beast-horn spear, crafted from twisted steel, as she practiced her stabbing techniques. Little one, you wish to challenge me? Zhang Xiaoqiang felt a surge of pride. It seemed that the saying about the diligent tending to the fruits of their labor held some truth. Yet he soon fell back into his melancholic thoughts. A man should not hide beneath a woman's skirt. He must stand tall. Zhang Xiaoqiang motivated himself, reflecting on the details from the previous day. The cup of rainwater that Yang Ku'er had consumed was 8/10 full, while his own had been only half full. Was the quantity inadequate? Zhang Xiaoqiang believed he had found a reason and excitedly rushed towards the water barrel. Why is there no response? I don't feel sleepy or the need to relieve myself. There's no sensation at all. Zhang Xiaoqiang sat on the bed with a roll of toilet paper, awaiting a reaction. However, reality was harsh. There was no response whatsoever. Does it only work on women? Zhang Xiaoqiang experienced the painful realization of being inferior to a woman. Is it only effective the first time? He felt a growing frustration, a sense of being overpowered by women. His belief in traditional masculinity was the only principle he held dear, one he had strived for throughout his life. Previously, he had never had the opportunity, but now he had finally tasted the thrill of being a true man through Yang Ku'er, only to be crushed by the present reality. Being a man was not easy, especially for a stalwart one. Zhang Xiaoqiang lamented repeatedly. Yang Ku'er was diligently practicing her stabbing techniques on the platform, sweat trickling down her forehead, glistening as it slid down her cheeks to her chin, sparkling with each movement. Zhang Xiaoqiang watched her with a dazed expression, relinquishing hope for the bizarre effects of the rainwater. It was evident that the rainwater's impact on the body was only effective the first time. While Yang Ku'er had gained immense strength along with a beauty enhancement, Zhang Xiaoqiang had merely received the beauty benefits. Although he had experienced some improvement in strength and speed, it was negligible compared to hers. In a post-apocalyptic world, relying on looks was futile. Zhang Xiaoqiang regarded his newfound youth with disdain. Even if he were to undergo cosmetic surgery, he could never meet the standards of a pretty boy, and besides, there were no wealthy women in this world. Rainwater was a remarkable substance. The first rain had made Zhang Xiaoqiang feel as if he were a soldier of the 8th Route Army, being tortured by the Japanese. And that mere drop of rainwater had almost led him to his demise. The second bout of rainwater felt more akin to a diet tea. Aside from some discomfort, it was generally pleasant. Drinking a large cup posed no problem. It seemed to be a miraculous remedy tailored for humanity. "Ah, my dear," Zhang Xiaoqiang thought to himself, gazing at the remaining half-full barrel of rainwater with a smirk. No matter what, he should secure it for himself. Looking at the large plastic jug filled with rainwater, he felt it was insufficient. Even if he didn't need it, he could save it for his son. Thinking of his son, Zhang Xiaoqiang sighed again. Where's his mother? That little girl? With her fragile physique? Not worth considering for now. Good things are never too many. Zhang Xiaoqiang lifted the heavy barrel, preparing to fetch more. Spotting the sweaty Yang Ku'er, the spirit of a homebody descended upon him. The homebody's motto was, if you can sit, don't stand. If you can lie down, don't sit. If you can avoid effort, do so decisively. After all, she was strong. Why not let her do the work? Zhang Xiaoqiang had no qualms about exploiting child labor. He called for Yang Ku'er to carry 2 large plastic jugs as they walked toward the cave entrance. Clang! The plastic barrel fell to the ground, rolling a few times before coming to rest. Oh, the sun is out. I haven't seen the sun in ages. Yang Ku'er cheered, standing in the sunlight. For nearly 4 months since the apocalypse began, the sky had been shrouded in gloom. The dense, murky clouds had withheld even the slightest ray of light, making the world appear even more desolate. Now, with the rain ceased, the sun shone brightly, casting golden rays upon the earth and illuminating the landscape in a radiant glow. The warm sunlight enveloped Zhang Xiaoqiang, yet a chill crept into his heart. Could it be that men truly faced misfortune upon encountering such phenomena? Why did everything seem to go awry? As he watched Yang Ke jubilantly celebrating in the sunlight, Zhang Xiaoqiang's mind recalled a children's book he had once seen. The sun is out, and the little girl smiles in the sunshine. Chapter 41. What is that? The air was filled with suffocating waves of heat. The sun blazed fiercely. In April, the sky bore the intensity of July or August, and the unusual weather had dealt a devastating blow to the season's vegetation. The new buds on the branches along the road drooped lifelessly, while the once vibrant grass in the wilderness had turned brittle and yellow, all lying flat against the ground, silently protesting against the scorching sun above. Zhang Xiaoqiang drove a three-wheeled agricultural vehicle along the asphalt road, clad in a camouflage outfit. His collar, sleeves, waist, and back were all soaked with sweat, and the hot wind blowing against his face offered no relief, only a sense of suffocation and oppression. The garments adorning her body were damp, drying only to become wet again, giving rise to large patches of salt crystals. Yang Ke sat in the back of the vehicle, vocally expressing her discomfort, her camouflage uniform cast aside, her upper body clad only in a chest wrap. In her hands, she wielded a piece of cardboard discovered from an unknown source, fanning herself, while her bare feet rested atop a sack of rice. Surrounding her were provisions, water, cooking utensils, and bedding. This marked the third day since the rain had ceased, and the second since Zhang Xiaoqiang and she had departed from the cave. Prior to their journey, Zhang Xiaoqiang had urged Yang Ke to block the passage to the supply platform with rubble, ensuring that anyone unfamiliar with the area would remain oblivious to the materials hidden behind the pile of stones. The remaining half-bottle of rainwater had also been carefully concealed by Zhang Xiaoqiang in the deepest recesses of the cave. As they prepared to embark on further exploration of the post-apocalyptic world, Yang Ke felt a pang of reluctance. Although the cave was rudimentary and poorly lit, it provided a sense of security and comfort. The supplies within had been painstakingly transported by the two of them, akin to the way they had crafted their little nest with their own hands. "We shall return," Zhang Xiaoqiang reassured Yang Ke, but as he boarded the vehicle, he mused that without computers, without the internet, and without the allure of entertainment, who would wish to come back? "How hot it is! How hot it is!" Yang Ke lamented in the back of the vehicle, as if her vocalizations could somehow dissipate the heat enveloping her. The substantial loss of moisture left Zhang Xiaoqiang feeling faint. The salt-encrusted garments clung to his body, causing discomfort, further exacerbated by Yang Ke's incessant complaints from behind, which made his ears ring. "Enough already," Zhang Xiaoqiang shouted, halting the three-wheeler and directing his voice toward Yang Ke. She quieted momentarily, yet continued to shake the cardboard vigorously, expressing her discontent. Zhang Xiaoqiang, retrieving an empty plastic bottle from the driver's compartment, handed it to her, instructing, "Fill this with water and add some salt." His throat felt parched, akin to the sensation of flames searing it, his voice hoarse. "Uncle, it's so hot. Let us find a place to rest. Aren't you hot as well?" Yang Ke implored, her bare upper body adorned only with a chest wrap, swaying playfully as she coaxed Zhang Xiaoqiang, her fair skin flushed from the heat, resembling a ripe apple. Zhang Xiaoqiang, oblivious to her charms, took the water bottle from her hand and drank greedily until no drop remained. "Uncle, please. I'm on the verge of heat stroke. Look at the red spots on my skin." Yang Ke continued to plead. "I'm the one driving, and I'm not complaining. Yet you, sitting in the back, are making all this noise." Zhang Xiaoqiang scoffed at her, reflecting on the resilience of his youth when he had ridden his bicycle for an entire day under the scorching sun, drinking from public taps when he couldn't afford water. Regardless, I am to be your future wife. This is how you treat me? Otherwise, I shall strip and stand atop the vehicle to cool off, wearing nothing but my undergarments. Let us see who suffers then." Yang Ke began to throw a tantrum, shaking her tiny fist at Zhang Xiaoqiang. Although she had whimsically declared herself his fiancée, Yang Ke's threats bore fruit. Zhang Xiaoqiang pondered the possibility of her actually following through. If others were to witness such an act, it would indeed be a considerable embarrassment. While Yang Kuer's physique may not be perfect at present, her youthful charm held promise for the future. After nurturing her for so long with care, the thought of her being taken by another would be unbearable. Zhang Xiaoqiang momentarily forgot how he usually teased Yang Kuer. All right, I yield. Let us find somewhere to rest. He relented, acknowledging the oppressive heat and longing for a respite. Oh, victory! All imperial ambitions are but paper tigers. Yang Kuer exclaimed gleefully, reciting a slogan from the cave, but upon noticing Zhang Xiaoqiang's displeased expression, she quickly reined in her exuberance. Not far from the roadside stood a lush, evergreen tree, with a trunk so thick it could not be encircled by 3 people. Its expansive canopy providing a welcome shade that promised relief from the heat. Zhang Xiaoqiang maneuvered the vehicle beneath the tree, and before it had come to a complete stop, Yang Kuer had already leapt out, her beast-horn spear in hand. The cool shade enveloped her, alleviating the oppressive heat. As Zhang Xiaoqiang exhaled a sigh of relief and prepared to exit the vehicle, suddenly, a slender figure leapt from the tree's crown, hurtling towards Zhang Xiaoqiang. Just as he stood, one foot in the driver's compartment and the other suspended in midair, he had no time to react to the impending threat. He caught sight of a pair of crimson eyes and a set of white fangs aimed at his throat, his mind blank as tension coursed through his body, rendering him unable to even close his eyes. With a swift motion, Yang Kuer, quick-witted and agile, swung her beast-horn spear, striking the creature midair. The impact was akin to a hammer smashing a watermelon, the force of the blow causing the creature's head to explode, sending eyeballs, brain matter, blood, and shattered bone into the air. Before the creature could hit the ground, Zhang Xiaoqiang had barely managed to catch his breath when another figure leapt down from the treetop, lunging at him. With her spear exhausted, Yang Kuer could only sweep the weapon horizontally at the beast. Unfortunately, the spear had lost much of its strength. The creature twisted in the air, evading her attack, and then propelled itself off the spear to adjust its trajectory and continue its assault on Zhang Xiaoqiang. Now alert, Zhang Xiaoqiang pushed off the seat and leapt backward just as the creature lunged at him. The two collided on the ground, the impact nearly knocking the breath out of Zhang Xiaoqiang, making it difficult for him to breathe. The creature, as if equipped with springs, sprang back up immediately after hitting the ground, continuing its assault on Zhang Xiaoqiang's throat. Lying on the ground, Zhang Xiaoqiang had no time to rise before the creature was upon him. He raised his left arm to shield his throat, his thoughts fixated on one singular notion: he must not allow it to bite him. As it sank its teeth into the sleeve of his left arm, he summoned his strength and slammed the creature down, pressing his entire weight onto his left arm, with its crimson eyes and pale fangs. The creature's round head was now mere inches from Zhang Xiaoqiang's face, a pungent, animalistic odor assaulting his nostrils, causing tears to well up in his eyes. With his body pinning the creature down, he swung his right fist, delivering blow after blow to its head, each strike causing blood to splatter, skin to tear, and bone to become visible. The creature's head became a gruesome mess, its former shape unrecognizable. It was only when Zhang Xiaoqiang sensed the creature beneath him had fallen silent that he exhaled a long breath. Lying on the ground as he gazed up at the treetops, panting heavily. Chapter 42. Wow, how adorable! Zhang Xiaoqiang lay quietly in the shade, gazing up at the sky, his rapid breaths escaping through his nostrils in a rhythmic pattern. His right hand ached, the sensation oscillating between numbness and pain, akin to being submerged in a hot oil pan. Yet, he paid no heed to the pain in his hand, his eyes fixed on the heavens, as if his mind had yet to settle from the ferocity of the recent skirmish. The brief yet intense struggle had drained much of his energy, leaving him too fatigued to even twitch a finger. Just then, a small, cherubic face came into view, adorned with a playful smile. "Uncle, you're so slow. I dispatched mine in an instant, yet you took so long to deal with yours." Yang Kuer squatted beside Zhang Xiaoqiang, gazing into his eyes, her face alight with mischievous glee. Zhang Xiaoqiang rolled his eyes at her, thinking it was easy to speak without bearing any pain. Was the little girl blessed with a divine aura? Why was misfortune drawn only to him and not to her? Yang Kuer squatted beside Zhang Xiaoqiang, tending to his injured right hand. Lying on the ground like a dead dog, Zhang Xiaoqiang gazed up at the dense canopy above, pondering his unfortunate fate. Before encountering Yang Ku'er was one thing, but after meeting her, he had experienced a streak of bad luck, nearly getting killed by a mutated beast while camping at night, almost being strangled in the small building, nearly succumbing to rainwater, and now, while seeking a moment of coolness, he had nearly been bitten by that creature. Was it possible that Yang Ku'er was a harbinger of misfortune? His luck had soured since being around her. Zhang Xiaoqiang scrutinized the busy girl before him. When Yang Ku'er noticed Zhang Xiaoqiang watching her, she flashed a radiant smile, her fair cheeks flushed from the surrounding warmth, resembling a tempting red apple. Her crescent-shaped eyes sparkled like a clear spring, twinkling with starlight, framed by two adorable dimples and small tiger teeth, making her appear exceptionally endearing at that moment. Instantly, Zhang Xiaoqiang's inner otaku was ignited by the charm on Yang Ku'er's face, filling him with a surge of possessiveness. The little girl was his, and no one could take her away. He swore allegiance to the deity of otakus. Ouch! Be gentle. You're bandaging me, not plucking a pig's trotters. Zhang Xiaoqiang's reverie was interrupted by the pain in his right hand, and he complained to Yang Ku'er. All right. I know. This isn't my fault. I've never done this before. Besides, who told you to make such a mess of yourself? You should take better care of yourself. Yang Ku'er retorted, her tone reminiscent of a little wife chastising her husband as she softened her touch. Zhang Xiaoqiang actually relished Yang Ku'er's little complaints. Living alone for many years had made him somewhat reclusive, but now, with the girl's playful antics, he felt rejuvenated. Yang Ku'er busily cleaned the wound, applied medicine, and bandaged it with cotton gauze. Lazily lying under the shade of the trees, Zhang Xiaoqiang felt a cool breeze against the ground, and even the pain in his right hand seemed to fade away. His mind was blank, and he simply savored this moment of tranquility. Uncle, all done. Are you satisfied? Yang Ku'er's voice shattered this rare moment of peace. So soon? Zhang Xiaoqiang opened his eyes, momentarily bewildered. Yes. Uncle, quickly check how my skills measure up. Yang Ku'er urged, seemingly eager for Zhang Xiaoqiang's praise. How to put it? Zhang Xiaoqiang's right hand now appeared rather weathered, indeed quite shabby. The entire hand was wrapped like an underdeveloped wild pear, with bulges and indentations. There were 3 places where the gauze met, indicating that Yang Ku'er had managed to cover some areas while neglecting others, with layers of gauze piled upon one another. Zhang Xiaoqiang felt as if his right hand had gained an extra half a pound. There were no bows, no lipstick marks. Yet the little girl had scrawled with a red marker she must have found somewhere. Ku'er production. Below it was a heart-shaped symbol, resembling a counterfeit protection mark. Passable, but don't get cocky. Keep improving, Zhang Xiaoqiang said, suppressing a smile as he feigned seriousness in his praise to Yang Ku'er. I know. Yang Ku'er bien with satisfaction. But uncle, it seems like there's no more gauze, she added, glancing at the makeshift bandage on Zhang Xiaoqiang's right arm. Yeah, I know. I'll figure something out. Zhang Xiaoqiang replied with a straight face, inwardly lamenting the fact that it was more than a pound of gauze. Feeling sufficiently rested, Zhang Xiaoqiang stood up. His left sleeve was torn to shreds by that creature's bite, the bee skin lining it riddled with small punctures. Upon seeing this, Zhang Xiaoqiang gasped. That bee skin was impervious even to military knives. If it had bitten him directly, his flesh and bones would have been defenseless. He silently congratulated himself for not being lazy and embedding the bee skin into his clothing. Approaching the creature's carcass, he examined it closely. It was about the size of a rural guard dog, with an elongated body, short and thick limbs, the proportions of which seemed bizarre, roughly 1:5. One head had been smashed by Yang Ku'er, leaving only the jaw and neck intact. The other had been barely recognizable after Zhang Xiaoqiang had beaten it to death. Its head somewhat rounded. Its long, bushy tail was about half the length of its body, resembling an African mongoose. Uncle, what is this thing? Yang Ku'er inquired, prodding the carcass with her beast-horn spear, filled with curiosity. It seems rather familiar. If it were smaller, it would resemble the yellow weasel known for stealing chickens in the countryside, sometimes referred to as huangwangzi. Zhang Xiaoqiang recalled seeing a yellow weasel skin hanging on the wall at his uncle's house when he was young. Can it be eaten? Yang Ku'er appeared eager to try the wild delicacy. I'm not sure. It should be edible, I guess, Zhang Xiaoqiang replied uncertainly. as his father had never hunted a yellow weasel. Do yellow weasels bite people? Why was it in the tree? Can they climb trees? Yang Ke treated Zhang Xiaoqiang as a fountain of knowledge, bombarding him with questions. Zhang Xiaoqiang felt exasperated. Yang Ke, holding a small knife she had found, showed no aversion to the stench and blood of the yellow weasel as she proceeded to skin it, revealing her potential to become a skilled cook. With his right hand suspended in front of his chest, Zhang Xiaoqiang watched Yang Ke work, feeling a slight sense of comfort. He was merely puzzled by how she seemed to possess an endless supply of peculiar items, wondering where she kept them all. Suddenly, a chirping sound came from above, capturing both Yang Ke and Zhang Xiaoqiang's attention. Yang Ke gripped her beast-horn spear, while Zhang Xiaoqiang, feigning injury, hid behind her. The chirps continued, seemingly calling out with urgency. Soon, 3 round little heads peeked out from the tree, revealing 3 small yellow weasels slightly larger than mice, their bright eyes glistening as they looked down. Wow, so cute, Yang Ke squealed, causing the 3 little yellow weasels to retreat in fright. Could it be that we entered their territory, prompting them to attack? Zhang Xiaoqiang began to understand. Chapter 43. Yang Ke loses her temper. Why can't we take them? They're so adorable. It's not like we can't care for them. Yang Ke incessantly complained in the back of the cart about why Zhang Xiaoqiang wouldn't take the 3 little yellow weasels. Zhang Xiaoqiang, driving the tricycle with one arm, struggled to maintain control as the vehicle lumbered forward at less than 20 miles per hour, feeling awkward and unaccustomed to the situation. However, there was no other choice. One could never be too careful in case there were more mutated beasts lurking nearby, so he had to drive despite his injury. He had considered letting Yang Ke learn to drive, but ever since she had transformed into a powerhouse, her confidence had skyrocketed. Who knew if she would turn the tricycle into a racing vehicle? Thus, he had no option but to shoulder the burden himself, injured and all. Uncle, are you even listening to me? Yang Ke noticed Zhang Xiaoqiang's silence and pressed him further. He continued to ignore her, focusing on steering the vehicle. As driving with his left hand required some skill, even if it was the simplest of agricultural vehicles. Zhang Xiaoqiang, you've touched. What are you denying it now? Yang Ke began to throw a tantrum, realizing Zhang Xiaoqiang was unresponsive. With a creak, Zhang Xiaoqiang halted the tricycle and turned back, seeing Yang Ke holding binoculars and making silly faces at him. It seemed that if he didn't discipline her for 3 days, she would turn the house upside down. He knew he had to put her in her place. Zhang Xiaoqiang contemplated teaching Yang Ke a lesson, making her understand why flowers bloom so brilliantly. His eyes ablaze with indignation, his left hand clenching into a fist before releasing it repeatedly, his chest puffed out as if it were about to explode at any moment. Observing Zhang Xiaoqiang on the verge of an outburst, Yang Ke displayed no signs of weakness, merely raising her binoculars to scrutinize him. After a prolonged silence, the once proud chest of Zhang Xiaoqiang deflated like a punctured tire. Now reduced to a half-disabled state, he lacked the strength to reprimand Yang Ke, feeling a mix of sorrow and frustration. You say I saw it? Fine, even if I did. But when have I ever touched you? With brute force proving ineffective, Zhang Xiaoqiang resorted to reasoning. What do you mean? That day when you threw your back out and asked me to massage you, didn't I touch you then? Yang Ke began to play the rogue. What? Are you saying that if I wash your feet, it means I want to marry you? Zhang Xiaoqiang was genuinely angered, questioning why she was so unreasonable at such a young age. What will happen in the future? Yang Ke remained silent, one hand holding the binoculars while the other pointed at Zhang Xiaoqiang, her finger wagging up and down. You still want to fight with me? Come on, let me show you the Zhang family's methods. Zhang Xiaoqiang decided to take a risk, prepare to bear further injury in order to teach this audacious girl a lesson. No, not that. There's someone over there. Yang Ke stammered sleekly, pointing behind Zhang Xiaoqiang. He snatched the binoculars from her to examine the direction she indicated. Ahead, the main road branched off to a side path, where approximately 200 meters away stood a small factory, obscured by its outer walls. On a rooftop, the top of which was indeterminate as either a workshop or a warehouse, a person waved a red banner, attempting to draw attention. What do you think? Zhang Xiaoqiang sought Yang Ke's opinion, recognizing his own vulnerability and relying on her insight. Let us observe first. Don't worry. I want to be swayed by some pretty boy. Yang Ke seemed aware of Zhang Xiaoqiang's insecurities. The tricycle halted over 200 meters from the factory entrance. Both Zhang Xiaoqiang and Yang Ke were armed with binoculars and a crossbow, scrutinizing their surroundings. The small factory was modest in size, comprising 3 workshops, 2 warehouses, and a 3-story office building, which also appeared to serve as dormitories, with various garments hanging from the windows, battered by the elements. A man clad in an indistinguishable suit stood atop the warehouse, vigorously waving the banner, as if to warmly welcome their arrival. "What should we do, uncle? Should I charge in?" "Yang Ke was eager to engage." "Wait," Zhang Xiaoqiang replied tersely. "Wait?" Yang Ke was perplexed. He raised his bandaged right hand in a dramatic gesture. Yang Ke seemed to grasp the implication, though she was still somewhat confused. Noticing her lack of response, Zhang Xiaoqiang reminded her. "Have you forgotten last time when I used your device to lure the zombies into the river?" "Oh no, why bring that up? How embarrassing." Yang Ke blushed and lowered her head, only to lift it again, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. "I thought only women experienced that. I didn't realize men did too." Zhang Xiaoqiang nearly fell under the vehicle at her remark, feeling a profound disconnect in their conversation. A joke flickered through his mind. A man who could not grow facial hair, distressed, sought a transplant at a hospital. The doctor, lacking suitable hair, transferred some from the man's wife's private area to his face. Later, the doctor asked how he felt, and the man replied that everything was fine except for a few days each month when he would have a nosebleed. "My right hand is injured. The scent of blood will attract the zombies," Zhang Xiaoqiang patiently explained, lamenting inwardly. "I fear not the wolf-like adversary, but the pig-like ally. Tis time, Yang Ke truly understood." Her expression turning dejected as she muttered, "Why must it always be women who deal with that? It's so annoying." As they conversed, zombies gradually emerged from the factory, an S-type zombie sprinting ahead, followed by 2 D-types, with a horde of ordinary zombies trailing behind. The S-type appeared well-fed, nearly evolving into an S2, standing about 1.4 meters tall with arms extending down to its calves, resembling a gibbon. This S-type outpaced any Zhang Xiaoqiang had previously encountered, swiftly distancing itself from the others. Zhang Xiaoqiang grasped Yang Ke, who was about to leap from the vehicle, urgently warning, please do not let the zombies harm you." Yang Ke, brimming with confidence, nodded casually and jumped down to confront the threat. Zhang Xiaoqiang, however, harbored little faith in her abilities. The S-type was far too swift. Resolute, he bit his lip and tore the bandage from his hand, slamming a fist against the vehicle's wall. The freshly closed wound split open again, crimson blood oozing forth. The S-type, catching the scent of fresh blood before reaching Yang Ke, disregarded her entirely and lunged at Zhang Xiaoqiang. With a crash, the S-type soared through the air like a buoyant scarecrow, spiraling away. As it passed Yang Ke, it was struck at the waist by the beast-horn spear, causing its upper body to rotate 180 degrees before being flung aside. Unsatisfied with her current accomplishment, Yang Ke eagerly advanced towards the D-type zombies, too hasty and disregarding the wisdom of waiting for the zombies to approach. Zhang Xiaoqiang critiqued from behind. Yang Ke reached the D-types and swung her arms, the spear slicing through the air, cleanly severing the necks of the 2 D-types. With the heads tumbling to the ground, the robust bodies slowly slumped down. Seeing this, Zhang Xiaoqiang felt a sense of relief. The most formidable threats had been neutralized, leaving only mere cannon fodder, lacking both speed and strength. As long as they avoided encirclement, they would be fine. Chapter 44. Otherwise, I will kill him. Oh dear. At your age, you should take better care of yourself. Look, your bandaged wound has reopened. Yang Ke complained while rewrapping Zhang Xiaoqiang's injury. Behind her lay dozens of zombies, their bodies resembling a slaughterhouse, none intact, either missing heads or limbs. The sun was setting, casting a melancholic glow over the apocalyptic battlefield. The evening light enveloped Yang Ke in a halo, making her appear golden and divine. Having just engaged in strenuous activity, beads of sweat glistened on her petite and charming nose, sparkling under the sunset, while her bangs clung to her forehead, enhancing her allure. Her clear, bright eyes were intently focused on Zhang Xiaoqiang's right hand as she applied new medicine. A warm breath occasionally wafted from her mouth and nose onto his hand, alleviating the pain and replacing it with a soothing tingle. Watching Yang Ku'er carefully tend to his wound, Zhang Xiaoqiang's thoughts drifted back to her combat prowess earlier. Yang Ku'er possessed remarkable talent. To be precise, her combat intuition was astute. She did not recklessly charge into the horde, but instead maneuvered around, deftly striking at the zombies, gradually peeling away their numbers like layers of a potato. The spear she wielded could perhaps be more aptly termed a beast horn staff. Zhang Xiaoqiang felt a twinge of regret as Yang Ku'er wielded it. She did not use it to stab, but rather to smash. The zombies suffered grievous injuries, losing limbs, and some even had their heads crushed and bodies split in two. Yang Ku'er carelessly thrust the spear into the ground, its length around 7 meters, fitting comfortably in her grip. The body of the gun, forged from rebar, is tightly coupled with the beast horn. The beast horn glimmers subtly under the rays of the setting sun, not in a blinding or glaring manner, but rather exuding a restrained and introspective halo, understated yet resplendent. This shimmering beast horn possesses the remarkable quality of repelling dust and grime, such that any blood or brain matter inadvertently splattered upon it after dispatching zombies swiftly drips away along the spiral grooves, restoring its pristine sheen. Alas, what a pity for this gun! Zhang Xiaoqiang shook his head as he gazed at the beast horn gun, which had been neglected by Yang Ku'er. "Uncle, did you hear what I said?" Yang Ku'er exclaimed, her eyes wide with indignation, sparkling with a flicker of fire, her delicate, rosy cheeks puffed up, and her lips forming a cute pout. The whole appearance of this little girl, clearly quite upset, was irresistibly adorable. Ahem! Zhang Xiaoqiang had indeed not heard Yang Ku'er's murmurs. He coughed to cover his oversight and swiftly sought to divert her attention with another topic. Oh, I was just thinking, did we forget something?" Zhang Xiaoqiang pondered with a serious expression. Yang Ku'er, somewhat perplexed, also contemplated what might have slipped their minds. "It seems we came for that guy." Zhang Xiaoqiang indicated towards a small factory with a sidelong glance. Yang Ku'er lifted her gaze towards that direction, noticing the man still waving a banner atop the roof, though his earlier fervor had diminished to a lackluster display. In the twilight glow, his solitary and desolate figure flailed the red banner, evoking a sense of poignant artistry, a feeling of melancholy. "Cut it out. We've been battling monsters for quite a while, and he still wants to come down. He clearly seems like a pathetic fellow. I can't even be bothered to pay him any mind." Yang Ku'er expressed her disdain for the man on the rooftop. Observing the fading light, Zhang Xiaoqiang suggested, "Let us spend the night over there." As the tricycle approached, the small factory came into view, marked by a weathered wooden sign painted white with red lettering, hanging to the right of the entrance. Upon entering the factory, one could see the floor littered with assorted debris, moldy sacks of flour, tattered rags, and various food packaging, with scattered human bones interspersed throughout. A warehouse, towering 8 meters high, bore the scars of impact on its large iron door, which was marked in white paint with warnings against smoking and fire. The walls of the warehouse were sturdy, a product of the 1960s or 70s, adorned with a row of old wooden windows 5 meters above the ground. A makeshift staircase of U-shaped rebar led up to the roof. The man on the rooftop appeared to be scanning below in search of any remaining zombies. "Come down. It's safe now," Zhang Xiaoqiang called out to him, while Yang Ku'er chose to ignore the man entirely. Once assured that there was no danger, the man cautiously descended the makeshift steel staircase step by step. "Oh, thank you so much, big brother. You have no idea how long I've been trapped in that warehouse. For months. If you hadn't come, I would know how I would have survived." The man expressed his gratitude with palpable excitement, as if he would kneel in thanks to Zhang Xiaoqiang. Zhang Xiaoqiang scrutinized the man closely. He appeared to be in his early 20s, clad in dirty, grimy attire, though his face was clean yet devoid of color. His hair was somewhat long, covering his ears, reminiscent of the popular hairstyles of the 1980s, with a square face and prominent brows and eyes, presenting a favorable first impression. "What is your name? How have you survived until now?" Zhang Xiaoqiang inquired while surveying the small factory's reception area. My surname is Xie, and my name is Xie Yuanshan. I'm the sales manager of this factory." He began to recount. The food factory typically produced small biscuits and employed around 50 local villagers. The factory director was his uncle. After graduating from a third-rate university, he worked in sales at the factory. As the festive season approached, business was booming, and he was busy checking inventory in the finished goods warehouse when the viral outbreak occurred, leading to chaos as the factory workers turned feral, attacking one another. Xie Yuanshan was quick-witted and bold. He locked the warehouse door with the inventory manager inside and stayed put. After half an hour, he sensed something was amiss with the manager and kept his distance. When the manager transformed into a zombie, Xie Yuanshan killed him and remained in the warehouse for several months, climbing to the roof each morning to see if anyone passed by. Xie Yuanshan, how have you managed to procure water? Zhang Xiaoqiang asked, curious about his survival. Big brother, you are too kind. Just call me Xiaoshan. The finished goods warehouse must always remain clean and tidy, so we built a water platform behind the main door for cleaning and sanitizing hands to prevent contaminating the products. The water is drawn from the underground supply, and most nearby farms also use it for their domestic needs. Big brother, you have saved my life. If you have any requests, do not hesitate to ask. I will do my utmost to assist you. Xie Yuanshan vowed earnestly, though his gaze involuntarily drifted toward Yang Ke. Zhang Xiaoqiang feigned a cough to discreetly remind him to refrain from staring. I saw this little sister on the roof. She is quite impressive, Xie Yuanshan remarked, his expression somewhat awkward. Zhang Xiaoqiang merely nodded in response. Is she your sister? Xie Yuanshan inquired cautiously. No, I'm his wife. Yang Ke interjected, feeling bored and seizing the opportunity to assert her claim. Oh, big brother is quite remarkable, haha. Xie Yuanshan laughed sincerely. Yet Zhang Xiaoqiang sensed something was amiss. The large iron gate of the small factory was locked, and Zhang Xiaoqiang and Yang Ke gathered around a campfire in the factory's open space. They did not wish to sleep in the dormitory. However, the unpleasant odor made it unbearable. Thus, they opted to sleep outside, grateful that the evening temperature was moderate, akin to summer. Zhang Xiaoqiang and Yang Ke decided to take turns keeping watch throughout the night, cautious of the unfamiliar outsider among them. Put that thing down, or I will kill him. Zhang Xiaoqiang, half asleep, was abruptly awakened by commotion. Before he could open his eyes, a sharp kick landed on his stomach. Ugh! He doubled over, retching. Chapter 45. Stop hitting him. Zhang Xiaoqiang's eyes flew open to find a crossbow aimed directly at his forehead. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, another kick landed on his abdomen, the searing pain rendering him speechless, forcing him to curl up on the ground, gasping for breath. Why are you kicking him again? Yang Ke's voice rang out, laced with tears. Drop the thing you're holding. Zhang Xiaoqiang finally recognized the voice of Xie Yuanshan. Before he could react, Xie Yuanshan delivered another kick to his right hand. Zhang Xiaoqiang could not suppress a cry of agony as the white bandage wrapped around his hand quickly turned crimson. The wound reopening. Stop hitting him. What on earth do you want? Yang Ke shrieked, her voice tinged with desperation. What do I want? Ha ha ha. Of course. I want to have my way with you. Xie Yuanshan cackled maniacally. Ha ha. You said it yourselves. The world has ended, the nation is gone, and there are no laws. Therefore, I can do as I please. Xie Yuanshan continued to revel in his madness. You ungrateful wretch. Don't forget it was us who saved you. Had I known, I would have let the monsters devour you. Yang Ke seethed with anger, but unfortunately, Zhang Xiaoqiang was curled up in a ball and could see nothing. Ha ha ha. Ungrateful? Well said. I am indeed ungrateful. Do you know what happened to the last person who said that to me? Ha ha ha. She was slowly suffocated by me. You cannot imagine the exquisite sensation. Xie Yuanshan appeared to relish sharing his feelings, growing increasingly animated in his discourse. Ha ha ha. This woman, at 40, still pretends to be pure. Xie Yuanshan reminisced, noticing Zhang Xiaoqiang attempting to move, delivering a few kicks for good measure. Stop hitting him. Yang Ke cried out. Ha ha. Now that's the flavor. Ha ha. Isn't it enjoyable? Xie Yuanshan gazed at the weeping Yang Ke, his face a mask of sadistic delight. Ahem. I understand now. That librarian wasn't mutated. She was murdered by you. Zhang Xiaoqiang coughed out. With another kick, the answer was indeed correct, and he received an additional kick. Xie Yuanshan looked at the curled-up Zhang Xiaoqiang, his expression one of utter satisfaction. Yang Ke, witnessing Zhang Xiaoqiang's torment, sobbed uncontrollably, gripping the beast horn gun more tightly. By the way, where was I? That librarian. I remember it was she who pulled me away from the door. She was the one who shut it. Xie Yuanshan exclaimed, swallowing hard with excitement. By the way, I suffocated her. Ha ha ha. Who told her to try to kill me? What purity can a 40-year-old woman possess? Ha ha. As Xie Yuanshan continued, his excitement grew, his face twisted in a grotesque manner that was truly repulsive. His eyes revealed a madness characteristic of the deranged, his body trembling slightly as he appeared to relive that moment with increasing fervor. Zhang Xiaoqiang saw that Yang Ke was still a good distance away, making it impossible for her to intervene suddenly. He could only rescue himself, cautiously moving his left hand towards his back while Xie Yuanshan's attention wavered. Out of the corner of his eye, Xie Yuanshan noticed Zhang Xiaoqiang shifting position. Suddenly, Zhang Xiaoqiang coughed up a mouthful of blood, feeling as if his insides had shifted from the blows he had received. Cough, cough, ha ha ha, cough. Zhang Xiaoqiang gasped, feeling like his organs were ablaze. Yang Ke could no longer bear Zhang Xiaoqiang's suffering, screaming as she brandished the beast horn gun, ready to charge forward. Don't come closer. I will kill him. I truly will. Xie Yuanshan, sensing Yang Ke's movements, became flustered. The sniper crossbow pressed firmly against Zhang Xiaoqiang's head, leaving a deep imprint on his face. What do you want from me? I will avenge my husband if it comes to that. Yang Ke was on the verge of madness due to Xie Yuanshan's coercion. Calm down. I won't harm him as long as you discard that weapon in your hands. I will let you leave tomorrow, I promise. Xie Yuanshan feigned seriousness, his expression shifting unpredictably. With tear-filled eyes, Yang Ke gazed at Zhang Xiaoqiang, her small silver teeth biting down on her lower lip, a droplet of blood slowly trickling down, her hands trembling around the beast horn gun. No, he lying. Zhang Xiaoqiang attempted to warn Yang Ke that Xie Yuanshan was untrustworthy, but before he could finish, a kick struck his chin. Stop hitting him. I will listen to you. Yang Ke, seeing Zhang Xiaoqiang being struck again, panicked. With a clang, the beast horn gun was thrown to the ground, and Yang Ke reached for the zipper of her collar. Seeing Yang Ke discard the beast horn gun, Xie Yuanshan relaxed his guard, loosening his grip on the sniper crossbow. As he became entirely focused on Yang Ke's actions, Zhang Xiaoqiang seized the opportunity. Releasing his right hand from its bindings, he delivered a solid punch to Xie Yuanshan's groin. Xie Yuanshan yelped, clutching his groin, clearly in considerable pain. Zhang Xiaoqiang swiftly drew the pistol from his waistband, aiming it at Xie Yuanshan and pulling the trigger. The gun clicked without firing. The pistol was notoriously prone to misfire if not chambered properly. Cursing under his breath, Zhang Xiaoqiang, with no time to waste, swung the pistol downward, the grip crashing into Xie Yuanshan's kneecap. A sound reminiscent of cracking bone echoed in the air. Xie Yuanshan dropped the sniper crossbow, rolling on the ground, groaning in agony. Zhang Xiaoqiang glanced over at Yang Ke, who was still in shock, her left hand pressing down on her right, clutching her collar as she stared blankly. What are you staring at? Come help. Exhausted from the earlier struggle, Zhang Xiaoqiang lay on the ground, every inch of him aching. Why is it always me who gets hurt? He pondered, perplexed. Yang Ke, as if awakening from a dream, rushed over to retrieve the sniper crossbow, then stomped down hard on Xie Yuanshan's right leg. The sound of bones breaking echoed once more as Xie Yuanshan howled in pain. Yang Ke stomped on the remaining limbs before rushing to Zhang Xiaoqiang's side, Xie Yuanshan lying on the ground, gasping for breath. Chapter 46. Is there a generation gap? How are you? Does it hurt? Are you all right? Yang Ke helped Zhang Xiaoqiang sit up against her chest. Hiss! Zhang Xiaoqiang winced at the movement, every part of him in pain. Yang Ke quickly adjusted her movements, attempting to alleviate his suffering. Do you know how the villains in movies meet their end? Zhang Xiaoqiang leaned against Yang Ke, gazing into the flickering campfire. Yang Ke remained silent, tears occasionally falling onto Zhang Xiaoqiang's cheeks, warm droplets flowing down his face. Because villains always ramble too much. Zhang Xiaoqiang muttered. Do you know why the female protagonists in movies often face tragic fates? Zhang Xiaoqiang turned his head to look at Yang Ke behind him. Because those foolish heroines always choose to believe the words of the villains. Zhang Xiaoqiang, resting his head on Yang Ke's chest, spoke with a blank expression. Do you think satisfying that pervert will really lead him to spare us? At this point, Zhang Xiaoqiang felt a sense of disappointment and frustration. I was only anxious because I saw you getting hurt. I care about you. Yang Ke's voice dwindled, laced with a hint of grievance. Zhang Xiaoqiang was left speechless, feeling that there was a disconnect in their communication. What else could that pervert do? He dares to violate and kill even his savior. Would he spare someone who is partially disabled or underage? The thought sent chills down Zhang Xiaoqiang's spine. He realized how careless he had been. Gazing into the roaring flames, he began to reflect on himself, wondering when he had become so reckless. Had the tranquility of the past half-month in the cave dulled his vigilance? Had Yang Ku'er's transformation into a powerhouse contributed to his complacency? Had donning the rudimentary leather armor emboldened him? He should have sensed the impending danger from the mutated weasel beneath the great tree. There was no prior reconnaissance, no subsequent caution, and he hadn't even had a weapon at hand. Had Yang Ku'er not acted swiftly, he would have been killed. Ironically, after surviving such a perilous encounter, he had naively believed that he had merely intruded upon the mutated weasel's territory. Why hadn't he used binoculars to scout the area beforehand? Did he truly think that changing his appearance rendered him invincible? Even more absurdly, after being injured, he still failed to heighten his alertness. Knowing the dangers of the apocalypse, he had foolishly trusted Yang Ku'er to keep watch, despite her carefree nature. Zhang Xiaoqiang had even slept soundly. Reflecting on his cautiousness when he first left home, he realized how every step had felt precarious. In the wild, even the slightest rustle would prompt him to investigate. How had he become so numb and careless? The more Zhang Xiaoqiang reflected upon himself, the more he felt a chilling apprehension. The moral codes and rules that prevailed before the apocalypse had been shattered into fragments with the arrival of the end times. The suppressed ambitions, desires, and madness of humanity erupted following the advent of the virus. He recalled a book he had once read, perhaps concerning Freud's theory of personality, which posited that personality consists of the ID, ego, and superego. When the needs of the ID arise, the individual seeks immediate gratification. Thus, according to the governing principle of human nature, the ID is ruled by the pleasure principle. The ego, emerging after an individual's birth within the constraints of reality, develops from the ID. It must navigate the limitations of reality to fulfill the ID's various needs. The governing principle of the ego is the reality principle. The superego, it goes without saying, is not of the ordinary, it is that of the sage. In films, those who pay party dues before dying often belong to this category. Before the apocalypse, people adhered to various rules, laws, and orders. After the apocalypse, individuals trampled upon these norms for the sake of survival and desire. Before the end, people lived within their egos. After, they were trapped within their IDs. It could no longer be as it once was. You are not a savior, nor should you always aspire to be good. Zhang Xiaoqiang concluded his self-examination, pondering whether he should embrace the role of a villain. Alas, Xie Yuanshan lay in the distance like a lifeless dog, emitting pitiful groans. His limbs had been crushed by Yang Ku'er, contorted into grotesque and unexpected positions. For instance, he lay supine, yet his heels were elevated. His trousers were soaked, and a faint odor of excrement wafted through the air, indicating his loss of control. Yang Ku'er, catching a whiff of the stench, frowned and gently laid Zhang Xiaoqiang down. She approached Xie Yuanshan and, gripping his collar, flung him into the darkness beyond the light of the fire. A thud echoed as a heavy object struck the ground, followed by Xie Yuanshan's anguished wails. Yang Ku'er returned to cradle Zhang Xiaoqiang in her arms, her movements unexpectedly tender, a stark contrast to her usual boisterous demeanor. Zhang Xiaoqiang leaned into Yang Ku'er's embrace, relishing the warmth, while faint, intermittent sounds of suffering reached his ears. Zhang Xiaoqiang made a decision. He would neither be a good person nor a bad one. Being a good person was too tragic, and failing to be a bad one would be even more so. How could he acquire the sniper crossbow? Zhang Xiaoqiang suddenly broke the tranquil moment with his inquiry. Perhaps he took it while I was using my alternate account. As Yang Ku'er spoke, her head lowered further, and by the end of her sentence, her chin rested against her chest. Why didn't you wake me when you went to the bathroom? Zhang Xiaoqiang gazed at the campfire with a calm expression. I saw you sleeping soundly and wanted you to rest a little longer, Yang Ku'er reasoned. Raising her head once more, Zhang Xiaoqiang sighed deeply. Regardless of the circumstances, Yang Ku'er had shown kindness, albeit with unintended consequences. Do you now understand what you should do? Zhang Xiaoqiang felt as though he were admonishing a disobedient daughter. Yes, I understand. Even if I need to urinate, I shall report to you first. Yang Kuer's expression was obedient, reminiscent of a child in kindergarten promising not to misbehave again. By the way, what about that CF fellow? Should I kill him? Yang Kuer recalled Xie Yuanshan still lying in the distance, seeking Zhang Xiaoqiang's opinion on how to handle the situation. Forget it. Killing him would soil your hands. Let us feed him to the zombies tomorrow. The reclusive man had never comprehended the meaning of repaying kindness with enmity. Are you not afraid to kill him? Do you not feel nauseous at the thought of taking a life? Zhang Xiaoqiang curiously inquired about Yang Kuer's boldness. Not at all. After I killed my first monster that day, it felt exhilarating, far more thrilling than playing games at home. Yang Kuer seemed disinterested in such questions, appearing somewhat disdainful. Could it be that playing too many games has dulled the horror of killing? Zhang Xiaoqiang, having grown up under the red flag, could hardly fathom the mindset of contemporary youth. Surely not. I used to have a generation gap with my father, and now I find myself experiencing a similar divide with this little girl. Zhang Xiaoqiang finally felt the weight of age upon him. In this desolate night, the campfire warmed his chest. Embraced by warmth, Zhang Xiaoqiang leaned against Yang Kuer, contemplating whether to drift back into slumber. Yang Kuer, cradling him against the wall, had already fallen asleep. He could hear her steady, elongated breathing, a gentle warmth brushing against his neck, evoking a deep sense of comfort and ease. The horizon began to lighten, signaling the approach of dawn. Suddenly, Zhang Xiaoqiang sensed something was amiss within his body, something profoundly wrong. Every meridian and acupoint felt as if pricked by countless needles. Every inch of him ached and throbbed. It was as though millions of ants crawled over him, burrowing through his skin, flesh, and bones, reaching the marrow. The itch was omnipresent, from the crown of his head to the soles of his feet. Not a single spot was free from the torment. The sensation of ants clinging to him was nothing compared to the unbearable itch, accompanied by electric currents coursing through the gaps in his bones, causing waves of numbness, akin to holding a coil of electrified copper wire. This inexplicable sensation of aching and numbness was more torturous than outright pain. Zhang Xiaoqiang longed to scream, to release the agony of this bizarre feeling. Yet he could not, as not a single part of his body obeyed him. Even the simple act of blinking felt arduous. Yang Kuer, awakened by Zhang Xiaoqiang's tremors, looked at him with bleary eyes. "What's wrong?" she asked, her voice thick with sleep. Zhang Xiaoqiang could not articulate his distress, but recognized that his strange ability to heal rapidly was manifesting. In the past, when injured lightly, he had not felt the intensity of this sensation. A good night's sleep usually restored him, albeit with an increased appetite. What on earth is happening to you? Zhang Xiaoqiang's silence caused Yang Kuer to panic, prompting her to cry out in distress. Zhang Xiaoqiang trembled with closed eyes, appearing to endure great pain. Yang Kuer held him tightly, pressing her small face against his forehead to gauge his temperature. Zhang Xiaoqiang remained oblivious to the external world, quietly enduring the sensations of aching and itching. As time passed, he began to feel somewhat better, at least able to catch his breath. "Go!" Zhang Xiaoqiang managed to utter a word as he opened his eyes. "What?" Yang Kuer leaned in closer, eager to hear him. "I need enough food to feed 10 people." Zhang Xiaoqiang spoke in broken sentences. Yang Kuer was bewildered. How could he still expect her to cook in his current state? "Hurry, don't worry about me," Zhang Xiaoqiang urged, feeling his body gradually recover, speaking with greater ease. "Oh," seeing Zhang Xiaoqiang begin to stabilize. Yang Kuer allowed him to lie flat on the ground while she clumsily set about her tasks. Zhang Xiaoqiang lay quietly, the sky brightening. The azure expanse above clear and unclouded, resembling a vast and pristine sapphire. The itch and ache gradually subsided, replaced by a burning hunger within his belly. Zhang Xiaoqiang felt his strength returning and sprang up from the ground. The campfire blazed brightly as Yang Kuer added a few more logs. A pot of rice simmering on a makeshift stove crafted from iron. Yang Kuer, her face smeared with soot, stirred the pot with a spoon. Zhang Xiaoqiang, unable to contain his hunger, climbed into the vehicle to indulge in some prepared delicacies. He sighed contentedly while patting his belly, having devoured 7 previously made beggar's chickens and a large pot of half-cooked rice. His vigor returned, reminiscent of his former self. "You didn't sleep much last night. You should rest for a bit. I have some matters to attend to," he said, displaying a rare concern for Yang Ku-er. Feeling exhausted, Yang Ku-er climbed into the car, clutching her blanket, and soon fell into a deep slumber. "It's time to settle accounts," Zhang Xiaoqiang muttered as he approached Xie Yuanshan, who lay on the ground like a lifeless dog, utterly motionless. Zhang Xiaoqiang observed silently, noting the blood-soaked clothing clinging to Xie Yuanshan's limbs. The foul odor emanating from him was nearly unbearable. Xie Yuanshan seemed to be slipping in and out of consciousness, intermittently groaning in agony. Upon tearing away the gauze from his hand, Zhang Xiaoqiang saw that the wound had fully closed, leaving behind a dark brown scar. With a firm grip on Xie Yuanshan's collar, Zhang Xiaoqiang dragged him towards the entrance of the food factory. The jolt stirred Xie Yuanshan, and his cries grew slightly more vigorous. Upon opening the gate, several limping zombies lay nearby, presumably attracted by the scent of blood from the night before. Zhang Xiaoqiang paid them no heed as he maneuvered around them, dragging Xie Yuanshan to an open space by the wall, where he unceremoniously dropped him. Zhang Xiaoqiang stood nearby, waiting. Xie Yuanshan no longer cared how Zhang Xiaoqiang treated him, perhaps resigned to the idea of death. He muttered to himself, attempting to alleviate his suffering. As the sun rose higher, golden rays began to permeate the surroundings, the patches of light moving towards them with an almost visible speed. When Zhang Xiaoqiang was fully bathed in sunlight, the limping zombies approached, and Xie Yuanshan, upon seeing them, became agitated. He opened his mouth, struggling to articulate the words, "In my suffering," which took all his remaining strength to utter, after which he gasped for breath. Zhang Xiaoqiang merely stood by, silent and unmoving. The zombies were now mere meters away. Fear gripped Xie Yuanshan, and his body writhed like a giant maggot. Beads of sweat the size of soybeans continuously dripped from his forehead like rain. Ultimately, one of the zombies caught up to him, climbing up to his leg, its claws gripping his left calf before sinking its teeth through the fabric of his pants. In his final moments, a surge of energy allowed him to let out a piercing scream that echoed with life. One zombie seized his head, attempting to bite at his ear, and with a gentle tug, it tore the ear away with its teeth. Zhang Xiaoqiang crouched on the ground, retching violently. The food he had consumed that morning was long digested by his ravenous stomach, leaving only bitter bile to expel. Meanwhile, Xie Yuanshan's cries persisted, and upon hearing them, Zhang Xiaoqiang was reminded of the gruesome scene of the zombies devouring him, prompting another wave of nausea. Finally, Xie Yuanshan fell silent. Zhang Xiaoqiang took a moment to collect himself. Feeding Xie Yuanshan to the zombies was a torment. It was unclear whether it was a punishment for him or for himself. He couldn't bear to witness the scene and felt a measure of respect for Yang Ku-er, who had not retched at the sight of her boyfriend being consumed. Could it be that she had developed a certain resilience from watching horror films? Zhang Xiaoqiang pondered, baffled. After dispatching the remaining limping zombies, Zhang Xiaoqiang returned to the tricycle. Finding Yang Ku-er still sound asleep under her blanket, a slight smile gracing her face, likely lost in sweet dreams. Chapter 48. A reunion with D2 morning is always the most splendid time of the day, even amidst the apocalypse. Zhang Xiaoqiang navigated the agricultural tricycle along the highway, with Jinyun City as his destination. Being a provincial capital, Jinyun City undoubtedly garnered more attention from the central government compared to the prefecture-level city where he resided. Moreover, the local military police station there would likely attract a considerable number of survivors. In this apocalyptic world, the odds of individual survival are dismally low. While a reclusive individual may not require extensive social connections, they are not ascetic monks detached from worldly affairs. They crave society and the vibrancy of human interaction. In truth, they seek diversions to occupy their time, as their reclusive nature stems from a persistent sense of emptiness, a desire to exist apart from the mundane. They often feel out of sync with the world, indifferent to others' opinions, yearning instead for a personal space amidst the materialistic chaos of society. Recluses often observe the unfolding of life from the sidelines. They may appear unremarkable or live in obscurity, yet they possess their own life trajectories and thoughts. untainted by external impositions. They inhabit a unique cultural sphere, critiquing authority and societal norms, for they have cultivated their own beliefs. Unfortunately, though they may seek independence from the world, they cannot entirely escape it. Most are confined to small, isolated spaces, enduring the peculiar gazes of others. Why is it that society often rejects reclusive individuals, yet their numbers continue to rise? It is because recluses harbor an enduring spirit of freedom. They resist the shackles of the mundane. While they may lack the means to live grandly, they succeed in carving out their own modest existence. The morning sun was not scorching, and a refreshing coolness permeated the air. The morning breeze caressed his face, invigorating him. Zhang Xiaoqiang slept soundly in the car, undisturbed by the vehicle's bumps. Zhang Xiaoqiang reflected on her behavior from the previous night, shaking his head with a smile. Grateful for her thoughtfulness, her presence had not been in vain. It is no wonder that some reclusive individuals yearn for nurturing games. Suddenly alert, Zhang Xiaoqiang spotted something ahead and halted the vehicle, raising his binoculars for a closer look. About 300 to 400 meters in front, a small river lay crossed by a concrete bridge. The bridge was not particularly long, around 10 meters and about 8 meters wide. A long-distance bus had crashed diagonally into the left side guardrail of the bridge, forming a V-shape. There was a 3 to 4 meter gap between the right guardrail and the bus's rear, just enough for a small vehicle to pass. But it was now overrun by dozens of zombies. Previously, Zhang Xiaoqiang would have called Zhang Xiaoqiang to join him in clearing the zombies. But after enduring 2 unnecessary risks, he had grown more cautious. He exited the vehicle and approached a small mound ahead, crouching down to observe closely. Peering through his binoculars from a mound, Zhang Xiaoqiang gained a clearer view of the bridge. The bus, a 12-meter-long Jinlong coach painted a vibrant red, had crumpled at the front where it struck the opposite side of the bridge. Nearly 50 zombies roamed the bridge, with no sign of evolved zombies in sight. The bus bore a sign indicating it was traveling from SC City to J City. It was likely that the Jinlong bus had exited the highway en route to J City. Recalling his experience on the highway, Zhang Xiaoqiang felt a wave of frustration. Just the day before, he had driven the tricycle onto the highway, eager to experience the thrill of a farm vehicle on such roads, only to find himself at a highway entrance after just a few kilometers. He felt as if he had stumbled into a wasteland straight out of a Western film, where luxury RVs, high-end sports cars, large trucks, and small cars were all crammed together in a chaotic heap, some stacked 7 or 8 meters high. Others charred remnants of their former selves, surrounded by zombies and skeletal remains, a true depiction of a post-apocalyptic scene. With no other choice, he resolved to stick to the old roads. Seeing the situation before him brought some relief. As long as there were no evolved zombies, he would be fine. As I was about to rise, I sensed something amiss. Near the bridge's entrance, 4 or 5 vehicles had collided, their bodies twisted into grotesque shapes. Strangely, all the doors had been ripped off and scattered, some even flung several meters away. Ordinary zombies could not possess such strength. The temperature began to rise, and beads of sweat trickled down my forehead. After lying for too long, I felt a heaviness in my chest. Zhang Xiaoqiang, cautious and observant, realized that if he were not unfamiliar with the route, and if the map did not indicate this single path to the provincial city, he would surely have taken a detour. He had endured countless hardships and did not wish to perish in this small ditch. On the opposite side of the bridge, the zombies stirred, seemingly avoiding something as they cleared a path for a towering D2-type zombie that emerged from the vehicle's front. Upon seeing the D2, Zhang Xiaoqiang's heart sank. His last encounter with one had been a nightmare he wished to forget. The terror of being on top of a bus while it shook violently still haunted him. He could never forget the fear of being cornered against the window, face to face with a D2. Zhang Xiaoqiang turned to flee, gripped by fear. To him, the D2 resembled a fully armed main battle tank while he stood defenseless, armed only with a sniper crossbow that could barely pierce its skin. He lacked confidence in his ability to defeat it, even with a beast horn spear that could penetrate rock. The D2 halted on the bridge, and through his binoculars, Zhang Xiaoqiang saw it sniffing the air and letting out a roar so loud that even from over 200 meters away, he could hear it. Panic surged within him. He was positioned upwind, and the breeze carried his scent to the D2, which had already detected his presence. Zhang Xiaoqiang sprang to his feet, dashed to the tricycle, and attempted to start it, steering it back down the path he had come. Just as he desperately sought to accelerate, the agricultural vehicle sputtered and slowed to a halt, refusing to move. Cursing under his breath, he realized he hadn't refueled since setting out. Previously, he had only filled it when transporting supplies. And now he was facing the consequences. He roused Yang Ke, who was sound asleep, and together they ran toward the fields beside the road, Zhang Xiaoqiang dragging her along. "Uncle, what are you hiding from?" she asked, puzzled by his urgency. "Zombies," he replied, not daring to look back to see if the D2 was in pursuit, although it was at least 2,000 meters away. "Uft, what is there to fear from those things? Watch me take care of them." Yang Ke, unaware of the danger, halted and prepared to confront the threat. Zhang Xiaoqiang, realizing her strength surpassed his, was shaken when she broke free from his grasp. "Is it an evolved one or a second evolution?" he stammered, needing to explain further. "Many of them?" she inquired, pausing. "Just one," he admitted, feeling embarrassed. He had once been a formidable force, yet now felt like a cornered mouse. "It's very powerful. Even crossbow bolts can't kill it," he hastily clarified, masking his cowardice. "Is it fast?" Yang Ke began to understand, recalling her gaming experience and acknowledging that they were facing a significant boss. One with thick skin and speed that they could not currently contend with. "Not exceptionally fast. It's about the speed of an average person jogging." Zhang Xiaoqiang recalled his first encounter with the D2. "Then we need not fear. Based on my gaming experience, as long as it doesn't touch us, we can wear it down," Yang Ke confidently declared, turning toward the bridge. Chapter 49. Well, if I must die, then so be it. If I evade today, I cannot escape tomorrow. Better to die early and be reborn. Zhang Xiaoqiang observed Yang Ke bravely facing the D2, his masculinity ignited, as he forgot his previous fear and stepped in front of her. "I am a homebody, yet I am also a man. A man must rise to the occasion," he repeatedly told himself, as if this mantra could dispel his dread of the D2. Zhang Xiaoqiang and Yang Ke stood beside the tricycle, awaiting the D2's approach. This moment reminded him of a melodramatic film he had once watched, where the hero silently awaited his fate, unafraid and resolute for the inevitable showdown. If he were to perish, he would do so alongside the world-destroying demon. Would anyone remember him? Zhang Xiaoqiang chuckled at his own self-deprecation, glancing at Yang Ke beside him. Yang Ke displayed no signs of tension, instead exuding excitement akin to that before facing a boss in a game. She seemed impatient for the D2's arrival, tapping her right foot rhythmically on the ground, the beast horn spear in her hand, keeping time with her footfalls, striking the earth with increasing force. She had already dug a small hole the size of a bowl. Observing her at ease, Zhang Xiaoqiang also began to relax as a small dark figure drew closer. Was that a march? Realizing Yang Ke's foot rhythm, Zhang Xiaoqiang pondered whether they should accompany it with the German armored soldier march. He attempted to ease his tension as the D2 approached. "Wow, what a striking monster. It's even more impressive than the governor," Yang Ke exclaimed, astonished by the D2's formidable physique, which surpassed the scrawny zombies they typically encountered. "Don't be startled. Prepare yourself, it's coming." Zhang Xiaoqiang gripped his Wuxia pistol, checking the magazine. With a click, he chambered around and aimed at the D2. Yet despite holding the gun, he felt no confidence. Who knew if the bullets would even penetrate? As the D2 closed the distance to 30 meters, Zhang Xiaoqiang, gripped by uncertainty, fired his pistol. The D2 paused momentarily, but continued its advance. The bullets having no discernible effect, Zhang Xiaoqiang unleashed a flurry of shots, the recoil numbing his wrist. Of the 6 bullets, 5 struck the D2, which seemed to be hurt, letting out an enraged roar and accelerating toward him. As the D2 lunged, Zhang Xiaoqiang fumbled to change the magazine, having overly relied on the pistol's supposed power, leaving him unprepared. "Ah!" Yang Ke cried out, brandishing her beast horn spear as she charged at the D2, exhibiting the fearless audacity of youth. Just as Zhang Xiaoqiang finished reloading, he cursed under his breath and seized the beast horn spear, sprinting after her. Standing beside the towering D2, Yang Ke appeared as a mere child, only able to see its waist unless she craned her neck. Undeterred, she swung the spear in a wide arc, striking the D2's thigh with a resounding thud, akin to hitting a drum with a gaping hole. The D2 staggered forward a step, yet quickly regained its balance, raising its left arm as if to swat away an insect. Yang Ku'er felt a tingling sensation in her palm due to the recoil from the beast horn spear. Subsequently, D2 swung its left arm and struck the spear, causing it to rebound violently. The spear, along with its threaded steel shaft, collided forcefully against Yang Ku'er, propelling her several meters before she crashed onto the parched earth. Overwhelmed, she could no longer hold onto the spear, which fell aside as she succumbed to unconsciousness. D2 displayed no sense of mercy towards the young girl. Turning to approach the fallen Yang Ku'er, observing her predicament, Zhang Xiaoqiang was consumed by a surge of courage, forgetting his fear and dashing towards D2's rear. Having endured countless trials and the ravages of time, D2 was clad only in a tattered belt around its waist, which precariously held up a pair of ragged trousers that could no longer conceal its form. The trousers were so worn that they barely covered D2's backside, leaving its undergarments lost to the winds of fate. Through the frayed fabric, one could faintly discern D2's anatomy. Without time for contemplation, the many training sessions in assassination bore fruit today. The spear plunged deep into D2, halting its advance as it staggered slightly. Zhang Xiaoqiang, driven by adrenaline, was oblivious to the fact that he had pierced D2. He instinctively twisted the spear as he had done in his past encounters with zombies. The beast horn of the spear, adorned with spiral patterns, twisted deeper with Zhang Xiaoqiang's forceful rotations, akin to uncorking a fine wine. The higher the evolutionary stage of a zombie, the sharper its senses became. Unlike ordinary zombies, which could not detect his presence from downwind, D2 could. Thus, while such an act might be inconsequential to an average zombie, it ignited a furious response within D2, amplifying its rage. In their last encounter, D2 had only suffered a minor injury, yet remained relentless in its pursuit of Zhang Xiaoqiang, even disregarding the scent of fresh blood nearby, until it had dismantled a luxury bus. With a thunderous roar, D2 spun around, seeking to retaliate. Unaware of the impending wrath, Zhang Xiaoqiang continued to twist the spear, his singular thought being to save the girl. D2 was formidable, and more rotations were essential. With unwavering focus, he persisted in his strange task, reminiscent of his days serving patrons in a restaurant, uncorking wine bottles. The beast horn spear, measuring approximately 2 meters, had around 80 centimeters of horn, which was now buried about 40 centimeters deep. Just as he was gaining momentum, the spear was suddenly yanked sideways by a powerful force, causing Zhang Xiaoqiang to be swept along. D2, having missed its grasp, could still sense the foreign object lodged within itself, intensifying its fury as it turned again in a futile attempt to catch Zhang Xiaoqiang. The latter, gripping the spear tightly, moved in tandem with D2's erratic motions, reminiscent of a child on a pirate ship, swaying from side to side. Though Zhang Xiaoqiang had regained his clarity, he dared not release his grip, knowing that a single capture would result in a gruesome fate. Should Yang Ku'er awaken, she would find the scene eerily familiar. Like a game of eagle catching chicks where D2 was the eagle, Zhang Xiaoqiang the chick, and D2's anatomy represented the hen. Zhang Xiaoqiang felt a wave of despair. Why did he always find himself in such predicaments? Immobilized, he clung tightly to the spear, feeling the skin on his palms break as the friction intensified, a sensation akin to applying chili oil to an open wound. Spinning uncontrollably, he began to feel dizzy, uncertain of how much longer he could endure, while Yang Ku'er lay motionless on the ground, her condition unknown. As minutes turned into hours, Zhang Xiaoqiang stifled yawns, boredom creeping in as D2 momentarily halted its pursuit. Taking advantage of the respite, he began to make unorthodox movements. With the vibrations coursing through the spear, he continued to follow its lead, realizing that maintaining the current state was paramount. Initially torturous, the ordeal became more manageable as Zhang Xiaoqiang adapted, learning that he could use one hand instead of two and that a gentle touch sufficed. He felt as if he were walking a dog, the spear merely a leash guiding his movements. As time wore on, D2's pace slowed considerably, granting Zhang Xiaoqiang the opportunity to observe Yang Ku'er, who lay oblivious to her fate. Zombies, once human, were not machines that could function indefinitely. Despite their robust physiques, relentless motion would eventually wear them down. Eventually, D2 disregarded Zhang Xiaoqiang entirely, pausing to rest. Fearing that arrested D2 would spell disaster for him, Zhang Xiaoqiang engaged in peculiar antics whenever D2 stopped, prompting it to resume its relentless game. Zhang Xiaoqiang yawned again, fatigue overwhelming him as he reflected on his restless night and the exertion from earlier. With the imminent threat dissipated, weariness settled in. Upon D2's next stillness, he resumed his odd movements, and when the spear ceased its vibrations, it seemed D2 had grown indifferent to his actions. The corkscrew mechanism began its work once more, the beast horn delving deeper. D2 let out a cry of anguish, turning to pursue Zhang Xiaoqiang once again. After another 15 minutes of struggle, D2 became entirely immobile, impervious to any attempts to provoke movement. Zhang Xiaoqiang, stunned by D2's stillness, steeled himself, gripping the spear tightly and shaking it vigorously as if operating a traditional well crank. D2 emitted a piercing scream, shaking Zhang Xiaoqiang to his core, and he resumed running in circles. This time, D2 did not relent, relentlessly pursuing him. The two engaged in a bizarre standoff, with Yang Kuku still lying on the ground, unaware of her surroundings. Zhang Xiaoqiang, now struggling to maintain focus, noted that Yang Kuer's posture appeared different from before. D2's movements grew unsteady, its legs weakening. Zhang Xiaoqiang, too, began to feel breathless and fatigue, his calves throbbing. With renewed force, the spear pulled him to the left, but D2 suddenly twisted its head. First to the left, and then to the right, the conflicting forces causing Zhang Xiaoqiang to lose his grip. Finally, face to face with D2, Zhang Xiaoqiang's instincts kicked in, and he instinctively turned to flee. The two raced across the springtime fields, with Zhang Xiaoqiang employing every tactic he knew, crawling, rolling, and evading, to escape D2's grasp. D2, fueled by anger, relentlessly pursued him, showing no interest in Yang Ke, fixated solely on Zhang Xiaoqiang as they darted past her. Once upon a time, a chrysanthemum graced my presence, yet I failed to cherish it. Only in its absence did I come to regret my negligence, yearning for a chance to seize it once more. If heaven were to bestow upon me such an opportunity, I would hold on with unwavering resolve. And if it were to allow multiple chances, I would wish for 10,000. Zhang Xiaoqiang, in a frantic flight, was engulfed by profound remorse as he observed D2 nearing its demise. Yet, due to his own complacency, he found himself pursued like a rabbit. Zhang Xiaoqiang dashed through the fields, with D2 relentlessly in pursuit, occasionally raising its massive paw to snatch him, although he contemplated using obstacles to hinder his relentless pursuer. The vastness of the open fields afforded little cover, save for the narrow ridges that bordered the crops. D2, with its towering stature and long legs, would only stumble slightly if it were to trip over a ridge before resuming its chase. In his desperate flight, Zhang Xiaoqiang found himself near Yang Kuer, and upon hearing the rush of wind behind him, he instinctively leaped into the air, executing a flawless front flip. He landed unsteadily, rolling to dissipate the momentum, clutching the beast horn spear he had hastily seized. The moment he grasped the spear, he contemplated discarding it due to its weight, over 10 pounds. Lacking the extraordinary strength of Yang Ke, he could manage it under normal circumstances, but while fleeing, it felt burdensome. Ultimately, he decided against relinquishing it, for it remained a source of confidence against D2, even if his pistol proved ineffective. Suddenly, Zhang Xiaoqiang noticed a nearby irrigation ditch, approximately 2 meters wide, though its depth remained obscured from his vantage. With no other options available, he resolved to lead D2 toward the ditch, and upon reaching it, he leapt across. His eagerness to jump caused him to land awkwardly, causing him to drop the spear and roll several times to absorb the impact. Before he could regain his footing, a thud echoed behind him. Turning around, he beheld D2 tumbling into the pit. D2 emitted a furious roar, enraged at the escape of its prey. Zhang Xiaoqiang had grown immune to its roars, having endured countless howls during his previous excursions. Approaching cautiously, he discerned that the ditch was lined with concrete and approximately 1.8 meters deep, filled with thick mud. D2 was trapped, with only its upper body visible, its lower half submerged in the mire. In its confined space, D2 became increasingly agitated, clawing at the concrete barrier, sending debris flying in a chaotic display of destruction. Within moments, it had gouged a sizable hole in the wall, And Zhang Xiaoqiang felt his heart race, aware that it wouldn't be long before D2 clawed its way out. Drawing his 54 pistol, he positioned himself a meter from D2, aimed at its head, and pulled the trigger. The bullets failed to penetrate D2's skull, but elicited pained howls. It raised its arm, retreating in agony. With a more profound wail, Zhang Xiaoqiang observed the beast horn spear pinned against the concrete wall, its force combined with D2's own retreat, causing a catastrophic shift. D2 lashed out with its right paw, stirring up clouds of dust and debris, yet it was unable to reclaim the weapon. In a vengeful fury, D2 lunged once more at Zhang Xiaoqiang. Seizing the opportunity, Zhang Xiaoqiang directed the spear toward D2's throat. Although he entertained the idea of aiming for its head, he hesitated, fearing its slick surface. Thus, he targeted its throat instead. The spear pierced through D2's windpipe, embedding itself within its cervical vertebrae, transmitting an immense force that resonated through the weapon and dissipated against a sizable stone behind it. D2 attempted to unleash another roar, but the spear silenced it, rendering it incapable of further sound, sealing its tragic fate as it was caught between the two formidable weapons. Observing D2 ensnared and unable to advance or retreat, Zhang Xiaoqiang felt a wave of relief wash over him. He calmly reloaded his weapon, aimed, and fired 7 bullets at D2's gaping maw. Unfortunately, the target was too small and Zhang Xiaoqiang's aim inadequate, causing the bullets to ricochet harmlessly around D2's jaws, inciting its frustration. With a sudden outburst, D2 expelled an unidentified object that struck the rocks at Zhang Xiaoqiang's feet, shattering with a resounding crack. Its large yellowed incisor had been knocked loose by the gunfire. This ignited D2's fury anew. It swung its arms upward, crashing down onto the beast horn spear. The spear flew into the air, twisting and tumbling, while D2's head, eyes wide open, seemed to question the very essence of its demise. As both the spear and D2's head descended, the spear bounced momentarily before coming to rest, while D2's head continued to roll until it halted at Zhang Xiaoqiang's feet, its lifeless gaze fixated upon him. Zhang Xiaoqiang felt utterly drained, collapsing to the ground in a daze, still reeling from the earlier confrontation. Initially, he believed D2 was immobilized, caught by the two weapons, and that he had escaped danger, anticipating they would part ways. However, D2's shear might have bent the spear, causing it to recoil violently and ultimately sever D2's neck. It was a tragic irony that D2 had met its end by its own strength, leaving its eyes hauntingly open in death. As Zhang Xiaoqiang sat on the ground, gradually regaining his composure, he was engulfed by an overwhelming sense of pride. The memories of fleeing from D2, of waking in terror from dreams haunted by its formidable presence, flooded his mind. He had never envisioned defeating a creature so powerful and resilient. Now, he had succeeded. He was alive, and D2 lay lifeless. Staring at the fallen D2, Zhang Xiaoqiang felt a sense of surrealism wash over him, as though he were caught in a beautiful dream. To confirm his reality, he pinched his leg, and with a gasp, he returned to the present. Gathering his strength, he rose to his feet, glancing at D2's head, which lay like a soccer ball. With a defiant kick, he sent D2's head rolling into the irrigation ditch. Alas, Zhang Xiaoqiang felt as though he had struck a massive lead ball. Clutching his foot in pain and cursing in agony, Zhang Xiaoqiang, limping on one leg, found himself in an absurd situation. Previously engaged in a fierce battle with D2, he had emerged unscathed, yet now, with the dust settling, he bore wounds. It appeared that his luck in confronting D2 had finally run dry. Descending into the pit excavated by D2, he stepped onto its hide, reminiscent of a mine cart tire, climbing up to its waist. Grasping the beast horn spear, he shook the wooden shaft and pulled with all his might, but the spear remained stubbornly lodged, likely caught on D2's pelvis. After several futile attempts, Zhang Xiaoqiang abandoned the spear and picked up the deformed rebar beast horn spear on the ground, making his way towards the unconscious Yangku. Observing her sprawled on the ground, he felt a pang of sorrow. Had it been at the beginning of their acquaintance, he would have been indifferent to her fate, dismissing the life of a naive girl who knew nothing. However, circumstances had shifted, despite Yangku's occasional mischief and lack of reason. She had shown genuine concern for him in critical moments. Though introverted and somewhat awkward, he was not devoid of compassion. Moreover, Her youth did not hinder her ability to empathize, often referring to herself as his wife. While he feigned indifference, he felt a warmth in his heart. The thought of losing the charming and spirited girl weighed heavily on him, as if a colossal stone pressed upon his chest. With a heavy heart, he approached Yang Ku-er, who lay quietly on the ground, her camouflage attire slightly wrinkled, her right arm extended, and her left hand cradling her face, presenting a picturesque scene of serene slumber. Gazing at her, the burden on his heart vanished, for Yang Ku had completely forgotten the dangers they had just faced. Soundly asleep with the faint sound of her soft snores audible, witnessing her peacefully slumbering like a pig, he felt an incongruity between her nonchalant demeanor and the gravity of their recent battle. An unquenchable anger surged within him, and he contemplated kicking her awake. Yet his resolve faltered as he beheld her blissful expression. He sighed skyward, lamenting the burden of having saved such a troublesome soul. "Wake up. Do not sleep any longer," he urged, shaking her gently. Yankia turned over, mumbling indistinctly, continuing her slumber. In truth, Zhang Xiaoqiang admired her resilience, despite the fierce encounter with D2. It had not disturbed her sleep, immune to the roars of D2 and the sound of gunfire. "The sun is up. Rise quickly." He changed his approach to rouse her. "Let me sleep a bit longer. I'll wake up for food," she murmured, reluctant to open her eyes. "It's time to eat. Get up," he insisted. And suddenly, Yang Ku-er sprang to her feet, exclaiming, "I'm so hungry. I can't even sleep." She looked around, searching for food. It was rare for her to remember to eat. When she noticed the absence of food, she turned to Zhang Xiaoqiang, whose expression was grim, veins throbbing on his forehead. The boss." Yankia finally realized frantically searching for her weapon. Chapter 52. The spear is for piercing with a clang. The U-shaped rebar beast-horn spear was tossed at Yang Ku-er's feet. She cowered, eyes darting around, trying to locate D2. Zhang Xiaoqiang chose to ignore her, walking over to his backpack on the ground and guzzling from his military water bottle until it was empty. Where is the boss?" Yang Ku-er inquired softly from behind him, her voice as gentle as a kitten's meow. Zhang Xiaoqiang shot her an exasperated glance, lighting a cigarette and inhaling deeply, lost in thought as he reflected on the outcomes of the encounter with D2. "Hey, uncle, you're so impressive. Did you scare off that big boss?" Yang Ku-er flattered him, cautiously observing his expression, aware of the prevailing patriarchal atmosphere. "Weren't you the one who was so formidable? Didn't you transform into a beautiful girl? Weren't you going to punish it on behalf of the moon? So why are you just lying there asleep?" He questioned her, growing increasingly frustrated. Yang Ku had insisted on challenging D2 alone, only to flop helplessly. Had Zhang Xiaoqiang not pierced D2's rear, she might have been consumed by it. If she had exerted herself, he would have been reasonable, but her audacity to fall asleep in front of D2 was beyond comprehension. He had read about reckless individuals in newspapers, never expecting to encounter one himself. I don't really know. I just felt a heaviness in my chest. Then everything went black, and I knew nothing until you woke me," Yang Ku-er recounted, tilting her head in confusion over her inexplicable slumber. Observing her dazed expression, Zhang Xiaoqiang sighed, pondering how modern girls were educated. He found 2 large stones and wedged the rebar into the crevice. Yang Ku-er exerted herself to straighten the rebar beast-horn spear. Seeing the spear in her hands now straightened, Zhang Xiaoqiang spoke up. "What do you have there?" "Uncle, didn't you say it was called a beast-horn spear?" she replied, glancing between the spear and Zhang Xiaoqiang, puzzled by his question. "You know that thing is called a spear? Is it meant for smashing?" Zhang Xiaoqiang retorted in anger, feeling exasperated that his painstaking effort was misused. Yang Ku-er hung her head, feeling wronged. As long as it could strike the monsters, wasn't it acceptable to use it as a bludgeon? Noticing her stubborn silence, Zhang Xiaoqiang felt his frustration rising. He took several deep breaths and patted his cheeks to calm himself. "Can you smash it open with that spear?" He pointed to the large rock beside them. Yang Ku looked at the towering rock, and then at its considerable thickness, sticking out her tongue and shaking her head at Zhang Xiaoqiang. "Try stabbing it with the beast-horn spear," he suggested calmly. Yang Ku cast him a quizzical glance, but remained silent, lifting the spear and swiftly thrusting it towards the rock. Much like chopsticks piercing through tofu, the 80-centimeter-long beast horn easily penetrated 40 centimeters into the stone, leaving her astonished, unable to believe what she had just witnessed. "Do you understand now?" Zhang Xiaoqiang asked as the spear was pulled free, leaving a hole the size of a bowl in the rock wall. Yang Ku'er still wore a puzzled expression, failing to grasp his point. Pressing her thumb against her temple, he reminded himself to remain calm, reflecting on how, at her age, he had been catching loaches and fishing for frogs. "You must be calm." After a long pause, Zhang Xiaoqiang exhaled a heavy sigh, addressing the still bewildered Yang Ku'er. "Thus far, nothing has resisted the piercing of the spear in your hands, especially with the spiral grooves on the beast horn, which can cause even greater damage at the point of entry. If you had used the spear against D2 instead of smashing, targeting its knee joint and shattering its bones, D2 would now be lying on the ground, at your mercy." He finished his explanation, his face slightly flushed, realizing that these thoughts were just now forming in his mind. Yet, even had he known earlier, he lacked the strength to penetrate as deeply as she had managed. Yang Ku'er nodded in understanding, but then added, "But it was you who told me to smash it in the first place." The voice of Yang Ku'er interrupted Zhang Xiaoqiang's pride as a temporary educator. "Huh? When did I ask you to use a hammer?" Zhang Xiaoqiang was utterly perplexed. "It was when I killed my first monster. Didn't you give me a hammer?" Yang Ku'er's words pierced Zhang Xiaoqiang's heart deeply. "You reap what you sow," no longer entangled in whether to stab or smash. Zhang Xiaoqiang called out to Yang Ku'er and headed towards the fallen D2. "Wow, uncle, you're amazing. You killed such a big boss." Yang Ku'er exclaimed in astonishment as she gazed at the D2 lying in the waterway, unable to comprehend why she had fallen flat upon approaching, while Zhang Xiaoqiang had succeeded in annihilating it. "Go and pull out the beast horn gun for me," Zhang Xiaoqiang instructed, pointing to the distinctive gun lodged in D2's rear. "EW, that's so gross. Uncle, you're too perverted. How can you insert it there? It's so dirty." Yang Ku'er was quite resistant to Zhang Xiaoqiang's command, dragging her feet and hesitating to comply. "If you don't go, then next time we encounter a D2, I will use your gun to stab," Zhang Xiaoqiang threatened her. "All right, fine. I'll go, but why do you have to make it sound so disgusting?" Yang Ku'er grumbled, slowly making her way to the infamous gun lodged in D2's rear. Your tears glisten with pain. The pale crescent moon entangles the past. The night is too long, crystallizing into frost. Who is despairing coldly in the attic? The rain gently taps against the vermilion window. My life is scattered on paper, blown by the wind. Dreams in the distance transform into a wisp of fragrance, drifting away your visage. The chrysanthemum withers, frost covers the ground. Your smile has turned yellow, the flowers fall, leaving one heartbroken. My hidden thoughts flow quietly. The north wind disrupts the endless night. Your shadow is unbreakable, leaving me alone and desolate on the lake's surface. The flowers have withered, falling in brilliance, withering in a world of despair. Fate is unbearable. Sorrow cannot cross the river. Autumn's heart is split in two, fearing you cannot reach the shore. A lifetime swaying, whose kingdom is this? The sound of hooves is chaotic. I am clad in armor, howling through the ages. The dawn is faint. You sigh softly, a night of melancholy so delicately poignant. Yang Ku'er sang Chrysanthemum Terrace while Zhang Xiaoqiang held the chrysanthemum gun, its tip still gleaming as new, reflecting glimmers in the sunlight, as if it were a living entity. The glimmering beast horn always made Zhang Xiaoqiang feel uneasy. Despite rinsing it several times and disinfecting it with liquor, he could not shake off the discomfort, for the place it had been inserted was too repulsive. "Come on, ignite it." The three-wheeled agricultural vehicle roared to life again, heading towards the bridge's end. Chapter 53. I Love You, Husband. After confirming there were no hidden bosses, the two approached the bridge with their long guns. Yang Ku'er was just preparing to charge forward and slay the enemies when Zhang Xiaoqiang called out to her. Killing now is all well and good, but later the ground will be littered with corpses. How will the vehicle pass? Are you going to move the bodies? Zhang Xiaoqiang admonished Yang Ku'er, who pouted in silence. Do you see that empty space by the bridge? You wait there. I'll draw the monsters. If one comes, you kill it. If two come, you take them both out. Don't rush in again, okay? Zhang Xiaoqiang warned repeatedly, while Yang Ku'er displayed her impatience. Seeing her demeanor, Zhang Xiaoqiang recalled his own past, when his father used to lecture him, and he too had shared the same impatience. Could this be the rebellious psychology of youth? Was he beginning to grow old? Zhang Xiaoqiang dared not ponder further and headed toward the zombies. As expected, when Zhang Xiaoqiang approached, the zombies mindlessly lunged at him, and he led them into the open space, luring them with ease, while Yang Ke behind him seemed to be having a great time dispatching the foes. Once he had drawn around 20 or 30 zombies, Zhang Xiaoqiang turned to join Yang Ke in battle, but was taken aback to see the ground strewn with defeated zombies, with only a couple still standing. Yang Ke, embodying the spirit of a Valkyrie, wielded the rebar beast horn gun in a whirlwind of motion, executing the zombies with grace. One was struck on the spine, while another, headless like a headless fly, was smashed back into its chest cavity. Watching the carnage, Zhang Xiaoqiang felt a twinge of frustration. Yang Ke had completely disregarded his advice on stabbing techniques. In the blink of an eye, the area was spotless, and Yang Ke seemed to feel unfulfilled. Sighing, Zhang Xiaoqiang felt a sense of failure. Why was it that others raised their little ones to be so obedient and adorable, while his own was so disobedient? Whatever, let her be. He decided not to concern himself further, also realizing he was powerless in the matter. After a moment of sour contemplation, he resumed his quest to lure more monsters. Zhang Xiaoqiang had minimal involvement in eliminating the 50 zombies, all of which were taken down by Yang Ke. Observing the corpses scattered across the ground, he felt no jealousy. So what if she killed more? They were merely the lowest tier of cannon fodder. Unlike him, if he were to act, he would dispatch the boss in one fell swoop. With the bridge thoroughly cleared, Zhang Xiaoqiang drove the three-wheeled agricultural vehicle to the other side. Upon arrival, he promptly stopped the vehicle and jumped down, making his way towards the Jinlong bus. What is the matter? Are there still monsters? Yang Ke followed suit. Clutching her beloved gun, Zhang Xiaoqiang cautiously navigated through the scattered human bones, surveying the red bus before him. The left front of the bus was crumpled, melded with the driver's seat. The driver long vanished, leaving behind only darkened bloodstains on the torn white seat cushions. The bus itself remained relatively intact, with its black sealed windows unbroken, though the door facing the bridge had been forcefully opened and hung loosely from the vehicle. Anticipating the imminent rewards, he felt in good spirits and jested with Yang Ke. Don't you pick up loot after slaying monsters in the game? Uncle, are you feeling all right? Those monsters don't even wear clothes. What could they possibly drop? Yang Ke dismissed Zhang Xiaoqiang's financial obsession. Even if they don't drop loot, there could be treasure chests. Zhang Xiaoqiang replied as he climbed aboard the Jinlong bus. Inside, it resembled a chaotic dump filled with bones, torn rags, and a variety of colorful luggage scattered about. Zhang Xiaoqiang's target were these bags. Surely, there would be some delightful items from the holiday travels. Yang Ke settled in the cargo area of the three-wheeled vehicle, one side piled with snack bags and the other with an assortment of toiletries, such as shampoo, conditioner, facial cleansers, hand creams, foundation, lip gloss, eyebrow pencils, and countless small items. As she munched on snacks, she admired her Bon Marché bag, which Zhang Xiaoqiang, indifferent to women's bags, did not recognize. Sighing, Zhang Xiaoqiang felt he had sighed too much that day. His haul consisted merely of snacks, cosmetics, and that bag which Yang Ke would not let go of. He discovered a Nokia mobile phone, nestled within a genuine leather handbag, accompanied by a spare battery. Zhang Xiaoqiang was instantly enamored with this device, appreciating its originality and the fact that it was a new model released in October 2012. Priced online at $8,888. He mused that with the value of this phone, he could assemble 3 computers. Although he was uncertain of the phone's utility in a post-apocalyptic world, he decided to keep it on his person. At the very least, it would allow him to present himself as a man of means. After replacing the battery, he pressed the power button. A melodic chime resonated. The China Mobile logo appeared, followed by the image of a little girl in the background. She appeared to be around 12 or 13 years old, holding a pair of chopsticks in her right hand, playfully posing for the camera with a charming, whimsical smile that radiated sweetness, resembling a little fairy. The girl's large, sparkling eyes and her rosy cheeks, combined with her mischievous grin, evoked a sense of comfort and melancholy in Zhang Xiaoqiang. He reflected on her beauty, acknowledging that she far surpassed the two-dimensional beauties from certain gaming realms, and even Yang Ke, whom he deemed merely passable, could not compare. That enchanting little girl had already attained a captivating allure. Zhang Xiaoqiang shook his head, pondering that if this exquisite loli had not been devoured, she would likely have transformed into a zombie loli by now. Yang Kurer remained fixated on her handbag, seemingly transfixed. Meanwhile, Zhang Xiaoqiang idly played with the phone, contemplating the events of the day as twilight descended. He decided to tidy up the spacious living room and make do for the night. Upon opening the message inbox, he found a series of unread texts signed by wife. He scrolled to the bottom of the unread messages. On December 31st, 2012, at 10:40 p.m., husband, where are you? Come back quickly. Everyone outside has gone mad. On December 31st, 2012, at 1:21 p.m., husband, where are you? I'm so scared. The madmen outside have started eating people. On December 31st, 2012, at 7:50 p.m., husband, are you hurt? The madmen outside are banging on the iron door. Me and Meow Meow are hiding safely in the bedroom. On January 1st, 2013, at 10 o'clock a.m., husband, why aren't you replying? I'm going to die of worry. On January 1st, 2013, at 2:47 p.m., husband, did you receive my message? I called you, but no one picked up. I miss you. Meow Meow misses you too. On January 7th, 2013, at 8:02 a.m., I don't know where you are or if you're still alive. I saw Boss Zhang, who lives next door, trying to drive out yesterday. I watched as his car was surrounded, saw him pulled from the vehicle, and watched him being devoured. I love you, husband. Having read through all the messages, Zhang Xiaoqiang exhaled deeply, his heart heavy. The owner of the phone's wife, along with a cat named Meow Meow, were hiding at home, while the phone's owner was either consumed or had transformed into a zombie. His wife, trapped in her fantasies of his return to save her, faced the tragic reality that her husband would never return. Chapter 54. Where did the lingerie come from? The long-forgotten ringtone jolted Zhang Xiaoqiang awake. He stood, stretching and placing his hands on his hips to loosen his muscles. The persistent ringtone of his phone echoed in his ears, a familiar electronic sound he was reluctant to silence, evoking a feeling of nostalgia. Yang Kurer was still fast asleep, albeit in a rather unrestrained manner. The blanket had fallen to the floor, her head tilted awkwardly, drool dangling from her mouth to her thigh, resembling a spider's silk connecting her lips to her leg. One smooth, rosy thigh extended forward while the other bent with her foot resting on the chair cushion. She wore a set of lace-trimmed lingerie that hung loosely on her, the oversized bra failing to cover her completely, leaving some exposed. As Zhang Xiaoqiang picked up the blanket to cover her, his eyes sparkled with curiosity at the sight of Yang Kurer. Wait a minute. He recognized the black lingerie she wore. Wasn't it the very piece he had found previously? He had deemed it too extravagant for her and tucked it away at the bottom of his bag, hoping to use it again someday. Now it seemed the little girl had stolen it to wear. Zhang Xiaoqiang felt a surge of anger. How could Yang Kurer put it on without asking? That was his private collection. The ringtone persisted, rousing Yang Kurer from her slumber. With her hands firmly pressed against her ears, she squeezed her eyes shut and shouted, Mom, turn off the alarm. Let me sleep for 5 more minutes. I'm going to be late for school. Zhang Xiaoqiang silenced the phone and shouted near her ear. Instantly, she shot up, exclaiming, Oh no, oh no. Yang Kurer stared blankly at Zhang Xiaoqiang's displeased expression, then glanced at the cup in his hand, feeling a chill. Looking down, she realized her modesty was compromised as her small treasures were exposed. Ah, she shrieked, covering herself, muttering, Oh no, I've been seen. I can't face anyone now. With a swift motion, Zhang Xiaoqiang tossed the blanket over her head, wrapping her snugly. Where did you get that lingerie? He demanded, standing beside her. Yanker, muflid benia de blanque, stamerid, clearly at a loss for words. Suddenly, she pulled the blanket down to her chin, peeking out at him with an awkward smile. Uncle, you're so perverted. Hiding women's lingerie in your bag? Don't worry, I won't tell anyone. This set will serve as my hush money, she declared boldly, wearing a cheeky grin. Zhang Xiaoqiang sighed at her audacity. After addressing the lingerie issue, he made his way to the car to prepare breakfast, recalling the meal Yang Kurer had made the previous morning, which stirred his appetite. He extracted a piece of rebar wedged in the car door and kicked it open. Fresh air greeted him, and he inhaled deeply, feeling invigorated by the morning's crispness. The sunlight warmed his skin, and just as he was about to exit the vehicle, His eye caught a glimmering object at the corner of his vision. Turning around, he observed that the windshield had been shattered, resembling a spider's web, with the sun illuminating a golden key dangling just beneath it. Zhang Xiaoqiang's heart raced at the sight of the key, for finding it often heralded good fortune. He hoped this would be no exception. With a loud thud, the luggage compartment opened to reveal a neat arrangement of large travel bags and suitcases. He pulled open the first large bag, revealing countless mobile phone boxes filled with various counterfeit devices. Selecting one with a fully charged battery, he powered it on and noted that the battery was compatible with the Nokia. Calculating in his mind, he realized he could use these counterfeit batteries until the following year. After carefully removing all usable batteries and setting them aside, he eagerly opened the second large bag. As he gazed inside, his eyes misted over. As the saying goes, when God closes one door, he opens another. The bag contained an array of colorful, stylish, and diverse women's lingerie. Some cute, some conservative, some daring, and some playful. Zhang Xiaoqiang's excitement surged, his heart racing at the sight. As Zhang Xiaoqiang observed Yang Kur, engrossed in her mobile game, he discreetly stowed away the most alluring and exquisitely packaged items of intimate apparel, clearly worth a fortune, into his satchel. Come here. Choose your own. Select various sizes to avoid any future inconvenience. He beckoned Yang Kur to peruse the selection of lingerie. Upon discovering an array of undergarments resembling a sea of national flags within the bag, she joyfully dove in. The first vendor sold mobile phones, the second lingerie. Zhang Xiaoqiang mused whether the third might be peddling adult films. As he rummaged through the bag, he felt a thrill akin to unearthing treasure in a game. The large satchel seemed ordinary, containing only a few male garments, which he carelessly discarded onto the ground. To his astonishment, he uncovered a stack of neatly packaged envelopes wrapped in newspaper. Upon tearing one open, he discovered a neat pile of 100 yuan bills, each envelope containing 10,000 yuan, totaling 200,000. Zhang Xiaoqiang excitedly unwrapped the remaining newspapers, tossing the bills into the air. The fluttering currency rained down like confetti, swirling around them, landing on the bus roof, the two of them, and even drifting down into the river below. Standing amidst this monetary storm, Zhang Xiaoqiang felt an indescribable sensation wash over him. Yang Kur, disturbed by the cascade of bills interrupting her game, complained about the litter. Litter? Zhang Xiaoqiang pondered her words. Indeed, people toil for a lifetime only to realize they have amassed mere scraps of paper. In a world on the brink of collapse, such paper had become refuse, and he found himself nostalgic over mere garbage. What a folly! Regaining his composure, he opened the fourth bag, presumably belonging to a young couple, containing both male and female clothing, including two TNF jackets, one in slate gray for men and another in light blue for women. Sniffing the jackets, he noted the absence of any odor, indicating they were unworn. He tossed the female jacket to Yang Kur and continued his search. Suddenly, he gasped at the sight of two notebooks. One was pristine and unadorned, while the other was festooned with various stickers and a miniature plush cat. This model, released by Asus in April 2012, was designed for outdoor use, boasting a titanium alloy shell that could withstand shocks and function in extreme temperatures, whether in deserts or rainforests. Zhang Xiaoqiang had been tempted by its online reviews, but its steep price had deterred him. Now, he had the opportunity to claim one for himself. He carefully placed the notebook into his computer bag and noticed two foldable bags. Opening one, he found a series of reflective surfaces aligned like small mirrors, and upon spotting the charging port, he realized it was the legendary solar-powered charger essential for time travel. As the tricycle journeyed towards J-City, Yang Kur sat behind, listening to music while Zhang Xiaoqiang found himself discontent. Aside from the two notebooks, he had collected only some dried seafood, and to his dismay, the notebooks contained nothing but incomprehensible surveying data and a few songs. No games or adult films to be found. He felt an urge to curse. Was he not a man if he couldn't even secure some adult entertainment? Suddenly, the vehicle came to a halt, and Zhang Xiaoqiang, glancing at the map, felt a sense of frustration. J-City was merely a small dot on the provincial map, and the old national highway to Jinyun City required passage through it. Faced with the tiny circle on the map, he was troubled. He did not know the roads of J-City and wondered if he would find his way out. Although the city was not large, it housed hundreds of thousands of residents. If a D3 or S3 appeared, would they be delivering food to the zombies? Zhang Xiaoqiang hesitated on the outskirts of the city, wishing to consult Yang Ke, but her dismissive retort, "That's your concern," silenced him. He was left in a quandary. Should he venture in or turn back? Just then, the sound of gunfire startled him. "Stay alert," he showed to Yang Ke, drawing his pistol and chambering around. Yang Ke readied her crossbow, aiming towards the source of the gunfire. The music from the notebook was silenced as they cautiously surveyed their surroundings, the atmosphere thick with tension. Zhang Xiaoqiang could even hear Yang Ke's heavy breathing. Another series of gunshots rang out, closer this time. A man's anguished scream pierced the air from the left front, and the rapid gunfire intensified, indicating a dire situation. Zhang Xiaoqiang remained still. In uncertain circumstances, patience was prudent. He was neither a special forces soldier nor a spy, merely an ordinary citizen seeking to preserve his life. Choosing caution in the face of unknown dangers. The dense underbrush obstructed their view of the left front, and while Zhang Xiaoqiang remained vigilant, Yang Ke appeared unfazed, casually chewing gum and exuding a sense of disdain. The undergrowth rustled, heightening Zhang Xiaoqiang's anxiety. Suddenly, four figures burst forth from the foliage, ignoring them entirely as they raced ahead. Confused, Zhang Xiaoqiang observed four robust men, two wielding sharpened steel rods, one brandishing a sword meant for morning exercises, and another carrying an imposing longbow, though arrows were absent. They fled in a manner reminiscent of soldiers in retreat. Had they encountered a D2? Panic surged within him, and he hastily revved the tricycle, wanting to distance himself. His previous encounter with a D2 had relied on luck rather than skill, and he felt it unwise to depend on Yang Ke. Whether it was an S2 or not, he had not considered. Given S2's speed, escape was implausible. Just then, a man with a Type 81 rifle emerged, firing behind him. Unfortunately, his ammunition was limited, and after a few shots, the gun fell silent. Cursing, he discarded the rifle and pursued the other men. Before he could cover much ground, three S-type zombies leapt from the brush, shrieking as they chased after him. Zhang Xiaoqiang and Yang Ke could only watch in astonishment as the chaos unfolded, the fleeing men and the zombies disregarding their presence entirely. Are they filming a cop and robber movie? Why are those creatures ignoring us? Yang Ke queried, her gaze fixed on the spectacle. Before Zhang Xiaoqiang could respond, two more S-type zombies emerged from the thicket. These two appeared particularly tragic, one with numerous bullet wounds on its thigh, moving as if caught in a zombie dance, while the other resembled a mobile honeycomb, covered in eyes, limping along without any semblance of speed. These wounded zombies caught the scent of the two, shambling closer. Zhang Xiaoqiang refrained from letting Yang Ke take action, opting instead to observe as the two S-type zombies approached. One performed a jerky dance, while the other moved awkwardly, inching towards the side of the vehicle. With two sharp gunshots, two S-shaped zombies fell to the ground in succession. Zhang Xiaoqiang exhaled the smoke from the muzzle of his gun, feeling a sense of satisfaction. Within a 1-meter radius, I am still a sharpshooter. At last, my pistol can kill zombies, he mused as he caressed the firearm, gazing at the discarded Type 81 rifle on the ground. He contemplated whether to retrieve it now or wait until those few men had perished before claiming it, although it was devoid of ammunition. Possessing a rifle had been a dream of his youth. As for the men engaged in a life-and-death race, he dismissed them. After all, they were not alluring women, and he was indifferent to their fates. Zhang Xiaoqiang's disregard for others did not hinder Yang Ke from enjoying the spectacle. Following the incident with Xie Yuanshan, Yang Ke had also grown callous, though she remained caring towards her own. Look, uncle, see that guy with the gun sprinting to the front? Ha! He'll be caught soon. How foolish. If only he had discarded that weapon earlier, she exclaimed. Indeed, he has been caught. One has been bitten. But why is only one stopping to feast? And why are the other two still in pursuit? Have they had their fill? Holding Herr Croth's seek, Yang Ke watched it intently, her tongue sharp and devoid of sympathy. Zhang Xiaoqiang paid them no mind, fixated instead on the Type 81 rifle, which he grew increasingly fond of. Though a recluse, he was still a traditional Chinese man, and he believed that taking without asking is akin to thievery. Despite gathering many items along his journey, they were all unclaimed possessions. Therefore, I can wait until you are dead to collect. Zhang Xiaoqiang resolved to be a hypocritical gentleman. Uncle, they are running this way. They must have heard the gunfire. Yanke alerted Zhang Xiaoqiang, gripping her beast horn spear eagerly. Let them come closer first. Do not use the beast horn spear. Wolf should not be flaunted. Zhang Xiaoqiang had no desire to rescue anyone, yet this did not preclude him from dispatching zombies. Besides, it would be wise to inquire about directions from a local. The remaining 4 men desperately raced toward the tricycle, while Zhang Xiaoqiang stood quietly beneath it, observing their frantic flight without offering encouragement or urging them to hasten. Their labored breathing echoed, even from a distance, their faces flushed, contorted in desperation as they summoned their final strength. Resembling the little ghost before the throne of Yama, in Fengdu, the man wielding the long quan sword was nearing his limit, gasping for air, his eyes bulging, froth forming at the corners of his mouth. Hearing footsteps drawing closer behind him, he could not resist glancing back, only to see a diminutive S-shaped zombie pursuing him, its filthy claws poised to grasp his face. Ah! He shrieked in terror, summoning every ounce of strength as he flailed his arms, hastening his speed. It appeared he had forgotten about the long quan sword in his hand, which swayed as he swung his right arm. In the sunlight, it glimmered. Suddenly, a gust of wind brushed past his ear, followed by a sound of something thudding to the ground. He continued to run, ignoring the commotion behind him, until he finally paused for breath near Zhang Xiaoqiang, grateful for a momentary reprieve. Behind him were 2 monsters. One S-shaped zombie was distracted by its meal, having been shot through the head by Yang Kuder's crossbow, leaving only one to charge at him. He drew his military knife, raising it high, and watched as it flew toward the zombie's head. With a thud, the spinning knife lodged firmly in the zombie's forehead, and it stumbled forward before collapsing. The group of men reached the tricycle, attempting to board, but were deterred by Yang Kuder, who had them in her crosshairs. They stood there dumbfounded, for burly men wore expressions of disbelief as they beheld the sight. One zombie with a crossbow bolt embedded in its forehead lay sprawled on the ground, while another lay prone, as Zhang Xiaoqiang withdrew his military knife from its head. None of the 4 uttered a word or moved, merely staring blankly as Zhang Xiaoqiang approached the feasting S-shaped zombie. The zombie ceased its feeding and stood to face Zhang Xiaoqiang, appearing enraged. The kind of fury an animal exhibits when interrupted during a meal. It lunged at Zhang Xiaoqiang, who remained unfazed. With the ease of a leisurely stroll, he stepped aside, allowing the zombie to lunge past him. As it missed, Zhang Xiaoqiang swiftly reversed his grip on the military knife and plunged it into the back of the creature's skull. He withdrew the knife, wiping the blood on the zombie's shoulder, and it crumpled to the ground like a lump of dough. By the time Zhang Xiaoqiang returned, the men were still in shock. Gulp. The man with the long quan sword swallowed hard. Gulp, gulp. The other 3 finally reacted, synchronously swallowing their own apprehension. This is how a remarkable man behaves. Zhang Xiaoqiang felt a swell of pride, having honed his skills to the point where his sharpening stone was nearly worn through. Chapter 56. News from Jinian City. The 4 men gazed at Zhang Xiaoqiang, seemingly unable to believe how effortlessly he had dealt with the mutated zombies. Clearing his throat, Zhang Xiaoqiang looked at the 4 men. The one wielding the longbow had already fed the zombies, while the man with the Type 81 appeared to be around 25 or 26, dressed in a set of filthy clothing that obscured its color, with a fierce countenance suggesting he was a troublemaker. Though he was currently subdued, glancing nervously at Zhang Xiaoqiang, unsure of what to think. The other 2 appeared quite ordinary, possessing faces that would be indistinguishable in a crowd, both seemingly in their 20s or 30s, standing timidly in front of him, casting furtive glances at the fierce-looking man, evidently the leader among them. The man wielding the long quan sword was the eldest, his face lined with wrinkles, likely in his 40s, looking like a simple, earnest man. Who is your leader? Zhang Xiaoqiang asked, wiping his military knife clean and sheathing it, eyeing them intently, while Yang Kuder, his crossbow trained on them, subtly poised. The earnest-looking man remained unresponsive, staring blankly at Zhang Xiaoqiang's knife, while the other 2 looked to the man with the Type 81, remaining silent. Hee, I'm their temporary squad leader. What instructions do you have for us, esteemed master? The man with the Type 81 forced a smile, attempting to appear amiable, but his distinctive features rendered his smile rather disingenuous. Zhang Xiaoqiang was not one to judge solely by appearances. Xie Yuanshan had initially seemed sincere, portraying himself as ready to brave any danger, only for Zhang Xiaoqiang to later discover his treacherous nature. "Oh, what is your surname?" Zhang Xiaoqiang pondered, noticing that none of the four carried backpacks, suggesting they resided nearby. Since this man claimed to be the temporary squad leader, it implied that others remained at their abode. I am of no significant standing, simply He Wenbin. What is your esteemed name, master?" He Wenbin nodded and bowed, attempting to ingratiate himself with Zhang Xiaoqiang. "Call me Zhang Gang," Zhang Xiaoqiang replied, reluctant to share his real name, feeling that Zhang Gang sounded more like someone who roamed the streets. "Oh, brother Zhang Gang, I wonder if you have any requests? You have saved our lives, so please feel free to ask." He Wenbin spoke while retrieving the Type 81 rifle. As the rifle returned to its rightful owner, Zhang Xiaoqiang felt a pang in his heart. He decided to let it go, considering it an act of kindness. He would rather play the part of a generous benefactor. How can you be pursued by these zombies while armed with both guns and swords? Zhang Xiaoqiang pondered, bemused. He believed that the S-type zombies were not formidable, significantly weaker when compared to the D2. Killing one felt no different than crushing an ant. Brother Cockroach was agile, a skill we could not match. Those creatures moved swiftly, and aside from striking their heads, nothing else seemed effective. With 10 individuals out here, only 4 remain now. He Wenbin's complexion darkened as he realized the casualty rate was a staggering 60%. "Are there any gathering places nearby?" Zhang Xiaoqiang inquired, probing for information. "I haven't heard of any. We haven't seen anyone else besides our group of over 40. He Wenbin hesitated to respond. Zhang Xiaoqiang had gleaned the information he sought. "Brother Ben, didn't we receive news from the car radio last time?" A bystander with an ordinary face reminded He Wenbin. "Oh, I remember now. The radio mentioned a survivor gathering point near town on the outskirts of Jinyan City." He Wenbin shared the latest information with Zhang Xiaoqiang. "How many people are there? Are the authorities still present?" Zhang Xiaoqiang asked urgently. As long as the management was intact, order would prevail. He wished to avoid living in chaos, as he lacked confidence in himself. "I don't know, probably around 100,000. The radio suggested we head there. Brother Long said it's better to rely on ourselves than on others. At least we won TB cannon fodder." He Wenbin admitted, unsure of the specifics. Zhang Xiaoqiang gasped. With Jinyan City's population nearing 9 million, only 100,000 remained? A 90% infection rate meant nearly 1 million survivors in Jinyan City. Did that imply the actual survival chance was merely 1%? Who is Brother Long? Zhang Xiaoqiang felt a spark of interest. Leading a group of 40 or 50 in the apocalypse required some capability. "It was Brother Long who guided us out from the confines," He Wenbin confessed, revealing his understanding of the dire situation, acknowledging their vulnerability. Zhang Xiaoqiang recalled a labor reform farm nearby, where a relative of his remained, unaware of their fate. "Do you know Kai Kuan-Yong?" Zhang Xiaoqiang asked, holding on to hope of finding a relative. "I don't know. I'm a serious offender kept in solitary confinement." He Wenbin thought hard, but couldn't recall. He turned to a man with a dull expression. "Honest man, do you recall anything?" The man, aptly named Honest Man, contemplated before saying, "We weren't allowed to use names inside. We were usually referred to by our numbers. If someone wasn't from the same cell, they wouldn't know who was who. Were there many who escaped at that time?" Zhang Xiaoqiang clung to his last thread of hope. The large cells, each housing over 10 individuals, were the first to descend into chaos. "I was once a thief stationed by the door. When I sensed something amiss, I picked the lock and fled. I didn't see anyone else escape from the other large cells. Those guards transformed into monsters. So I ran to a solitary cell and freed those who hadn't changed yet, then escaped with them." Honest Man recounted, seeming like a savior to the surviving prisoners. Zhang Xiaoqiang felt despondent as he surveyed the men before him. "Who among you is local?" An ordinary faced man courteously replied, What do you need? Is there any other route to Jinyan City besides passing through J City?" Zhang Xiaoqiang resolved to head to Jinyan City, where safety in numbers provided reassurance. "If you head east from here, continue until you reach Shihu Village, then head north to Gujiaba. By following the road west, you can circumvent the city center. Some coal trucks take this route." The ordinary-faced man explained hesitantly, as if he had more to say. "What's the matter?" Zhang Xiaoqiang pressed, understanding the gravity of the situation. Previously, there were broadcasts from Jinan City warning that many drove there, but then a formidable being emerged. Of those who went, 8 out of 10 perished, and 1 went mad. The man paused slightly before continuing. Survivors reported that the area was congested with vehicles, and that monster was incredibly powerful, capable of dismantling large buses. Many met their demise at its hands. The ordinary-faced man glanced at Zhang Xiaoqiang, awaiting his response. Are there alternate routes to bypass it? Zhang Xiaoqiang felt his heart race, fixating on the man's lips for an answer. The man simply shook his head in silence. Zhang Xiaoqiang suddenly felt lost, uncertain of his next destination. Should he retreat to the cave with Yang Kuer and live in obscurity? He Wenbin observed Zhang Xiaoqiang's despondent expression and felt compelled to speak. Brother Cockroach, why not take refuge with us for now? We can head to Jinan City when the opportunity arises. He Wenbin cautiously suggested, fearful of inciting Zhang Xiaoqiang's ire. After a moment of contemplation, Zhang Xiaoqiang agreed to take a look. Although Brother Long seemed no saint, he was not helpless either. He had clearly observed the S-type zombies, and with Yang Kuer as a formidable ally, he felt a measure of confidence. Zhang Xiaoqiang consented to accompany He Wenbin, who quickly signaled the others to lead the way to their shelter. Brother Bin, Sanzi, and the others are still trapped in that small building. They might still be alive. Don't you think? Honest Man suddenly reminded He Wenbin. He Wenbin surveyed the frail individuals nearby, touched his empty firearm, and turned his gaze to Zhang Xiaoqiang. Zhang Xiaoqiang noticed the hopeful expressions from the men and felt a headache coming on. Is this what it means to be a hero? Chapter 57. Ignition. Zhang Xiaoqiang instructed Yang Kuer to guard the vehicle while he and He Wenbin's group retraced their steps. He Wenbin and the others cautiously followed Zhang Xiaoqiang, attentively observing their surroundings. They had transformed into wary creatures, startled by every rustle. After navigating through the thicket, they spotted an S-type zombie devouring a corpse, causing He Wenbin and the others to blanch. Zhang Xiaoqiang took a sharpened steel rod from one of the ordinary-faced men, weighing in his hand, finding it less convenient than a beast-horn gun. The group remained at a distance from the S-type zombie, which was preoccupied with its meal and oblivious to Zhang Xiaoqiang and his companions. With a swift motion, Zhang Xiaoqiang hurled the steel rod like a javelin at the S-type zombie, which struck its thigh, pinning it to the ground. Well done, He Wenbin exclaimed, applauding Zhang Xiaoqiang's success. Zhang Xiaoqiang felt a bit dazed, his cheeks warming. He had intended to strike the zombie's head, only to inadvertently hit its thigh. Unaware of this miscalculation, He Wenbin and the others believed Zhang Xiaoqiang's aim was precise. The S-type zombie let out a furious roar, struggling to rise. Zhang Xiaoqiang approached it nonchalantly, raised his hand, and with a bang, a bullet from his handgun shattered the zombie's skull. Holding the gun in his left hand, he yanked the steel rod from the zombie and tossed it to the ordinary-faced man, who fumbled to catch it. Zhang Xiaoqiang scrutinized the expressions of He Wenbin and the others. He revealed his handgun to assert his authority, signaling that he too possessed a weapon. He Wenbin and his group exhibited no surprise at Zhang Xiaoqiang's firearm. They regarded it as commonplace, even thinking he used it to avoid dirtying his military knife. He Wenbin snatched Honest Man's dragon spring sword and handed it to Zhang Xiaoqiang, saying, Brother Cockroach, use this instead. Every bullet counts. He expressed concern for Zhang Xiaoqiang's ammunition. Zhang Xiaoqiang felt speechless. It seemed he was merely performing for the blind, casually accepting the dragon's spring sword. Zhang Xiaoqiang immediately sensed something was amiss with the weapon. This long quan sword is not akin to the lightweight fitness equipment favored by elderly ladies. It is quite heavy. Indeed, extraordinarily so. Zhang Xiaoqiang's strength has markedly improved from his previous days as a recluse, especially after imbibing rainwater for the second time, his power steadily augmenting each day. The steel rebar, once feeling light in his grasp, now pales in comparison to the sword, which feels just right. Look, Brother Cockroach, there are inscriptions here. He Wenbin pointed to the area near the hilt of the blade. Zhang Xiaoqiang observed the intricate patterns on the sword, resembling layers of undulating waves. Where 2 small seal characters read Jingwei. The sword's appearance is rather unremarkable. Aside from the exquisite craftsmanship of its 1,000 forged patterns, there is little else of note. The blade is plain and unadorned, appearing as though it has never been sharpened, while the hilt resembles a brass ingot. its dull hue tinged with a hint of verdigris. The hilt itself is a solid chunk of wood, comfortable to grip due to its natural grain. In summary, this sword lacks the visual appeal of a stainless steel Longquan sword. Zhang Xiaoqiang, holding the Jingwei sword, gazed at He Wenbin in confusion. Noticing Zhang Xiaoqiang's bewilderment, He Wenbin hastily elaborated. They had ventured out in search of supplies, discovering a hidden chamber within an old house, filled with paintings and antiquities, presumably heirlooms of a bygone family. Although these artifacts seemed of little use now, the honest man, accustomed to thievery, had uncovered a hidden compartment revealing a wooden box that contained this sword. This inconspicuous treasure was the finest find in that secret chamber, and the honest man had managed to escape with it intact. Zhang Xiaoqiang, viewing the honest man with a sense of indifference, considered returning the sword if he was reluctant to part with it, as he still possessed the beast-horn spear, which he deemed truly valuable. The honest man, witnessing Zhang Xiaoqiang's consideration, appeared somewhat excited, his expression less stoic. Take it, I have no use for it. It seems the honest man relished the respect shown to him. Thus, Zhang Xiaoqiang, sword in his left hand and the 54 in his right, proceeded towards the location where He Wenbin's companions were trapped. Upon sighting the horde of corpses, Zhang Xiaoqiang felt a shiver run down his spine. They were not merely dozens or hundreds, but surely over 1,000. Turning to He Wenbin, he found his expression equally pale. How can this be? This shouldn't be. The honest man gazed at the mass of zombies, his face turning ashen, lips white, and his eyes wide with disbelief at the sight before him. This was Zhang Xiaoqiang's first encounter with such a large swarm. During his previous escapes, he had only faced groups of 200 or 300. It is said that a mere 10,000 can feel boundless, yet witnessing 1,000 is indeed a staggering experience. Situated near the urban-rural fringe of J City, Zhang Xiaoqiang and his companions stood on a small hillside overlooking a cluster of old brick houses. The village, with its age-old trees and quaint charm, would have seemed idyllic had it not been for the nearby residential development in progress. With scaffolding densely erected, 2 figures stood atop the scaffolding, gazing down at the zombies below. Through binoculars, their faces reflected despair as they occasionally witnessed 1 or 2 S-shaped zombies attempting to climb the structure. Ironically, these creatures, now devoid of human instincts, would fall clumsily onto others below. What do you think? Zhang Xiaoqiang turned to He Wenbin and the others. Perhaps we should retreat for now and devise a plan? He Wenbin began to falter, his companions nodding in agreement. Even the honest man seemed inclined to retreat, but hesitated to voice his thoughts. Zhang Xiaoqiang cast a glance at them before surveying the surroundings. The 2 trapped individuals were ensconced halfway up a building, with zombies lurking below, and not far off stood a medium-sized truck with open compartments revealing bags of rice. The straight-line distance from the hilltop to the trapped individuals was merely 100 meters, and as he observed the horde of corpses, the legs of the 4 men trembled, let alone those ensnared among the zombies. Is that truck yours? Zhang Xiaoqiang pointed towards it. He Wenbin nodded, while the others chimed in. We usually drive it. We know the route. Where's the nearest gas station? Zhang Xiaoqiang contemplated employing fire as a tactic. As the last zombie fell, Zhang Xiaoqiang felt satisfaction with the Jingwei sword, effortlessly severing bones as if slicing through tofu. It appeared blunt, yet it was capable of precision cutting. After dispatching a dozen zombies, there were no signs of dullness. The entire gas station was cleared, with a fuel tanker parked nearby. Zhang Xiaoqiang instructed them to search for the keys. While searching, he noticed an auto repair shop across the street, its surroundings piled high with old tires, some taller than he was. Ultimately, the keys were located on a zombie, and Zhang Xiaoqiang directed them to load the tires onto a waiting repair truck, tethering it to the fuel tanker and heading toward the trapped individuals. The tires were propped up along the hillside. Gasoline poured over them as the horde of zombies below pressed together, leaving no gaps. Light it. As 2 tires ignited, Zhang Xiaoqiang commanded He Wenbin and the others to push them down the slope. 2 blazing rings of fire rolled down the hill, crashing into the horde, causing immediate chaos. The burning zombies attempted to escape, pushing against those behind them, and even from the hillside, the wails of the undead could be heard. Chapter 58. Successful rescue as the rubber of the tires caught fire. The flames became increasingly difficult to extinguish. Each burning zombie became a human torch, flailing about and igniting others nearby. Zhang Xiaoqiang, standing on the hillside, inhaled the acrid scent of charred flesh wafting up from below, his stomach churning. He shouted at the stunned He Wenbin to keep going. He Wenbin and the others, suddenly invigorated as if under the influence of a blue pill, stripped off their shirts, excitedly doused the tires in gasoline. The flaming tires rolled down the slope, occasionally toppling en route. The scene evoked a sense of returning to an ancient battlefield. The zombie horde was thoroughly thrown into disarray, with countless burning figures scattering in all directions. Even the D and S types were not exempt. The fleeing zombies ignited everything flammable in their path, and flames engulfed the area, with some scaffolding catching fire as well. You and I will go retrieve them, Zhang Xiaoqiang declared to He Wenbin. He Wenbin hesitated, watching the scattered zombies below. Zhang Xiaoqiang did not rush him, feeling he had done enough to prove his worth. Were it not for the myriad confusing scents below, the zombies would have retained their greatest asset. Zhang Xiaoqiang would not dare descend. The burning rubber was far more potent than the homemade toxic gas bombs he had previously crafted. Let's do it. Whatever Brother Cockroach says, I shall follow, He Wenbin declared with a self-sacrificial demeanor, then added with a bow, of course, I lack Brother Cockroach's skill, so please do take care. Zhang Xiaoqiang shot him a glance without a word, then stepped down the hill, even holstering his .54 pistol, holding only the Jingwei sword. The 100-meter distance was short, and he reached the location in no time. Zhang Xiaoqiang deftly maneuvered through the burning tires, dispatching a few errant zombies, and found himself amidst the throng of corpses. Shouting to He Wenbin to come down, he would provide cover. He Wenbin, witnessing hundreds of zombies swaying around him, felt his trousers dampen with fear. With a quivering voice, he called up to the scaffolding, Sanzi, for heaven's sake, come down. Are you still up there fooling around, Brother Bin? Goodness, I thought it was all over. I'm coming down. Please don't run away. I promise to offer incense in your honor. Amidst his frenzied descent, Sanzi stumbled down the scaffolding, his limbs trembling at the sight of the zombies flailing about like headless flies. Zhang Xiaoqiang felt a zombie that collided with him and inquired, Isn't there still one up there? Sanzi, eager to escape, replied hastily, He is terrified, clinging to that iron pipe and 1T let go. He is completely unresponsive. Nodding in understanding, Zhang Xiaoqiang turned and ascended the hill, with He Wenbin closely trailing behind him like a shadow, too frightened to stray. Upon reaching the slope, the trio left behind 3 others who were equally exhilarated. With a resounding slap, He Wenbin struck Sanzi on the back of the head, exclaiming fiercely, What are you standing there for? Hurry up and thank Brother Cockroach. If it weren't for him wanting to save you, we'd have been back home sleeping soundly. Sanzi, youthful and barely 20, bore an air of maturity that hinted at a storied past. Thank you, Brother Cockroach. You are like a father to me, he exclaimed, bowing deeply. However, before he could bow for the 3rd time, Zhang Xiaoqiang interrupted him. I'm not dead yet. No need for all that bowing. With another slap to Sanzi's head, He Wenbin scolded, I told you to study hard. You're just so uncultured. When Yang Ku saw Zhang Xiaoqiang and the others returning, she leapt up, exclaiming in irritation, Brother Cockroach. Who is this? Huh. From now on, you can call me Sister Cockroach. Yang Ku responded with an air of pride. The honest man, the average-looking one. And Sanzi squeezed into the tank truck to forge a path, while He Wenbin followed closely behind on a tricycle. Zhang Xiaoqiang and Yang Ku settled in the truck bed, with Yang Ku engrossed in the original owner's diary on her laptop, while Zhang Xiaoqiang reclined against the blanket, smoking a cigarette. What a comfort it was. Not having to drive brought Zhang Xiaoqiang immense joy, for the tricycle was jarring, and he always felt as though his bones might come apart upon disembarking. Their essay saying that one doesn't understand the hardships of driving until one has not driven, nor appreciates the comforts of riding until one has not ridden. Having traversed life and death with Zhang Xiaoqiang, He Wenbin held deep admiration for him and now sought to curry favor. No matter what Zhang Xiaoqiang inquired, He Wenbin was eager to respond. How did you escape back then? Are there any survivors from the armed police? Zhang Xiaoqiang inquired from behind, probing for information about their situation. Oh, the chaos back then. Thousands of people had gone mad. When the armed police went in to suppress, they were lost as well. I had just been locked up for fighting, and it was only thanks to the honest man that I was released. Thinking back, it still sends shivers down my spine. He Wenbin appeared far from virtuous, typically arrogant and domineering. He was now thoroughly terrified of the zombies. Without a surge of bravado, he would not have dared to accompany Zhang Xiaoqiang into the horde. How many managed to escape? 20 or so came out, including 2 prison guards. The guns were picked up from the ground, but the ammunition was scarce. We initially intended to search the armory, but alas, the squad stationed there had turned into monsters, taking down 6 of us. Recalling the moment he first witnessed a zombie devouring a person, He Wenbin's complexion soured. He paused before continuing, "Oh my God, the chaos." Those creatures were everywhere, and no one knew when one would leap from a corner to bite. Thankfully, most were locked away and couldn't get out. As He Wenbin spoke slowly, Zhang Xiaoqiang listened intently. He Wenbin had come from a troubled background. His mother had left him at a young age. His father, with a volatile temper, often disciplined him, leaving him bruised after each lesson. Disliking academics, he dropped out before completing the first year of middle school, choosing instead to roam the streets, where he earned a notorious reputation. After a decade of drifting, his father, suffering from liver cirrhosis, lay in bed awaiting death, and He Wenbin returned home to care for him. On his deathbed, his father grasped his hand and urged him to turn his life around. What job could a half-literate individual, who hadn't even finished middle school, secure? After facing numerous rejections, his old friends encouraged him to return to his old ways. But he was resolute in his desire to pursue an honest path. He Wenbin sighed as he recounted his story. Eventually, through an introduction, he became a bodyguard for a boss, leveraging his past connections. The thugs respected him, and the boss's business went unbothered, allowing him to live well until he expressed his indignation. "Damn it, if I ever encounter him again, I'll make him pay." This boss, besides owning 2 furniture stores, also engaged in illicit dealings, though He Wenbin remained unaware of the specifics. One day, while accompanying the boss to a hotel to negotiate a deal, the boss received a phone call as soon as they entered. After the call, he handed He Wenbin a briefcase, instructing him to deliver it to the store. Unaware of any mischief, He Wenbin took the briefcase and descended the elevator. Upon exiting, he was ambushed by 4 or 5 men who pinned him to the ground, their guns trained on him. The boss was a drug dealer, smuggling heroin from the border concealed in lumber. That day, he had been preparing for a transaction when he received a tip-off. In a twist of fate, He Wenbin found himself framed as the drug dealer, while the real culprit used his connections to evade consequences. The heroin in the briefcase led to He Wenbin receiving a life sentence. Just when he thought his life was over, the apocalypse began. Initially, the honest man released over 30 individuals, and they encountered 2 prison guards along the way, seizing a few rifles before rushing outside. While they fought their way through, the iron gates of several cells were opened, unleashing a horde of zombies that scattered them. Seizing the opportunity while the zombies were distracted, they rushed towards the main gate. Unfortunately, it was an electric door protected by electrified fencing, forcing them to backtrack to find the control room. After dealing with a few scattered zombies, their ammunition ran dry. They ventured to the armory, losing 6 men without retrieving a single round. But it was the honest man who finally broke down the armed police's duty room door, securing some ammunition. After their escape, only about 20 were left. While some survivors sought to eliminate the guards, not all prisoners shared that desire. Some had influential connections and had suffered no losses during their incarceration. In the end, the survivors divided into 2 groups, 2 guards leading 7 or 8 of their acquaintances down another path, while the remaining faction, led by Long Go, rescued additional survivors to form a small settlement. As the tank truck gradually came to a halt, He Wenbin followed suit. Before disembarking, he cautioned Zhang Xiaoqiang, "Be wary of a fellow named Chun Yi. He was sentenced to death for robbing and murdering an entire family. He doesn't respect Long Go and is quite vindictive. Now under Long Go's command, he may pose trouble for you." Zhang Xiaoqiang nodded, silently acknowledging the warning. He Wenbin added thoughtfully, "If Igu seeks trouble, Brother Cockroach, do not hesitate to respond." Zhang Xiaoqiang regarded He Wenbin with a discerning eye, finding him to be surprisingly commendable. Zhang Xiaoqiang tossed a packet of Huangalu cigarettes to He Wenbin, expressing his gratitude. He Wenbin repeatedly thanked him, carefully concealing the cigarettes within his clothing. The oil tanker halted before a medium-sized poultry farm, its surroundings shielded by 4-meter-high walls, upon which the words Jiang Pengzi Poultry Farm were painted in red. A rusted iron gate was firmly locked, and not far from the entrance lay heaps of refuse, predominantly comprised of chicken feathers and bones. Bang, bang, bang. Xiaosan pounded on the iron gate, shouting, "Hey, are you all dead inside?" After a while, a voice emerged. "Damn, I can tell it's you, you rascal." Never speaking human language, a figure stepped forward from within and unlocked the gate. The individual, in his 30s, donned a rather unkempt outfit. Although he Wenbin and his companions appeared dirty, they retained a semblance of order. The man wore a long black coat, left unbuttoned, over a gaudy wool sweater that looked distinctly feminine. Below, he sported tattered jeans, revealing red long johns through the rips, and his shoes bore dark, unsightly stains that had not yet been cleaned. His hair was disheveled, speckled with some white substance, the origin of which remained uncertain. A Type 81 rifle hung from his back, its surface equally grimy, adorned with patches of white and black, having evidently gone unpolished since its acquisition. "Old Russian, back at it with the women?" He Wenbin jested, observing the man. "Ha, just had a meal, was merely resting on that woman, and you come knocking?" The old Russian, unfazed by the jibe, chuckled heartily. "Come on, you can still get it up for that old hag. Over 40 and looks like a sow. The layer of fat on her is several fingers thick, utterly unappealing." Sanzi critiqued the old Russian's taste. At that moment, Yang Kuer leapt down from a tricycle, clutching a laptop. The old Russian's eyes lit up upon seeing her, casting a glance at He Wenbin without daring to gaze further, merely sneaking peeks. "Where are your eyes wandering? Looking to have them plucked out?" He Wenbin warned fiercely as he noticed the old Russian's wandering gaze. The old Russian remained silent, opening the iron gate and standing aside. The oil tanker and tricycle drove into the poultry farm, stopping in a vacant area before a small building. The old Russian was also a repeat offender, notorious for the heinous crime of child molestation and murder. He was originally someone waiting for peanuts, and none of them held him in high regard. He Wenbin confided to Zhang Xiaoqiang. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xiaoqiang felt a surge of discomfort. Such individuals were the enemies of all decent men. The thought of an innocent, adorable little girl being subjected to such brutality was utterly intolerable. A 4-story small villa stood at the center of the poultry farm, seemingly newly constructed within the last few years, with its dark green glass gleaming brightly. It towered over the poultry farm, striking a solitary figure. Surrounding the villa were several rows of red brick houses, presumably the storage and feeding areas for the chickens. A few ragged-looking men with pale faces came and went, with no women in sight, not a single one. "Why are there no women here?" Zhang Xiaoqiang inquired, curious. Surely, in this post-apocalyptic world, women could not have vanished entirely. "Ha! Brother Cockroach fancies women? The women are all inside the villa, not coming out, but some are off-limits. Those belong to Longu and Ego, while the rest are fair game," He Wenbin remarked, noticing Yang Kuer glaring at him with an expression filled with animosity, prompting him to fall silent. The iron door of the villa swung open, revealing a tall, robust man with a face full of flesh and short hair, standing upright, his eyes glinting menacingly as if he were ready to pounce at any moment. He Wenbin recognized him as a troublemaker, a person of ill repute. "Ha ha ha, Binzi, you are back. You even managed to get an oil tanker. You've certainly gained some skills," Ego exclaimed, greeting He Wenbin respectfully. "I brought back 2 individuals." He Wenbin replied with a deferential expression. Ego, however, appeared unimpressed, surveying the 5 individuals, including Sanzi, and his expression darkened. "Is it just you who returned? Did the others perish?" Ego inquired, his tone grave. "We were unlucky, encountering a horde of those swift, hard-to-aim creatures. To have brought back this many is a stroke of good fortune." He Wenbin explained honestly, detailing the situation, while the honest man nodded in agreement. "Ha, that's good. Fewer mouths to feed." EGE's expression shifted from somber to jovial, his gaze landing on Yang Kuer, who was watching the scene unfold from the side. "Not bad. You even brought back a little girl. Little girl, you'll follow me from now on. I guarantee you'll be well taken care of," Ego said, extending his hand toward Yang Kuer, only to be met with the barrel of Zhang Xiaoqiang's pistol aimed at his forehead. EGE's smile froze, his hand suspended in the air, unable to move as he glanced nervously at He Wenbin and the others. He Wenbin appeared awkward. while the remaining individuals fixated their gaze on their toes, adopting a demeanor of having seen nothing. Zhang Xiaoqiang remained silent, a smirk playing on his lips. His pistol held steadily, the dark muzzle aimed at EG's brow. "Ega, I wasn't finished speaking. It was this brother Cockroach who saved us. He single-handedly took down 6 of those incredibly swift monsters." Wenbin interjected. "I was surrounded by thousands of monsters on the scaffolding. And it was brother Cockroach who rescued Bingu and me from the horde." Sanzi added, "Huh, Binzi, you should have mentioned that sooner. Brother Cockroach, is it? My apologies for the oversight. We are all on the same side." Ega feigned ignorance of Zhang Xiaoqiang's pistol, warmly greeting him. Zhang Xiaoqiang holstered his weapon and performed a fist salute. "As a newcomer to this esteemed place, I beg your forgiveness for my lack of etiquette." "Not at all. My surname is Chun. You may call me Ega." Ega exclaimed, scrutinizing Zhang Xiaoqiang's capabilities. "You have quite the skills. Have you trained before?" Ega began probing into Zhang Xiaoqiang's background. Zhang Xiaoqiang sensed that Ega was not an ordinary man, someone who could both take and let go. Such individuals could be treacherous, liable to bite you in the back at any moment. "I haven't undergone systematic training. It's merely casual practice," Zhang Xiaoqiang replied vaguely. "Ega, should we invite Brother Cockroach inside?" Wenbin suggested. Ega slapped his forehead. "How could I forget? My apologies, please come in." Ega ushered Zhang Xiaoqiang into the living room, offering him a pack of cigarettes. Upon inspection, Zhang Xiaoqiang noted it was the inexpensive Hong Shuangxi brand. Nonchalantly accepting, Ega called out to the women upstairs. "Dead women upstairs, we have a distinguished guest. Come down and brew some tea." Turning back to Zhang Xiaoqiang, he smiled. "Brother Cockroach, you're not joking, are you? You took down 6 monsters just by practicing? I have encountered such creatures before. It took 7 or 8 of us firing rifles to kill just one. Those monsters are not easy to deal with. They're merely fast. But I've managed to kill dozens of them. Just need a bit of courage." Zhang Xiaoqiang responded dismissively. At that moment, 4 young women descended from the upstairs, dressed flamboyantly, their faces adorned with light makeup. One of them served tea to Zhang Xiaoqiang and the others, while the remaining 3 knelt at EG's feet, massaging his legs. "Brother Cockroach, do you fancy anyone? Feel free to say. It's quite nice to warm your bed at night," Ega remarked, gazing at Zhang Xiaoqiang with an expression of casual indifference. Chapter 60. A brother's wife must not be wronged. Zhang Xiaoqiang carefully scrutinized the several women before him. Their complexions were relatively fair, unlike the haggard appearance of the men outside, and their beauty could be deemed above average. The women, in turn, were covertly assessing Zhang Xiaoqiang, devoid of hope or fear, merely wearing expressions of numbness. Although Zhang Xiaoqiang was not particularly accustomed to social interactions, he was keenly aware of Chen Yi's attempts to draw him in. Yang Kuter glanced at the women kneeling nearby, curling her lips in silence. "Brother E is jesting. A gentleman does not take what others cherish. My little brother is not fortunate enough to enjoy such luxuries," Zhang Xiaoqiang remarked, shaking his head at the women on the ground. It was a facade to be untouched, especially considering the maturity of these women, whose figures were commendable, far surpassing that of Yang Ke, who was decidedly lacking in such attributes. However, given the ambiguity of the situation and Wenbin's previous comments regarding Chen Yi's character, caution was paramount. Moreover, it appeared that Chen Yi was not the type to comfortably accept being second in command. One could easily envision a scenario where he would offer his women today only to demand that one take up arms against Long Gu tomorrow. With a swift kick, Chen Yi sent a woman clad in red sprawling on the floor, cursing, "You filthy wretch, how can you lack any sense? Go, tend to Zhanga properly, otherwise I shall flay your skin and feed it to those beasts." After tumbling on the ground, the woman obediently knelt and bowed her head towards Chen Yi, then wiped her hands on her attire before commencing a massage on Zhang Xiaoqiang's thigh. This woman, in her 20s, possessed a delicate appearance with rosy lips and white teeth. Her skin in commendable condition, only slightly inferior to Yang Ke. She had not dyed her hair, which cascaded down in a lustrous black sheen. Her low-cut red coat revealed a pristine interior, lacking any undergarments, with 2 prominent peaks shyly exposed. The woman gazed at Zhang Xiaoqiang, her face a canvas of fear and anticipation, laced with a hint of despair. Zhang Xiaoqiang hesitated but did not dismiss the woman. It was his first encounter, and he could not disregard Chen Yi's honor. The woman exhaled softly, her 10 fingers delicately kneading his thigh. Zhang Xiaoqiang beckoned Yang Ku'er and whispered something in her ear. Yang Ku'er pouted, visibly displeased, and walked away. Observing Zhang Xiaoqiang receiving the woman's massage, Chun Yi beamed. How does it feel, little brother? His tone had grown intimate, as though Zhang Xiaoqiang were one of his own. The woman, named Su Qian, had formerly been a lobby manager at a grand hotel. Initially reluctant to comply, she had now been tamed to the point of resembling a docile pup. Chun Yi chuckled, pride radiating from him as he imparted wisdom on how to subdue women. Yang Ku'er re-entered, cradling 4 packs of blue soft-pack premium Huang Helu cigarettes. Zhang Xiaoqiang gestured for her to present the cigarettes to Chun Yi. As the women surrounding Chun Yi accepted the cigarettes, Zhang Xiaoqiang said, a small token of my appreciation for our first meeting. I hope, brother, he does not find it lacking. Chun Yi was pleased with Zhang Xiaoqiang's attitude, taking a pack, tearing it open, and distributing one to He Wenbin, Xiao San, and Lao Shi, while leaving 2 others outside. The men expressed their gratitude profusely. Chun Yi opened a pack for himself, lit a cigarette, and instructed one of the women to take the remainder upstairs. With a smile, Chun Yi remarked, forgive my little brother for witnessing this. Times are tough. Listening to Chun Yi lament, Zhang Xiaoqiang found it perplexing. In this apocalyptic world where the population had dwindled, resources were abundant. Surely, it was easy to find what one needed if they were willing to exert effort. Su Qian's hands were gentle and agile, her touch firm yet delicate, causing Zhang Xiaoqiang's thigh to tingle pleasantly as he savored the massage while pondering. He had thought his skills were commonplace, but it seemed even those burdened with multiple lives could lead such dire existences, especially when encountering He Wenbin, where a group of strong men had fled before the S-shaped zombies like frightened rabbits, lacking the courage to fight back. Were they truly that weak? Or was his brother far too formidable? A delicate hand lightly grazed the upper thigh, teasingly caressing through the fabric above his armory. Zhang Xiaoqiang nearly succumbed to the urge to rebel, but Su Qian's hands interrupted his contemplation. Taking a deep breath, he suppressed his desires. Before he could regain his composure, Su Qian unzipped his pants and reached in. Zhang Xiaoqiang nearly leaped in shock. He had never encountered such a situation before. I am not accustomed to this in front of others, he asserted calmly to Su Qian. Su Qian's complexion paled drastically, her large eyes brimming with despair, while Chun Yi's expression darkened, his fierce gaze fixated on her. Sensing the tension, Zhang Xiaoqiang quickly added, why not assist me with my legs? Your skills are commendable. Chun Yi's expression brightened again, while Su Qian shot a grateful glance at Zhang Xiaoqiang. She lifted Zhang Xiaoqiang's legs, removing his shoes and socks, disregarding any unpleasant odors, and placed his feet between her own bosom, kneading his calves. The pungent scent of his feet mingled with the softness of Su Qian's chest, and Zhang Xiaoqiang felt a wave of discomfort. How corrupt this all is, he mused, then turned to Chun Yi, brother Yi. The bodies outside are piling up. There is nothing left. As long as one has strength, they can take whatever they desire. Ah, little brother, you do not understand. Resources are abundant, but they come at the cost of one's life. There are hardly any bullets left. When gunfire erupts, those things swarm in, and if you hesitate even slightly, you will lose your life. Chun Yi lamented, pausing briefly before continuing. Originally, we had 70 or 80 people here, but half of them perished when they dared to go out for supplies. You saw how Wenbin's group went out with 10 and returned with only 5. Had it not been for your intervention, they would have been entirely wiped out. Zhang Xiaoqiang began to comprehend. They were not raiding for resources, but rather stealthily acquiring them. The moment zombies were alerted, one had to run as swiftly as possible. Having heard from He Wenbin that there were dozens of people with Chun Yi, he inquired, is there enough food? He recalled their truck laden with rice still amidst the horde of corpses. Little brother, fret not. Our rule here is that as long as you dare to venture out and see supplies, there will be rice and flour to eat. If you remain at home playing dead, you will only have chicken feed. We may lack many things, but chicken feed is plentiful. At that moment, Zhang Xiaoqiang understood why the women in the small building and He Wenbin's group appeared relatively well-nourished, while the men in the red brick house looked so haggard. They were sustained by chicken feed. A wave of tingling discomfort surged through his feet, causing Zhang Xiaoqiang to inhale sharply. as Su Qian continued to massage his feet. Her gaze remained fixed on him, filled with concern. Yet her hands did not cease, merely transitioning from pressing to caressing. How delightful! Zhang Xiaoqiang felt a subtle electric sensation radiate from his feet, coursing through his entire being, leaving him invigorated. Su Qian, now at ease, resumed her massage, while Chun Yi observed with delight, his demeanor softening. Little brother, you may not know, but this woman's massage is quite exceptional. I heard she used to work in a foot massage parlor before becoming a lobby manager. She may not be a saint, but if you fancy her, I shall gladly gift her to you. Before Zhang Xiaoqiang could respond, Yang Ke, growing impatient, shot him a series of pointed glances. He rolled his eyes at her attempts to convey a message. Men's affairs are best left to men. Zhang Xiaoqiang silently conveyed this sentiment to Yang Ke. Yang Ke, no longer looking at him, lowered her head in frustration. Brother Yi is jesting. As the saying goes, a brother's wife must not be wronged. Zhang Xiaoqiang ultimately declined Chun Yi's offer, choosing to remain observant until the situation clarified, a principle he had learned from stock trading. Chun Yi, pleased with Zhang Xiaoqiang's words, assumed he was leaning toward allegiance and was ready to persuade him once more. Wenbin, I heard that a distinguished guest has arrived. Why haven't I been introduced? Are we not concerned about others claiming we lack manners? A resounding and penetrating voice emerged from outside the door as a burly, steady-footed, bald man entered. The man appeared to be around 30, his gaze piercing, and a deep scar traversed from the corner of his right eye across his nose to the left side of his chin, resembling a venomous serpent coiling upon his visage. With his chin slightly jutting outward and his head held high, he emanated an air of intimidation. At that moment, he fixed his unwavering stare on Chun Yi and inquired, Brother Yi, do you believe what I say to be true? Longo, Longo, Longo. He Wenbin, Sanzi, and the honest man rose to greet the newcomer. However, Longo disregarded them, maintaining his focus on Chun Yi. Chun Yi's complexion shifted from ashen to flushed, finally turning a ghastly gray as he lowered his head to Longo, conceding, You are correct, Longo. Zhang Xiaoqiang observed silently, unable to interject. The three women beside Chun Yi knelt with bowed heads, not daring to utter a word. Su Qian was busily massaging Zhang Xiaoqiang's feet, oblivious to her surroundings, seemingly fixated solely on his feet. Yang Ke exhibited peculiar behavior, eager to speak yet at a loss for words, her anxious eyes frequently darting towards Zhang Xiaoqiang. Unfortunately, Zhang Xiaoqiang was engrossed in the unfolding drama, utterly oblivious to Yang Ke's distress. Longo appeared satisfied with Chun Yi's response, casting a smile towards Zhang Xiaoqiang. Fellow townsman, are you also from Y City? Zhang Xiaoqiang, hearing Long Ji's regional accent, inquired. Yet, Longo remained silent, fixated on Yang Ke, who wore a bewildered expression. At that moment, the atmosphere in the living room was eerily tense. Longo stared blankly at Yang Ke, while Chun Yi sat in a state of despondency. Lost in thought, he Wenbin and the others diligently examined their palms, seemingly calculating their fates. The women remained kneeling, heads down, akin to ostriches. Zhang Xiaoqiang sat with one bare foot resting on the chair. Su Qian focused intently on his foot, while Yang Ke, visibly anxious, clasped her hands in front of her, unable to decide where to place them, ultimately allowing them to hang at her sides, nervously twisting her garment. The living room was suffused with a heavy silence. Despite the crowd, not a sound was made, and the air was thick with an unpleasant odor emanating from Zhang Xiaoqiang's foot. Little uncle, you've emerged. Yang Ke finally broke the oppressive silence, addressing Longo. Upon hearing Yang Ke refer to Longo as uncle, Zhang Xiaoqiang nearly kicked Su Qian in the face, almost losing his balance as a little tune echoed in his mind. My family's uncle is countless. Longo, as if awakening from a dream, stepped forward to scrutinize Yang Ke, exclaiming, You are Cheng Ji's daughter? You are Kut? Goodness, how have you grown so much? Longo seemed incredulous. Congratulations, Longo. How wonderful that you have found family. He Wenbin and the others congratulated Longo. Little uncle, I'm almost 15 now. You've been inside for 6 years. Yang Ke reminded him. No wonder. The last time I saw you, you were begging your father for money to buy yogurt, and when he refused, you sat on the ground, throwing a tantrum. It was I who gave you 100 yuan to calm you down. Long Gu reminisced, reflecting on the past with a hint of nostalgia. It seemed that Yang Kuer's penchant for throwing tantrums had been cultivated since childhood, and Zhang Xiaoqiang began to understand her behavior. What nonsense! I was still in elementary school then. Yang Kuer blushed with embarrassment at Long Ji's recollection of her youthful indiscretions. What about your parents? And my mother? How are they now? Long Gu inquired, his voice tinged with emotion, still concerned for his family despite his status as a convict. Yang Kuer's mood darkened upon hearing Long Gu mention her parents, her eyes reddening as she confessed, I do not know. The other day, while shopping with classmates, I was trapped in a truck for 3 months. I barely escaped the city, and my classmates were devoured by monsters. Woo-woo. Yang Kuer wept for a considerable time before continuing, my parents and my aunt live in the city center, where the monsters are most numerous. If I hadn't been rescued by a cockroach, I too would have been eaten. Woo-woo. Remembering the uncertainty of her parents' fate and encountering a relative. Yang Kuer's long-suppressed grief erupted, her cries resonating through the room. Hearing her lament, Long Gu's heart grew heavy, his eyes reddening. He Wenbin and the others lowered their heads in sorrow, their own families likewise uncertain of their fates. Even Chun Yi, lost in thoughts of his family, sat in silence, his head cradled in his hands, while the women beside him remained bowed, their expressions obscured, with droplets of water pooling on the smooth floor beneath them. Zhang Xiaoqiang felt a few hot tears land on his foot and turned to see Su Qian had ceased her massage, cradling his foot against her chest. Her gaze vacant as tears streamed down her face, splattering onto his foot. Zhang Xiaoqiang, having lost his parents early on, felt no visceral pain. He firmly believed that his sister would be safe. If he, an ordinary homebody who rarely exercised, had survived, then his sister, who was far stronger, should be fine as well. Thus, he remained detached, leisurely observing the expressions of those around him. Long Gu wiped away his tears and stated, let's not dwell on such disheartening matters. Today is a day of celebration, a joyous occasion. He turned to Zhang Xiaoqiang, who immediately stood up, exclaiming, Long Gu, greetings. Are you also from Y City? Zhang Xiaoqiang stood barefoot on the ground, aware that he was in someone else's territory and could not act too presumptuously, especially since he was Yang Kuer's relative. Ha, fellow townsman. Please, take a seat. Do not stand on ceremony. Long Gu gestured for Zhang Xiaoqiang to sit down, and he himself settled onto a genuine leather sofa in the middle of the living room. As he stroked the armrest, he inquired of Zhang Xiaoqiang, would he go by, young brother? Having drunk rainwater, Zhang Xiaoqiang appeared even younger, seemingly in his 20s. Furthermore, since the onset of the apocalypse, he had never experienced hunger and had kept fit, giving him a vibrant appearance that belied his age. Haha, Long Gu, you flatter me. I have a nickname, Cockroach, for my real name is best left unmentioned. Zhang Xiaoqiang expressed his resentment towards his name. Ah, dear brother, in these times, as long as you possess skill, even if you are called Stinky Bug, others must still address you as grandfather. Ha. Long Gu dismissed Zhang Xiaoqiang's words lightly, exuding a flamboyant air. You rescued Kuer and have nurtured her well. That is a skill in itself. How are your abilities, brother? It seems Long Gu is unaware of Zhang Xiaoqiang's past deeds. Long Gu, Cockroach brother, is formidable. Just last time, it took 7 or 8 rifles firing for a long while to take down a monster. Yet Cockroach brother single-handedly dispatched 6. He Wenbin chimed in to advocate for Zhang Xiaoqiang. Indeed, Long Gu, you are unaware. Chi and I were trapped on the rooftop by thousands of monsters, and it was Cockroach brother who braved in and out 7 times to rescue me. I thought I would never make it, and Chi was so frightened that he is still stuck up there. Sanzi added, rallying for Zhang Xiaoqiang. Ha, little Sanzi exaggerates. I merely set a fire to create chaos for those creatures before going down to rescue people. Zhang Xiaoqiang humbly deflected the praise. Long Gu, you didn't TC. I followed Cockroach brother closely, cutting through the throngs of monsters from the outer edge to the innermost depths. I saw Cockroach brother single-handedly fell over 100 of them. Do not laugh, but I still have not dried my pants. He Wenbin boasted, embellishing Zhang Xiaoqiang's achievements, though in reality, Zhang Xiaoqiang had only struck down a few dozen, most of which were merely stumbled upon. Indeed, Long Gu, I saw it all clearly from the rooftop. It was Brother Bin who called me down. Sanzi also chimed in, unwilling to be outdone. Even a most unassuming and expressionless individual felt compelled to utter a few words. However, his inability to articulate himself left him merely standing aside, nodding excitedly at Long Gu. Observing this scene, Long Gu was taken aback, swiftly replaced by a joyful grin. Ha ha ha! A fierce warrior indeed. Today is a double joy. Binzi. Long Ji's delight was palpable as he likened Zhang Xiaoqiang to a valiant general, positioning himself as the commander. What is your command, Long Gu? He Wenbin, with a ferocious expression yet possessing an innocent demeanor akin to a lamb, stood upright, awaiting Long Ji's orders. Go to the chicken coop and fetch 2 plump chickens for slaughter. Today we feast. And remind that old drunkard to keep a close watch on the chickens. If even a single feather goes missing, I shall have his skin. Understood, He Wenbin replied, turning on his heel and hastening towards the coop. Ha! Let my younger brother have a good laugh. When we first arrived, many of those chickens had already perished from hunger. The ruffians down below have been gorging themselves. And by the time Sanzi announced that the chickens could lay eggs, fewer than 100 remained. I feared we would lose the breed, so I had someone keep an eye on them. Long Gu, anxious lest Zhang Xiaoqiang perceive him as stingy, felt the need to explain. Su Qian diligently put on Zhang Xiaoqiang's left sock, secured his shoes, and then commenced massaging his other foot. Yang Ku'er watched with wide eyes, muttering under her breath. Observing Su Qian remove her own right sock stirred something in Chen Yi's heart. With 4 women to his name, Long Gu should have at least as many. Together they would number 10, and with himself and Yang Ku'er, plus He Wenbin, they would total 20. 2 chickens for 20 people indeed felt insufficient. Long Gu, newly arrived, had little of substance to offer, and he hoped Zhang Xiaoqiang would not look down upon the several hundred pounds of rice and cured meat. Zhang Xiaoqiang resolved to temporarily settle here, preparing to part with his supplies. Eating cured meat daily had become nauseating, and since Yang Ku'er refused to eat fatty meat, it was better to consider it a personal favor. My younger brother is quite forthright. I must admit I long for meat. I am tired of daily rice paired with pickled vegetables. It's become monotonous, not even as good as the rations in the barracks. Long Gu expressed his gratitude, instructing the honest man and Sanzi to assist in unloading supplies from Zhang Xiaoqiang's tricycle. Yang Ku'er followed to ensure they did not tamper with their hidden treasures. Chapter 62. The food crisis. The 3 women were sent upstairs by Chen Yi, yet Su Qian remained untouched, continuing her massage for Zhang Xiaoqiang, evidently still hopeful. The 3 men conversed in the living room, lamenting the current state of affairs. Yang Ku'er entered, clutching a blue soft pack of Huang He Lu cigarettes, and presented it to Long Gu. Chen Yi felt a modicum of comfort upon seeing Long Gu only receive 2 packs, and his demeanor improved, prompting him to speak more. Zhang Xiaoqiang felt a pang in his heart. In a single day, he had given away 6 packs of cigarettes, especially the 50 yuan packs of Luandao, of which he had only managed to procure 2. Long Gu opened a pack of Luandao, tossed one to Chen Yi, lit one for himself, and took a satisfying puff. Life seems to be treating you well, my brother. Alas, it is increasingly challenging to navigate these times. Yang Ku'er appeared to have something to say, but was silenced by a glance from Zhang Xiaoqiang, prompting her to excuse herself, claiming the air was stifling and stepping outside. Zhang Xiaoqiang would not permit Yang Ku'er to divulge the location of his secret stash, which they had painstakingly transported back together. He had no intention of playing the altruist and relinquishing his hard-earned treasures. He had been contemplating the cave as his retreat, a sanctuary should the outside world become untenable. Before long, He Wenbin entered, announcing that dinner was ready, and the group rose to head toward the dining room. The dining area was quite well decorated, featuring a large round table with a glass Lazy Susan. 12 high-backed wooden chairs were arranged around it, and the walls were adorned with golden wallpaper, displaying various calligraphy and paintings, though the previous owner lacked taste. Chinese landscape paintings were haphazardly mingled with Western oil paintings, and against one wall stood an altar with a bronze statue of Guangong. To the left of the statue was a standing freezer, and to the right, a wine cabinet, both now entirely empty. The dishes on the glass turntable were quite simple: a large bowl of egg drop soup, a generous portion of smoked meat stir-fried with cabbage, a plate of kung pao chicken devoid of garnishes, a dish of stir-fried preserved vegetables, a plate of sautéed potato slices, complemented by a chicken hot pot. Just as Zhang Xiaoqiang and the others settled down, two individuals entered from outside. One was a stout man, around 165 meters tall, sporting a large beard, resembling a dwarf from a video game, clad in a leather jacket that seemed strained by his muscular physique. The other was the opposite, tall, over 180 meters with a slender frame, his balding head glistening, possessing an ordinary face yet with unsettling eyes, giving him an unkind demeanor. "Ha! Back again? Cool me. Sit down and eat. Cockroach brother, allow me to introduce you. This is called Pao Tang." Long Ge gestured towards a shorter man. Pao Tang had a fiery temperament, capable of both delivering and absorbing blows. He had once single-handedly taken down over 10 foes, killing 5 of them. Quite impressive. Pao Tang nodded silently, his gaze fixated on the cured meat on the table. Long Ge then pointed to the taller individual. "This is called Tu Jiao. He used to command a significant following in S City, having blood on his hands." Tu Jiao remained silent, merely nodding while surveying the expressions of those around the table, clearly engaged in his own calculations. "This is a den of wolves," Zhang Xiaoqiang cursed inwardly while maintaining a pleasant facade. A total of 9 individuals were seated at the table. Aside from Zhang Xiaoqiang and Yang Ke, there were He Wenbin and the 3 others, including Long Ge, Chen Yi, and the 2 newcomers, with not a single woman present. It appeared that not everyone was deemed worthy to dine at the table. Even that old Russian was absent. After Long Ge introduced Zhang Xiaoqiang and Yang Ke to the newcomers, he commanded the meal to commence. At that moment, 4 ordinary-looking women entered, each carrying bowls of food and white liquor. These women appeared somewhat unwell, their steps unsteady, though their attire was tidy despite being somewhat disheveled. The 4 women busily served rice and poured wine for everyone, while Long Ge listened to the reports from Tu Jiao and Pao Tang. "Long Ge, we have seized all the territories we could. Other areas are too perilous for us to approach." Tu Jiao reported regarding their gains that day. "Indeed, Long Ge. Today I led a raid on a small grocery store. We managed to haul in 2 individuals, but only acquired some cigarettes and liquor, along with a few boxes of instant noodles. What a loss." Pao Tang lamented his misfortune. "We set out with 10 men, and only 5 returned. Had it not been for Cockroach brother, we might not have made it back at all." He Wenbin added. The expressions of the men at the table darkened, while the young girl continued to enjoy her Kung Pao chicken and soup unabated. "How much food do we have left?" Long Ge inquired solemnly. "Including what Cockroach brother brought back, we have over 700 pounds. 15 women consume over 20 pounds a day, and the men foraging for food require over 50 pounds daily. This supply will last us only about 10 days. After that, we will be left with only chicken feed." He Wenbin relayed the figures to Long Ge, and the faces of the men did not lighten. Zhang Xiaoqiang began to worry if he had made a mistake in coming here. Only Yang Ke remained unperturbed, continuing to feast, as she planned to retreat to the cave should things go awry, secure in the knowledge that she had an escape route. "Should we regulate our food intake, reducing each person's ration by half?" Chen Yi suggested. Long Ge pondered this briefly, but shook his head. "If we do not eat enough, we will lack strength. Even if we find food, we want to be able to carry it. What if we eat half of our food and half of the chicken feed?" Sanzi proposed. Before Long Ge could respond, He Wenbin swiftly dismissed the idea. "Now, those people are willing to fight tooth and nail for the sake of full bellies. If they were to eat chicken feed, who would still be motivated to fight? Enough of these dismal discussions. Let's eat," Long Ge declared, shoving a large piece of fatty meat into his mouth and chewing heartily. The gathering buzzed with laughter and merriment, as today marked a welcoming feast for the younger brother. Zhang Xiaoqiang. With a hearty cheer, Long Ge raised his cup and downed it in one swift motion. Zhang Xiaoqiang, steeling himself, forced the liquor down his throat. Swallowing it with great effort, cheers erupted around the table, and with the first cup came the second, followed by an endless stream of toasts. Zhang Xiaoqiang could scarcely recall how he found himself sprawled across the unfamiliar bed, only knowing he had vomited several times and struggled to relieve himself. In the darkened room, sleep eluded him. A throbbing pain pulsed in his head, yet his mind remained acutely aware. He pondered the day's events, understanding the harsh reality of a world teetering on the brink, where survival was fraught with difficulty. However, he found it incomprehensible that humanity could suffer so deeply in such dire times. He thought of Su Qian, who had endured blows yet expressed gratitude, of the women who lay like dogs at Chen Yi's feet, and of the gaunt men, starved and haggard. He even recalled the ungrateful Xie Yuan Shan and the foreman who devoured his beloved wife, alongside the man who, believing he had annihilated his family, chose to end his own life. Zhang Xiaoqiang had always considered himself no paragon of virtue, yet in comparison to Long Ge, he felt akin to a saint who, on the brink of death, still paid his dues. He was aware that he was no significant figure and recognized his limitations in effecting grand changes. His sole desire was to find a place where governance still held sway, to continue existing. With the news that the passage was blocked by D2, his purpose evaporated. He resigned himself to mingling with a band of labor reform convicts, apathetically observing the degradation of women around him. He was uncertain of his future aspirations or the path ahead. His gaze fell upon a photo of a supremely adorable little girl on his Nokia phone, and he focused intently on it. A wave of longing surged within him. He yearned to find a beautiful partner, to bear offspring, and to pass on his surname. Setting aside his phone, he found a renewed sense of purpose. He wished to live, to have descendants, and to be honored during festivals and holidays. The headache persisted. Yet Zhang Xiaoqiang felt a strange comfort in his current state, detached from the lives of others. He resolved to focus solely on his own existence. Eschewing the pretense of heroism, much like Chun he had advised, if one lacked ability and the courage to strive, they were only fit to consume chicken feed. Lying quietly in bed, he awaited the dissipating effects of alcohol, hoping that once his headache eased, he could finally rest. The door creaked open, and a shadow slipped inside before the door was shut once more. Zhang Xiaoqiang retrieved the pistol hidden beneath his pillow and loaded it while tucked under the covers. Bracing himself for the figure approaching, the silhouette moved cautiously, clearly unaccustomed to the darkness, and traversed slowly. The room was enveloped in silence, the distant hum of a diesel generator resonating in the background. As Zhang Xiaoqiang gradually sat up, he aimed the pistol at the shadow while using his Nokia phone's flashlight to illuminate the scene. He remained still, uncertain if the figure was Yang Kuer or if they bore ill intentions. He maintained his vigilance until the figure reached the bedside. The shadow paused at the bed's edge, and Zhang Xiaoqiang heard the sound of fabric rustling, as if someone were undressing. Was it possible he had entered the wrong room? With growing trepidation, he remained motionless, unsure how he had ended up in this bedroom. His last memory was of fumbling in the dark, unable to find his manhood, and then losing consciousness after rolling off the bed. When he awoke, he found himself comfortably sprawled on a soft mattress. His phone and pistol placed neatly beneath the pillow, while his clothes and military knife lay tidily on the bedside table. The sight of the firearm and knife reassured him in this unfamiliar environment, as Long Ge was Yang Kuer's cousin. Thus, he harbored no concerns about her well-being. Moreover, the carefree girl possessed sufficient wit for self-preservation. However, such thoughts were fleeting, as the figure, having shed their clothing, exuded a delicate fragrance that wafted through the air. A warm, slender hand caressed Zhang Xiaoqiang's hairy thigh, and soon the woman climbed onto the bed, burrowing beneath the covers. As she did, a surge of heat coursed through Zhang Xiaoqiang's body. He inhaled deeply, his imagination conjuring an image of a plump woman, standing at 1.50 meters and weighing 180 pounds. Yet he reminded himself to remain cautious, for the situation was still unclear. Who knew if this was a trap? The woman lowered her head between Zhang Xiaoqiang's legs, but before she could proceed further, the cold steel of a pistol pressed against her forehead, causing her body to stiffen. A beam of bright light dispelled the darkness of the room, illuminating her face. The sudden brightness made her flinch, instinctively closing her eyes and remaining frozen, neck craned as she awaited Zhang Xiaoqiang's decision. He held the pistol firmly against her forehead and turned on a flashlight on his Nokia phone. In that moment, Zhang Xiaoqiang was taken aback, his expression one of astonishment. Despite his extensive experiences, the sight before him left him momentarily speechless. The woman lay before him, completely exposed, her eyes shut tight, awaiting her fate. Her long, dark hair cascaded over her shoulders, shimmering with a mysterious blue glow in the light. Her flawless face bore no imperfections, her delicate eyebrows untouched by any grooming. As if divinely crafted, a natural blush adorned her cheeks, radiating an alluring charm reminiscent of the daughters of the Jiangnan water towns. Her nose was elegantly sculpted, and her lips, slightly full, enhanced her sensuality. She positioned herself between his legs, her body concealed beneath the covers, revealing only her smooth back. A figure that appeared exquisitely delightful. "Who are you?" Zhang Xiaoqiang inquired, his caution heightened in this unfamiliar setting. He was acutely aware that this unexpected visitor could harbor hidden motives. The woman was undeniably beautiful, yet Zhang Xiaoqiang, having endured 7 years of monk-like restraint, was not easily swayed by such temptations. Age had granted him the wisdom to resist baser instincts. "I am Yuan Yi, sent by Long Ge to attend to you," she replied, her voice cool yet melodious, her Mandarin resonating with the elegance of a youthful recitation. As she adjusted to the light, her eyes opened, revealing a pair of glassy, apathetic pupils devoid of hope for the future. Lying before Zhang Xiaoqiang, she exhibited no shyness, merely gazing at the cold barrel of the gun, awaiting his choice. "Please, return where you came from. I simply wish to rest quietly. Convey my gratitude to Long Ge for his kindness," Zhang Xiaoqiang murmured, rubbing his aching temples. In truth, he was captivated, especially by Yuan Yi's ethereal presence, reminiscent of a plum blossom standing tall amidst the snow. Her exquisite features resembled those of a celestial being untouched by earthly concerns. The stark contrast of her situation stirred something within him. Yet, Zhang Xiaoqiang recalled the confrontation between Long Ge and Chun Yi. Despite Long Ge being Yang Kuer's cousin and sharing a hometown connection, Zhang Xiaoqiang wished to remain uninvolved in their disputes. Following the incident with Xie Yuanshan, he had learned the perilous nature of human intentions. Both Long Ge and Chun Yi had escaped from prison, and their followers were equally unpredictable. If Long Ge were to resolve the matter with Chun Yi, those beneath him would inevitably experience sorrow akin to that of a rabbit mourning a fox, leading to a fragmentation of loyalty. In a world fraught with peril, survival is paramount. Should the remaining humanity fail to unite and instead engage in infighting, they would find themselves devoured by the very zombies that threaten their existence. Conversely, Chun Yi must also recognize that while he may dissent from Long Ge, he cannot afford to eliminate him. Should he do so, he would find no support from those below him, nor could he simply eradicate those who oppose him. In a world where the living are already scarce, the loss of even one life is a significant waste. At this juncture, Zhang Xiaoqiang becomes pivotal. He is an outsider, not intricately tied to anyone here, and possesses commendable skills. If he can eliminate a rival, the remaining individuals would remain silent, allowing for a semblance of dignity. Later, under the pretext of vengeance, they could dispose of Zhang Xiaoqiang. As the saying goes, when a rabbit dies, the hound is cooked. Zhang Xiaoqiang is not Yang Kuer. He is not foolish. He has observed enough trivial dramas and historical intrigues to discern the machinations at play. He has no desire to be a pawn, ultimately destined to be discarded. Thus, maintaining a neutral stance as a third party serves Zhang Xiaoqiang best. He possesses considerable experience in dealing with zombies. Even when faced with AD2, he knows how to evade. As for He Wenbin and his group, they owe their survival to him and respect his prowess, refraining from treachery behind his back. As not everyone is as deranged as Xie Yuanshan, Zhang Xiaoqiang now finds himself in a quandary. The beauty summoned by Long Ge stirs his heart, yet he can only recite silently. Guanyin Bodhisattva, when practicing profound prajnaparamita, perceives the emptiness of the 5 aggregates, transcending all suffering. Shariputra, form is not different from emptiness. Emptiness is not different from form. Form is precisely emptiness. Emptiness is precisely form. Sensation, perception, volition, and consciousness are also like this. He feigns the demeanor of a virtuous man as he gazes at Yuan Yi, who lies bare upon him. Chapter 64. Just kill me. Yuan Yi remains unmoving, coldly addressing Zhang Xiaoqiang. Just shoot me. If you're worried about staining the sheets, do it outside. Long Ge won't blame you. Zhang Xiaoqiang's expression darkens. Anger brews within him. Ever since Xie Yuanshan threatened Yang Kuer with a sniper crossbow, he vowed never to allow anyone to threaten him again. Yet this woman dares to intimidate him? Get lost. Go as far away as possible. I never want to see you again. He shouts at Yuan Yi, detesting her coercion through the threat of death. Even if she insists on persuading him to take that course, he cannot comply. Yuan Yi does not move. Her expression remains unchanged, devoid of emotion as she gazes at him blankly. Zhang Xiaoqiang, witnessing her stubbornness, grows increasingly infuriated. He has never encountered such a shameless woman. He bends his right leg, intending to kick her off the bed, but stops halfway, recalling an incident from middle school when a girl slapped him, and he refrained from retaliating. His father had advised him that a man should only vent his frustrations on another man and must never lay a hand on a woman, no matter the reason. No man is worthy of the title if he strikes a woman. This lesson is etched in Zhang Xiaoqiang's memory. Prior to his father's warning, he had pushed his sister during a dispute over possessions, only to receive a thorough reprimand from his father. After being punished, he still failed to grasp the reason behind it, but later came to understand his father's words. Even when he intended to teach Yang Kuer a lesson, he primarily sought to intimidate her. Seeing this tenacious woman clinging to him, Zhang Xiaoqiang feels tormented. "Do you wish to die?" he inquires in a bizarre tone, akin to a peculiar uncle asking a little girl if she wants a lollipop. Yuani meets his gaze earnestly and nods. A sense of relief washes over her. Her rigid form relaxes, and her grip on his arm loosens. "Do you see this? It's merely a tiger-toothed military knife, sharp enough. You know the kind of monstrous creatures out there. This knife has claimed the lives of no fewer than 10. Now, I'll lend it to you. Take it outside, aim for a vein, and you'll feel something gushing forth. Then, you'll feel your strength waning, and you'll have fulfilled your desire. Just remember to close the door." "Thank you." Zhang Xiaoqiang hopes to send Yuani away, feeling much better after the headache has subsided, yearning for a good night's sleep. Yet Yuan remains still, glancing at the military knife, pondering, then shaking her head. "If I dared to commit suicide, I would have done it long ago. Do you think I relish this existence devoid of future and hope, a life worse than death?" She becomes agitated, her previously indifferent visage now animated, her large, despairing eyes glistening with tears. Zhang Xiaoqiang, helplessly watching her, feels the weight of exhaustion from the day's events, compounded by the intoxicating haze clouding his mind. The last thing he desires is to be disturbed by this troublesome woman, whom he cannot hit or kick away. Yuan gradually calms down, her excitement dissipating entirely. Returning to a state of cool detachment, her eyes now dulled. "Just kill me. I will be grateful to you. Truly, show a bit of compassion and grant me release." Yuan resumes her pleading, clearly desperate for death. Zhang Xiaoqiang feels his headache returning, not due to alcohol this time. Faced with this woman who cannot be reprimanded or dismissed, he feels cornered. He does not shy away from killing. His ability to feed Xie Yuanshan to zombies proves he is not soft-hearted. Yet he recalls the old adage, he is a homebody, not a murderer. He only takes lives when provoked. Yuani bears no grudge against him, and her beauty captivates him. Had it not been for Long Ji's intentions, he might never have had the opportunity for such intimate contact with a woman as lovely as her. However, he cannot justify killing her simply because she disrupts his sleep. Give up on that notion. "I will not kill you. If you do not leave, I will call someone to throw you out." Zhang Xiaoqiang resolves to extricate himself from the conflict between Long Gu and Chun Yi. If he cannot confront them, he can at least evade them. "No," Yuani gasps, seemingly distressed by the prospect of being cast out, clinging tightly to Zhang Xiaoqiang's waist. Their bodies are now completely entwined, leaving no space between them. His already fragile resolve crumbles further. Yuan Yi's icy touch ignites a clarity in his muddled thoughts. Zhang Xiaoqiang exerts himself to push Yuan Yi away, who clings to him like an octopus, wrapping himself tightly in the blanket. He muses to himself, "What a beautiful disaster. Almost became collateral damage." After being pushed away, Yuan Yi does not reinitiate her pursuit of him, instead kneeling naked on the bed. She regards Zhang Xiaoqiang and states, "You must either kill me or take me. Otherwise, I will not leave." Zhang Xiaoqiang refrains from looking at her, rising from the bed without concern for his exposed state. He dresses hurriedly, and Yuan Yi, witnessing his actions, appears flustered, uncertain of how to proceed. Her previously composed demeanor shatters, and she clutches the blanket tightly, her teeth biting into her lip until it nearly bleeds. Once dressed, Zhang Xiaoqiang strides toward the door, thinking, "If you wish to cling stubbornly here, so be it. I will not entertain you any longer. I shall sleep on the floor outside, as I have for many days." Upon observing Zhang Xiaoqiang donning his attire and heading towards the door, Yuan Yi resembled a startled cat, leaping from the bed and rushing barefoot to kneel before him, clinging desperately to his legs. Zhang Xiaoqiang attempted to pry her hands away, but Yuan Yi's grip was akin to that of a turtle's beak, tenacious and unyielding. Exhausted from his efforts, he found himself entirely at a loss. Today, he encountered a woman more stubborn than Yang Ke, and the mere thought that Yang Ke might evolve into someone as insistent as Yuan Yi sent a chill down his spine. Gazing at Yuan Yi, Zhang Xiaoqiang felt a profound frustration. He suddenly regarded zombies as endearing compared to her, and he would rather engage with D2 than become ensnared in Yuan Yi's clutches. Were women indeed more perilous than zombies? What is it that you truly desire? I assure you, I shall not harm women, whether they are 80 or 8 years old. It is against my principles. Zhang Xiaoqiang addressed Yuan Yi, who resembled an ostrich, in a tone of resignation, feeling somewhat inadequate in his expression. He continued, "Do not expect me to be intimate with you. I am averse to using what others have left behind." With a resolute demeanor, he regarded Yuan Yi with a disdainful gaze, as if appraising discarded refuse. Yuan Yi remained silent, her actions minimal, clinging tightly to Zhang Xiaoqiang's legs. Observing her unwavering resolve, Zhang Xiaoqiang's pretense of authority deflated like a deflated tire. "Should you not release your hold, I shall summon assistance. Do not blame me if others witness your current predicament." Zhang Xiaoqiang, devoid of options, contemplated calling for aid, silently wishing for someone nearby. Yuan Yi abruptly lifted her head, gazing at him with a pitiful expression, imploring. "I beg you," Long Gu said, "that if I do not serve you well, I shall be fed to those monsters. Long Gu is capable of such cruelty. I wish to die, but not in that manner. I have witnessed how those creatures devour humans, and I am terrified, truly terrified." At this point, Zhang Xiaoqiang found himself at a loss for words and thoughts. He recognized that Long Gu was no benevolent figure, capable of anything, especially in these times of scarce resources. Losing one person meant less consumption. Zhang Xiaoqiang could certainly choose to ignore her, allowing her to be fed to the zombies by Long Gu. Yet it bore no distinction from personally ending her life. The Nokia phone's battery drained, emitting an alert, plunging the room back into darkness. The two remained in the shadows. And soon, the moonlight outside joined the fray, casting a cool glow into the dimly lit room, illuminating the eerie stillness. The night air was chilly, and Yuan Yi, lacking any clothing, shivered slightly. A creaking sound interrupted the room's uncanny silence as a graceful figure slipped inside, momentarily pausing at the sight of the two. Chapter 65. Is it inappropriate to be with a brother's wife? Zhang Xiaoqiang and Yuan Yi gazed in astonishment at the newcomer, and under the moonlight, the room transformed into a poetic scene. Yuan Yi, kneeling and clutching Zhang Xiaoqiang's legs, resembled a jade statue of a beautiful woman, her smooth skin shimmering elegantly and mysteriously in the moon's glow. Zhang Xiaoqiang, clad in camouflage, appeared as a husband reluctant to part from his newlywed wife, while the newcomer observed them silently, seemingly moved by the scene before her. Zhang Xiaoqiang turned his face towards the newcomer, feeling an urge to collide with the wall. One woman had already left him flustered, and now there were two, pushing him towards a state of overwhelming desire. Indeed, the newcomer was Su Qian. Her long hair elegantly pinned up, her face adorned with light makeup, dressed in a sheer gown. The moonlight revealed that she wore nothing underneath. Su Qian, already not unattractive, now embodied a blend of maturity and allure, grace and seduction. Though not as beautiful as Yuan Yi, she possessed a fiery charm that Yuan Yi lacked. It seemed Chun Yi was unwilling to remain idle, sending Su Qian to ingratiate herself with him. Was it truly inappropriate to be involved with a brother's wife? Su Qian stood frozen for a moment before approaching and embracing Zhang Xiaoqiang from behind, her chest gently brushing against his back. "Su Qian, please leave. I have no intention of being with either of you today. I am quite weary and wish to rest." Zhang Xiaoqiang endured the peculiar sensations emanating from his back, hoping to send Su Qian away first. Su Qian stiffened, her movements ceasing as she knelt, repeatedly bowing her head, her forehead striking the pristine tiled floor with a resounding thud that echoed in the stillness of the night, clearly audible to Zhang Xiaoqiang. Zhang Xiaoqiang's sentiments towards Su Qian were far more favorable than towards Yuan Yi. He was acutely aware of his own foul odor, Yet Su Qian embraced it without pretense. Her attentiveness evident. Moreover, she appeared more timid than Yuan Yi, stirring a protective instinct within him. Unlike Yuan Yi, she did not bargain, but merely implored him silently. "Rise, please." Observing Su Qian's forehead turning a shade of purple, Zhang Xiaoqiang could no longer restrain himself. Su Qian complied obediently. Upon his command, she ceased her actions, straightened up, and refrained from further attempts to embrace him, standing aside with her head bowed, awaiting Zhang Xiaoqiang's decision regarding her fate. "You won't be fed to those monsters if you cannot be with me, will you?" Zhang Xiaoqiang teased Su Qian, inherently disbelieving that Chun Yi could actually go that far. Considering her beauty ranked second among his 4 women. For men, beautiful women represent immense wealth. Su Qian nodded, lifting her gaze to meet Zhang Xiaoqiang's. Noticing his skepticism, she felt a surge of fear and urgency, articulating the first words she uttered upon entering the room. "Truly, it is true. Long Gu and Yi Gu rescued a pair of beautiful twin sisters last month. I have never seen such stunning girls, albeit with difficult tempers, somewhat pampered. Long Gu and Yi Gu each took one. The sisters were reluctant to follow Long Gu, often hurling insults, prompting Long Gu to bind the elder sister and feed her to the monsters. Yi Gu witnessed Long Ji's actions and did the same to the younger sister. We all watched, paralyzed with fear, for Long Gu and his men were watching us. Anyone who dared to look away would also be fed to the monsters." Yuan Yi, kneeling on the ground, trembled violently, evidently recalling those horrific scenes, her hands tightening their grip around Zhang Xiaoqiang's legs, her forehead pressed firmly against his thigh. At this moment, Zhang Xiaoqiang found himself truly indecisive. Could he truly turn a blind eye to their plight? Yet, he also struggled to harden his heart. To take both women and eliminate Long Gu and Yi Gu? That was absurd. Even the guard were armed with AK-47s. What could a small boat possibly achieve? Joining the conflict between Long Gu and Chun Yi was equally unappealing. Who would desire the fate of being discarded once their usefulness had passed? Observing the compliant Su Qian standing aside and the tenacious Yuan Yi clinging to him, Zhang Xiaoqiang weighed the pros and cons, a flash of insight illuminating his thoughts. Both Long Gu and Chun Yi sought to win him over. Accepting Long Ji's goodwill would incur Chen Yi's wrath, while accepting Chen Yi's favors would offend Long Gu. Simultaneously accepting favors from both could potentially offend neither, as both would find themselves on common ground, neither gaining an exclusive advantage. With this realization, Zhang Xiaoqiang felt a sense of relief. Since both parties wished to curry favor with him, he would indulge in both sides, even if he offended them both. It mattered little. They were currently preoccupied with their own disputes and would not have time to attend to him. He would take a step back and observe. "Yuan Yi, please rise. Rest assured, I shall not cast you away." Zhang Xiaoqiang spoke to Yuan Yi, who was clutching his legs, but her hesitation was palpable. Noticing the displeasure on Zhang Xiaoqiang's face, she stood up in response. Zhang Xiaoqiang's feelings towards Yuan Yi further deteriorated. He wished to assist her, but struggled to trust himself, questioning if he had succumbed to a moral decline. Was there still room for such sentiments in a post-apocalyptic world? He returned to his bedside, stripped off his clothing, and slipped under the covers in his underwear. Peering out, he addressed the 2 bewildered women, instructing them to make themselves comfortable. He closed his eyes in peace, finally resolving this troubling dilemma, ready to drift into a restful slumber. However, the tranquility was soon disrupted as the mattress shook. With 2 bare bodies entwining themselves around Zhang Xiaoqiang, their delicate hands growing restless. Sensing a shift in the atmosphere, he abruptly threw off the covers and sat up, exclaiming in frustration, "Enough! If you wish to indulge, do so as you please. I am utterly exhausted. All I desire is a good night's sleep." Yuan Yi and Su Qian immediately complied, shifting away to create some distance. As Zhang Xiaoqiang lay back down, drowsiness overtook him once more, and he was on the verge of sleep when the door creaked open. A woman with a slender figure entered, illuminating the room with a makeshift flashlight. "Uncle, how could you betray me like this? Do you have any shame? I have tirelessly followed you around. Was it all for naught? Oh, uncle, you are truly depraved to be seeing 2 women at once." Yang Ke, clearly unsettled, had come to confront Zhang Xiaoqiang. His drowsiness dissipated at her presence, and he glanced at the commotion she was causing while observing Yuan Yi and Su Qian, who had buried their heads beneath the covers. He could not help but groan. For people involved, is this a game of mahjong? Chapter 66. No peeking, no peeking. It was another splendid sunny day. The morning sunlight streamed through the window, casting a warm glow on the mattress. A beam of light struck Zhang Xiaoqiang's eyelids, the warmth rousing him from slumber. He blinked several times, gradually shaking off the remnants of sleep. Yang Ku'er clung to him like a teddy bear, causing his arm to numb. The young girl rested her head against his face, her warm breath mixed with a faint fragrance wafting over him. Zhang Xiaoqiang was certain that she had been brushing her teeth 3 times a day, a fact she had taken to heart after his previous teasing. The covers had been kicked aside, revealing Yang Ku'er in a pink, revealing lingerie, though it was apparent she lacked the curves to fill it out. Her delicate, pale form glimmered in the sunlight. Yang Ku'er s droll dumpened Zhang Xiaoqiang s shoulder, intertwining with her hair, creating an uncomfortable sensation. It was unnecessary to mention that the enticing lingerie she wore was a set he had secretly stowed away in his bag. Yet he felt no anger. He simply didn't care. The best and most alluring sets were hidden away in a very secure spot, well out of Yang Ku'er's reach. At that moment, his toes brushed against something soft and elastic. He instinctively wiggled his big toe, inadvertently squeezing something tightly. "Ing-ning!" came a soft exclamation from the foot of the bed. Looking down, he saw 2 small mounds beneath the covers, beneath which were Yuan, Yi, and Su Qian, who had been relegated to the foot of the bed by Yang Ku'er the previous night, huddled together in a ball, too timid to move, enduring the night in this manner. The sight of the 2 mounds reminded Zhang Xiaoqiang of Yang Ku'er's earlier entrance. She had been furious upon seeing the 2 women on either side of him, constantly chastising him. Zhang Xiaoqiang adhered to a strong sense of masculinity, a philosophy he staunchly believed in, one that would become a hallmark of his family's values. Thus, he felt a surge of irritation and chose silence. His gaze fixed coldly on Yang Ku'er. Her eyes widened in fear at his icy stare, and she fell silent, lowering her head and tracing circles on the floor with her toes. "You need not concern yourself with my affairs, understand?" he warned in a forbidding tone. Yang Ku'er nodded in understanding, but averted her gaze, clearly displeased. "Your matters will also fall under my jurisdiction. Understand?" Zhang Xiaoqiang felt a rush of satisfaction. Long live masculinity. How envious the henpecked would be. Hearing this, Yang Ku'er looked up in surprise, her face brightening with a smile as she nodded vigorously. Noticing the 2 sets of women's lingerie on the floor, her cheeks puffed up in indignation as she stomped her foot on the discarded garments. It seemed that jealousy knew no age. Once Zhang Xiaoqiang had explained the circumstances surrounding Yuan, Yi, and Su Qian, Yang Ku'er's sympathy began to swell. Though it was solely directed towards the women, she cared little for the men's fates. Eventually, she acquiesced to allowing the 2 women to remain in the room, albeit her jealousy compelled her to position them at the foot of the bed while she, under the guise of supervision, openly slept beside Zhang Xiaoqiang in her lingerie. Yuan, Yi, and Su Qian remained compliant, curling up like 2 small dogs, hardly stirring throughout the night. The small mound on the right shifted gently, a sensation that was oddly pleasurable, one that Zhang Xiaoqiang had never experienced before. This scene felt somewhat familiar. He recalled that actress by Niao Ying had done something similar in a film. The mound to the right appeared to belong to Yuan Yi, and he was surprised by her cool demeanor, contrasting sharply with her fiery actions. Zhang Xiaoqiang had never held her in high regard, particularly given her insistence on portraying a strong, independent persona. As an introverted individual, he found such assertiveness off-putting, while the submissive Su Qian, despite lacking Yuan Yi's beauty and grace, was far more agreeable to him, a manifestation of his underlying masculine tendencies. Yuan Yi's actions were a blatant affront to dignity. Had Su Qian behaved similarly, he might have felt embarrassed enough to intervene. But when it came to Yuan Yi, Zhang Xiaoqiang reveled in her attentions, all the while pondering whether she had washed her feet the previous day. Suddenly, Yang Ku'er stirred, her eyes fluttering open as she gazed, dazed, at Zhang Xiaoqiang. She exclaimed before stammering, "What are you doing in my bed?" She quickly began to check her attire, and upon realizing her exposed state, she dove beneath the covers, muffled cries escaping her lips. Oh no, I've been seen." Flailing her legs, she inadvertently kicked Su Qian, who remained silent and motionless, enduring the onslaught of Yang Kuer's flailing limbs. Zhang Xiaoqiang could hardly bear to watch and urged Yang Kuer, "Stop shouting. Think carefully about what transpired last night." Yang Kuer halted, and after a moment, her head peeked out, her face tinged with embarrassment. "Hee, I just need a moment to remember. Besides, it's perfectly natural for your husband to see you." With that, she leapt into Zhang Xiaoqiang's embrace, burying her head against his chest, her little nose sniffing around. Observing Yang Kuer nestled against him, Zhang Xiaoqiang couldn't help but wonder how Su Qian had fared under the relentless kicks. Yang Kuer lifted her head, her crescent-shaped eyes fixated on Zhang Xiaoqiang, inquiring, "Is this the legendary masculine charm? Why does it smell just like my father's scent? It's all the aroma of smoke." At that moment, Zhang Xiaoqiang could assert with certainty that he had not bathed the previous day. He wondered how Yuan Yi could tolerate it. Did Longu also dislike bathing? "Get up." Zhang Xiaoqiang playfully smacked Yang Kuer's bottom and nudged Yuan Yi with his foot, signaling them to dress. With a rustle, Yuan Yi and Su Qian simultaneously threw off the covers, revealing two beautifully developed women emerging from beneath, completely unclothed. Their bodies, unadorned, showcased four pristine, snow-white figures dancing gracefully with their movements. Su Qian possessed a bamboo shoot-like physique, firm and proudly upright, while Yuan Yi exhibited a fuller, more robust form, appearing exceedingly pleasing to the eye. "Ah!" Yang Kuer exclaimed in shock, jumping up to cover Zhang Xiaoqiang's eyes, repeatedly chanting, "No peeking, no peeking. You two are utterly shameless. How can you be without clothes?" Zhang Xiaoqiang swiftly pried her hands away, choosing not to look at Yuan Yi and Su Qian, instead turning to Yang Kuer. "Have you forgotten what we discussed yesterday? Whether I seek other women or the type I pursue is my own affair. If you disapprove, you need not observe." Zhang Xiaoqiang's admonishment was quite effective. Yang Kuer had previously treated romance like child's play, and encountering the masculine assertiveness of Zhang Xiaoqiang left her momentarily speechless. "But I was the first with you. You've seen everything about me. You must take responsibility." Yang Kuer lowered her gaze to her alluring lingerie, her voice faint. "Understood. As long as you behave, I will not neglect you." Zhang Xiaoqiang waved dismissively. "Moreover, I wish to have certain privileges." Seeing Zhang Xiaoqiang's acquiescence, Yang Kuer began to negotiate. "Privileges?" Zhang Xiaoqiang scrutinized her, nodding slightly, which brought a gleeful expression to her face. "Privileges can be granted, but only once you have fully matured," Zhang Xiaoqiang added. Yang Kuer glanced at her modest endowments, feeling quite dejected. At this juncture, Yuan Yi and Su Qian had dressed and stood aside awaiting Zhang Xiaoqiang's instructions. Upon seeing them, Zhang Xiaoqiang nearly dropped his gaze. Su Qian remained clad in sheer fabric, making her appearance even more pronounced in daylight. Yuan Yi wore a narrow black strip of cloth across her chest, exposing both her upper and lower curves, paired with denim shorts that barely reached her thighs, revealing her long, slender, snow-white legs. Zhang Xiaoqiang's eyes roamed over the two women. Given that they were on the first floor, the exit from a room likely led to the living room. Observing the previous day's activity, it was evident that many individuals frequented the small building. It was possible that San Zi and the honest man were seated in the living room. With the women dressed this way, stepping outside would likely expose them entirely. Thus, Zhang Xiaoqiang contemplated how to ensure they were adequately covered. He rummaged through the room for a wardrobe, hoping the previous occupant had left behind some garments. Upon opening the wardrobe, he found it bare, containing only his backpack. Spotting the backpack sparked a glimmer of hope in Zhang Xiaoqiang's eyes. His backpack contained supplies for an emergency escape, cigarettes, bottled water, various foodstuffs, and, of course, a change of clothes, including several sets of camouflage uniforms that could be suitable for them to wear. As Zhang Xiaoqiang emptied his backpack, he first revealed a medium-sized transparent plastic bag containing cooked smoked pig ears and tails, along with thinly sliced pork belly. He placed it on the desk and continued to dig, uncovering roasted wheat and cooked flatbreads, staples that were easily preserved and would not spoil quickly. Gulp, gulp. Just as Zhang Xiaoqiang was engrossed in unpacking, he heard two audible swallowing sounds. Looking up, he saw Yuan Yi fixated on the plastic bag on the desk, salivating over the smoked pork. Su Qian, standing nearby, dared not stare directly, but her sidelong glances and quickened swallowing mirrored Yuan Yi's eagerness. Zhang Xiaoqiang found their reactions amusing. Despite the apocalypse, he had not lacked for meat. When he first met Yang Ke, she had sought meat from him, and, after dealing with the mutant beasts, the meat issue was resolved. Eventually, he procured over 1,000 pounds of smoked meat, even causing Yang Ke to complain about fatty portions. Now, witnessing two delicate beauties drooling over pork was a stark contrast that nearly made him burst into laughter. "How long has it been since you last had meat?" Zhang Xiaoqiang inquired. Yuan Yi remained silent, lost in a trance over the pork, while Su Qian hesitantly replied, "Last month, I could still have some chicken heads, feet, and offal, but it's been ages since I've had any. Typically, we eat plain rice with pickles. It fills us up, but the sisters living behind the building often go hungry," Su Qian lamented, her eyes still fixated on the pork, as if the once ignored delicacy had transformed into a rare treasure. No wonder the women in the restaurant yesterday appeared somewhat lightheaded. With this in mind, Zhang Xiaoqiang opened the plastic bag, stating, "Each of you may take a handful, no more." It was not that Zhang Xiaoqiang was stingy. Rather, he had no obligation to lavish kindness upon others' women. Su Qian's massage the previous day had been quite adequate, and Yuan Yi's service that morning had been agreeable. Thus, allowing each of them a handful sufficed as compensation. Upon hearing this, Yuan Yi hesitated for a moment before boldly stepping forward, swiftly grabbing a generous handful and moving aside to eat. Su Qian approached more slowly, expressing her gratitude before savoring a piece of pigtail. Zhang Xiaoqiang secured the plastic bag, not increasing Su Qian's share just because it was lesser. Opportunities were limited, and he had to take responsibility for himself. Yuan Yi understood how to seize her chance. Hence, her larger portion was a necessary survival instinct in this post-apocalyptic world. Zhang Xiaoqiang acknowledged that Yuan Yi's actions were justified, yet he felt an inexplicable aversion towards her. Perhaps it was her overt assertiveness without the strength to back it up, or her persistent clinginess the previous day. Even her morning service would not alter Zhang Xiaoqiang's disdain for her. Observing Yuan Yi and Su Qian relishing the pork, Zhang Xiaoqiang shot a glance at Yang Ke, remarking, "Look at how others are faring. You truly are oblivious to the blessings you possess." Yang Ke turned away, ignoring Zhang Xiaoqiang. As Zhang Xiaoqiang and his entourage exited the room, they traversed a narrow passageway leading to the living room, where Long Ge and Chun Yi were seated, sipping tea and smoking, attended by a woman he had seen the previous day in the restaurant. Upon noticing Yuan Yi following Zhang Xiaoqiang, Long Ge erupted in laughter. "Ha! How was last night, my brother? That girl certainly has her skills." Chun Yi's expression darkened. However, when he spotted Su Qian emerging from behind Zhang Xiaoqiang, his mood brightened. "Ha! My brother managed a double delight. You know your body well." Seeing Yuan Yi and Su Qian behind Zhang Xiaoqiang, Long Ge and Chun Yi exchanged glances, the latter's eyes glinting with provocation while Long Ge maintained a calm demeanor. Then, Yang Ke bounded past Yuan Yi and Su Qian, cheerfully greeting Long Ge and Chun Yi before skipping out, seemingly unaware of her destination. With Yang Ke's appearance, both Long Ge and Chun Yi fell silent. While Zhang Xiaoqiang sighed, "This is like yellow mud smeared in 1S trousers. It's not excrement, but it certainly is." Zhang Xiaoqiang and Long Ge, having finished their breakfast, were lounging in the living room, smoking and engaging in casual conversation. Before long, Yuan Yi and Su Qian entered, each carrying a piece of luggage, and upon arriving in the living room, they cast their gazes toward Long Ge and Chun Yi. Clearing his throat, Long Ge began to speak. "My dear brother, from this day forth, this young lady, Yuan Yi, is yours to command. Henceforth, I shall have no further involvement. You are free to make your own decisions. If you find her displeasing, you may dispose of her as you wish. I shall not hold it against you." After this proclamation, he turned to Yuan Yi and said, "You are to follow my brother, the Cockroach. Remember to be diligent in your duties. Should he be dissatisfied, do you know what fate awaits you?" Having given his instructions, he noticed Zhang Xiaoqiang preparing to speak and interjected, "Cockroach, do not decline. It is settled. As the saying goes, brothers are like limbs and women are like garments. Do not bring shame upon your elder brother." Following Long Ji's words, Chun Yi joined the banter. "Ha! Cockroach, I feel an instant camaraderie with you. No need for further words. Su Qian is yours." You may treat her as you please. He then turned to Su Qian, warning her, be aware of your standing. Do not harbor any foolish thoughts. What if you displease Cockroach? Zhang Xiaoqiang, gazing at the two stunning women before him, felt a headache coming on. While Su Qian had been behaving quite obediently, Yuan Yi was increasingly irksome to him, and his expression reflected his discomfort. He contemplated informing Long Ge of his distaste for Yuan Yi. Zhang Xiaoqiang considered returning her, knowing Long Ge was sensitive about his reputation, but he found Yuan Yi unbearable, especially her incessant display of dominance. In the pre-apocalyptic world, he would have avoided confrontation. However, in this new reality, she was merely a pawn. Yet she carried herself with an air of superiority that Zhang Xiaoqiang found intolerable, particularly as he held traditional views on masculinity. Yuan Yi seemed to sense Zhang Xiaoqiang's aversion, and upon noticing his desire to return her, she became anxious, tears streaming down her face as she implored him with her pleading gaze, her lips bleeding for being bitten in desperation. Observing her expression of despair, Zhang Xiaoqiang hesitated, although he did not like her. He had not reached the point of wishing to see her harmed. Yuan Yi opened her mouth as if to speak, but ultimately remained silent. How can one be so proud while seeking a favor? Zhang Xiaoqiang's frustration peaked. He stood, ready to return her to Long Ge, feeling that life with such a troublesome companion would be unbearable. Even the often troublesome Yang Kuer was more agreeable than her. Chapter 68. Do we have rules in my house? As he stood, he caught sight of Su Qian, who was looking at him with a pleading expression. This left Zhang Xiaoqiang at a loss for what to do. Long Ge noticed Zhang Xiaoqiang rising and raise an eyebrow, inquiring, brother, is there an issue? Thank you for your kindness, both of you. I have only just arrived and have yet to explore. I wish to go outside and see the surroundings. Zhang Xiaoqiang responded. Though indifferent towards Yuan Yi, he held a favorable impression of Su Qian. After all, she had experience as a front desk manager and possessed a keen sense for social dynamics. Zhang Xiaoqiang's introverted nature and traditional masculinity were drawn to Su Qian's feminine charm. It seems my brother wishes to familiarize himself with the environment. Long Ge, in his magnanimity, generally allowed any suggestions Zhang Xiaoqiang made. Brother, shall I accompany you outside? Chen Yi chime in. Why linger here? Do you not know where Cockroach resides? Move quickly, Long Ge admonished. Feeling embarrassed as he saw Su Qian heading towards Zhang Xiaoqiang's room, while Yuan Yi stood foolishly by. Zhang Xiaoqiang agreed with Long Ji's assessment of Yuan Yi. He pondered if Long Ge also found her displeasing, hence sending her his way. Just as he was about to exit, Long Ge called out to Zhang Xiaoqiang, stating, now that both women are in your room, according to our rules here, they are your responsibility. You must provide for their needs. If you cannot, they will be sent to the back house to be cared for by Binzi and the others, but they will be shared among them. Understood, Long Ge, Zhang Xiaoqiang nodded, acknowledging the harsh realities of this new world. Even Long Ge and Chun, he had to venture out for supplies, let alone someone like Zhang Xiaoqiang, who was new to this environment. Upon stepping outside, they were met with the chilling sounds of screams, shattering the tranquility of the chicken farm. Chun Yi frowned, glancing towards the gathering crowd near the chicken coop, and turned to Zhang Xiaoqiang, saying, shall we go take a look? As they approached, an overwhelming stench of poultry filled the air. A group of gaunt men stood in a daze, fixated on a clearing in the center where Wenbin was mercilessly beating a young man with a steel rebar. The young man, appearing no older than 20, was clad in only shorts, his bare back marked with bruises from the blows, as he cried out in agony. 3Z and two familiar faces from the previous day stood nearby, standing guard with weapons drawn. An older man, over 50, knelt on the ground, repeatedly bowing his head and pleading, please stop hitting him. He will die. Punish me instead. I will bear my son's sins. I beg you, Bin Ye. By the chicken coop sat a man in his 40s, sporting a prominent nose, with sparse hair atop his head, dressed in a dark green military overcoat, which was littered with chicken feathers. His feet were clad in shoes smeared with chicken droppings, and he held a bottle of indistinct liquor, occasionally taking swigs while watching the spectacle unfold. What is happening here? Chun inquired, prompting the men standing nearby to scatter, keeping their distance. Yi, Cockroach. Wenbin's group greeted the two men. Here is the situation, brothers. This scoundrel was feeding the chickens this morning and secretly stashed an egg in his pants. The old drunkard had counted the eggs earlier and noticed something was amiss. He pointed his gun at him, and he panicked, confessing everything. He Wenbin recounted the events. Chen Yi's expression darkened. Beat him. Hit him hard. Does he think he can eat without risking his life? There are no handouts here. Chen Yi's anger flared. Resources were scarce, and this young man dared to attempt to steal from them. He Wenbin, receiving the order, resumed his assault. Dad, father, save me. It hurts so much. The young man writhed on the ground, screaming in pain. He Wenbin continued to strike without mercy, and when he grew weary, Sanzi stepped in to take over the beating. Zhang Xiaoqiang observed silently, reflecting to himself, look closely. This is the reality of the apocalypse. There are no human rights, no laws, and certainly no compassion. Those without strength may be beaten to death for stealing a mere egg. Do I wish to end up like him? The young man's father continued to bow his head, blood pooling on the ground as the crowd remained unmoved. Zhang Xiaoqiang contemplated the bloodied ground. This is the fate of the powerless. He mused silently. If one lacks strength, one should not be too arrogant. If one desires to enjoy the fruits of life, one must be prepared for the consequences. Suddenly, thoughts of the two large dogs surfaced. Under their watchful gaze, he felt utterly powerless, awaiting his demise. He recalled the D2 that had burst from the internet cafe, leaving him trapped atop a vehicle, awaiting the judgment of fate. He remembered lying upon the mutated beast, being carried through the dark night, uncertain of his own destiny. A cold sweat broke out upon him as he realized that his survival thus far had relied not on strength, but on luck. Observing how he Wenbin and his group were sent into disarray by an S-type zombie, witnessing Chen Yi's fluctuating demeanor towards him, and observing Long Ji's attempts to recruit him, he began to feel a sense of pride, thinking that perhaps the world was not as formidable as it seemed. Did you really believe you could wear your underwear on the outside? Zhang Xiaoqiang found it rather ironic that he once remarked about Yang Ke, calling her a Zhongshan wolf, arrogant once she achieved success. Yet here he was, embodying the very essence of that self-same Zhongshan wolf, believing himself to be triumphant. Upon encountering D2, he felt the urge to scurry away with his tail between his legs, yet now he paraded around with an air of self-satisfaction, convinced that Long Gu and Chen Yi's attempts to draw him in were entirely warranted. How ridiculous, how laughable, that he, a mere otaku, fancied himself an equal to those seasoned underworld leaders who had fought tooth and nail in the tumultuous rivers and lakes for decades. Each of them had blood on their hands. The voice of the young man on the ground grew ever fainter, reduced to mere groans. Sanzi, exhausted and drenched in sweat, declared enough. Check if there is any breath left. If he is not dead, toss him back. His feet will be halved from now on. Chen Yi's command brought a sigh of relief from the older man kneeling on the ground. He expressed his gratitude as he hoisted his son onto his back and made his way home, leaving a trail of blood that painted a crimson line into the distance. Chen Yi accompanied Zhang Xiaoqiang on a tour of the chicken farm, where Zhang Xiaoqiang was taken aback by the vast tracts of desolate land. Why doesn't Yi Ge let those timid souls cultivate the fields? Any crop sown by autumn would yield grain. Alas, my brother, you are unaware. We had procured some seeds from nearby, but this cursed weather is utterly unpredictable. Today it's spring, tomorrow summer, and the day after, it turns into winter. All the seeds have perished, failing to sprout even a single root. Chen Yi too was vexed by this damned apocalypse. If cultivation was impossible, they would have to resort to scavenging amidst the hordes of zombies, a perilous endeavor. And how many zombies are there? Over 6 billion. With more than 1 billion in China alone. How many living souls remain? Perhaps 10 million, if that. According to Chen Yi's usual manner, any young man caught alive would be mercilessly beaten to death. Yet he ultimately refrained from delivering a fatal blow, recognizing the population could not withstand further loss. Upon returning to the living room, they were met by Long Gu, the vulture, and Pao Tang as they emerged. Long Gu, spotting Zhang Xiaoqiang, said, "Brother Cockroach, you just arrived. Rest for a few days to acclimatize before you venture out to scavenge. The supplies you brought yesterday are sufficient. Those few women of yours can manage for a good 10 days or so. That's all for now. We shall be on our way. If you wish to explore outside, be sure to greet old Mao Zi and have him open the door for you." It seemed Long Gu intended to personally venture out to seize supplies, with Chen Yi standing resolutely beside him. Clearly, the food shortage had driven them to desperation. As Long Gu and his companions departed, the chicken farm was left with only old Maozi guarding the entrance, while the old drunkard and Sanzi remained at home. Sanzi was overly cordial with Zhang Xiaoqiang, bustling about to attend to him, but Zhang Xiaoqiang encouraged him to busy himself, retreating to his bedroom. Upon entering, he was greeted by the elusive Yang Ke, perched on the sofa by the door, while Su Qian and Yuan Yi, two formidable women, stood before her, scarcely daring to breathe. Observing this scene, Zhang Xiaoqiang couldn't help but groan. Is this the romance of the three kingdoms? Seeing Zhang Xiaoqiang enter, Yang Ke immediately rose, exclaiming, "Darling, I haven't bullied them. I'm merely teaching them the customs of the Zhang family. Do we even have customs? I was completely unaware." Zhang Xiaoqiang mused internally. After all, Yang Ke was his staunch supporter. Should he set fire to something, she would brandish the torch. Should he desire bloodshed, she would hand him the knife. Yet, in matters of violation, well, she might just turn on him in a fit of rage. "Leave for now. I have matters to discuss with them," Zhang Xiaoqiang instructed Yang Ke, who sulkily exited, the sound of the door slamming resonating loudly, dislodging dust from the ceiling. As soon as Yang Ke closed the door, Su Qian knelt beside Zhang Xiaoqiang, resuming her leg massage as she had the day before. Zhang Xiaoqiang paid her no mind. The weak had their own means of survival. If he were to insist on equality, would she expect the food to fall from the heavens? He reclined in enjoyment, akin to an elderly lord, while scrutinizing the visibly anxious Yuan Yi standing before him. "Do you know, I truly despise you," Zhang Xiaoqiang spoke, fixing Yuan Yi with a gaze filled with amusement, albeit an icy amusement that sent chills through her. "Do you know why I stood up back then? It wasn't to step outside. Rather, I intended to push you back. As for how Long Gu deals with you, I couldn't care less." Zhang Xiaoqiang observed Yuan Yi's complexion turn pale, her once lush lips drained of color. She could no longer maintain her stance, and, with a thud, knelt before Zhang Xiaoqiang, bowing her head without uttering a word, merely prostrating herself. Once twice by the third bow, she struck her forehead against Zhang Xiaoqiang's shoe, and when she lifted her gaze, it was timid, tears spilling from her eyes. "I'm not concerned for you. I merely fear your blood will tarnish the floor." Zhang Xiaoqiang recalled the father who had bled profusely while bowing for his son. Yuan Yi's eyes brimmed with despair, fear gripping her heart. Kneeling on the ground, she trembled slightly. She recalled the twins fed to the zombies, the horror of watching them devoured piece by piece, an experience that nearly drove her to madness. She was utterly terrified of Long Gu, yet lacked the courage to take her own life. She was left with no choice but to relinquish her former pride and engage in acts she had once deemed beneath her. Compared to death, she loathed the thought of being consumed by zombies even more. Am I to be devoured by those monsters as well? Yuan Yi thought in despair. Her eyes now not just numb, but lifeless. She could not comprehend how it had come to this. She had already been reduced to licking Zhang Xiaoqiang's toes, a feat that no matter how lowly a courtesan would have shunned in the past. She had surrendered her womanly modesty, displaying dedication surpassing that of a courtesan, all to avoid becoming zombie fodder, and yet she was met with such treatment? She understood Zhang Xiaoqiang spoke the truth after waking that morning. He had treated her with cold disdain, even bordering on disgust. She couldn't fathom what she had done wrong. She had exerted her utmost effort, harboring resentment toward Zhang Xiaoqiang for not being able to accept her, and she loathed Su Qian, questioning what made that wretched woman superior to her. Was she not as beautiful? Was she not older? Did she not have a better education or family background? In Yuan Yi's eyes, Zhang Xiaoqiang was akin to a cat, while she was the mouse beneath its paw, the cat toying with her, relishing in her despair as she faced her demise. Su Qian kept her head bowed, diligently massaging Zhang Xiaoqiang's legs as he coldly regarded Yuan Yi, whose expressions fluctuated from sorrow to rage, ultimately settling into despair. She lowered her forehead to the floor, awaiting Zhang Xiaoqiang's decision regarding her fate. Zhang Xiaoqiang reveled in the ever-changing expressions on Yuan Yi's face, reminding himself, "Look, Zhang Xiaoqiang, observe the fate of the weak. Do you wish to kneel before her, begging for the kindness of others to spare you?" The youth who had attempted to steal eggs had left a profound lesson on Zhang Xiaoqiang. The apocalypse had its own rules. Previously, he had only escaped with the little girl, encountering a handful of survivors. Yet he had never truly grasped the brutality of this new world until witnessing the plights of Su Qian and Yuan Yi, and the father who had bled for his son. He had come to understand that in this apocalypse, there were no elaborate rules. If one possessed skill and capability, they could thrive. Conversely, those lacking ability and gripped by cowardice were destined to consume chicken feed, beaten to a pulp over something as trivial as an egg. "Where are you from? What did you do before?" Zhang Xiaoqiang inquired, observing Yuan Yi, who resembled a lamb awaiting slaughter, silently awaiting his decision. He felt a surge of conquest. Suddenly, he found himself intrigued by Yuan, recognizing that even a weakling in this world could exude a stubbornness born from her former identity, which surely was not ordinary. Yuan Yi slightly lifted her head and cast a glance at Zhang Xiaoqiang. This time, without hesitation, she revealed her family background. As she spoke with a melodious voice akin to poetry, Zhang Xiaoqiang patiently listened to her narrative while enjoying the meticulous service provided to Su Qian. Yuan Yi hailed from SH, a family of considerable wealth. Her father was engaged in import and export business. After completing high school, she went to study in the UK, returning to her homeland only in June 2012. Upon her return, she took up a position at the family's foreign trade company, preparing to inherit her father's role. Recently, a massive copper mine was discovered in J City, and the local mining company was poised to procure a batch of engineering machinery from abroad. As the company's vice president, she personally led a team to J City to discuss collaboration. They arrived the day before the outbreak of the virus, and the following morning, they drove to the preparation office at the copper mine for an inspection. Around 10 in the morning, the virus erupted. She and a responsible officer from the preparation office sought refuge in a storeroom filled with New Year's gifts, including hundreds of apples and bottles of red wine and cooking oil, along with some bottled water for hospitality. Surviving on apples for a week, Yuan Yi soon realized that no rescue was forthcoming. The middle-aged officer, with his gluttonous demeanor, began to harbor sinister intentions towards her. Yuan Yi had long been wary of him and pretended to flirt, managing to strangle him with stockings. After another week of enduring the sight of a corpse, she could no longer bear it. She opened the storeroom window, soaked the deceased's clothes in red wine, twisted the wet fabric into a rope, and secured it to the iron railing. Using a chair leg, she tightened the rope until the railing began to deform, and when the gap was wide enough for her to escape, she risked being devoured and fled outside. After several harrowing close calls, she found a rented car they had arrived in and was intercepted by Longo on her way back to J City. She had survived until now, thanks to Longo, who had gifted her to Zhang Xiaoqiang. Zhang Xiaoqiang chuckled, realizing why she maintained an air of superiority. She was indeed a wealthy young lady. It was amusing that even in her current predicament, she still attempted to project an image of grandeur. Surviving until now was already a blessing. "Do you understand why Haven Tea returned you?" Zhang Xiaoqiang felt compelled to clarify some matters. He was her talisman and source of sustenance, and he had no intention of playing the role of a saint. Yuan Yi shook her head in confusion. "I didn't send you back immediately because I saw Su Qian pleading with me. I may despise you, but I do not harbor ill feelings towards Su Qian. Do you comprehend why?" "Thank you, master." Su Qian looked up at Zhang Xiaoqiang with a sweet smile, expressing her gratitude before returning to her attentive service. Yuan Yi cast a grateful glance at Su Qian, her resentment dissipating. However, she shook her head once more, growing increasingly anxious. She truly could not fathom why Zhang Xiaoqiang despised her. Did he wish for her death? "I cannot abide by the sight of you wealthy young ladies displaying a sense of superiority in such dire circumstances. You must remember your place. In today's world, family background, appearance, and education mean nothing. You are merely a dog begging for scraps. Do not delude yourself into thinking you can be a pampered pet. You must consider yourself a lowly mutt." Zhang Xiaoqiang vented his frustration in a torrent of words, his mouth dry. He noticed Yuan Yi still in a daze, seemingly oblivious to his admonitions. He sighed, commenting on how her education abroad had not imparted her with any perceptiveness. "What are you still staring at? Can't you see I'm thirsty? Why don't you fetch me some water?" Zhang Xiaoqiang had grown accustomed to Yuan Yi's provocations, recognizing that one day, her kind would be discarded. "Oh!" Yuan Yi snapped back to reality, rising swiftly to dash toward the living room. "What about you? Do you have a story?" Zhang Xiaoqiang turned his gaze towards Su Qian, realizing that to sustain oneself, one must know the roots of others. I come from a humble background, Su Qian recounted as she continued to massage. Her parents were both laid-off workers, and during their most challenging times, they struggled to put food on the table. Thankfully, the school exempted her from tuition fees. Upon receiving her college acceptance letter after high school, her parents wept in despair. Her father, recalling that his former employer had purchased an accident insurance policy for him that was still valid, recklessly sought death by crossing a red light. He did not perish, but ended up paralyzed from the waist down, lying immobile at home, contemplating starvation to prevent burdening the family. Su Qian knelt by her father's bedside, weeping and vowing never to attend college. She found work as a restaurant server, demonstrating remarkable diligence. Her eagerness to learn allowed her to handle various tasks, leading the manager to promote her to a team leader, with plans to request her promotion to supervisor after a period of evaluation. As her family's situation gradually improved, her mother began to exhibit fatigue and weakness. Despite Su Qian's urging for her mother to seek medical attention, her mother hesitated due to the costs involved. It was only when her mother became severely swollen and unable to eat that they went to the hospital. The diagnosis revealed late-stage uremia, a result that struck Su Qian like a thunderbolt. She admitted her mother to the hospital and enlisted her aunt, who farmed in the countryside, to care for her mother for a monthly wage of 800 yuan. Su Qian resigned from her job and took up work as a prostitute in a foot massage parlor. Her salary as a team leader was merely 600 yuan per month, increasing to just over 2,000 as a supervisor. The foot massage parlor's base salary was 2,000 yuan, and tips from satisfied customers could equal her salary, allowing her to earn nearly 5,000 yuan monthly. If she disregarded everything and went fully into that line of work, her earnings could be even higher. As hospital bills mounted and her mother's condition worsened, she sold her virginity for 8,000 yuan to a 60-year-old coal boss. Subsequently, she juggled caring for her father during the day and working as a prostitute at night. Jay's city was small, and rumors of her profession gradually reached her father's ears. He pretended to be unaware until, after her mother's passing, he crawled to the kitchen with a vegetable knife and inflicted harm upon himself. When she returned home, he had already passed, a serene smile gracing his lips, clutching a letter stating he did not blame her and urging her to live well, to follow the right path, and to pursue an education. By this point, Su Qian was in tears, while Yuan stood by, dumbfounded with a teacup in hand. I once contemplated death. I had the courage to end my life. But my father urged me to persevere, even if it meant living like an animal. After arranging her father's funeral amidst the whispers of neighbors, she self-studied for the adult college entrance examination and began as a lowly worker in a star-rated hotel, gradually rising to the position of lobby manager. As the festive season approached, she ventured outside the city to deliver vouchers to clients and became trapped in their homes until she was rescued by Chen Yi. Zhang Xiaoqiang glanced at Yuan Yi, who promptly offered him the teacup. Observing the juxtaposition of Yuan Yi and the weeping Su Qian, he lamented the state of the world. Do you now understand your position? He took a sip of water, casting a sidelong glance at Yuan Yi. Compared to Su Qian, Yuan Yi seemed to have been raised in a honeyed environment. Apart from her identity as a wealthy heiress, she possessed nothing substantial. Despite her attempts at flattery, an inherent arrogance lingered within her. In a moment of desperation, Yuan Yi knelt, mimicking Su Qian, and gently massaged Zhang Xiaoqiang's other leg. Master, I will obey. I no longer wish for you to kill me. I will be very obedient. Please do not return me to Longge. I will do whatever you ask. Although Yuan Yi feigned submission, Zhang Xiaoqiang remained skeptical. After a moment's contemplation, he remarked, You have taken a life. You should possess some courage. I do not keep ornamental figures. If you wish to eat, you must seize it for yourself. The same goes for Su Qian. Yuan Yi and Su Qian's faces turned pale, leaving them momentarily speechless, their hands still. Zhang Xiaoqiang remained unperturbed, calmly waiting for their reaction as he stirred the water. If a mere 15-year-old girl could exert herself so fiercely, why should two adults expect to reap the rewards effortlessly? However, he did not genuinely wish for them to struggle. It was merely a means to acclimate to the atmosphere and strengthen their bodies. In the future, they would have two more allies, Zhontrasting Yanker and Ji Yuanshan. Zhang Xiaoqiang found himself distrustful of men. Even those he had saved, like He Bin, were not to be relied upon. If he were to venture out for supplies, he would prefer to take a few women along, especially since Yang Kuer had the strength to serve as a human crane. Su Qian was the first to nod at Zhang Xiaoqiang with determination. She perceived this as an opportunity to escape her previous identity. Yuan also nodded, albeit with some apprehension. If I am besieged by those monsters, you must kill me before they devour me. She looked at Zhang Xiaoqiang with pleading eyes. He readily agreed, stating that as long as they were willing to strive for improvement, he could not attend to everyone. He would flee in the face of danger, not pausing for any woman's cries. With Yang Kuer being the sole exception, she would undoubtedly risk everything to save him, even at the cost of her own life. It may seem foolish, but Zhang Xiaoqiang was fond of Yang Kuer's naivety. He appreciated a woman devoid of guile who devoted herself entirely to him. Unfortunately, his feelings for Yang Kuer were stifled by her less-than-ideal physique. Who among you can drive? Zhang Xiaoqiang recalled the numerous vehicles he had seen along the way. Yet he could not drive. He had watched countless cars on the highway, their keys often left inside, while he was unable to take them. This thought filled him with regret. What splendid off-road vehicles they were, ideal for an escape. I can too. Yuan Yi and Su Qian chimed in eagerly. Observing the women at his feet, Zhang Xiaoqiang felt a twinge of frustration, feeling inadequate next to them. Yang Kuer, he called out loudly. The door swung open, and Yang Kuer rushed in, asking, "What is the matter? Do you want me to teach them a lesson?" Upon noticing Zhang Xiaoqiang's gaze upon her, she shyly protested. "I wasn't eavesdropping, I swear. I just arrived." Zhang Xiaoqiang dismissed her comment and instructed Yuan Yi and Su Qian to rise. He approached Yang Kuer and said, "Let us go get our driver's licenses." Behind the building lay a vacant lot, serving as a temporary parking area, filled with Beijing Jeeps, Mitsubishi, Land Rovers, and a few smaller vehicles like Bluebirds and Autis, along with 4 or 5 vans and trucks, evidently acquired by Long Gu and his crew. Zhang Xiaoqiang selected a Beijing Jeep for Su Qian to drive, while Yang Kuer, being cautious, chose a Land Rover for Yuan Yi to teach her. The chicken farm was neither too large nor too small, allowing both vehicles to maneuver. Yang Kuer adapted quickly, showcasing promising skills, though she still struggled with reversing and turning. It seemed that within a few days, she would be ready to hit the road. Zhang Xiaoqiang sat in the driver's seat, gripping the heavy steering wheel, unsure whether he was pressing the accelerator or brake. He fumbled with the gear shift, watching as the figure of San Zi raced away, shouting for help while fleeing. He mused that it wasn't that he had been unwilling to learn. Rather, he simply lacked the talent. After a day of rigorous training, Zhang Xiaoqiang finally discerned the difference between the accelerator and brake and learned how to maneuver the steering wheel. However, he remained baffled by the intricacies of shifting gears. Observing the mangled remains of the bumper, he felt a sense of relief. After all, wasn't it customary for the wealthy in films to be accompanied by a driver? He had 2 ready-made drivers at his disposal. Exhausted from his driving lessons, Zhang Xiaoqiang experienced a fatigue born of prolonged tension. He settled in the living room with a cup of tea, while Su Qian stood behind him, providing a shoulder massage. Zhang Xiaoqiang felt content in his current situation. With a secure dwelling, the presence of 2 beautiful women attending to him, and the ability to play games on the computer at night, as long as he remained vigilant. Just as he was enjoying this peace, Long Gu and the others returned. Before they even entered, Zhang Xiaoqiang overheard He Bin saying, "Long Gu, things have been going awry these past few days. If we add yesterday's and today's counts together, 10 have perished." Chun Yi chimed in, admonishing, "Why did you wait until now? If you don't burn incense regularly, who will care when it matters?" Zhang Xiaoqiang looked up to see Long Gu enter the room, his expression dark. Following him were Chun Yi and the others, their faces equally grim, with He Bin's forehead wrapped in bandages, radiating indignation. "What happened, Long Gu?" Zhang Xiaoqiang inquired, curious about the morning's full mobilization of over 20 strong men. What could have possibly gone wrong? Unless they had encountered AD2. Little brother, you have no idea. When things go slightly awry, misfortune follows," Long Gu sighed. Earlier, he and Chun Yi had taken a vehicle to Pingshan Town, located 30 miles away. Near the town was a grain procurement center, originally belonging to the armed forces but repurposed as a granary, where local farmers sold their harvested grains. Normally, the area was relatively safe due to low foot traffic, especially after the peak grain selling season had passed. Longa had intended to acquire some stored grain, driving 4 or 5 off-road vehicles along with a heavy truck to the grain procurement center. At that time, the area around the procurement center was devoid of zombies, and the team, having sent someone to investigate, found no threats in the granary. Relaxing their guard, they drove directly to the granary and broke the lock to open the door. Upon seeing the mountain of grains inside, they were filled with greed, immediately beginning to load their vehicles. However, after only a few trips, disaster struck. Nearby the entrance of the procurement center stood a small courtyard that had once served as an arms depot before being converted into a cash settlement area for farmers purchasing grain. The guards had focused their attention outside the procurement center, and by the time they noticed dozens of zombies pouring out of the small courtyard, it was too late. The group found themselves trapped inside. Longu ordered a retreat without hesitation, driving the vehicles toward the exit, with the cannon fodder leading the charge. Unfortunately, a few D-type zombies blocked the front entrance, and as they collided with ordinary zombies, their speed diminished, leading to the smaller vehicles being overturned. The driver was pinned beneath the vehicle, and the cannon fodder, in a hasty escape, suffered a head injury. Sensing the scent of blood, the zombies went into a frenzy, converging on the fallen driver, while others lunged at the cannon fodder. He rolled and crawled to the heavy truck, where the team found themselves surrounded. The scene was chaotic. One off-road vehicle had overturned at the entrance, while the others lacked the power to break through. The heavy truck was trapped at the rear, and the occupants of the smaller vehicles dared not exit, creating a standoff where over 20 men were besieged by numerous zombies. With limited ammunition, Longa refrained from ordering gunfire. Seeing the situation escalate, he grabbed a subordinate and slashed at him before tossing him at the granary entrance, where the man writhed in agony, attracting the zombies. Only when the remaining zombies were drawn to the truck did the occupants of the smaller vehicles seize the opportunity to climb aboard the heavy truck. Longu and his crew managed to break free by pushing the obstructing vehicles aside, narrowly escaping with their lives. As fate would have it, fortune had not plummeted to its nadir. The swift creatures had yet to cross his path. Otherwise, even the heavy-duty trucks would stand no chance, for those things could ascend with ease. Longu remained blissfully unaware of the lurking S-type zombies, reveling instead in his perceived luck. Zhang Xiaoqiang, on the other hand, stood dumbfounded, surrounded by a throng of grown men ensnared by dozens of zombies, having abandoned all their off-road vehicles and lost 2 lives in the process. Longu was celebrating the absence of S-type zombies? Zhang Xiaoqiang's concern for the safety of the chicken farm grew. Should they encounter a D2? Would that not spell total collapse? While the chicken farm was a haven, it was not a place to linger indefinitely. Longu, there are living people at the grain purchasing center. Zhang Xiaoqiang recalled that those creatures had been lured into the courtyard by the presence of the living. I know, we've encountered similar situations before, but it was merely a handful, perhaps a dozen, and we could easily resolve it with our numbers. This time, however, with so many, we can only flee. Longu shared his frustration. Why choose to hide in the granary? You've cost us 2 men and weakened our strength. How much grain did we manage to retrieve? Zhang Xiaoqiang inquired, his concern palpable, for grain was of utmost importance. Without it, morale would plummet. About a ton, enough to last us a month, Longu replied, finding solace in their bounty, despite the loss of 2 inconsequential individuals. What are the rules for scavenging grain? Zhang Xiaoqiang, eager to venture out himself, sought clarity to avoid working in vain. Can't wait, can you? Here, we earn our keep through skill. If you find something, you owe 2 layers, half to me, half to Chun Yi, and another portion to the public fund, just in case you encounter mishaps. The remaining 80% is yours to share with your men. Long Ji's rules felt akin to a personal income tax, providing not only taxation, but also a semblance of insurance. By the way, where do the women eat? Zhang Xiaoqiang recalled that Yuan, Yi, and Su Qian were not permitted in the dining hall. Of course, whatever you provide for the kitchen is what they will eat. You bring rice, they eat rice. You bring fish and meat, they feast on fish and meat. As he spoke, Longu recalled something and continued to counsel Zhang Xiaoqiang. In the morning, Ka'er came out from your room. She is now your responsibility, and she must not be mistreated. Zhang Xiaoqiang felt a stir within. Does this imply marriage? Should he bring back any survivors? He resolved to explore the grain purchasing center, trusting that Longu would gather intelligence on the route. If he remained cautious, he should encounter no issues. Bring them all back. Those who dare to risk their lives for a heist should also be willing to toil for feed. The most beautiful women may stay in your quarters, while the others will be sent to be cared for by the rest. Clearly, in this post-apocalyptic world, women held little value. They often became mere playthings for men, with the more attractive ones monopolized by a single man, while the less appealing ones were shared among many. For a woman to rise above in such dire times was a formidable challenge. Formerly empowered women, fierce as they were, would find themselves in a more tragic plight. Before long, the group gathered for a modest dinner in the dining hall. Zhang Xiaoqiang returned to his quarters. Yang Ke lounged on the bed, engrossed in a simple game on her laptop, clad in a cotton nightgown adorned with stars, her smooth legs swinging playfully. Yuan Yi and Su Qian stood by, attentively serving her water and snacks. Zhang Xiaoqiang, intending to indulge in a moment of intimacy, realized upon seeing Yang Ke that his plans were dashed. She was watching him with a vigilance akin to that of a thief, clearly uneasy with his proximity to the two lovely ladies. Now, she had taken on the role of the mistress, occupying his bed, and it seemed that the night would yield no pleasures. Why not retreat to your own room? Zhang Xiaoqiang inquired of Yang Ke. I am also considered your woman. Why can they be in your room, while I cannot? Yang Ke responded defiantly. Fine. You may return to your room. They will sleep there as well, and I shall rest alone tonight. Is that agreeable? Zhang Xiaoqiang, no longer concerned, recognized that he had not engaged in physical training for quite some time since emerging from the cave. Today marked his awakening to the brutal reality of the apocalypse. Rekindling the motivation he had long neglected, he resolved to rest early and resume his training in the morning. Reluctantly, Yang Ke finally got up, feigning reluctance as she said, I'll sleep on the side. Truly, I am very honest. You may do as you wish. I will merely steal a glance. What are you looking at? Tomorrow morning, the three of you will begin training together. Yang Ke, your regimen will be tripled, Zhang Xiaoqiang asserted, addressing the three women before him. Yang Ke, having gained strength, had begun to grow complacent, neglecting her usual training. Zhang Xiaoqiang, having similarly lapsed in his own regimen, felt unqualified to chastise her. It was time to instill discipline and prepare for the challenges ahead. With Yuan Yi and Su Qian temporarily in his charge, he aimed to enhance their chances of survival. Naturally, the bottle of rainwater hidden in his backpack was not to be shared. It was his precious treasure, the source of Yang Ke's newfound strength, unbeknownst to her. Zhang Xiaoqiang was not being miserly. He would not share it until he could ascertain Yuan Yi and Su Qian's true character. He would not part with it even for Su Qian, whom he favored, as every survivor in this harsh world was formidable in their own right. A moment's carelessness could lead to one's utter demise. Yang Ke, clutching her laptop, pouted as she walked towards the door, followed by Yuan Yi and Su Qian, who had received their orders. Chapter 72. Do not assume this will prevent my dislike for you gazing at the now desolate room. Zhang Xiaoqiang settled onto the sofa, extracting a cigarette from its case and lighting it. As the smoke curled upward, he contemplated his future plans. Regardless of his feelings, Yuan Yi and Su Qian had become his possessions, and Yang Ke had officially been entrusted to him by Long Ge. No longer could he maintain the mindset of feeding one while the whole family starved. He despised Yuan Yi, yet what could he do? Would he stand idly by as she fed the zombies? Su Qian, though small, possessed a profound cunning, having risen from the lowest ranks to become the hall manager. One could not achieve such a feat without guile. Although she consistently appeared weak and compliant, what if she found a more advantageous ally and betrayed him? Then there was Long Ge and Chun Yi, whose petty squabbles were better left unspoken. They were a formidable band of over 20 men, each more fearsome and ruthless than the last. Yet, they had been reduced to sheer terror by mere ordinary zombies. Pathetic, they could not even compare to a young girl. With no hope of reaching Jinyan City and unable to linger here, where could he find refuge? Return to the cave? Zhang Xiaoqiang shook his head. He could no longer bury his head in the sand. The world outside was perilous. Any mutated beast could spell his end. If cornered, he would have no escape. At least outside, he could sense danger and have time to flee. As he pondered these thoughts, the door creaked open, and Yuan Yi entered, carrying a basin of hot water, followed by a red plastic tub and another bottle of hot water. Upon seeing her wringing a towel in the basin, Zhang Xiaoqiang asked. Did Kair send you? Yuan Yi nodded, continuing to wring the towel, which she then placed over Zhang Xiaoqiang's face. As he felt her gentle touch, he mused. Had Yang Kair discerned his aversion towards Yuan Yi? Was that why she had entrusted Yuan Yi to him? Where'd she learn such things? Zhang Xiaoqiang remained still, allowing Yuan Yi to wash his face, relishing this rare moment of indulgence. After finishing, Yuan Yi quietly unzipped his camouflage jacket and removed his shirt, leaving Zhang Xiaoqiang's chest exposed to the cool air. Yuan Yi exchanged a towel and began to wipe Zhang Xiaoqiang's body. To be honest, Zhang Xiaoqiang felt quite unaccustomed to this. It reminded him of his childhood when his mother would wash his back for him. He could hardly recall the last time he had such an experience. Previously, he had bathed under a shower, leaving his back untouched. After finishing with his back, Yuan Yi's hands moved towards his belt, and Zhang Xiaoqiang observed her actions without feeling embarrassed, nor did Yuan Yi seem to care. As he looked at Yuan, an inexplicable feeling washed over him, neither dislike nor affection. Instead, he felt a deep sadness in his heart. If given a choice, he would prefer not to have Yuan Yi's service, wishing instead to return to his previous life of idleness, waiting for his arranged marriage to a woman who, while not particularly beautiful, was at least decent, to build a small haven of his own, rather than facing the constant perils of this apocalyptic world, never knowing when he might be devoured by zombies or mutated creatures. Yuan Yi was meticulous in her task, leaving no corner or crevice unattended. Eventually, Zhang Xiaoqiang stood up, having been thoroughly cleaned on both the front and back. After washing his body, Yuan Yi discarded the water and filled a basin with warm water to wash Zhang Xiaoqiang's feet. As she removed his socks, the unpleasant odor wafted through the air. Yet Yuan Yi did not wrinkle her brow, placing his smelly feet into the basin. Are you trying to scald me? Do you not have eyes? Zhang Xiaoqiang thought to himself, feeling frustrated as he contemplated his uncertain future. Yuan Yi, perhaps unfamiliar with washing feet, had inadvertently made the water too hot, causing his feet to turn red. Zhang Xiaoqiang cursed aloud, his pain evident. Yuan Yi, frightened, knelt and bowed her head in apology. Seeing her in such a submissive position made Zhang Xiaoqiang feel like a wealthy landlord, while Yuan Yi appeared as a mere servant, instantly draining the moment of its allure. Forget it, just be careful, he said. Upon hearing this, Yuan Yi looked up, surprised, as if she could hardly believe he would let her off so easily. Noticing the shift in his gaze, she quickly lowered her head again. Holding Zhang Xiaoqiang's feet, Yuan Yi began to attend to them, prompting Zhang Xiaoqiang to think maliciously. Could it be that she has a foot fetish? Once Yuan Yi had finished washing his feet, she looked at Zhang Xiaoqiang, her eyes silently questioning if he had further instructions. He beckoned her closer with a finger. Yuan Yi knelt by his feet, gazing up at him. Zhang Xiaoqiang sat there, bare on the sofa, lifting his right hand to caress her hair, which was of excellent quality, seeming untouched by any harsh treatments. His fingers glided along her cheek, smooth as jade, without a hint of roughness. Yuan Yi remained still until Zhang Xiaoqiang gently lifted her chin, meeting her dreamlike gaze. You are beautiful. Among the women I have encountered, you rank third, yet I dislike you immensely. Upon hearing this, Yuan Yi began to tremble, her cheeks frozen in place, afraid of displeasing him. You are a woman, a weak one. Weakness carries its own awareness. Do not harbor those chaotic thoughts, understand? Zhang Xiaoqiang's voice was gentle, yet laced with a threatening undertone, warning her not to hinder him in the days to come, or he would not hesitate to abandon her. Despite her humble demeanor and willingness to do the most menial tasks, she had spent years studying abroad, subtly influenced by foreign ideas. Yuan Yi trembled even more, her teeth chattering slightly, her body shaking with increasing intensity. You are weak, you are a woman, yet not all women are weak. Ultimately, Zhang Xiaoqiang decided to give her a chance, recognizing that survival in this apocalyptic world was no easy feat. Yuan Yi's eyes widened as she listened, her eyelids not fluttering in the slightest. Her trembling ceased. Being intelligent, she understood the implications of Zhang Xiaoqiang's words. Tomorrow, Yang Kuer's training regimen will be 3 times what you have been doing. Do you understand? Yuan Yi nodded eagerly, instinctively licking her dry lips. The sight of her crimson tongue gliding over her alluring lips ignited a fire within Zhang Xiaoqiang's heart. He placed his hand gently on the back of her head, applying slight pressure. Yuan stole a glance at Zhang Xiaoqiang and noticed the flame in his eyes, prompting her to act upon his unspoken desires. Once everything concluded, she stood and prepared to leave with the basin. Wait, Zhang Xiaoqiang called after her, realizing that training according to Yang Ke's standards would surely overwhelm her. Given the lack of nutrition in their usual meals, it seemed only fair to regard her as his own. He retrieved a plastic bag filled with cured meat from stash and offered it to her. Share this with Su Qian. Should I find out you hoarded it for yourself? Yuan, unfazed by Zhang Xiaoqiang's tone, gratefully accepted the cured meat and turned to leave. Zhang Xiaoqiang lay back on the bed, feeling a sense of relief. After 7 years of invulnerability, he felt vulnerable for the first time today, a thought that left him somewhat melancholy. Observing the flush on Yuan Yi's face, which seemed even more exuberant than his own, he wondered if she possessed a special constitution. Lost in thought, Zhang Xiaoqiang closed his eyes and drifted into slumber. The incessant beeping of his phone alarm roused Zhang Xiaoqiang from his sleep. He silenced it and lay quietly, awaiting full wakefulness. The door creaked open, and Yuan, clad in camouflage training attire, entered with a basin, approaching his bedside. Upon seeing her, Zhang Xiaoqiang leaped from the bed, fully aware that he had gone to sleep without any clothing the previous night, and now stood completely exposed. Without waiting for Zhang Xiaoqiang's signal, Yuan prepared to attend to him, but he halted her actions, determined not to waste energy on such matters today since training lay ahead. His current skills were still too weak. Enjoyment could come later. Yuan assisted Zhang Xiaoqiang in washing his face and dressing him, ensuring everything proceeded smoothly. He inquired, "Did Ke send you?" Miss Ke provided a phone for both me and Su Qian. "When I saw the time was right, I came over," Yuan replied, her head bowed, feeling a hint of anxiety lest Zhang Xiaoqiang be displeased. Zhang Xiaoqiang caressed her porcelain-like face, saying, "Do not think this will spare you from my disdain." With that, he stepped outside. Chapter 73. Su Qian's persistence outside the door. Yang Ke and Su Qian awaited in their camouflage training gear. Yang Ke twirled a rebar beast horn gun with her fingers, appearing rather bored, while Su Qian and Yuan stood empty-handed, watching Zhang Xiaoqiang. Observing the surrounding area of the chicken farm, Zhang Xiaoqiang estimated it stretched over 1,000 meters. After running 3 or 4 laps, he felt sufficiently warmed up, recalling that soldiers usually ran about 3,000 meters in the morning. Yuan and Su Qian should not rush their first run. They could gradually keep pace. Fully equipped, Zhang Xiaoqiang donned a backpack with a Jian sword secured, slung a military water bottle and a satchel across himself, leading the way with a beast horn gun in hand. Yang Ke followed closely behind with a light blue backpack and her own rebar beast horn gun. Next came Yuan, with Su Qian bringing up the rear. As they ran for 400 or 500 meters, Yuan, and Su Qian began to slow down. Yuan managed to keep up, albeit barely, while Su Qian fell behind significantly. Zhang Xiaoqiang neither urged nor encouraged them. He simply continued running ahead, knowing that if they could not endure, they would be left behind. Yang Ke followed with ease, her stamina surpassing Zhang Xiaoqiang's. The weight of the beast horn gun and backpack felt negligible to her, allowing her to frequently glance back at the 2 women trailing behind. Yuan possessed slightly better physical conditioning, having grown up in relative comfort and never experiencing hardship. Although she had maintained her fitness while studying abroad, she had gradually relaxed upon returning home and was now only slightly out of practice. Once she adjusted, things would improve significantly. Su Qian was distinctly different. Growing up in a family of modest means, she had seldom tasted the finer things in life, resulting in a less than optimal physical development. Her fragile constitution, coupled with the demands of her job, left her little time for exercise. Now, she felt a growing sense of struggle, yet the stubborn resilience ingrained in her since childhood propelled her onward. As she completed her first and second laps, Zhang Xiaoqiang caught up with and surpassed the lagging Su Qian without a glance back, while Yang Ke closely followed behind him. With a playful grimace directed at Su Qian, she sped past him. By the 3rd lap, Yuan had also overtaken Su Qian, offering her an encouraging glance as she continued on her path. Su Qian plodded along, her throat ablaze with discomfort, devoid of saliva, and her throat felt as though it might ignite. Her chest heaved like a bellows, while her legs felt as heavy as lead. Each step became a formidable challenge. Gritting her teeth, she silently pressed on, her mind a blank slate, indifferent to everything around her. She focused solely on the ground ahead, determined to find a new goal to surpass once more. As she witnessed Yuan glide past her, tears welled up in her eyes, swirling in her gaze, but ultimately wiped away by the back of her hand. The apocalypse does not require tears, she told herself, summoning her courage to forge ahead. As her body grew heavier, her strides shortened, and the weight felt increasingly burdensome, another self within her urged her repeatedly. Give up, give up. You have come this far. This is your limit. To continue would be folly. For a moment, doubt crept in, and her pace began to slow as thoughts of surrender surfaced. Yet her mind involuntarily flashed to the image of the beautiful, innocent twins, slowly devoured by monsters. They were so young, only 16, still naive and cherished by their parents. Their only transgression was to voice discontent towards Long Gu and Chun Yi before being fed to the beasts, their cries echoing in her ears for over 10 minutes before their demise. That haunting wail spurred her on, increasing her speed. Soon, however, the weight of her body became unbearable, as if a mountain pressed down upon her. Her light jog had devolved into a brisk walk. The little devil within her seduced her yet again. Just give up. You can't go on. You are a woman, and you are not without allure. If you can captivate Zhang Xiaoqiang, what could you not achieve? Yang Ku is no match for you. A mere flick of the wrist could send her away. Thoughts of Yuan resurfaced. Yuan, more attractive, well-bred, highly educated, and exuding grace, had nearly been returned to the monsters simply because of Zhang Xiaoqiang's disinterest. Did she possess any advantage over Yuan? If she ever angered him, would she not meet the same fate? Chun Yi was ruthless. He would not hesitate to feed her to the monsters. The mere thought of those ravenous creatures sent a shiver down her spine, propelling her to accelerate. From then on, no matter how the inner demon tempted or persuaded her, Su Qian remained resolute, running forward with a numbness that dulled her senses. She had no knowledge of how far she needed to run or when it might end. She simply moved mechanically, her mind resonating with a single mantra. Even if I run to my death, my head shall face forward. Her body grew heavier, and her condition worsened. Waves of dizziness assailed her. Her vision began to blur, and she was unaware as Zhang Xiaoqiang and Yang Ku overtook her once more. She instinctively continued running, her body long past the point of control. For Su Qian, merely enduring this moment felt miraculous, yet she questioned where the end of this miracle lay. The road beneath her seemed to stretch endlessly, the longest she had ever traversed. Her thoughts swirled chaotically. She envisioned her classmates celebrating with their university acceptance letters while she wept in solitude. She recalled the coal magnate in his 60s looming over her, her mind racing with worries about her mother's medical bills. She thought of her father lying in a pool of blood with a blood-stained suicide note nearby. She remembered the derision and contempt of her neighbors as she silently studied at home, while the elderly neighbors used her as a cautionary tale to their children. She recalled her struggles for advancement amid the ostracism of her colleagues in the hotel industry. Her face was damp, tears streaming down her cheeks, her camouflage uniform clinging to her, soaked with sweat. She understood that Zhang Xiaoqiang and Long Gu Chen were different. They needed no weaklings. They sought strength. This was an opportunity, her chance to escape the label of the weak and not be abandoned. She excelled at seizing opportunities, and this would be no exception. Failure was not an option. Zhang Xiaoqiang exhaled sharply and halted, having completed 4 laps and preparing for the next training segment. He reflected on his former self. A reclusive boy who once considered running 1,000 meters an impressive feat. Yang Ku stood nearby, relaxed, as 4 laps were merely her warm-up. Her bangs dampened by sweat, adding a touch of allure. Zhang Xiaoqiang, noticing Yang Ku recalled their conversation from the previous night. What did I tell you? Your task is threefold. For every step I take, you must take 3. If I run 4 laps, you must run 12. Hey, you're bullying me. Why should I be treated this way? Just because you think I'm a fragile woman? Yanke protestet vehemently, her defiance evident. There are no rights to be had. Who was it that wanted to challenge D2 and ended up flat on the ground? Zhang Xiaoqiang's words extinguished her fiery protest. Yang Ku, dejected, clutched her beast horn gun and resumed running. After a brief interval, Yuan Yi appeared, breathless, as she approached. Her cheeks flushed and sweat glistening on her brow. She cast a glance at Zhang Xiaoqiang before setting her sights on the retreating Yang Ku and resolutely followed. It seemed her time abroad had equipped her with excellent physical fitness, surpassing even Zhang Xiaoqiang in his earlier days. In the distance, Su Qian continued her slow advance. Having completed slightly over 2 laps, Zhang Xiaoqiang did not rush her. He cared not for her speed, as long as she persisted and did not surrender. For that alone signified hope. In this apocalyptic world, no one could save themselves. Survival depended solely on one's own strength. Zhang Xiaoqiang squatted with his beast horn gun, performing frog jumps, gradually entering the rhythm, while the women running laps faded from his mind. Each time fatigue threatened to overwhelm him, he recalled past dangers and challenges, pushing himself to reach higher limits. Chapter 74. What play are you performing? How many laps have we completed? How many times have I surpassed Su Qian? Yuan Yi panted heavily, waving her arms, her eyes focused solely on the ever-distant Yang Ku. During her time abroad, her routine had been strictly regimented, with daily runs and various sports activities. Yet she found herself lacking in comparison to Yang Ku. Her mind began to race, and oxygen became scarce. She had to quicken her breath, resolutely keeping pace with Yang Ku and refusing to allow herself to be left behind like Su Qian. The approval of my father, the love of my mother, and the attentive gestures of those handsome men in the company seemed like distant memories, as if they belonged to a time long past. Perhaps even centuries ago, I once considered myself the epitome of grace and beauty, dismissing any man with disdain, believing I was the center of the universe. My allure, physique, intellect, and lineage were impeccably flawless. I felt as if I were immersed in a pot of honey. I had envisioned myself commanding the business world, elevating the company to unprecedented heights, finding a unique, refined, and considerate partner, and together we would bring forth a beautiful child, nurturing them as we aged side by side. Suddenly, my world transformed into a hellish nightmare. I had always perceived myself as resilient, never relinquishing hope even when trapped in a warehouse. After I dispatched the old man who sought to violate me, I felt no revulsion from the act. At that moment, I believed myself invincible. It was not until I encountered Long Gu that my perspective shifted. I had never been in love, always cherishing my autonomy, refusing to let any man touch me. Yet when Long Gu brutally took away my virginity, preserved for 24 years, a deep rage consumed me. I wished to eliminate him, just as I had the old man. Indeed, he must be destroyed. Long Gu was robust, and I was no match for him. He had many subordinates, and I had to bide my time for an opportunity. That was when the pair of twins appeared. They were such delightful and beautiful sisters, almost as if they were angels abandoned by the heavens. I had once prided myself on my beauty, but upon meeting them, I realized my own allure paled in comparison. The twins were spirited and often provoked Long Ji's wrath. I was taken aback by his cruelty, watching as those monstrous beings devoured the sisters. I had long since been paralyzed by fear. Witnessing such horror haunted my dreams, leaving me terrified, imagining myself being consumed piece by piece, which drove me to the brink of madness. I dared not harbor any resentment in my heart. In these despairing days, I contemplated death more than once, retrieving the small knife I had hidden away, contemplating the arteries. Yet, I lacked the courage to act. Time and again, I sat on the ground, weeping uncontrollably, only to compose myself afterward to appease Long Gu's whims, believing my existence would continue in this manner. Then Zhang Xiaoqiang appeared. Unlike Long Gu, he did not desire me. Instead, he urged me to leave. Fearing Long Gu's threats and the prospect of being devoured by those creatures, I clung to him shamelessly, secretly wishing to irritate him enough that he would end my life. Later, I learned he intended to return me to Long Gu, and I was engulfed by terror. Long Gu was a man who valued his reputation. I was certain those monsters would consume me. My fear was profound, deeper than the shame of being treated like a dog in front of Long Gu. He despised me for reasons unknown, and I no longer sought to understand. I only knew I must obey, even more so than Su Qian, to avoid being devoured by those beings. I bore no animosity towards Zhang Xiaoqiang. I had no right to resent him, for my fate was not my own. Yang Ku could no longer be seen, and anxiety crept into my heart as my pace quickened, hoping he would not be angered. As Zhang Xiaoqiang completed his second set of frog jumps and glanced towards the three girls, Yang Ke maintained her steady pace, while Yuan Yi trailed behind. Yuan Yi performed admirably, demonstrating commendable qualities. She could practice with equipment tomorrow. However, where was Su Qian? I did not see her, but I noticed a colorful heap on the ground. Approaching, I discovered Su Qian, pallid and unconscious. I carried her to the entrance and dropped her on the ground without any response. Zhang Xiaoqiang twisted open his water bottle and splashed some water on her face. The cold water startled Su Qian, causing her body to shudder, and droplets trickled to her lips, where her tender pink tongue licked at them. "Get up and stop playing dead on the ground," Zhang Xiaoqiang said coldly, devoid of any warmth or concern, despite having initially regarded her positively. Su Qian groaned, opened her eyes, and struggled to sit up. A dark green military water bottle was thrown at her feet. She picked it up, opened the cap, and hastily drank, choking on the water and coughing violently until she gradually regained her composure. "How many laps have you run?" Zhang Xiaoqiang inquired. "I don't know. I can't remember the laps behind," Su Qian replied, shifting from a sitting position to kneeling, burying her head, trembling with fear. "If you don't know, start over. This time, remember it well," Zhang Xiaoqiang said coldly, regardless of her feelings. His word was law. "Yes, master." Su Qian bowed her head, rising unsteadily to run in the distance. "Huh, I'm done," Yang Ke exclaimed as she reached Zhang Xiaoqiang, now drenched in sweat, her back soaked. "Let us begin frog jump practice," Zhang Xiaoqiang said succinctly, resuming his own exercises. After having breakfast together, Zhang Xiaoqiang and Yang Ke returned to the temporary training ground. Yuan Yi had completed her laps, slumped on the ground like a noodle, gasping for breath. Su Qian was still running in circles, her unsteady movements suggesting she was on the verge of fainting. Zhang Xiaoqiang instructed Yang Ke to bring Su Qian over, allowing them both a moment to rest, offering each a flatbread for breakfast. The women here only received 2 meals a day, with no breakfast provided. Given the heavy exertion during the morning, Zhang Xiaoqiang, not one to be stingy, naturally decided to offer them extra sustenance. Once they finished eating, Zhang Xiaoqiang resumed their frog jump training, reasoning that if they encountered formidable opponents in the future, at the very least, they should be able to outrun them. While they were jumping, Longgu and Chun Yi emerged, surprised to see Zhang Xiaoqiang training women. "Brother, what is this all about?" Longgu questioned, perplexed. "Huh, Brother Long, I'm new here and lack manpower, so I thought I'd make do with a couple of female servants," Zhang Xiaoqiang replied, concealing his intentions to leave behind the pretense of seeking supplies. "Brother, it's not that I'm criticizing you. Why be polite? We're all family." Long Ji's tone seemed somewhat reproachful, and Chun Yi nodded in agreement. Young brother is unfamiliar with the situation here, wanting to start small to understand before planning a major operation and asking for your assistance. Zhang Xiaoqiang flattered them with pleasant words to divert their attention. "Haha, no need to be so polite, but it's good to familiarize yourself. Let me know if you need anything," Chun Yi said cheerfully, thinking that with such limited manpower, giving Zhang Xiaoqiang a few would mean fewer for himself. Those who feared for their lives would easily falter, and it would be unwise to endanger others. After some casual conversation, Longgu and Chun Yi departed with their subordinates to seek supplies, not even glancing at Yuan Yi or Su Qian. Zhang Xiaoqiang and Yang Ke continued their training until noon, at which point he instructed them to take a break, knowing they resembled disheveled creatures, hair wild, faces covered in dirt and sweat, resembling 2 scruffy cats. They walked unsteadily, while Yang Ke appeared unaffected, seemingly still yearning for more. As they were about to have lunch, Zhang Xiaoqiang returned to his quarters, seated on the sofa, smoking a cigarette. He contemplated whether to allow Yuan Yi and Su Qian to rest in the afternoon, given the intensity of their morning training. Otherwise, their performance the following day would suffer. It was not yet a matter of urgency, and perhaps it was time to ease the training regimen. Yuan Yi and Su Shi performed commendably, particularly Su Shi, whose determination radiated a palpable intensity, demonstrating her keen understanding of seizing opportunities. After finishing a cigarette and taking a sip of water, he pondered his predicament. Unable to venture to Jinyun City and with limited time in J City, where should he go next? He was uncertain about the capital's situation. which was likely to be the most stringently controlled area with the most comprehensive emergency preparedness. It was reasonable to assume that some military presence remained capable of maintaining order, at least ensuring that people were not enslaved or women treated as mere objects. Should he head to BJ? Zhang Xiaoqiang found the notion amusing. He could not even reach HW, a mere few hundred kilometers away, let alone traverse several provinces to BJ without a map, risking an accidental border crossing. Suddenly, the door creaked open, revealing Yuan Yi clad in a delicate white floral nightgown, carrying a basin of water. The sight of the water made Zhang Xiaoqiang acutely aware of his own dampness, a consequence of the intense training earlier that day. With the opportunity to bathe now presented, he stood up, refusing to let Yuan Yi assist him, and swiftly removed his sweat-soaked clothing, feeling an immediate sense of relief. Previously, he had endured discomfort due to lack of facilities, but now he relished the chance to care for himself. As he hastily dried himself, he handed the towel to Yuan Yi, who stood nearby, unsure of what to do. After changing into a fresh outfit, he reclined on the bed. As Yuan Yi prepared to leave with the basin, he called out to her, requesting lunch upon his awakening. The previous day, he had shared a meal with Yang Kuer, and there was no necessity to dine in the restaurant, especially since Long Gu and the others usually had their rations delivered to their rooms unless there was a communal feast or urgent matters to discuss. Zhang Xiaoqiang recalled the chef from the previous day, a former sous chef from a prestigious hotel whose culinary skills were quite commendable. He was indeed the only one here who could enjoy a full meal without exertion, proving the adage that a chef would never go hungry to be undeniably true. Halfway through his nap, he sensed someone entering and opened his eyes to find Yuan Yi standing at the foot of his bed with lunch. The meal was delightful. The chef had prepared a clay pot rice with preserved meats, and Zhang Xiaoqiang could hardly recall the last time he had tasted such a dish, which felt like a rare delicacy in this apocalyptic world. After finishing the meal, he drank some water and asked, "Where is Kuer? She usually watches me like a hawk, yet she hasn't made an appearance." Miss Kuer skipped lunch and went to sleep, claiming she hadn't rested well this morning. Yuan Yi replied. Zhang Xiaoqiang reclined once more, inviting Yuan Yi to sit at the head of the bed and massage his temples. The fragrant scent emanating from Yuan Yi stirred his thoughts. With no clear objective, he could only remain here for the time being, at least until Yuan Yi and Su Shi possessed enough self-defense capability to leave. As for their thoughts, did it truly matter? Thus far, Long Gu and Shun Yi had maintained a respectable facade, regardless of their notorious reputation. They had treated him well, providing women and allowing him to rest. He could not disregard their kindness. He resolved to assist them in stocking up on provisions, as their fate would be of no concern to him in due course. Regarding the granary, Zhang Xiaoqiang shook his head in contemplation. If Long Gu and his band of over 20 had failed to secure it, how could he, accompanied by a few women, succeed? That would be tantamount to slapping him in the face. The surrounding area had already been thoroughly scoured by Long Ji's faction, and any farther would lead him directly into the city. The thought of tens of thousands of zombies waiting for him to deliver supplies extinguished his ridiculous notion. Feeling increasingly agitated, he inhaled the enticing aroma emanating from Yuan Yi, which only heightened his discomfort. Flipping over to lie on his stomach, he clutched a pillow, lost in a whirlwind of thoughts about where to commence his looting endeavors. Finding no comfort in his position, he attempted to turn over, only to inadvertently brush against Yuan Yi's thigh. Through her nightgown, he felt the smoothness of her skin, which reminded him of Yuan Yi's entrapment at the Mineral Company's preparatory office, where there were purportedly red wine and cooking oil. An idea sparked in his mind, and he glanced up at Yuan Yi, only to find her blushing profusely, her expression indicating something was amiss. He realized that, in his flustered state, he had mistakenly squeezed her thigh, causing her discomfort. Observing her embarrassment, Zhang Xiaoqiang felt a peculiar sensation. Could she truly possess a unique constitution? Where is the preparatory office you escaped from? He inquired, sensing an opportunity. It was located near a small town called Guyi. Zhang Xiaoqiang found this intriguing and, rather than releasing his grip, he tightened it, eliciting a flush of warmth across Yuan Yi's face as she involuntarily gasped. How many zombies are there? Is the preparatory office far from the town? He continued to probe. There are dozens of those creatures. They are all employees of the preparatory office. It takes about 5 minutes by car to reach the town, she explained. Zhang Xiaoqiang ceased his movements, deep in thought. 5 minutes? that placed them at least several miles away, ruling out the possibility of a sudden assembly of thousands of zombies, which he and Zhang Xiaoqiang could manage. The two women could experience the atmosphere, preventing panic when they encountered zombies in the future. What is the distance from here to the preparatory office? Zhang Xiaoqiang needed clarity to eliminate any unforeseen factors. I'm not entirely sure. The last time I drove back, it took an hour due to poor road conditions. My car has a low chassis and moves slowly, Yuan Yi replied, as Zhang Xiaoqiang's hand finally stilled and the flush on her face began to fade. It was still before 1 o'clock, and there was ample time to venture out in the afternoon. With this thought, Zhang Xiaoqiang pushed aside Yuan Yi's hands and leapt from the bed. Go. Put on your training gear and wake Zhang Xiaoqiang. You and Su, she will accompany us to that preparatory office, he commanded while putting on his shoes. Yuan Yi's face turned pale. She realized her time to confront the zombies had arrived sooner than anticipated. Silently, she walked out, her steps heavy with trepidation. By the time Zhang Xiaoqiang gathered his gear, armed himself, and entered the living room, the three women had yet to emerge. He took a seat, patiently waiting. After 20 minutes, Zhang Xiaoqiang, Yuan Yi, and Su, she finally appeared, clad in their combat attire. Zhang Xiaoqiang's expression darkened upon witnessing their leisurely pace. He surmised that Zhang Xiaoqiang had likely lingered in bed, while Yuan Yi and Su, she were too intimidated to keep him waiting. Upon reaching the parking lot, Zhang Xiaoqiang insisted on driving the Land Rover she had used the previous day, but ultimately, reason prevailed. This was not an escapade, but a mission to gather supplies. How much could that vehicle carry? Instead, they settled on a double-cab medium-sized truck. Sushi took the wheel, with Zhang Xiaoqiang seated beside her for instruction, while Zhang Xiaoqiang and Yuan Yi occupied the back seat. As they gazed out at the desolate fields, Zhang Xiaoqiang felt a pang of sorrow. The erratic weather had devastated this year's spring planting, leaving their future uncertain. Yuan Yi gazed greedily at the scenery, likely intrigued after spending so long at the chicken farm. Zhang Xiaoqiang glanced at his watch, noting they had been on the road for half an hour and were nearing their destination. He pulled out his handgun to inspect the magazine. Upon lifting his gaze, he noticed Yuan Yi's eyes gleaming with fascination as she stared at the weapon. When she caught him looking, she quickly averted her gaze, resembling a child caught in wrongdoing, her fingers turning pale from fear. Zhang Xiaoqiang empathized with her feelings. She believed that possessing a gun would allow her to take control of her fate and not be treated like a dog. This was a classic manifestation of the weak mindset, always placing their hopes on intangible objects, never considering that through perseverance, they too could become strong. With a click, he inserted the magazine into the grip of the handgun, then turned it around, offering the handle to Yuan Yi. Yet, she hesitated, afraid to accept. Take it, Zhang Xiaoqiang urged, observing her timid demeanor. Chapter 76. Please do not abandon me, Yuan Yi trembled involuntarily as she took the handgun, feeling utterly helpless as she directed her gaze at Zhang Xiaoqiang. Her hands quivered violently, caught in a dilemma of whether to hold or release the weapon. Without waiting for her to react further, Zhang Xiaoqiang seized her hand that gripped the gun, pressed it against his own head, and looked into her eyes, commanding her to pull the trigger. Fear engulfed Yuan Yi. She felt as if she were clutching not a firearm, but a searing ember, her body shaking uncontrollably. She wished to relinquish the gun, yet Zhang Xiaoqiang's grip held firm, preventing her from doing so. In front of them, Su Qian, who was driving, also exhibited signs of anxiety, glancing at the rearview mirror from time to time. Yang Ku merely cast a fleeting glance backward before returning her attention to the road. Pull the trigger. Haven't you always desired this? Zhang Xiaoqiang continued to shout, disregarding the pallor of Yuan Yi's face, which reflected her profound fear and trepidation. Tears welled in her large eyes, cascading down her cheeks, and in a sudden surge of desperation, she exerted force to break free, causing the handgun to tumble onto the seat. With a resounding slap, Zhang Xiaoqiang finally violated his father's decree, striking Yuan Yi across the face. She covered her cheek, daunted and silent, only letting out soft sobs. Zhang Xiaoqiang felt a wave of disappointment. He perceived Yuan Yi's longing for the gun and understood the thoughts of the weak. Thus, he had offered her a chance, believing that if she could muster the courage to shoot, it would signify that she still harbored a spirit to resist, a courage to confront tyranny, and a will to struggle in the face of apocalypse. Much like when he had handed Yang Ku a hammer to to dispatch a zombie. The act of killing was not the ultimate goal. It was the courage to face fear that mattered. Yang Ku had succeeded while Yuan Yi had faltered. Zhang Xiaoqiang picked up the handgun, looking down upon Yuan Yi, who seemed even less capable than a girl of no more than 15. How could she dare to fantasize about controlling her own fate? She presented herself as a strong woman, yet at her core, she was a coward, possessing nothing beyond trading her femininity for survival. In his exasperation, he struck her again, regretting afterward that his once pristine reputation was now tarnished. "You are a coward," Zhang Xiaoqiang declared, gazing at the weeping Yuan Yi. "You have always believed yourself to be strong, looking down upon others, which has fostered an insufferable arrogance within you." Yuan Yi remained silent, merely sobbing, absorbing Zhang Xiaoqiang's critique. "Beneath your arrogance lies cowardice. You are even less formidable than a 14-year-old girl who, in her most fearful moments, could wield a hammer to slay a zombie. Ask yourself, could you do the same?" Yang Ku felt somewhat displeased that Zhang Xiaoqiang used her as a comparison. "You may be a woman, lacking strength and skill, but you must not lack courage. Without courage, you have no right to exist in this apocalypse." Upon hearing this, Yuan Yi burst into tears, for she recognized the truth in Zhang Xiaoqiang's words. She lacked courage. She had long desired to kill Long Gu, yet every encounter left her hesitant. It was only when confronted with the sight of monsters devouring humans that she found excuses for her cowardice. She contemplated suicide but lacked the courage to carry it out. Now, fully exposed by Zhang Xiaoqiang, she understood her own weakness. "Master, please do not abandon me. I promise to obey you, truly. I would even be willing to be treated like a dog. Do not forsake me," Yuan Yi pleaded, tears streaming down her face, terrified of the unknown fate that awaited her. Zhang Xiaoqiang was also vexed. He considered abandoning Yuan Yi for a person devoid of courage would only be a burden. They might face thousands of miles ahead, encountering innumerable challenges along the way. Who could predict when such a timid soul would falter? Observing the indecision etched upon Zhang Xiaoqiang's face, Yuan Yi's fear intensified. Suddenly, she lunged at him, attempting to unfasten his belt, repeatedly murmuring, "Master, please do not abandon me. I could do anything, truly, I can do it all." Another slap from Zhang Xiaoqiang followed. Once he had struck her, a second was inevitable, especially against someone he found insufferable. Yet, instead of despair, Yuan Yi seemed elated, exclaiming, "Master, go ahead and hit me. Strike me as you wish." Zhang Xiaoqiang found her reaction both amusing and tragic. "Sit properly," he commanded, and Yuan Yi immediately complied, adopting an expression of obedience. "I shall grant you another opportunity. Here is a hammer. When you encounter a solitary zombie, you may either slay it or allow it to consume you, or you can exit the vehicle right now." Zhang Xiaoqiang presented her with a choice. Yuan Yi gazed at the hammer, hesitating, acutely aware that a decision once made could not be undone. Her fear of Zhang Xiaoqiang eclipsed even her dread of Long Gu. While Long Gu merely required her compliance, Zhang Xiaoqiang demanded that she confront the flesh-eating monsters. In her heart, a battle raged as she observed the desolate fields and scattered zombies outside the car window, then glanced back at the iron hammer. She looked into Zhang Xiaoqiang's eyes, filled with unspoken pleas, yet he remained indifferent to her silent desperation. With a lightened hand, she accepted the hammer. Zhang Xiaoqiang loaded the handgun, informing her, "I will shoot you before a zombie can consume you." A sigh of relief escaped Yuan Yi. Her face displayed newfound resolve as she glared at the zombies through the window. The vehicle gradually came to a halt as Zhang Xiaoqiang disembarked, binoculars in hand. Ahead lay a fork in the road, with a vast open space to the right, scantily populated by buildings, including a parking lot with several cars, 2 buses, and 2 construction vehicles. A 4-story main building stood alongside 2 rows of blue-painted temporary structures, with 2 smaller buildings nearby, still under construction, scaffolding clinging to their frames. Scattered among the construction site were dozens of wandering zombies. The main building of the reserve housed only a few zombies, while the parking lot contained a dozen or so. Seemingly attracted by Yuan Yi's earlier escape, Zhang Xiaoqiang, however, remained cautious. The reserve combined with the construction site likely housed over 100 zombies, with 3 or 4 lurking and hiding. He pulled Yuan Yi down from the vehicle, followed by Yang Ku, who leapt down with her beeshorn gun, and then Su Qian. Clear out the parking lot. Leave none alive. Do not be careless, he instructed. Upon receiving Zhang Xiaoqiang's orders, Yang Kuer tied her hair into a ponytail and boldly approached the zombies, exuding confidence. Yuan Yi and Su Qian watched in astonishment and fear as Yang Kuer bravely approached a group of zombies. They knew that even a dozen strong men might struggle against those creatures. Yet here was a girl not yet 15, facing them alone. Was Zhang Xiaoqiang truly unconcerned about sending her into danger? Do you not feel ashamed? Are you truly less capable than a mere child? Zhang Xiaoqiang remarked casually at the two women, whose legs trembled and faces turned pale. Su Qian, however, gazed resolutely at Yang Kuer's retreating figure. Her fists clenched as if to fortify her own courage. Yuan Yi, clutching the hammer, felt its weight as if it were 1,000 pounds. The cowardice she had concealed was laid bare by Zhang Xiaoqiang, leaving her pride and arrogance utterly dismantled. Watching Yang Kuer's determined stride, Yuan Yi felt only an overwhelming chill course through her, for she could not even face a single zombie, let alone a dozen. Zhang Xiaoqiang's words rang true. He had no room for useless women by his side. Was she truly so inferior to a mere girl? Her education abroad in business management now seemed utterly ludicrous. Yang Kuer directed her pent-up fury towards the zombies, advancing swiftly until she stood before one, unleashing a powerful strike with her weapon. She resembled a baseball player, wielding the beast horn spear like a bat, while the zombie's grotesque head served as the ball. The simultaneous sound of cracking bones and the splattering of watermelon echoed as she cleaved the zombie's skull in two, sending the top half flying from its crown to the upper lip, rolling to the ground, leaving behind only a jaw and a row of lower teeth connected to an empty neck. The black blood and yellow brain matter splattered everywhere. Yet Yang Kuer deftly avoided any mess, not a single stain marring her. With a resounding thud, the headless corpse collapsed, and with a dull thump, Yuan Yi dropped the hammer she could barely hold. Su Qian's face turned pale, trembling as if gripped by a chill. Chapter 77. Is this your courage? Having dispatched the first zombie, Yang Kuer continued her relentless pursuit of the remaining ones. Generally, she portrayed a demure and obedient demeanor, with the occasional bout of jealousy. But overall, she was quite composed. Yuan Yi and Su Qian had always regarded her with a sense of deference, largely due to her early alliance with Zhang Xiaoqiang and her familial ties to Long Ge. However, deep down, they dismissed her, believing that by catering to Zhang Xiaoqiang's needs, they could surpass her. Witnessing Yang Kuer's frenzied display now left them chilled to the bone. Indeed, her current madness was characteristic of her true nature. She dispatched zombies with the ease of a gamer, tackling minor foes, accustomed to the exhilaration of such chaos. She did not let a single zombie remain intact at her hands. Suddenly, Zhang Xiaoqiang, witnessing Yang Kuer in a frenzy, felt that his earlier words had been rendered meaningless. As the last zombie teetered on the brink of being dismembered, he attempted to call out to her, but it was too late. Yang Kuer gazed at the fallen zombies, her appetite for destruction insatiable, and her eyes wandered to the multitude of zombies at the construction site. With her weapon in hand, she yearned to engage in further combat, reveling in the thrill far surpassing that of virtual gaming. A loud slap struck her rear, causing her to jump in surprise. "Do you have ears?" Zhang Xiaoqiang admonished her, standing beside her. Yang Kuer, feeling dejected, listened to his reprimand, her toes tracing circles on the ground. Yuan Yi observed Zhang Xiaoqiang's ability to subdue even the formidable Yang Kuer, instilling in her a growing sense of awe and fear. If he could manage someone as fierce as she, what hope did she have? Disregarding the zombies at the construction site for the moment, Zhang Xiaoqiang instructed Yuan Yi to lead the way to the storeroom after clearing a few in front of the main building, with Yang Kuer and Su Qian trailing behind. Yuan Yi, trembling with fear, walked ahead, with Zhang Xiaoqiang closely following, holding the Jingwei sword instead of the beast horn spear, as blades were more effective in the narrow corridors. As they approached the storeroom's corner, Yuan Yi began to speak, but just as she was about to turn, Zhang Xiaoqiang yanked her back by her collar, narrowly avoiding the swiping claws of a zombie that had emerged around the corner. "Ah!" Yuan Yi shrieked, collapsing to the ground, clinging to Zhang Xiaoqiang's leg in terror. Zhang Xiaoqiang cursed as he kicked her aside, charging forward to sever the zombie's head before it could fully emerge. However, as he turned the corner, He was greeted by a throng of zombies densely packed within the corridor, making it impossible to count them all. "Retreat," he shouted, slashing at the zombies. Realizing the narrowness of the space left no room for maneuver. Suddenly, a small, emaciated zombie surged from the horde, its shiny black claws reaching for him. Zhang Xiaoqiang raised his sword, striking upward, severing its arms as it lunged forward. In that moment, his left hand, which held a Type 54 pistol, discharged, allowing him to take aim at the creature's head while it was momentarily incapacitated. As he dealt with the S-shaped zombie, the remaining ordinary zombies lunged at him, their claws flailing. The sight of so many arms sent a shiver down his spine, leaving him feeling overwhelmed. He could not possibly slice through them all at once. "Get down!" Yang Kuner's voice rang out, prompting Zhang Xiaoqiang to kneel and roll backward just in time. A massive shadow, accompanied by a gust of wind, swept overhead. Yang Kur, noticing the danger, rushed to assist, but found the corridor too constricted to wield her spear effectively. In a moment of desperation, she spotted a security door labeled Finance Room nearby, seized the handle, and with a mighty heave, tore it from its hinges. Brandishing the door like a colossal shield, she charged at the zombies. The iron door slammed against the zombies, and as she tilted it, the edges furrowed against the wall, pushing them back. When they reached the end of the corridor, the zombies were trapped behind the door, incessantly battering it, creating deep grooves in the walls. Yang Kur pulled down on the iron door, and with the dust of the walls cascading down, it lodged firmly in the brick crevices. Now securely contained, the zombies clawed futilely at the door's edges, their countless appendages reaching through the gaps. Yuan Yi remained seated on the ground, a puddle forming beneath her, revealing her loss of control in the face of terror. She felt as though divine intervention had allowed her to escape this fate. Zhang Xiaoqiang rose from the ground, approaching Yuan Yi, who scrambled to her feet upon realizing his gaze was fixed upon her. She trembled, her legs clenched tightly, embarrassment overtaking her as her face flushed a deep red, contrasting sharply with his pallor. "Is this your courage?" Zhang Xiaoqiang questioned, exasperated and conflicted. He found himself at a loss for words, recalling how she had once fled from a horde of zombies with greater composure than she displayed now. At last, he grasped the truth. Sending her to confront zombies was not akin to battling monsters, but rather an intimate invitation to savor the grotesque offering of undead flesh. Contemplating an extreme method, he seized Yuan Yi's arm and dragged her towards the iron door. Upon seeing the zombies so close, she instinctively recoiled, summoning a surge of strength that nearly freed her from his grip. "Let's see if this works," he declared, determined. With his left hand holding her firmly, he used his right to grip her hair, forcing her head towards the grasping claws of the zombies. As the decaying appendages loomed just centimeters from her nose, she screamed, thrashing her head in a futile attempt to escape. Zhang Xiaoqiang's hold was unyielding, leaving her with only the pain of her scalp to contend with. The stench of death enveloped her as the zombie claws brushed against her. "Open your eyes, or I will throw you in," came Zhang Xiaoqiang's cold threat from behind. Fearing the fate of being devoured, she reluctantly opened her eyes, confronted by the writhing mass of zombies beyond the door. The horde pressed against the iron door, their claws flailing through the gaps, creating an overwhelming sense of dread as the door creaked ominously, threatening to give way at any moment. Suddenly, Zhang Xiaoqiang noticed Yuan Yi trembling, followed by an unmistakable odor emanating from her, signaling her utter despair. Zhang Xiaoqiang remained unmoved. In the past, the scent emanating from Yang Ku was even more potent than hers, yet he had accompanied Yang Ku everywhere. Chapter 78, Yuan Yi's Slaughter. After 5 or 10 minutes, Zhang Xiaoqiang noticed that Yuan Yi's body was utterly still. If it weren't for the warmth radiating from her hand, he might have thought she was dead from fright. Upon closer inspection, he was bewildered. Yuan Yi no longer appeared fearful or trembled. She opened her eyes and slowly scrutinized the zombie before her. As the saying goes, familiarity breeds comfort. The more she witnessed, the more accustomed she became. Since the zombies could not catch her, she naturally felt no fear. Watching the monsters from her nightmares right in front of her, Yuan Yi's breathing became slightly rapid, and her face flushed. Her eyes sparkled with allure, and her legs rubbed against each other incessantly. Seeing Yuan Yi becoming excited, Zhang Xiaoqiang was astonished. He had never encountered anyone who could feel such exhilaration in the presence of zombies. The complexities of a woman's heart are indeed difficult to fathom. He released his grip, and Yuan Yi remained motionless, her head not even tilting slightly, completely unconcerned by the claws mere centimeters from her cheek. She gazed intently at the zombie, missing not a single detail, as if it were a precious antique before her. Zhang Xiaoqiang patted her shoulder, and Yuan Yi snapped back to reality. Upon seeing him, the flush on her face quickly faded, leaving her pale. She felt a weight in her hand as an unusual long spear was handed to her. The spearhead, adorned with a golden spiral pattern resembling a beast's horn, possessed a texture neither entirely metallic nor jade-like, with a faint glow gliding along its grooves, exuding an enigmatic charm. Yuan Yi, holding the beast horn spear, looked at Zhang Xiaoqiang in confusion, unsure of what he intended by giving her the weapon. "Stand here. You will not leave until every zombie inside is dealt with. If you cannot accomplish this before we leave, you may remain here," Zhang Xiaoqiang declared. He aimed to have her acclimatize to slaughter. Only by fortifying her heart could she muster the courage to confront future adversities. Slaughter was the swiftest means to achieve this. Now, he wished for her to engage with the zombies. If she could not even manage that, he would unhesitatingly abandon her. "This is your final chance," he began. But before he could finish, Yuan Yi thrust the spear forward. The spearhead pierced through a zombie's mouth with ease, akin to piercing through tofu, and effortlessly exited through the back of its skull. Then, without any formal training, she rotated the spear, reducing the zombie's head to fragments. Upon withdrawing the beast horn spear, she continued without pause. This thrust was slightly misaligned. The spear entered through a zombie's chest, and with another rotation, a gaping hole appeared, allowing those outside to glimpse the situation behind the zombie. Despite the hole in its chest, the zombie remained undeterred. Its ferocity only heightened as it violently slammed against the iron door. Yuan Yi's flush extended down to her neck, her eyes sparkling with excitement. A small tongue slid across her slightly dry lips as she thrust the spear forward once more. This time, the enraged zombie met a grim fate. The beast horn pierced its throat, and as the spearhead twisted, flesh and blood erupted from its neck. With a thud, the zombie's head fell to the ground, and the decapitated creature toppled backward, wedged among its kin, refusing to collapse. Zhang Xiaoqiang watched Yuan Yi unleash her fierce prowess, a tumult of emotions washing over him. He did not harbor affection for her. In fact, he found her repugnant, yet he continued to grant her opportunities. Why? Did he see a reflection of himself in Yuan Yi? She feared suicide, yet contemplated it. Hadn't he once been in a similar predicament? Trapped in his home, devoid of hope, waking each day to despair and torment. He too had once wielded a knife against his own veins, but found himself too cowardly to proceed. Only when he risked everything for a few cabbages did he truly transition from cowardice to manhood. It was only after slaying his first zombie that he found the courage to confront the apocalypse. It wasn't until he charged at 3 zombies on his rooftop that he discovered the potential to become a formidable force. Observing Yuan Yi in her current state reminded him of his past. By contrasting his present self with his former self, he offered Yuan Yi chance after chance. It was not out of kindness, nor was it due to her beauty that he treated her differently. It was because she was with him, and he felt a responsibility to empower her to survive in this harsh world. The apocalypse did not accommodate the weak, even if one were beautiful or of noble birth. In this new reality, one was defined by their ability to endure. At this moment, Yuan Yi exhibited unusual behavior. Aside from her initial panic and fear, she now displayed an exuberance that was alarming. Her breathing quickened, her face flushed as if she had consumed potent liquor, and her eyes widened with excitement. Engrossed in her slaughter, she unwittingly advanced further, her attention solely fixated on the zombies before her, oblivious to the danger lurking beside her. A zombie lurking against the wall lunged at her arm with a claw, and just as it was about to strike, Zhang Xiaoqiang swiftly intervened, kicking her thigh. Caught off guard, Yuan Yi tumbled to the ground, colliding with the wall. Sitting there, she rubbed her head, gazing at Zhang Xiaoqiang in confusion. "Are your eyes on the top of your head? How could you not see such a large zombie? If I had delayed any longer, you would have become one of them," Zhang Xiaoqiang scolded, pointing at the zombie in the corner. Yuan Yi watched in horror as the zombie flailed its claws where she had just stood, her heart tightening as she struggled to breathe. Finally, she exhaled a long sigh, gratitude evident in her gaze as she looked at Zhang Xiaoqiang. Continue. Zhang Xiaoqiang ignored her gratitude, merely raising his hand to check the time. He needed to return before nightfall. It was already nearing 2:30, and he had to hasten their pace. Yuan Yi pushed herself off the ground with her right hand, rising with the beast horn spear in hand. She regarded the zombie that had nearly harmed her with a fierce expression. Her eyes no longer reflected excitement or fear, but rather a hint of crimson, akin to a small flame igniting within her pupils. This was the first time she vocalized during her assault. The speed of her strikes quickened. The beast horn spear pierced the gap in the iron door and struck the zombie's right shoulder. As she twisted the spear, the spiral pattern tore the zombie's arm from its body. Simultaneously, as the zombie's right arm fell to the ground, the beast horn spear pierced its left shoulder, severing that limb as well. With each thrust, the beast horn spear penetrated the zombie's body, leaving behind a series of gaping wounds. The crimson in Yuan Yi's eyes deepened, her lips moving as if forming words. Yuan Yi was no longer the timid little lamb. She had transformed into a dominant figure. As she gradually dismantled the zombie into a mere skeleton, Zhang Xiaoqiang felt a chill in his heart, uncertain whether his coercion of Yuan Yi had been justified. Zhang Xiaoqiang approached the slaughter of zombies without any passion or fear. He merely killed for survival. Beyond D2, he had never felt satisfaction from slaying zombies, nor did he find joy in the act of killing. Yang Ku-er approached the slaying of zombies as if playing a game, treating them as mere targets to be struck without a second thought. She reveled in the fleeting thrill, only to forget it completely once she turned away. Yuan Yi, however, was entirely different. She reveled in the pure enjoyment of the slaughter. Indeed, she took pleasure in the thrill of the kill. To her, the zombies were no longer the monstrous, flesh-eating creatures of nightmares, but rather intricate toys before her. As she watched the zombies fall one after another, their flesh and bones scattering through the air, her spirits soared with delight. Her body trembled, not from fear, but from a visceral excitement that resonated deep within her soul, a sensation indescribably exquisite. She felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction, wishing that the zombies would never cease to come, so she could continue her relentless pursuit of destruction. Zhang Xiaoqiang found himself utterly perplexed by Yuan Yi. Her inherent pride shone through, yet she displayed a subservience that surpassed even Su Qian's. Despite her apparent cowardice, how could she transform into such a bloodthirsty predator after such profound terror? The zombie that had provoked Yuan Yi could no longer endure her torment. Its bones shattered, unable to support its body, and it collapsed to the ground. Yuan Yi, unsatisfied, licked her lips as if assessing merchandise, contemplating her next target among the remaining zombies. "Hurry! Do not waste time," came Zhang Xiaoqiang's warning from behind. Upon hearing this, Yuan Yi hesitated no longer, her spear thrust forward. After dispatching several zombies, her aim had improved significantly, and with a casual shot, she struck a zombie through its eye, causing it to topple like a robot with its power switched off. Yang Ku-er watched with boredom. For her, this level of combat was akin to a kindergarten child's arts and crafts project, utterly devoid of passion. She yearned to wield a large club and swat the foul-smelling monsters away like flies. Meanwhile, Su Qian's face turned pale as she observed. She could not comprehend how Yuan Yi, who seemed more timid than herself, could transform into such a formidable force. Witnessing Yuan Yi slaughter the zombies with the ferocity of a warrior, she felt a deep sense of inadequacy as the once timid girl now radiated confidence, leaving her far behind. In Chapter 79, Return or Die, Su Qian struggled to understand Zhang Xiaoqiang. Having worked as a hostess and a lobby manager, she had encountered a myriad of personalities, yet none as capricious as Zhang Xiaoqiang. He despised Yuan Yi, yet repeatedly granted her opportunities. He treated her with greater kindness than he did Yuan Yi, yet was doubly severe during training. Fear gripped her. She dreaded falling short of his expectations and being cast aside. She was merely a fragile woman, possessing a hint of cunning, yet in the overwhelming current of this apocalypse, her small schemes were rendered inconsequential. During the morning run, she realized she was the weakest among Zhang Xiaoqiang's women. Even Yang Ku-er and Yuan Yi surpassed her. Her feminine allure paled in comparison to Yang Ke's innocent charm and Yuan E's striking beauty and poised demeanor. She had believed herself strong, capable of enduring hardship, of meeting Zhang Xiaoqiang's demands, and shedding the fate of a female slave to stand proudly before him like a warrior. Yet, witnessing Yuan E now embodying that warrior spirit in her slaughter of zombies, Su Qian felt a profound sense of defeat. "Daddy, watch over me from there. I will survive, and I will thrive," Su Qian silently encouraged herself, her eyes now devoid of confusion and helplessness, replaced by a newfound strength. The zombies lacked vision. They were oblivious to danger. As the zombies in front fell, those behind surged forward. Yuan E did not need to shift her stance, continuing her assault against the advancing horde. Having expended considerable energy during her morning exercises and being startled multiple times in the afternoon, her stamina began to wane, and her thrusts lost their initial ferocity. 3 left, 2 left, 1 left, she chanted internally, finally exhaling in relief when only 1 zombie remained. As she gazed at the final zombie, Zhang Xiaoqiang inspected his handgun, gripping it tightly in readiness. This particular zombie was of the D-type, possessing the strength to breach a security door. The iron gate that had trapped Yang Ke could withstand ordinary zombies, but might falter against the D-type. Zhang Xiaoqiang refrained from warning Yuan E. This was her ultimate test. Should she succeed, she would gain a valuable ally. Should she fail, he would ensure her vengeance. The D-type zombie had been trapped at the rear of the horde until Yuan E cleared the way, finally making its move. The fallen zombies created irregular obstacles on the ground, and as the D-type moved slowly, Yuan E raised her weapon, aiming for its head. Just as the D-type zombie stumbled, Yuan E's spear pierced its cheek, carving a bloody path as it tore off its right ear and slid toward its brain. The gash ran from its mouth to the back of its head, exposing the stark whiteness of its bones, and where its ear had once been, a gaping hole remained. The injury to its ear sent the D-type into a frenzy. It let out a deafening roar and charged at Yuan E. The iron gate shuddered under the immense impact, the edges embedded in the wall producing ominous sounds, and debris from the wall rained down. Yuan E, witnessing the iron gate strain under the D-type's assault, felt a rush of panic. She thrust her spear forward again, but the speed of her attacks was no longer what it had been. The spear struck the D-type's forearm with a dull thud. Yuan E cried out as she pressed her entire weight against the weapon, pushing it deep into the D-type's chest. However, before she could withdraw it, the D-type lifted its left arm and struck her weapon violently. The sound of splintering wood echoed as her spear shattered into 2 pieces. Zhang Xiaoqiang's weapon, crafted of inferior wood, could not withstand the D-type's brutality. Holding the broken half of her spear, Yuan E felt a moment of confusion. Seeing the D-type rampaging against the iron gate, she turned to flee. Yuan E could hardly believe her eyes as tears welled up, threatening to spill over. Zhang Xiaoqiang aimed his handgun at her forehead. "Return or die," he said sternly, his gaze unyielding. He spoke no further, yet his gun remained trained on her. One more step back, and he would pull the trigger. Panic seized Yuan E as she glanced between Zhang Xiaoqiang's grim expression and the D-type continually battering the iron gate. Finally, she cast a desperate look at the broken wooden stick in her hand. Clang! A heavy iron hammer landed at her feet, the very one she had dropped in fright moments earlier. Unknown to her, Zhang Xiaoqiang had retrieved it and tossed it back to her. Gritting her teeth, she shot Zhang Xiaoqiang a defiant glare and, raising her hand, slammed the wooden stick to the ground. With a swift motion, she unzipped her camouflage jacket, shedding her top to reveal a fitted sports tank beneath, then bent to retrieve the hammer. Before she could rise, the iron gate was violently flung open, crashing against the left wall and falling to the ground with a thunderous noise. A powerful figure emerged. With her right hand gripping the hammer, Yuan E crouched low, letting out a provocative shriek at the D-type zombie, akin to a gladiator taunting an opponent in ancient Rome. Naturally, the zombie could not comprehend her taunts. One of its claws was pinned to its chest by the broken spear, causing it to wobble slightly, its movements now akin to that of an ordinary zombie. Yuan E remained focused on the zombie, agilely maneuvering side to side with a graceful fluidity. The D-type zombie, heedless of its surroundings, lunged directly at her, and she seized the opportunity presented by its immobilized arm, darting swiftly behind it. The hammer struck the D-type zombie 3 times at the back of its head. Unfortunately, Yuan Yi's strength was insufficient. Such blows were akin to mere mosquito bites for the D-type zombie. At that moment, the zombie caught the scent of Zhang Xiaoqiang and lunged directly at him. Amused by the D-type zombie's reckless charge, Zhang Xiaoqiang prepared for a rather peculiar dance, only to find that it insisted on having a third party intrude. With a swift kick, Zhang Xiaoqiang sent the creature back from whence it came, providing Yuan Yi with an opportunity to strike the zombie's knee joint with her hammer. A sharp crack echoed as the D-type zombie stumbled, momentarily losing its balance. Infuriated, the D-type zombie swiped at Yuan Yi with its claws. She quickly retreated, narrowly avoiding the deadly swipe that grazed her eyelid. As she regained her stance, the zombie adjusted its center of gravity, limping toward her with renewed ferocity. Yuan Yi continued to retreat, but her awareness of her surroundings faltered. She tripped over a fallen iron gate and landed on the ground, just as the zombie lunged again, rolling frantically until she collided with a wall. She found herself coated in dust and debris. With a face smeared with grime, Yuan Yi stood up to confront the D-type zombie once more. Despite several failed attempts to strike her, it let out an enraged roar and charged again. Clang! Yuan Yi discarded her hammer and faced the robust D-type zombie with her bare hands. Zhang Xiaoqiang, watching this unfold, felt perplexed. Hadn't Yuan Yi performed remarkably well? Although she had yet to eliminate the D-type zombie, her efforts were commendable. If she had faced a mere ordinary zombie, she would have likely dispatched it long ago. Zhang Xiaoqiang remained silent, curious to observe her limits. Her current performance had already surpassed that of Yang Ke and even her past self. He gripped his pistol, prepared to intervene if Yuan Yi faltered, for despite his disdain for her, he was not a petty man. He would accept her as long as she met his expectations. Yet, before she could exhaust her strength, she had cast aside her weapon. Did she truly surrender? Was she willingly embracing her impending demise? Zhang Xiaoqiang felt a pang of regret. At this moment, Yang Ke felt a surge of excitement. She found Yuan Yi's confrontation with the D-type zombie much more captivating than her own attempts to hide behind the iron gate. Now, as Yuan Yi faced the zombie unarmed, she appeared far more impressive. Yang Ke, her crescent-shaped eyes wide with anticipation, missed no detail, longing for a beverage in one hand and popcorn in the other, wishing for a comfortable sofa to fully enjoy this real-life horror show. In contrast, Su Qian's reaction was different. Upon seeing Yuan Yi on the ground, she covered her mouth, fearing her gasp would disturb her. As Yuan Yi rolled, Su Qian pressed her hand against her chest, anxious that her heart might not withstand the tension. When Yuan Yi discarded her weapon and gazed upward at the approaching D-type zombie, Su Qian shielded her eyes with her hands, peering cautiously through her fingers, ready to close them at a moment's notice. Yuan Yi faced the D-type zombie, which approached her with a limp. Yet, not a trace of fear marred her expression. Instead of remaining stationary, she strolled leisurely to the center of the corridor, observing the incoming zombie with keen interest. Her cheeks flushed, her eyes glimmering like autumn moons. She gently bit her lower lip, her body trembling rhythmically, not from fear, but from the thrill of the impending danger. As the zombie reached her, it made a swift clawing motion. Yuan Yi leaned slightly, and the D-type zombie was sent soaring into the air, crashing to the ground with a resounding thud that stirred up clouds of dust. Zhang Xiaoqiang stood in stunned silence, and before he could react, a lithe figure leaped into the air and landed atop the zombie. Crack! The D-type zombie lay motionless. As the dust settled, Yuan Yi stood triumphantly on top of the D-type zombie, her right foot firmly planted on its throat. The zombie's head hung at an unnatural angle, clearly suffering from a severed cervical spine. If viewed in slow motion, one would have seen Yuan Yi sidestep as the zombie lunged, swiftly grasping its claw before executing a powerful throw. Upon the zombie's fall, she leaped and crushed its neck with a decisive victory, an unmitigated triumph. This left Zhang Xiaoqiang conflicted. Had he not reached her level, he certainly would not dare to engage in close combat with a zombie, even one with a single arm. Was this the same Yuan Yi who had once been terrified to the point of losing control upon sighting a zombie? Was this the same Yuan Yi who had been subjugated and fearful of being fed to the undead? Yang Ke was equally astonished. She glanced between the fallen D-type zombie and the victorious Yuan Yi, her mind racing to comprehend how the zombie had been so effortlessly dispatched. Su Win, Vuqing Yuanyi, felt a wave of complexity wash over her. How could it be that they had both started on equal footing, yet Yuan he had transformed into someone entirely unrecognizable? It was said that absence makes the heart grow fonder, yet Yuan he had changed right before her eyes. From the moment Yuan he had ambushed the zombie behind the door, Su Qian had struggled to accept that Yuan he had surpassed her. As Yuan he faced the D-type zombie in a life-or-death struggle, Su Qian's heart harbored conflicting sentiments. Now, with Yuan he standing like a warrior over the defeated creature, why did Su Qian feel an inexplicable bitterness? Yuan he approached Zhang Xiaoqiang, her posture proud and unyielding. Her gaze bore a fierce flame, her eyes shimmering with determination. This was the first time she looked directly at Zhang Xiaoqiang, her eyes filled with challenge. Calm and composed, she exhibited neither the elation of victory nor the dread of narrowly escaping death. She faced him with an air of fearless confidence. Zhang Xiaoqiang remained silent, their eyes locked in a steady gaze. For the first time, he did not regard her with disdain, but rather with a careful appraisal. In that moment, he realized that Yuan he was not short. Standing over 170 centimeters, she towered over him. Previously, she had always appeared meek and submissive, her posture hunched, making her height unnoticeable. Now, standing tall and proud, she seemed to look down upon him. A revelation struck Zhang Xiaoqiang. His previous irritation with Yuan he stemmed from a singular source. He despised being regarded with condescension by women taller than him. Though Yuan he had never consciously looked down upon him, he had subconsciously sensed her height, akin to an instinctual awareness while camping in the wilderness. This time, while the feeling was not as pronounced, it still stirred within him a distaste for her, a visceral reaction to a woman surpassing him in stature. Attempting to rebel? Zhang Xiaoqiang contemplated deeply, standing tall and locking eyes with Yuan Yi. How many times had he traversed the thin line between life and death? Would he fear this little vixen? His gaze hardened, filled not with murderous intent, but a palpable aura of death. A manifestation of the resentment he had accumulated through countless near-fatal encounters and victories over adversaries. Chapter 81. Come here. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes passed without any sign. Yuan Yi situted, saluted, no longer holding her head high. She moved to the corner, picked up a hammer, and returned to kneel beside Zhang Xiaoqiang, burying her head on the ground to signify her complete submission. Yang Kur, eager to unleash her pent-up frustration on this audacious woman, felt disappointed. What she thought would be a chance to teach a lesson turned out to be an exercise in futility, as the supposed fierce opponent crumbled before her. How dreary! Su Qian lowered her head, trembling slightly. Why could that wretched Yuan Yi stand before him with such audacity? Was this what it felt like to possess power? Stand up. Zhang Xiaoqiang commanded Yuan Yi, who complied obediently, rising to her feet and handing the hammer back to him, her head bowed. He accepted the hammer and instructed her, lift your head. From now on, you need not kneel or lower your gaze even when addressing me. You will walk as a person, not as a dog crawling on the ground. Yang Kur turned her face away, pouting in discontent. Su Qian continued to gaze at the ground, trembling more violently, her hands clenched into fists, turning pale at the fingertips. Was Yuan Yi reclaiming her humanity? Could strength alone restore one's dignity? With a loud clang, the iron door of the storage room swung open, releasing an indescribable stench. The foul odor of decay wafted in, yet it was bearable for the moment. Upon entering, they found a desiccated corpse sprawled on the floor, its upper body bare, trousers halfway down, a clear indication of the man's hedonistic pursuits. The storage room was small, about 10 square meters, flanked by rows of cardboard boxes. The floor was littered with empty and partially filled plastic water bottles, wine bottles, and discarded apples that had only been nibbled. Opening one box revealed, neatly stacked, large red Fuji apples, seemingly well-preserved. After taking a few steps, Zhang Xiaoqiang discovered another box, which contained 24 bottles of mineral water. He called over Su Qian, issuing instructions, after which she exited the room. He then ordered Yang Kur to start moving the apples outside. Despite her reluctance, she complied, lifting 3 at a time and trudging out. Come here. Zhang Xiaoqiang beckoned Yuan Yi, who now appeared disheveled, emanating an unpleasant odor, her face, hands, and tank top smeared with dust, resembling a beggar rummaging through trash. Yet, she approached him, her former humility restored, though a flicker of frenzied fire danced in her eyes. Yuan Yi remained silent, standing before Zhang Xiaoqiang. Her eyes no longer vacant or despairing, but rather deep and inscrutable. "Remove your clothing," Zhang Xiaoqiang stated flatly, as if merely requesting a trivial task. Hearing this, Yuan Yi tensed, her fists tightening as she took a deep breath, grasping the hem of her tank top and pulling it upward. As the garment left her body, she stood proudly before Zhang Xiaoqiang, awaiting his next command. "Continue." Despite her upper body being exposed, she did not allow Zhang Xiaoqiang a lingering glance. He busily unscrewed bottle after bottle of mineral water, his focus solely on the task at hand, seemingly indifferent to her presence. This time, Yuan Yi hesitated not. She quickly shed the remaining articles of clothing, leaving herself entirely bare, standing before Zhang Xiaoqiang with an air of defiance, her eyes reflecting a hint of derision. Zhang Xiaoqiang scrutinized her, while Yuan Yi remained unfazed, patiently awaiting his further instructions. He reached out, extending his right hand toward her. Cold mineral water cascaded down from above, flowing down her body. The chill caused her to shiver involuntarily. She dared not move, allowing him to pour the refreshing liquid over her head, feeling as though she had once again become a mere plaything for a man. "Can't you wash yourself? Were you waiting for me to assist you?" Zhang Xiaoqiang's icy words snapped her from her reverie, prompting her to instinctively rub her body, attempting to cleanse the remnants of grime. Bottles of mineral water continued to drench her, forming a substantial puddle on the floor. As Yang Kuo returned, she stepped squarely into the water, her displeasure evident as she protested to Zhang Xiaoqiang, who paid her no mind, continuing to pour water over Yuan Yi. Yang Kuo grumbled, then hefted 3 more apples and exited, her footsteps heavy and splashing through the puddle in a misguided attempt to express her discontent. Sukiandra Turnith, clutching a brand-new set of camouflage clothing, silently observing Zhang Xiaoqiang washing Yuan Yi. Not a word escaped her lips, but her heart was heavy with jealousy. She lamented her own fate, vowing to catch up to Yuan Yi and escape the shackles of servitude. 12 bottles of mineral water later, Yuan Yi was thoroughly cleansed. Zhang Xiaoqiang took the clothes from Su Qian and tossed them to Yuan Yi, signaling her to dress. Once clad in her garments, she stood before Zhang Xiaoqiang, free from dirt and discomfort, feeling significantly lighter. She regarded him without hostility. Her desires were modest. She no longer cared for his thoughts about her. Previously, she could not afford the luxury of indifference, but now she genuinely felt none. What she sought was a modicum of respect. She did not wish to rebel against Zhang Xiaoqiang, but merely desired treatment akin to that of Yang Kuo. When Zhang Xiaoqiang commanded her to undress, she had feared he intended to violate her at her most vulnerable moment, believing her status in his eyes remained that of a shameless dog. In her prior confrontations with him, she had bowed her head in defeat, feeling unworthy to negotiate. Hence, she had yielded, outwardly conforming, yet internally she harbored dissenting thoughts. Little did she realize that Zhang Xiaoqiang had not intended to degrade her, but rather to allow her a bath and the opportunity to don clean clothes. This was sufficient. She had received what she yearned for. Yuan Yi regarded Zhang Xiaoqiang without a hint of infatuation, silently committing every detail to memory. Only through loss does one appreciate value. And in this apocalyptic world, maintaining a shred of dignity was exceedingly rare. After enduring a myriad of trials and tribulations, despite her physical exhaustion, her spirit felt a profound relief, an ease that emanated from the depths of her soul. In this moment, she began to perceive Zhang Xiaoqiang as her true partner, a man worthy of her allegiance. Chapter 82. The thrill of masculinity. Zhang Xiaoqiang observed Yuan Yi, now impeccably clean and devoid of any offensive odor, and nodded in satisfaction. He withdrew a 54-style pistol from his waist and handed it to Yuan Yi. "Take it. You are now worthy of wielding it." At this moment, Yang Kuo happened to enter the room for the 3rd time. Hearing the familiar lines, she felt a sense of dissatisfaction. This was something Zhang Xiaoqiang had said to her when she killed her first monster, and now he was saying it to Yuan Yi. Did Zhang Xiaoqiang harbor feelings for Yuan Yi? This simply could not stand. She must keep a close watch on Yuan Yi. She had yet to savor the experience and could not allow this vixen to get ahead of her. Yuan Yi, suppressing her excitement, took the handgun and held it close to her chest. For the first time since the apocalypse began, she felt a surge of happiness. Zhang Xiaoqiang's suggestion for her to bathe and change clothes had already filled her with contentment, and now he had entrusted her with a handgun. The joy she felt was indescribable. To her, this handgun was invaluable, especially in a world like this where a single firearm could attract several women more beautiful than herself. Overwhelmed with gratitude, Yuan Yi silently vowed, "Although I acknowledge you, it does not mean I harbor no dislike for you. Do not ask me why, I do not know." Zhang Xiaoqiang, noticing Yuan Yi lost in thought while holding the handgun, began to scold her, urging her to carry supplies. Although he claimed ignorance as to why he disliked Yuan Yi, he understood the reason all too well. She was taller than him. As a staunch believer in traditional masculinity, this was a blow he could scarcely endure. Quickly, Yuan Yi carefully stowed the handgun into her clothing pocket and picked up an apple, stepping outside. Despite Zhang Xiaoqiang reiterating his disdain for her, it did not affect her in the slightest. Though she was fatigued, carrying a box weighing dozens of pounds, her steps remained brisk and buoyant. Zhang Xiaoqiang, keen to avoid labor, hummed a tune as he picked up an apple, wiping it on his shirt before biting into it. Upon discovering a box of red wine, he opened it, puzzled by the unfamiliar brand. As he lifted a bottle, he found the label entirely in English. He was immune to the language, knowing only two words, sex and sexy, from his past internet searches. And he couldn't even recall whether his high school English teacher was male or female. Turning the bottle, he spotted the label reading Moose Red Wine, noting its origin as France. Truly decadent, he muttered, popping the cork and taking a swig, wondering how it compared to Great Wall wine. Unfamiliar with the nuances of wine tasting, he could not distinguish between imported and domestic varieties. He discarded the bottle on the ground, letting the wine flow out as he made his way outside, unconcerned about waste given the hundreds of bottles available. Extracting a portion of a beast's horn from a D-type zombie, Zhang Xiaoqiang stood up to find a sturdy mahogany door tightly locked, devoid of any markings and similar to a storage room. Intrigued, he used the horn to pick the lock, forcing the door open with a kick, which emitted a pain groan. Inside, the dim space was filled with countless boxes. Zhang Xiaoqiang casually opened one to find 4 smaller boxes, 2 red and 2 green, all uniformly sized. Activating his Nokia phone's flashlight, he observed the red box labeled with XX processed meat, while the green was marked XX mountain delicacies. Upon tearing it open, he discovered vacuum-sealed packages containing cured meats, sausages, and various smoked pig offal. The mountain delicacies comprised dried mushrooms, wood ear fungus, and other forest products. Seeing such a bounty of boxes exhilarated Zhang Xiaoqiang. The mountain goods could substitute for vegetables, and the cured meats would last a while, allowing for leisurely consumption. He continued deeper into the storeroom, where he encountered bags filled with Thai jasmine rice, beautifully printed and weighing 25 kilograms each, estimating around 100 bags. He calculated a total of 5,000 pounds. Behind the rice bags were boxes filled with assorted candies and watermelon seeds, indicating that these supplies were intended for holiday festivities but had yet to be distributed, now fortuitously benefiting Zhang Xiaoqiang. In the far corner, he found various supplies, including dozens of light blue work uniforms made from dense, high-quality material, far superior to his camouflage outfit. There were also bottles of floral water and military-grade high-top boots. Sturdy and reliable, Zhang Xiaoqiang immediately swapped his worn sneakers for the military boots, feeling a sense of comfort and agility as he walked. Contemplating the vast array of supplies before him, Zhang Xiaoqiang began to calculate how much of the cured meat and mountain goods he would share with Long Ge and Chun Yi, while ensuring that Wenbin and Sanzi also got a taste. Ultimately, he realized that he would not benefit significantly, which felt unfair. Still clinging to a mindset of a small fry, he had yet to consider recruiting subordinates from the prisoners. His decisions were driven by self-interest, compounded by his avarice, leading him to avoid becoming a scapegoat. He decided to load the supplies into 2 vehicles, putting fewer cured meats and mountain goods in one and packing more perishable apples, along with some rice and cooking oil, while hiding the rest. As he made his way outside, Yang Ku'er and her companions were waiting. Yuan Yi and Su Qian were exhausted, and Yang Ku'er called for a break. The apples had been moved, and they were now transporting cooking oil. Observing their diligence, Zhang Xiaoqiang tossed them a bag of soft candies as a reward. Yang Ku'er cheered and tore open the packaging, grabbing a piece to enjoy. Yuan Yi confidently took several pieces and moved aside to indulge, while Su Qian hesitated, picking up some fallen candies from the ground and discreetly enjoying them. Let us finish moving everything from the two storerooms outside first, without loading the vehicles for now, Zhang Xiaoqiang said with a relaxed demeanor. Yang Ku'er glanced at him and exclaimed that she was exhausted from the labor. Inside are your favorite sausages and fragrant jasmine rice. Zhang Xiaoqiang enticed her like a mischievous uncle with a lollipop, successfully captivating her attention. Yuan Yi and Su Qian were disregarded in the process. Yang Ke, not truly fatigued, but seeking an opportunity to slack off, found renewed motivation and resumed her efforts. Yuan Yi and Su Qian followed her lead, unfazed by Zhang Xiaoqiang's idle chatter. He felt like a lion in a pride, while the lionesses hunted and cared for the cubs, leaving him to bask in the spoils. A sensation that elevated his masculine pride. Chapter 83. A genuine article. Zhang Xiaoqiang ceased to concern himself with the women's labors and leisurely ascended to the second floor, rummaging through the office for any treasures. Alas, aside from a few documents and promotional materials, there was nothing of worth. The third floor yielded similar results, with several offices offering no better fortune. Upon discovering a locked room, he pried it open to find neatly stacked boxes containing computer monitors and cases. Zhang Xiaoqiang was left speechless. With his laptop, these were of no use to him. As he reached the fourth floor, he entered a conference room that was stark and empty, save for tables and chairs. Passing through the conference room, he entered a lavishly decorated reception room, complete with leather sofas, cashmere carpets, and mahogany furniture. Yet, none of this was of any use to Zhang Xiaoqiang, indicating that there were no valuable items to be found. The reception area was connected to a room, its opulent redwood door firmly locked. Inside, something scratched at the door. Zhang Xiaoqiang, relying on his experience, deduced that a zombie was confined within. He contemplated leaving, but felt it would be a grave loss to have ascended from the first to the fourth floor without any reward. What if there were treasures behind that door? That would be an even greater loss. With a swift thrust of the beast horn, he penetrated the lock and twisted it, dislodging the components of the lock from the grand door. Following this, he delivered a powerful kick, causing the door to swing open violently, sending an object crashing to the ground. Typically, it is challenging to discern the gender of a human turned zombie merely by appearance. One can only ascertain the former gender by examining whether there are two deflated balloons on the upper body or by scrutinizing their attire. The zombie on the floor was adorned in a vibrant women's overcoat, with a light purple silk scarf tied around its neck. It wore flesh-colored, fitted woolen pants and knee-high brown leather heels. Before the zombie could rise, Zhang Xiaoqiang swiftly crushed its cervical vertebra with a decisive stomp, rendering it motionless. Zhang Xiaoqiang surveyed the lavish office, deducing that the owner held a significant status. The luxurious furniture and seating were conspicuous, but it was the painting entitled Du Diaohan Jiang Xue gracing the wall that caught his attention. A masterpiece from a renowned artist whose name even a reclusive individual like Zhang Xiaoqiang recognized. In a corner stood a wine cabinet, brimming with various prestigious liquors. Although he could not decipher the foreign labels, he noted an abundance of white liquor, which was rare in public markets. Many of the vintage transparent bottles bore labels that were barely legible, with some being reduced to mere fragments. Upon closer inspection, he discovered that the production dates on these bottles were all from over 70 years ago, with several dark ceramic jars prominently displayed. Without hesitation, Zhang Xiaoqiang opened the cabinet and began to collect the bottles, internally exclaiming, "Mine, all mine. Even if I do not drink them, I must keep them." In the adjacent bedroom, he discovered a suitcase and filled it with the fine liquor before resuming his treasure hunt. The bedroom was rather unadorned, lacking anything of significant value. Although some clothing bore high-end labels, Zhang Xiaoqiang had no use for them. In a post-apocalyptic world, wearing designer brands would not hasten one's escape from danger. Beneath a pillow lay numerous blue pills and some kidney tonifying medicine, alongside a generous supply of ultra-thin condoms. It appeared that the office's owner indulged in carnal pleasures, and the zombie might have been his personal secretary. Zhang Xiaoqiang's suspicions were confirmed when he stumbled upon a pair of undergarments printed with various images of Japanese actresses. Realizing that the office's owner was indeed the individual who had perished in the storeroom, In the desk, he uncovered a plethora of fine cigarettes. At least 20 to 30 packs of renowned brands. Some, like Giant Panda and Nanjing 95 Supreme, were carelessly buried at the bottom, while even Huang He Lu 1916 was overshadowed by several packs of unbranded white cigarettes. Zhang Xiaoqiang, unfamiliar with these brands, stuffed them into his collection. Ultimately, he unearthed some remarkable finds, a stash of adult films featuring either pure or sultry actresses, hidden in the innermost corner of a drawer. It was pure luck that he discovered them, and as he admired the exquisitely packaged discs, he couldn't help but exclaim in disbelief, "What? They're original?" Content with his bounty, Zhang Xiaoqiang descended the stairs, only to find Yang Kuer and the others had nearly finished moving. When she spotted Zhang Xiaoqiang with his bulging bags, she rushed over, eager to see what he had. He paid her no mind as she rummaged through his belongings. Upon discovering the liquor and cigarettes, her interest waned, and she turned to leave. Those treasures are hidden at the bottom, so of course you won't see them. He hummed a tune, following her outside. The courtyard outside the main building was filled to the brim with various supplies, instilling a sense of accomplishment. Yuan Yi and Su Qian sat languidly on the steps, while Yang Kuer searched through a cardboard box for items of interest. She had swapped her footwear for high-top leather shoes, appearing only slightly less impressive than Zhang Xiaoqiang. Noticing Yang Kuer's continued growth, he silently prayed, "Oh, whatever deity, please do not let this girl grow any taller." Zhang Xiaoqiang ignored the women and gazed towards the parking lot, where a thick layer of dust coated the vehicles, rendering them dismal and forlorn. Approaching a rugged SUV, he brushed away the dust from the windshield and noted the spacious interior, capable of accommodating 7 or 8 individuals. The roof rack could hold a substantial amount of cargo, and if he could just find the keys, he could drive it away. Regret washed over him as he wondered where the keys could possibly be. Yuan Yi approached and cautiously remarked that his director Li's vehicle, the one who perished in the storeroom. A medium-sized truck sped ahead, and Zhang Xiaoqiang settled into the passenger seat of the Hummer, admiring the scenery. He mused about the serendipitous connection with director Li, who had provided him with such an abundance of fine cigarettes, liquor, and even original adult films, now gifting him a stylish Hummer. It was as if this fine gentleman had left the keys attached to his belt, saving Zhang Xiaoqiang the trouble of climbing to the 4th floor and conserving his time and energy. Yuan Yi drew attentivity, having become increasingly cautious since receiving the handgun from Zhang Xiaoqiang. Aware of his disdain for her, she took extra care, now possessing the courage to face zombies. She credited Zhang Xiaoqiang for this newfound bravery. If he were to abandon her, she questioned whether she would still have the resolve to confront the undead. When Zhang Xiaoqiang forced her to face a zombie, she developed an involuntary dependence on him. Lighting a cigarette, he savored the smoke that curled from his lips, leading him into introspection. Yuan Yi was a woman of multifaceted personality. She oscillated between pride and humility, yet deep within her lay a desire for destruction, a yearning she was unaware of. Zhang Xiaoqiang found her enjoyment of slaughter unsettling, especially when she had brutally dispatched a zombie. When pushed to her limits, she exhibited astonishing courage and an extraordinary calmness, relishing the act of killing. This transformation from a timid sheep to a fierce lioness perplexed Zhang Xiaoqiang. Then there was Su Qian, who kept her head down, yet her trembling frame betrayed her. Zhang Xiaoqiang understood her feelings, an envious reaction from a weakling witnessing a companion's rise to strength. However, he could not fathom why Su Qian directed envious glares at Yuan Yi. It was difficult to believe that a frail woman could harbor such a disquieting gaze. Yang Kuer was the least of Zhang Xiaoqiang's worries. She was somewhat carefree, and her greatest virtue was her lack of concern. She sought only to enjoy life, an increasingly rare trait in the apocalypse. Zhang Xiaoqiang had seldom witnessed the genuine smile that lit her face amidst the bleakness of their world. Her smile was one of the few pleasures he found in this desolate existence. Lastly, there was Zhang Xiaoqiang himself. He seemed to have forgotten the desperation he felt while struggling to survive at home, the risks he took for a mere few cabbages. After defeating the D2 zombie by sheer luck, he had grown overconfident. Although he claimed he would strive to improve, he did not refuse Yuan Yi's servitude, instead taking advantage of her submission under the guise of viewing her as a weaker being. When Yuan Yi single-handedly eliminated a D-type zombie, Zhang Xiaoqiang was profoundly affected. He suddenly realized that without weapons, he was utterly powerless. While he might manage to dispatch a couple of ordinary zombies, he lacked the courage to confront a D-type. In that moment, Zhang Xiaoqiang recognized that this once timid little lamb had left him far behind. Yuan Yi, barehanded, faced the D-type zombie, an act that appeared both reckless and perilous. However, under Yuan Yi's meticulous strategy, the D-type zombie fell within a single round. As she dispatched the creature with a forceful stomp, akin to crushing a cockroach, Zhang Xiaoqiang felt a pang of envy. He found himself envious of a female slave, particularly when Yuan Yi met his gaze, igniting within him a desire to utterly obliterate the woman before him. Ultimately, Yuan Yi hesitated, and Zhang Xiaoqiang, feeling somewhat ashamed, grappled with the notion of being jealous of a woman. To compensate, he assisted Yuan Yi with her bath and even gifted her a handgun, perhaps as a means to accept her while also compelling himself to confront the unknown dangers without reliance on weapons. Yuan Yi, not accustomed to initiating conversation, faltered once she began speaking. What? Zhang Xiaoqiang did not catch her words. Do you have a cigarette? Yes, he stammered, handing her a packet of Shou Mao. Keep it. Zhang Xiaoqiang directed his gaze towards the middle-aged man ahead. Yuan Yi placed a cigarette between her lips, retrieved a lighter, and took a puff, immediately breaking into a fit of coughs. Yet she did not relinquish the cigarette, taking another draw and slowly exhaling smoke rings as if lost in a reverie. Zhang Xiaoqiang's mood remained unsettled, growing increasingly melancholic. He turned to Yuan Yi and inquired, "How many techniques have you learned?" Yuan Yi nodded. "I studied some free fighting abroad with an elderly man in Chinatown. He never revealed his name. The locals called him Lu Lao Tu." Upon her arrival in England, Yuan Yi felt a deep sense of alienation, often wandering through Chinatown to see familiar faces and hear familiar tongues, which slightly alleviated her homesickness. Gradually, she forged friendships and enjoyed engaging with new acquaintances. One day, she noticed a white-haired elder struggling with numerous items at his door and offered her assistance. Upon learning that Yuan Yi hailed from Shanghai, the elder, Mr. Liu, became animated. He too was from Shanghai and had traversed to England with his family during tumultuous times. Longing to return to his hometown, he lamented the loss of contact with relatives and his solitary existence, which made traveling difficult. Yuan Yi felt sympathy for the lonely elder and often visited him to alleviate his solitude. One day, as Mr. Liu practiced free fighting at home, he invited Yuan Yi to learn. Seeing the hope in his eyes, she accepted. Though his skills were limited to family traditions, primarily joint techniques and throws, some were perilous enough to cause serious harm. After teaching her, Mr. Liu cautioned her against using these techniques indiscriminately. Once back in her homeland, Yuan Yi ceased practicing and had not engaged in physical confrontations, so her skills faded. When the apocalypse struck, filled with fear daily, she never anticipated that her training would prove useful. Yet, when cornered by a D-type zombie and armed with a hammer that was of no use, she instinctively employed the back throw she had learned. Zhang Xiaoqiang fell silent, contemplating how to persuade Yuan Yi to teach him those techniques. He realized that in this new world, cold weapons were far more advantageous than firearms. Gunfire attracted nearby zombies, and the recoil made aiming difficult, especially for those unaccustomed to firearms. Cold weapons, however, remained silent, evading the attention of distant zombies, and did not rely on ammunition. Most importantly, wielding cold weapons required courage. Only with bravery could one confront zombies without succumbing to fear or making foolish mistakes that could lead to death. Zhang Xiaoqiang, having never handled firearms before, had fought with cold weapons since his first encounter over a few cabbages. Reflecting on this, he recognized that he was far more formidable wielding cold weapons than those who relied on firearms. Cold weapons could break or be damaged, showcasing the necessity of skill. Hand-to-hand combat differed from wielding a weapon. It demanded not just proficiency with a weapon, but also discernment and composure when facing an opponent. As one becomes the weapon, reckless aggression could lead to mutual destruction. Only through complete calmness can one discern an opponent's weaknesses and deliver a decisive blow. This principle, akin to the Chinese martial arts philosophy of stillness overcoming motion, is encapsulated in the saying, "As calm as a virgin, as swift as a hare." However, mastering hand-to-hand skills requires experience. is not as simple as repetitively practicing assassination techniques to execute flawless moves against zombies. Zhang Xiaoqiang's masculine pride made it difficult for him to voice his request. A man begging a woman for help felt beneath him, and even commanding her felt impossible. Alas, the discomfort of seeking assistance is profound. As he pondered, he gazed out the window, recalling the nearby village where he had rescued the third person. The memory of witnessing thousands of zombies congregating still haunted him, and an idea sparked within him. He had surplus cured meats in his vehicle, and the small courtyard behind the auto repair shop he had visited previously might serve as storage. With a creak, he parked 2 vehicles at the repair shop's entrance and dashed inside, having previously rushed to save others without examining the premises closely. He had only caught a glimpse of the courtyard while clearing out zombies, a detail unnoticed by He Wenbin and the others. Chapter 85. The Pitiful Old Russian Here. Discarded tires amassed like mountains, strewn across the front and back of the repair shop, with even the roof burdened by layers of tires precariously stacked, creating a scene where it seemed that a careless misstep could unleash a cascade of tires upon unsuspecting pedestrians. The open space beside the repair shop was also cluttered with tires, and traversing the left path around a wall of tires revealed a road wide enough for trucks. However, the tires obscured the view, hiding a world beyond from outsiders. The narrow path continued, flanked by tires, extending to the entrance of a small courtyard, where several emaciated zombie corpses lay, remnants of Zhang Xiaoqiang's prior encounters. Upon entering the courtyard, a small patch of clear ground became visible, surrounded by scattered automobile parts and tools. 3 rows of large tiled houses formed a semi-enclosed shape around the courtyard entrance. Except for the house facing the door, which served as a living room and kitchen, the flanking structures had been converted into storage rooms filled with various car parts and small tires. The kitchen operated on a coal stove, with hundreds of pounds of honeycomb coal neatly stacked. Unfortunately, the water supply had been halted, and even if there were a well, Zhang Xiaoqiang would hesitate to use it. The Hummer and the medium cargo truck were parked in the courtyard. Zhang Xiaoqiang directed Yang Ke and Yuan Yi to tidy up the living room, while Su Qian prepared dinner in the kitchen using bottled water for the coal stove. The clock read 4:30 in the afternoon, and if they finished dinner, they could still reach the chicken farm before dark. With the living room cleaned, they needed only to find clean bed linens to settle in. One storage room had been emptied, and the door and half a wall had been removed, allowing the Hummer to fit inside. The rest of the premises could be left untouched, as Zhang Xiaoqiang clearly intended to establish this as a secret refuge, a place to retreat at the first sign of trouble. By igniting the tires outside, zombies would be kept at bay, ensuring safety. The 3 gathered around the dining table for their meal. Su Qian hesitated to sit, and Zhang Xiaoqiang, indifferent, paid her no mind. She could choose whether to join or not. Su Qi was busy serving rice and pouring water for Zhang Xiaoqiang, while Yuan Yi appeared quite relaxed, albeit occasionally stealing glances at Zhang Xiaoqiang. Noticing that Zhang Xiaoqiang was continuously picking his favorite dishes, Yuan Yi refrained from touching that particular platter, opting instead for the dishes that Zhang Xiaoqiang did not favor. Yang Ke, on the other hand, paid no mind to such subtleties. She eagerly selected whatever piqued her interest, occasionally engaging in a playful tug-of-war with Zhang Xiaoqiang over sausages and dried bamboo shoots. The meal was enjoyable for Zhang Xiaoqiang, Yuan Yi, and Yang Ke, a stark contrast to his previous solitary existence where he had to make do with sporadic meals. With Yang Ke's arrival, the atmosphere became livelier. But dining with Long Gu and his group felt out of place, as he found himself constantly second-guessing his words. He was reluctant to associate with a group of violent offenders, which sparked his desire to leave. However, if he were to depart, preparation was essential, at the very least. Yuan Yi and Su Qi needed to enhance their physical fitness, for the outside world was fraught with hardships and dangers, where a single misstep could lead to catastrophe. Zhang Xiaoqiang had already assembled a small team and felt a sense of responsibility towards them. With a firm kick against the heavy iron door, Zhang Xiaoqiang called out a few times, only to be met with silence, his annoyance mounting. He harbored a deep disdain for the deranged old Russian, contemplating whether he should devise a plan to castrate him before leaving. "Hey, are you coming or what? Can't you see what time it is? Can't a person get a moment of peace?" The old Russian grumbled as he approached and opened the iron door, clearly oblivious to Zhang Xiaoqiang's accomplishments, suggesting he was not well regarded among the inmates. Upon opening the door, the old Russian's gaze fell upon Yuan Yi, who stood behind Zhang Xiaoqiang. His eyes widened and drool began to drip as he instinctively leaned toward her. "Ah, so this is a gem that Long Ge had his eye on," he remarked, extending his filthy hand towards Yuan Yi. In an instant, the old Russian found himself rolling on the ground, clutching his right arm in agony. He evidently underestimated Zhang Xiaoqiang, believing he had only gained recognition from Long Ge due to rescuing Yang Kuer, and now, with Yuan Yi no longer belonging to Long Ge, he fancied himself with a chance. Armed with a gun, he thought he could overpower Zhang Xiaoqiang, who was unarmed, and believed that even if he claimed Yuan Yi, Zhang Xiaoqiang could only lament to Long Ge. Having served Long Ge without notable achievements, he thought he could easily brush off any repercussions. However, the old Russian failed to realize that he was not merely confronting a defenseless lamb, but rather a fierce she-dragon in Yuan Yi. Undeterred by the old man's approach, Yuan Yi deftly sidestepped his grasp, her left hand seizing his right forearm. With a swift motion, she turned his arm outward, exposing his joint, then leaned her weight down, and with a sharp crack, he was left writhing in pain. Zhang Xiaoqiang restrained Yuan Yi, who was poised to deliver another kick. He believed in inflicting pain without resorting to lethal measures, as he was merely a passerby and deemed it unnecessary to be so ruthless. Yuan Yi, momentarily halted, retaliated with a swift palm strike, which Zhang Xiaoqiang barely evaded, the wind from her hand brushing past his face. Breathing heavily, her eyes ablaze with fury, Yuan Yi eventually lowered her hand and stepped back. Just then, the old Russian rolled to her feet, prompting her to stomp down hard, resulting in a sickening crack echoing through the chicken farm. The anguished cries of the old Russian shattered the surrounding silence. "What is happening?" Long Ji's voice resonated from within, followed by his arrival with a group of men, who took in the sight of the writhing old Russian and the composed figures of Zhang Xiaoqiang and Yuan Yi, the latter's heels spinning menacingly on the old man's leg. Yuan Yi met Long Ji's gaze but remained silent, her eyes still ablaze with anger as she pressed down harder, eliciting more cries from the old Russian, causing Long Ji's entourage to gasp in astonishment. They had heard of Yuan Yi and knew she had been given to Zhang Xiaoqiang, but they were unprepared for how fiercely she had transformed in just a day. Could it be that Zhang Xiaoqiang had a penchant for cultivating fierce women? Ha ha ha. What is going on, brother? We are all on the same side. Let us talk this through, Long Ge urged, gesturing for his men to separate Yuan Yi from the old Russian. Despite any lingering affection, the old Russian had emerged alongside Long Ge from the depths of their confinement. Without a word, Pao Tang stepped forward, a fierce glint in his eyes as he approached Yuan Yi with heavy, deliberate steps, treating her as if she were nothing more than a mere insect beneath his heel.